Chapter 351. After completing the collection of human consciousness, I modified the memories of these people to ensure that they can adapt to the survival game as soon as possible. The initial background production costs a huge amount of energy, so we can only adopt the currently popular theory of time travel survival. Erase the player's disaster and related memories directly, and only retain the memory of the time period when the mental state is the most perfect. In order to prevent players from giving up on themselves, we have formulated game rules, and use the threat of death to motivate players to survive actively. Players should be in the Wasteland, but they should not completely forget the tragedy of their homeland. We chose phased updates to adapt to the unpredictable disasters on the Wasteland planet, and made various doomsday theories into props for the Book of History to increase credibility. We have the setting of ruins and secret realms screens leading players, guides players step by step, discovers the truth, and accepts the truth. Of course, this is the extent that the game chip that has been iterated for more than a dozen times can do. At the beginning, our exploration was not smooth. The first generation of players did not survive the second disaster due to the climate change of the Wasteland continent. After more than 100 repetitions, we have mastered the climate laws of the Wasteland continent, can predict the next disaster 3 days in advance, and can control the disaster season and mild season to once every half a month. Of course, this can only be achieved after the players have developed to a certain level. The activities of players affect the magnetic field changes of the entire planet at all times. We hope that one day, this place can become like the blue planet, with regular climate and suitable temperature. Everything the players experience on the Wasteland is real, and the survival of the fittest is also part of this plan. Not all compatriots can accept the fact that their homes are destroyed and make selfless contributions. The diversity of human nature may also lead to the failure of this plan. So when we found in the game process that the development of the Wasteland planet attracted the attention of many races from other planets. The reason is that there are thousands of jumping black holes near the Wasteland planet, causing all races to exist on this planet. We modified the human camp and the alien camp. If humans want to build civilization here, they must adapt to the rules here. The characteristic of the Wasteland is tolerance, so it is not necessarily a bad thing to live on the same planet with aliens. As for us scientists, researcher Wen Ning said this, laughed at himself, and looked back at the empty spaceship behind him. We, 1,000 scientists, have been researching this game at great risk for 3 years, actively hibernating and uploading our consciousness into this game. But the characteristics of the Wasteland planet require us to abandon our memories. But the scientists' thinking ability and related skills are preserved. After they enter the game, unless they achieve the final goal of the game we set, they will fall into hibernation forever. Now, I am the last one. The intelligent brain system will be left on the spacecraft. If the game is successful, it will wake us up in the hibernation chamber. At that time, we will restore our memories and plant the seeds of mankind on this continent. Then land the space-time spaceship, plant suitable plants and animals here, and build a new human home. If the game fails, the intelligent brain will start the loop program continuously before the energy of the space-time spaceship and the Moonwind space station is exhausted. The game will start again, and we will repeat the beginning of the survival game again and again. I will also lose my memory when I enter the game. In order to prevent the complete loss of memory from affecting the game, I made up an identity for myself. A female security guard with good skills. The timeline is the 21st century when time travel is most popular. If there is a next life, I also want to walk out of the laboratory and take a good look at the planet I love. Finally, no matter who you are, please remember that humans will never surrender. Player Wen Ning. At this point, researcher Wen Ning seemed to see his own appearance through the holographic image. Wish you good luck. H067 Senior Researcher Wen Ning, encrypted data transmission completed, locked, and key released. The picture ended, and the holographic screen was pitch black. Wen Ning felt dizzy. Not only what the researcher said, but also more memories came to her mind. The numbered planets are not parallel universes. They are lessons learned from the repeated failures of the game. The scenes in the history book are the scenes of human extinction on various planets. It turns out that there are not only alien civilizations in this universe, but also other humans. Wen Ning has figured out the origins of Hu Zi and Ah Zi. The heart was beating fast, and suddenly it contracted violently, and the pain almost made Wen Ning faint. Wen Ning was like a fish out of water, gasping for air, unable to even move his fingers slightly. Player, please calm down. The system's cold mechanical voice was normal, but Wen Ning felt its concern that was hard to hide. Calm down? Wen Ning smiled weakly on his pale face, and spoke slowly. But he didn't call the system, but another name. Xiaoji. A mechanical voice that didn't belong to the system sounding milky and choked. Host. You finally remembered. Wen Ning sat up with difficulty, and she remembered everything. Xiaoji was her synthesis system. That is, the intelligent brain on the space-time spaceship, not the game intelligent brain, but Wen Ning, her own intelligent brain. Wen Ning smiled with tears rolling down her eyes. I remember everything. Wen Ning stared at his hands, crying and laughing for a long time. He closed his eyes, and a bitter voice sounded. You still followed me. How much energy is left in the space station? 1%. Wen Ning was stunned and said, Isn't this the last chance? Wen Ning remembered that when he left, the space station still had 20% of energy left. According to the fact that each restart of the game requires 1% of the energy of the entire space station, Wen Ning has repeated the game at least 19 times. The remaining 1% now seems to be enough to restart the game once. But Wen Ning understands that the energy of the space station must also be used to support the hibernation chamber and maintain the power supply of the space station, including protecting human fertilized eggs, animal and plant specimens, etc. So, this is the last chance. Now Wen Ning has recovered most of his memories, and of course he knows how he failed the first 19 times. Recalling some key notes, Wen Ning found that the most difficult thing to control in the Wasteland continent is the change of disasters. The same disaster, the same time point, the change is also unpredictable. This is also the main reason why humans fail so many times. But Wen Ning never got the administrator key in the first 19 times. The only difference should be that there was no help from Xiaoji in the first 19 times. Wen Ning looked inward in his mind, and a pure white cute little beast appeared in it rolling. Wen Ning asked again, Why did you come here? The little beast's face flashed loneliness, and it sobbed for a long time and said, Host, the space station is running out of energy. Xiaoji doesn't want you to die alone. Wen Ning's heart was ironed, and he touched Xiaoji, who could not show his entity in the air. He couldn't hide his pride in his heart. Other people's systems are aliens. Her golden finger is different. This is made by herself. Chapter 352. Xiaoji is a chip that accidentally awakened Wen Ning's consciousness when he was developing the game intelligence system. It was directly implanted into Wen Ning's brain. The design concept of the game system is for the future of the entire human race. Even core scientists have no power to control it. It strictly controls the players according to the algorithm. And because it is good at calculation, every unexpected action of the player may allow it to correct the game. Ensure that the game goal can be achieved in the end. But Xiaoji is different. Xiaoji belongs to Wen Ning completely. It can operate everything Wen Ning does on the space-time spaceship. When Wen Ning was studying the game functions, he often used Xiaoji to simulate calculations. Unexpectedly, Xiaoji actually learned various functions such as manufacturing, critical hits, synthesis, and even lottery. But why did Xiaoji only bring the synthesis function? Wen Ning's idea came out. Xiaoji in his mind said embarrassedly, Host, Xiaoji's body is still on the spaceship. When the game starts, there is only enough energy for Xiaoji to bring one function. Wen Ning understood that the intelligent brain had more important work on the spaceship. It doesn't matter. You are already great. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to do it this time. Speaking of this, Wen Ning's mood was a little depressed again. Tears rubbed his eyes, and some familiar faces gradually emerged in the tears. Wen Ning, your brain is the most flexible. You are the last line of defense in this game. Don't enter the game easily until the last moment. Sister Wen Ning, I'm leaving my old bones hibernation chamber to you. You have to guard it for me. Wen Ning, you are the top researcher in your country and my most outstanding student. Do what you should do. The last words of the scientists, who had been with her, rang in her ears. Wen Ning shed tears silently, thinking of her teachers. She did not stay on the spacecraft as they wished. How could Wen Ning, the 22-year-old youngest researcher on the spacecraft, not see that everyone actually uploaded their consciousness with the determination to die? They just wanted her to live longer. Or maybe they put all their hopes on her, from the days of floating in space waiting to die, to Wen Ning proposing this planet transformation plan. And then finally, scientists entered the game one after another. Perhaps they all thought that the final variable was on Wen Ning, the designer. But unexpectedly, Wen Ning personally joined the game. On the Wasteland planet, before the civilization is rebuilt, in addition to facing the crisis of disaster, we must also guard against the backstab of our compatriots. Wen Ning recalled the 19 survival experiences he had, and basically 15 of them failed within 3 months. Fortunately, time on the Wasteland planet passes much faster than on the space station, So more than 100 games were restarted on the Wasteland continent, while only 3 years have passed on the space station. 1/3 of the games were lost in the human civil war. Even the shadow of the foreign race was not seen before it failed. Wen Ning is well aware of the diversity of human nature, and is extremely noble. The despicable are extremely despicable. And between the upper and lower limits, where all players' memories are erased, there is more than one prehistoric world. Under such circumstances, if Wen Ning announced the news hastily, it might lead to a series of bad consequences. Wen Ning had read similar psychological books and psychological experiments before. In the experiment, the researcher injected himself with anesthetics and then announced the rules. The audience around him could do anything to her in the next 2 hours, including killing her. The experimental results show that without legal constraints and order, most people will lose their harmonious nature. Magnify the extreme evil in their hearts. In this case, there is no other possibility for human beings to eventually go to extinction. So Wen Ning does not intend to announce that everyone is actually consciousness and data. At present, the most discussed topic on the World Channel is nothing more than what she saw in the ruins. Anyway, the ruins channel has been permanently closed. This may be the self-protection system of the game. If Wen Ning had not seen these today, other players would have collapsed after seeing them, and announced this information, then it is highly likely that no player would believe it. Without evidence, he would be isolated and helpless, and he would most likely doubt himself in the end. Wen Ning felt that he was at the center of the storm, and he could make a good use of this. Wen Ning's thoughts gradually became clear, and his doubts were solved one by one. No wonder there are so many history books. Wen Ning recovered his memory, but he had no specific memory of how the blue star became extinct. Everything was learned through the researcher Wen Ning's oral account. It was similar to the series of history books he had seen. Wen Ning understood that perhaps it was a major disaster that made her selectively forget this memory. But it doesn't matter anymore. Humanity has lost its homeland, and now is the last chance to save humanity. At present, in addition to the disasters that refresh from time to time on the Wasteland continent, there are also invasions of all races. Wen Ning has a certain understanding of these races. He has also made some guesses in his mind, just waiting for the next time he goes to the Dawn Forest to explore the other end of the space-time channel. Wen Ning also understood the space-time channel, which is the black hole around the Wasteland continent. The destination is unclear, and the planet leading to it is also unclear. Through the power of the game system, the player can be digitized and directly transferred to the corresponding black hole through fixed coordinates. Wen Ning also knows that the coordinates of the space-time channels currently open are the black holes triggered by players in the previous 100 or so repeated games. After evaluating it as a relatively stable black hole, the system will open this coordinate. The last time the space-time channel was unstable, it was a chain reaction caused by a player triggering a new chaotic black hole. At the same time, Wen Ning also understood the truth of the ruins. The ruins are some holographic image locations rebuilt by the system. Some resources and history books are regularly released to improve the game experience, and players can also take this opportunity to improve their strength. The same is true for the Secret Realm, but the Secret Realm is basically not dangerous, so that players can still be full of hope in the end of the Wasteland. Wen Ning himself felt that it was well-intentioned. And the night, as Wen Ning guessed, is indeed the resentment left by human consciousness. The Wasteland continent has experienced hundreds of years, and humans have iterated more than 100 times. Only the natives still remember these things, and their cyclical human consciousness has been erased again and again. Of course, I don't know what happened. The purpose of the system doing this is nothing more than forcing players to explore the secrets of this world. Now it seems that few people have really explored these secrets, otherwise the contents of the Wasteland Survival Manual would not be all about small talk. Thinking of the Wasteland Survival Manual, Wen Ning decided to change a public way. Since it is impossible to completely trust all humans, Wen Ning thought of a more effective way. What the players think is not important, what the players do is important. She just doesn't believe that with so much wealth, she can't turn the Wasteland into a copper wall, and drive out those evil races that covet humans and the Wasteland continent. Xiaoji, next, it depends on you. Always be prepared. After thinking it through, Wen Ning calmed down, and she still had to treat herself as a player to continue the game. Give this game, this planet enough respect. Just as Wen Ning was thinking, there was movement at the door of the shelter. It turned out that Hu Zi and his brothers, who had gone crazy enough, were back. Roar! Mom, you're still awake. Wen Ning, who knew Hu Zi's origin, didn't know how to greet Hu Zi for a moment. Just then, midnight arrived. System announcement, Disaster Season Preview. Disaster Season Preview. This disaster will come in 3 days. System announcement. This disaster theme is melting, and the disaster will last for 15 days. System announcement. The ranking list will be updated after the disaster season. Please cooperate sincerely and climb to the top. Chapter 353. Ablation? Wen Ning reacted instantly and quickly flipped through the Wasteland survival manual. Ablation-related disaster. Found it. Wen Ning stared at the first Moss's record. The theme of the disaster, ablation, is actually acid rain. To confirm, Wen Ning looked through the records of others. In the records of encountering ablation disasters, they were all specifically acid rain. After Wen Ning confirmed that the disaster was acid rain, he used the Treasure Pavilion account to speak on the World Channel. World Channel. Treasure Pavilion. Hello everyone, I am Wen Ning. As soon as these words came out, the World Channel was immediately shaken. World Channel. Damn, Sister Wen's every exposure is so earth-shattering. World Channel. If Sister Wen really wants to hide, I'm afraid her true identity will never be discovered in her lifetime. World Channel. What's wrong? Is the Treasure Pavilion going to declare war on all players again? World Channel. Is the person above angry? Sister Wen might just be saying hello. After all, 1/5 of the players in the entire Wasteland are now following the Treasure Pavilion. She wants to take the opportunity to harvest another wave of traffic. World Channel. To be honest, your reputation is already big enough. Isn't it a bit too much to still aim for a few survival points on the leaderboard? World Channel. You know shit. The richer you are, the stingier you are. World Channel. Lin Han, you are all holding back. Listen to Sister Wen. World Channel. Lin Han, big sister, you tell me what to do. World Channel. TSK, the person above is a dog licker. Everyone calls me Sister Wen, but you are the only one who can call me Big Sister? I want to call her Big Sister too. World Channel. Big Sister, Big Sister, Big Sister, Big Sister. Call her Big Sister first. Wen Ning looked at the jokes on the World Channel and felt confused. Especially knowing that these players are all the consciousness of dead humans, I feel even worse. They are as active as the internet in the past, and even the harsh survival environment has not made them lose the fun of talking nonsense. If the truth of the whole game is announced, Wen Ning is sure that 90% of the players will not be able to bear this blow. He was still living a normal life in the last second, and came to this wasteland planet like purgatory in the next second. After surviving for 2 months with great difficulty, they were told that your home is gone. Family, friends, and the entire planet no longer exist. Even you yourself are just a collected consciousness. What a devastating thing this is. Wen Ning dared not even think about it. But now is not the time to be sad. Wen Ning has more important things to do. World Channel. Sister Wen, are you going to tell me or not? I'm still in the wild. This mutant animal is really more powerful at night. World Channel. Warriors upstairs, the night has just ended, and you're going to explore so soon? World Channel. Ha, the strong never stop. World Channel. So second year, I like it so much. World Channel. The building is tilted. Wen Ning curled his lips and decided to solve the game's problems in a game way. World Channel. Treasure Pavilion. Auction Preview. Treasure Pavilion will hold a new round of auctions at 12 noon tomorrow, so stay tuned. World Channel. Great. It's time to blind my titanium dog eyes again. World Channel. Sister Wen, are you really not going to publish the Wasteland Survival Manual? We are all human beings. World Channel. Can you open it now? I'm afraid I won't live to see it tomorrow. World Channel. Treasure Pavilion. Wasteland Survival Manual is not a clearance strategy, but tomorrow I will publish possible strategy information about this disaster. World Channel. Can't we tell you now? Do you know how much preparation we can make throughout the night? World Channel. That's right. It's not a sneaky move to seize the initiative, right? World Channel. Treasure Pavilion. What do you think even if I don't make it public? Is it the information you got back after a narrow escape? Oh, you don't even have the qualifications to explore the ruins. World Channel. Lin Han. Big Sister is right. Awesome. World Channel. The player above is really brain dead. You got the top secret information and didn't use it yourself first, so you would make it public for free? World Channel. The mild season for half a month will not make some people's saintly hearts burst again, right? World Channel. Haha, being stingy is being stingy. Not making it public is being undisciplined. No matter how much you argue, I am right. Wen Ning was completely out of temper, and at the same time she also felt it, just as researcher Wen Ning reminded her. The complexity of human nature. Just like you can't wake up a person pretending to sleep, You can't influence a player who has been rotten inside. It can only be said that this kind of player is destined not to be with me. Wen Ning was thinking in her heart that she was looking for a player who could form an alliance with the Bright Territory. First, maximize Xiaoji's power and build more Bright Territories. Let science and technology blossom in the Wasteland continent. Ensure the survival rate of human disasters, and then deal with those players with wrong intentions, mechanical tribes, and even invading Zerg. I still have a few Lord Orders, which can build sub-bases. But these sub-bases are just a drop in the bucket. The most important thing is to connect the dots into lines, and connect the lines into pieces. 500 million. Wen Ning murmured the number. Even if he was the only one left in the end, Wen Ning would not give up. Until he died. After announcing the auction plan for tomorrow, Wen Ning stopped arguing with people in the world, and fell asleep on the bed to save energy. The amount of information she received today was too much. The game system was worried that she would collapse because she couldn't bear it. In fact, it sealed some memories in her mind, and let Wen Ning digest them slowly in the future. Nothing happened overnight. Wasteland calendar January 27th, mild season, 8 o'clock sunny. After a night of rest, Wen Ning's mind was much clearer. The things he wanted to do in his mind gradually became clearer. Mira, you will go with me to meet the tribe leaders later. Okay, I will arrange the work of the people first. By the way, Lord, the robots for the recycling mission are not enough. The passion of the people to do the mission these 2 days is very high. Wen Ning opened 2 mission robots and handed them to Mira. Mira happily led them out. Just passed by 001 who came in. Wen Ning stroked the tiger's head and handed a box of anesthetic made of cherry wine to 001. 001, take 001, Tiger 3, and 10 war robots to the Dawn Forest to capture mutants. Requirements: the combat power must not be lower than yesterday's leopard, and no mutants can be harmed except with anesthetics. 001 nodded, and 012 beside him was confused. Wen Ning added, no matter how many you catch, you must return to the territory before 12 o'clock. Okay, master. Well, go ahead. The team set off in a mighty manner. Wen Ning then took out the Wasteland Survival Manual and began to summarize the laws of acid rain disasters. On the first day of acid rain, the pH value of rainwater was 5.5. On the third day of acid rain, there was an obvious burning pain on the skin. Chapter 354. Wen Ning sorted out the key time points of the process change in the ablation-themed disaster. In the several ablation disasters recorded in the diary, the timeline is different, and the development and changes of the disaster are all different. Wen Ning listed all the changes, and figured out the rules bit by bit according to the timeline. There are 2 acid rain disasters that last for 3 days. One is a novice disaster, and the difficulty is not extreme, but in the formal disaster later, the death toll surged. There is also a 5-day disaster, and 2 7-day disasters. There is also a 15-day disaster, and the later stage of development is similar to the one Wen Ning saw in the ruins. The longest one lasted for 3 months, and it is not ended yet, and the diary of this player ends here. He died of betrayal. His companions gave him water mixed with 1,000th of acid rain, which directly caused all his internal organs to be melted. Wen Ning was a little shocked when he saw this, because 1,000th of the concentration of acid rain can cause a player's internal organs to rot. It can be seen how serious the consequences will be when pure acid rain comes into contact with the skin. Wen Ning inexplicably thought of corpse-dissolving water. Wen Ning wrote down the rules he had summarized one by one. After thinking for a while, he summarized and divided this disaster into 3 stages, so that he could cover all the changes as much as possible. System: how accurate is this information? Player: Wen Ning guessed the details of the ablation disaster. After judgment, the accuracy of the information was 80%. Wen Ning breathed a sigh of relief. 80% was enough. It would be difficult for her to modify it. Accurate to the sky or something, she is now a player, not a designer. Moreover, the intelligent brain system is constantly updated, and cannot be controlled by anyone after it is created. Prepare the information and put the diary back into the backpack. Wen Ning looked at the time, and it was already 10 o'clock. Contact Mira quickly. Mira, are all the clan leaders present? Myra's cute voice sounded. Lord, the clan leaders of the 3 clans are already waiting in the territory hall. It's just right that I can host the auction after the meeting. Wen Ning packed up his things, and quickly rushed to the territory meeting hall. 3 white-haired and energetic orcs were already in place. Bai Gu was pouring tea for the other 2 clan leaders, and the other 2 clan leaders imitated Bai Gu's movements and took a sip. His brows were immediately furrowed, but the movements were very exaggerated and funny. He put down the tea set in his hand when he saw Wen Ning coming in. Wen Ning saw that this set of tea sets seemed to be opened by himself, so he took a closer look. Bai Gu stood up from his chair, bowed and explained. In addition to brewing wine, I also have a great hobby of brewing tea. This set of tea sets was put in the store, but no one bought it, so I bought it. Lord, do you mind? Wen Ning smiled and narrowed his eyes, waving his hand. No, give me a cup too. Wen Ning remembered that his teacher was a tea lover, and the master in his memory was this teacher. I don't know if he is still in the game now. If he is unfortunately eliminated, he will probably sleep in the hibernation chamber forever. This time is the end of the game. If humans fail again this time, the entire space station, the compatriots on the space-time spacecraft, and the future of mankind will be ruined. All they can do is wait for the energy to run out and end up dead. Ning, if you also enter the game, in this strange continent, treat your fellow students and those scientists who volunteered to contribute well. They are leading by example, and are working for the same goal. The teacher's teachings were still ringing in her ears. When Ning clenched her fists. If the teacher was still alive, she would definitely find him. The old man was almost 50 years old. He had never suffered such hardships in his life of scientific research. At the age of half 100, he took the lead without hesitation and embarked on such a difficult and dangerous road. Lord, is there any big thing that called us here today? The question of the cat tribe leader brought Wen Ning back to his senses. The white ancient tea in front of him was rising with curling smoke. Wen Ning took a sip of the teacup before speaking. Yes, big things. I should have told you before you came that the Wasteland continent is not necessarily more stable than your original continent. Wen Ning suddenly mentioned this, and the three tribes' leaders, who had been used to a peaceful life recently, were stunned. The chiefs of the cat and rabbit tribes seemed to be looking through their memories. Only the Samo chief, as if he was facing a great enemy, his pupils suddenly shrank. He asked in surprise, Lord, but the disaster season is coming again? Seeing Wen Ning nod, he was struck by lightning and froze in place, but soon calmed down. As the only race present who had witnessed the disaster, the Lineman tribe also contributed a lot in the last beast tide, and their ability to accept was very high. The Samo chief immediately said, Don't worry, Lord, we Lion men will definitely defend our territory to the death. The other two tribes were still confused as if they were in the dark. However, Wen Ning's serious expression also showed the urgency of the situation. No matter what, I make a statement here. We cat people too. And us. Wen Ning was moved, watching the three clan leaders looking like they were going to die. This matter is not as serious as you think, but if the people don't follow the arrangements, it is not impossible for the disaster to spread to the territory. Wen Ning didn't say it for sure, but he emphasized the seriousness. Seeing the three old men over 100 years old staring at him eagerly, Wen Ning didn't keep it a secret anymore. Even though the Lion people participated in the territory defense last time, they still knew very little about the rules of the Wasteland continent. Wen Ning first popularized the basic rules of the Wasteland continent to the few people. It turns out that there are disaster seasons and mild seasons in the Wasteland. Oh Bai, your tribe is at a disadvantage. We just arrived and encountered the disaster season. Yes, if I had known, I would have agreed to Bai Shui's suggestion earlier. Hey, if you came too early, we would have experienced the last disaster. This, there is no way. It doesn't matter if you come too early or too late. It would be great if this wasteland was always like the mild season. Wen Ning listened to Bai Gu's sigh, and his heart was filled with infinite imagination. If the wasteland could always be in the mild season, this game might have been cleared long ago. We will discuss these rules later. The purpose of gathering your three tribes today is to prepare for the disaster 3 days later and melt it. Wen Ning brought the three people back to the topic in time. The three tribe leaders were sighing, and when they heard Wen Ning speak, they all stopped at the same time and turned to look at Wen Ning. Lord, what do you say? The meeting was truly on topic at this point. Wen Ning roughly divided the disaster into 3 parts, each stage lasting 5 days, and explained it to several clan leaders. This disaster is acid rain. In the first stage, the acid rain will not corrode buildings and plants, but remember, rainwater cannot be drunk. During the entire rainy season, you absolutely cannot drink rainwater, no matter how many times it is diluted. Why? Bai Gu likes to collect dew on leaves in the early morning to make tea, so he was the first to question this request. Wen Ning was not impatient. He was not afraid of asking, but afraid of not asking. Because this rainwater contains insect eggs, the carrion worms will develop in your body, and in the second stage, they will eat up your internal organs and then reproduce and crawl out. Wen Ning added immediately, So the hunting team will start hoarding mutant meat from today. After 3 days, you can no longer eat mutant meat hunted outside. Most of the lion people are in the hunting team. Chief Samo asked hesitantly. But Lord, if this disaster strikes, all the mutants will die. What will we do in the future? Wen Ning frowned fiercely when he heard what the Samo chief said. Yes, the game has not restored the ecology of the Wasteland continent since the last time. If this disaster strikes, won't all the creatures on the entire continent die? Wen Ning remembered the scene of the whole world melting and disappearing in the ruins, and his hair stood on end unconsciously. Host, the game system has not fully understood the disasters in the Wasteland continent. Every time it repairs the environment of the continent, it requires a lot of energy. Xiaoji's reminder reminded Wen Ning. The game system can repair the environment of the Wasteland continent through correction technology, but as the game progresses, the disasters on the Wasteland continent become more and more difficult. Therefore, the energy required for repair is also increasing. At the beginning, it was to give humans a breathing space, so it was completely repaired. But now it is no longer possible. Wen Ning couldn't help asking the system. System, to what extent can this disaster be repaired? After the system's judgment, this disaster cannot be repaired. Wen Ning pursed his lips and remained silent. This was going to be difficult. Chapter 355. Players don't have to worry about the environmental problems of the Wasteland continent. After the disaster season, soil conditions will gradually recover, and plants and animals will reproduce rapidly. In about a week, they will be able to recover to 50% of the stable ecology. The system rarely explains so much, and Wen Ning is relieved now. This is the ecology of the Wasteland continent. It is destroyed in the disaster season and quickly recovers and develops in the mild season. What humans have to resist is the power of destruction. As long as humans can survive the disaster, they can develop in a constant disassembly and reorganization. Wen Ning sighed, whether it is humans or orcs, they must adapt to the new way of survival, just like the old saying goes. Survival of the fittest. Wen Ning explained this problem, and the 3 clan leaders sighed. Then we have to prepare at least 3 weeks of food and water. Wen Ning nodded, not panicking at all. The instant food stored in her warehouse is enough for the entire territory to eat for a year. Thousands of kilograms of vegetables mature on the farm every day, and several warehouses are full. Now we are preparing some mutant meat just to improve our lives. And Wen Ning also wants to find a way to protect the territory from being eroded by acid rain. Well, don't worry about food. I continue to talk about disasters. The first stage of acid rain will last for about a week. During this period, there will be no reaction on the skin when it is wetted by acid rain, and insect eggs will not parasitize, but the later the time, the easier it will be to burn. Several people nodded, indicating that they had taken note. Wen Ning continued. In the second stage of acid rain, acid corrosion is strengthened, and animals parasitized by corrosive insects in the first stage will gradually experience changes such as vomiting blood, abdominal pain, cachexia, etc. This stage lasts about 5 days. If any of the people show the above symptoms, they must take the healing potion immediately. And the primary healing potion is no longer useful. Only the intermediate and higher level healing potions can resist the early stage of corrosive insects. In the later stage, only the advanced healing potion in Wen Ning's hand can work. Wen Ning has stockpiled thousands of intermediate healing potions, which should be enough for use. Because the success rate of advanced healing potions is low, Wen Ning has less than 50. The third stage is when the disaster is the strongest. At that time, animals and plants have begun to become extinct. At this time, the acid rain will melt most of the buildings with low solidity values. Speaking of this, the 3 people were completely shocked. They didn't expect that this disaster would be so terrible. Then, what can we do? Wen Ning gave everyone a reassuring look and said, I have found materials that can resist it. Don't worry, just do what I say. The 3 clan leaders nodded repeatedly, and Wen Ning remembered everything he said firmly. At 11:30, Wen Ning finished the pre-disaster meeting and made a briefing of the meeting content and sent it to the residents' smartwatches. Coupled with the popular science of the robot and the explanation of each clan leader, the entire territory quickly entered a pre-disaster alert state. Wen Ning had his own considerations for choosing the clan leader to hold the meeting. If we talk about favorability, then his favorability must be high. However, the spiritual leader must be the clan leader. Just think about it, the clan leader alone can decide the direction of the entire clan, which is enough to show the clan leader's voice among the people. And each race has a different view on disasters. Only the clan leader can accurately grasp the mentality of the people in the territory, what they fear and what they value, just like pinching the 7 inches of a snake. The hunting team went out in full force, and Wen Ning also released all the robots in the warehouse to work. He spent hundreds of thousands of survival points to buy all the electric energy cores on the market to provide energy. The robot army in the entire Bright territory has exceeded 3,000. Wen Ning watched 001 and others come back and hand over dozens of anesthetized mutant beasts to him. He nodded with satisfaction. Then, Wen Ning distributed tasks in an orderly manner. 001 and Mira were responsible for both sides, and the entire territory was mobilized. Seeing that everyone was busy, Wen Ning was relieved to stay in the shelter and go online. World Channel, Treasure Pavilion. The auction will start in 5 minutes. Bosses, you can take your seats. World Channel, here I come. Sister One looks familiar. Front row. World Channel, I'm here to see the Wasteland Survival Manual. World Channel, add one, I can't wait. World Channel, hurry up and get in the VIP seats. You guys can get Sister One's VIP seats in 5 minutes. World Channel, the VIP seats are full, didn't you see it? As soon as Wen Ning opened the auction function, the numbers on the auction seats next to him jumped wildly, reaching millions. Not to mention those who came in just to watch the fun. The number of people was stuck, and the next second it became a long string. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, hiss, I'm dizzy. Wen Ning glanced at the number of online users, who had just been refreshed and doubled, and gave up the idea of counting. The popularity of the Treasure Pavilion is now incomparable. Especially after Wen Ning got the Wasteland Survival Manual, the players have restrained their criticism of her. They are afraid that Wen Ning will be blocked and can't enter. The people who are now criticizing Wen Ning on the World Channel are all water armies hired by some forces. The kind of players who live one day at a time don't care about offending anyone. Just make it clear how much one post costs. Wen Ning doesn't care about these people. The barrage of comments flowing like a tide has made her unable to read it. Wen Ning doesn't have the time to read the barrage. Calculating the time, today's auction will start. As the organizer, Wen Ning's news will be automatically pinned. Treasure Pavilion, welcome all players who participate in the auction. Treasure Pavilion, there is no purpose for this auction. It is simply because of lack of money, but don't worry, the things in the Treasure Pavilion are absolutely good quality and expensive. Auction, let the bidding get fiercer. My wallet is ready. Auction, what a good product at a high price. After checking my eyes, I still can't afford it. In a certain territory, Lucier sat up from the bed with difficulty, with the help of Li Jingyi. Lord, you just came back from the gates of hell, you should have a good rest. Lucier's handsome face was pale, his hand was stretched out, pale, and the bones were protruding. This fatal injury made him exhausted. No, Su Luo's healing potion must be taken. And returned to him. Lucier originally thought that he was going to die, but he didn't expect that Su Luo used the healing potion to save him. The two of them had been saving each other, and they couldn't tell how much they owed each other. Lucier leaned weakly on the bed, looking unhappy, and forced himself to watch the auction of the Treasure Pavilion. His territory is now level 4. Li Jingyi, Su Luo, and Yalan are all very capable. In his absence, the territory not only did not have any trouble, but also accumulated a large number of survival points through business. Even Lucier was secretly shocked when he saw the survival points on his account. He seriously suspected that Li Jingyi had lost all his family assets. However, Li Jingyi told him that Su Luo took people to seize several secret realms and exchange these with the things in the secret realms, but he just couldn't find the advanced healing potion. Lucier was determined to trade the advanced healing potion for Su Luo. When he saw the auction of the Treasure Pavilion started, he hurried up. Wen Ning also saw Lucier's number at this time. He sighed in his heart that he was an indestructible cockroach. As if thinking of something, he changed the first item to a healing potion. Elementary, intermediate, and advanced are sold in packages, 101 per package. Among them, there are 50 elementary, 50 intermediate, and 1 advanced healing potion. Wen Ning named it the Healing Potion Gift Package, Treasure Pavilion. The first round of auctions in this auction is the Healing Potion Gift Package, a total of 10 packages, with a starting price of 200,000 survival points. After the bidding ends, the top 10 players with the highest bids are limited to 1 package each. Just like the last growth robot, the highest price was sold at the end of the bidding, but this time the purchase was limited. In fact, there are quite a few players on the World Channel who can make healing potions, and there are also players who can make advanced healing potions. It's just that no player can make a healing potion with the same properties as Wen Ning, with the effect of resurrecting the dead. Many people made advanced healing potions, but their properties were not much better than Wen Ning's intermediate ones. Everyone understood that this was not 101 healing potions, but an extra life, so they all started bidding with all their might. Yen on base. Lin Yen. Staring at the auction information of the treasure pavilion, he looked at Lin Han and his father Lin Zheng, who were bidding silently. He rolled his eyes helplessly. Dad, quickly asked the people in the territory to make more healing potions. What? Hurry up and ask people to make more intermediate and advanced healing potions. Lin Han invested all his pocket money, and seeing that he couldn't compete with others, he withdrew dejectedly. Brother, why do we make it? It has bad properties and can't be sold. Lin Yen jumped up and slapped Lin Han on the back of his head. Change your brain. The treasure pavilion has never sold medicine so ostentatiously, and the intermediate treatment potions account for half of them. What does this mean? Lin Han was stunned. What does it mean? Didn't the big sister say that we are short of money? Lin Yen saw that his stupid brother was hopeless. Dad, the most needed thing in a disaster is medicine. My intuition can't be wrong. Lin Zheng looked serious, thought for a while, and said, Okay, I asked the logistics department to prepare. Lin Yen immediately added, Don't do it at the elementary level, but at the intermediate and advanced level. Also, don't rush to do it. Quickly clear out the raw materials on the trading market, and let the people in the territory go out to find relevant herbs. Chapter 356. Who wouldn't want to spend points to buy a life? What's more, Wen Ning's healing potion is very good. The price of the intermediate healing potion at the auction is more expensive than that of others' advanced ones. The bids on the auction table flew up in an instant, especially now that there is survival points as hard currency. It is even easier to convert the bids. Of course, it is impossible to shout without thinking. The system determines whether the bid is successful based on the survival points of the player and the situation of the materials in hand. Directly interrupt those players who want to deliberately bid to disrupt the market. In addition, although Wen Ning's medicine is very precious, many players simply don't have so much money. Such a good thing as an extra life must be something that only some big guys are qualified to fight for. How can ordinary players use Wen Ning's medicine? Auction. Wow. The bid has reached 1 million. Auction. Why does the treasure pavilion sell medicine right at the beginning? Auction. You don't understand this, silly. The popularity of the treasure pavilion is the highest at this time. Sister Wen must take this opportunity to reap a wave. Auction. That's right. Boss Lu is so generous, he directly bid 1 million. Wen Ning, while paying attention to the auction, cleared out the raw materials of the healing potion on the market in the background. After quickly grabbing several groups, he finally found that someone was also buying. Wen Ning curved his lips. It seems that the prompt was successful. The reason why Wen Ning didn't give a clear prompt was that he was afraid that after it became public information, players like Jack would use some despicable means to snatch it. By then, the disaster has not yet begun, and the human race will burst into internal strife. This is not what Wen Ning wanted to see. So it is understandable that the World Channel misunderstood her as wanting to make money. Wen Ning did not care. Anyway, no matter who came to her, they would not be able to return. In the first round of auctions, everyone was still cautious. Except for the players who wanted advanced healing potions, the rest of the players did not bid easily. Survival points still have a great use. At this time when the disaster is about to come, we need to reinforce the shelters and so on. It was Lu Shi who directly called up the increase from 800,000 survival points to 1 million survival points. The players exclaimed that it was great. Wen Ning saw that Lu Shi was still alive. After thinking about it for a while, he understood what was going on. It seems that Su Luo gave him the healing potion. This is to repay the debt of favor in a hurry. 1 million per group, Wen Ning successfully won 10 million survival points. The auction got off to a good start, and Wen Ning was immediately happy. Smiling and preparing for the next round of auctions. Auction. Okay, the first round of auctions will win 10 million survival points. Pink eye smiley face. Auction. This scene reminds me of the e-commerce shopping festival on Blue Star. Auction. My little darling can't stand it. You guys are really that rich. Auction. Looking at the way Boss Lu bids, I think if there were no purchase restrictions, he might have bought all of them. Lu Shi saw this barrage, and a hint of approval flashed in his eyes. Li Jingyi stepped forward. Lord, buy everything you want to buy, take a break. Well, take this to Su Luo first. Lu Shi hummed lightly, and handed the high-level healing potion that he had just received and hadn't warmed up yet to Li Jingyi. Li Jingyi knew Lu Shi was stubborn, so he didn't dare to persuade him anymore. He took the things and left. Originally, they could have traded directly, but for such a big matter of saving his life, If Lucier hadn't been unable to get up for the time being, he would definitely have delivered it personally. Li Jingyi turned around and left the room in a hurry, but Lucier didn't rest as he said. He took out an intermediate healing potion and drank it. The burning pain in his chest and abdomen was instantly suppressed by the coolness. Lucier felt much better and continued to pay attention to Wen Ning's movements. How could he rest? How much would he lose if he missed this auction? Wen Ning sighed. In the second round of auction, directly took out the mutant beasts captured by 001 and 012 in the Dawn Forest. 30 mutant beast information was released in a row. These sleeping mutant beasts looked unusually well behaved, but when you open the information, you will find that they are all extremely powerful. Unlike pets born from eggs, they are not divided into bloodline levels. But Wen Ning, who has a high-level monster illustration, took the initiative to publish the data of these mutant beasts. Each one is a high-level mutant beast, and they are all carnivorous combatants. The players were confused at first. Why did Wen Ning release so many mutant beasts? Was he going to sell them by the head? When they saw the data of the sleeping mutant beasts, they were completely shocked. Auction. Wow. There are even pets for sale. Auction. This combat power. Amazing. Auction. Am I the only one who is curious about what this cherry wine is? How can it be so powerful? Auction. It must be a new product of the Treasure Pavilion. Auction. Treasure Pavilion. This round of auctions will auction 30 pets with extremely strong combat power. The highest bidder will win, and there is no purchase limit. Auction. They are really pets. But if you want to tame them yourself, my physical fitness is definitely not enough. Auction. Didn't you see that these mutant beasts have fallen into a hypnotic state? The taming success rate is 100%. Auction. Don't you have pets? Pet eggs are easy to get, right? I got 2 when I opened the box, and I opened 1 and sold it. Auction. There are quite a few pet eggs, but who knows what you will get from the blind box. Auction. The person above knows me. The pet I got has low bloodline, poor combat power, and is also very greedy. Auction. To be honest, I don't even know what pet eggs look like. Seeing my companion's pets are so cool, I am also very envious. Auction. Stop talking, draw your sword. I like that Black Panther. Auction. I love that leopard. The barrage of bids on the channel was so fast that it couldn't be refreshed, and soon it reached 100,000 survival points. Everyone is aiming for a 100% success rate in taming. This means that as long as you buy it, you will definitely get a pet. And the pets tamed by mutant beasts are different from the growing pets hatched from pet eggs. Although their skills and other things cannot be upgraded, they can participate in battles as long as they are tamed. They are not like growing pets at all, and they are just babies in the early stage. So this batch of pets is very popular with everyone, and because Wen Ning has opened up information viewing, players who don't buy can also record intelligence based on Wen Ning's information. You can avoid danger the next time you meet. The auction was pushed to a small climax. On the other side of the wasteland, Jack looked at the pets taken out at the auction gloomily. Sir! This leopard looks like Nah. Alex's excited voice stopped abruptly. Jack's leopard died at Wen Ning's hands. At this time, Wen Ning took out another leopard that looked very similar to it for auction. The irony was full. After Jack took a deep look at the pet on the screen, his fingers moved slightly. The body bid very honestly. Auction. Good guy. Jack also bid directly 200,000. Auction. I remember, I saw a leopard when I was doing special missions before. You won't say, it looks exactly like this one. Auction. Ah, then I definitely can't get it. Auction. If I remember correctly, it seems that his leopard died? Auction. Yes. Died in the mouth of a white tiger. It was killed instantly. Auction. So he sold the pet for commemoration? Revenge? Wen Ning didn't care what Jack bought it for. It was already very good to sell a mutant beast for 200,000. This transaction, another 6 million came into the account. After waiting for the backstage buyers to choose their pets, Wen Ning looked at the balance of her survival points. Counting her savings, it has exceeded 20 million. Wen Ning smiled. All these survival points will be invested in the construction of the territory. This time, she wants to build the entire territory into a fortress. No matter whether it is an invader or acid rain, don't think about destroying a single point. Severe cold base. Ha ha ha, I chose that tiger. Lin Han couldn't let go of the mutant tiger that had not yet awakened, touching its ears, pulling its beard, and even patting its butt boldly. The size of this brown-yellow mutant tiger is about 2/3 of the cubs. Lin Han fell in love with it at first sight. When Jack offered 200,000 and no one followed, He cunningly offered 199,999 and successfully won the second place to choose a pet. Only then did he win the tiger. The three Lin family, father and son, all chose their own suitable and favorite pets. Lin Zheng is a goshawk. Lin Yin is a forest wolf. The few people looked at each other, smiled at each other, and continued to squat for good things. Chapter 357. To be honest, Wen Ning didn't have anything he particularly wanted to sell at this point. 20 million survival points can do a lot of things. The highlight of today is not selling things, but publishing the contents of the Wasteland Survival Manual. Of course, there is one more thing Wen Ning has to do. So, 5 minutes later, the last round of auctions is about to begin. Auction, Treasure Pavilion. Today's last round of auctions is for the Dwarf Bomb. Auction, Treasure Pavilion. Picture, Wen Ning sent out pictures of the Dwarf Bomb and the crystal version of the Dwarf Bomb, which immediately pushed the entire auction to a climax. As the only surviving witness, Jack saw that it was this thing that caused his team to fall apart last time. His eyes instantly became sinister. The scene at that time is still vivid, the roar in the ears, the swollen head. The whole person was thrown upside down, the pupils were congested, and there was the tragic death of teammates around him. It was all caused by this potato-like thing. Now, the other party actually put such a private weapon up for sale. I must buy it, no matter how much it costs. Looking at the various comments and doubts at the auction, Wen Ning simply released a video. It was exactly the scene of the mutant beasts besieging the Bright Territory during the disaster. Players clicked on the video and watched the mutant beasts swarming in like a tide, and the whole earth was shaking. When they saw several summoned beasts floating in the air around Wen Ning's territory, they were stunned. This huge monster floating in the air is so terrifying that if the player stands in front of this mutant beast, he may not even have the courage to resist. This is not a battle of the same level. Compared with this, the scenes of resisting mutant beasts in the territory and base are just like playing house. Seeing countless silver-shining robots rushing towards the mutant beasts one after another, everyone was impressed by Wen Ning's strength. This huge wealth means that she doesn't have to face these mutant beasts at all. The robot army can solve all invaders. Then, everyone saw thousands of mutant beasts roaring and rushing towards the wall of the territory. Everyone held their breath and waiting for Wen Ning's way of resistance. The explosion unfolded so abruptly, the rumble was connected from point to a whole piece, and the flames shot up to the sky. The high temperature generated by the explosion directly melted the mutant beasts in the front row, and the remaining fat after the flesh and blood melted directly ignited a raging fire. A 2 or 3 meter wide burning belt was formed one after another. The screen fast-forwarded, and when the smoke cleared, a huge chasm appeared in front of everyone. Some players, who had purchased the Bright Territory defense map, had deep eyes. Is this the moat? Who would have thought that the wealthy Wen Ning would build a moat in this way? This is enough to illustrate the power of the Dwarf Bomb. After the video was released, the public screen was silent for about a minute. The quiet silence suddenly broke out in this weird atmosphere. Auction. I swallowed several times. Auction. Shopkeeper. Does this thing have damage immunity? What will happen if I throw it at my feet? Wen Ning was speechless when he saw such a message. As expected, stupid netizens never forget to seek death wherever they go. Do you know the power of this Dwarf Bomb? Even if Wen Ning throws it at her feet, it will be enough to kill her several times. Wen Ning pinned this sentence to the top, directly eliminating the thoughts of players who want to experiment. Fortunately, normal players still account for the majority. Auction. This is an excellent weapon for defending the city. It can also be controlled to explode when you want. Isn't this more professional than a bomb disposal expert? Auction. Shouting to my lord. Please buy this back. I apply to be an artilleryman. Auction. When the mutant beast comes, you will fire, right? Auction. Sister one, sell it as you like. That crystal version of the Dwarf Bomb is really greedy. Have you ever seen a bomb with diamonds? Auction. Are you sure it's not the crystal fragments that flew out after the explosion and stabbed the mutant beast to death? Seeing that some people question the power of the crystal Dwarf Bomb, Wen Ning directly released the video of the battle between the ruins of Huadu and zombies. Everyone was stunned again. The power of this crystal Dwarf Bomb was 5 times greater than the original one. At the same time, everyone was attracted by Wen Ning's dashing figure, and the topic was almost off topic. Some players asked why Wen Ning could leave video data, and Wen Ning smiled mysteriously. After all, she is the chief designer of this game, although her memory has not been fully restored and her permissions have been locked. But is it difficult to fool the intelligent brain system? Auction. Do you know what a highlight moment is? Sister Wen has been occupying the top spot for many years, but she doesn't have this privilege. Auction. That's right, Sister One, I just want to say, how many surprises do you have that I don't know? Fat Orange smiles. Wen Ning watched the player's self-strategies, and did not cause much trouble. No one doubted the authenticity of the video, especially Jack, who had personally experienced the power of the bomb. But inevitably, the huge power of this thing made everyone excited. Wen Ning also issued the auction rules at this time. Auction, Treasure Pavilion. These two items are in groups of 10. The starting price of the Dwarf Bomb is 1,000 survival points, and the Crystal Dwarf Bomb is 10,000 survival points. There is no upper limit, the highest bidder wins, and the purchase is limited to 2 groups, a total of 10 groups each. The price Wen Ning initially set was not high. No matter how much the price was, players would squeeze their heads to raise the price. But the production cost of this bomb was only 1/10 of Wen Ning's offer. At the auction, there was no player who was not tempted by this dwarf bomb. Originally, everyone thought that Wen Ning's finale would be a robot, and robots were definitely unaffordable. They all gave up the idea of spending money, and prepared to listen to Wen Ning's announcement of the Wasteland Survival Manual. Now with this dwarf bomb, there is no shortcoming in single target attack or group attack. As long as you don't want to detonate it, it will not explode even if a bullet hits it. With this attribute, players can guarantee a 100% hit rate. It's worth buying it, especially when the group attacks. Who doesn't want to drop a bomb and blow up a lot of people after playing the game for so long? You can see clearly in the video that after the explosion, the treasure chests on the ground are piled up with layers of light, and you can't pick them all up. All the players who stay at this stage have some fighting power. So facing such a weapon that can attack and defend, basically everyone participated in the bidding. In just a short moment, the price has increased more than 10 times. The price of a set of dwarf bombs rose to 140,000 survival points, and the price of crystal bombs also rose to 600,000. The power of dwarf bombs is obvious to all, but spending so many survival points on them, the players' budgets are gradually running out. At this time, Wen Ning watched the rising prices finally settle at 250,000 for dwarf bombs and 800,000 for crystal dwarf bombs. 100 of each type were sold. A total of 10.5 million survival points were earned. In addition to the more than 9 million players on the auction seat, Wen Ning could also receive 900,000 in handling fees. This auction can be said to have made a lot of money. Then Wen Ning announced another blockbuster news. Auction, Treasure Pavilion. Thank you for your support. The next plan of Treasure Pavilion is to seek cooperation among the territories that have been successfully auctioned in the Treasure Pavilion auction. Please wait patiently for the news. Auction, what? Cooperation. Auction. Oh my god, it turns out that the auctions in these auctions are not only items, but also tickets to talk with the Treasure Pavilion. Auction. Lin Han, big sister. Look here, our Yinhan base is the first to sign up. When Ning saw the news about Lin Han, to be honest, he considered Lin Han's family. The 3 of them are clear-headed and have a good reputation. It can be considered as an alternative. Let's chat privately after it's over. It's already 12:30 now. We can't delay any longer. Let's prepare for disasters as soon as possible. So when Ning seemed to not see the various inquiries in the channel and directly changed the topic. Auction, Treasure Pavilion. Next, it's the information about the Wasteland Survival Manual that everyone cares about the most. Chapter 358. Auction, Treasure Pavilion, Wasteland Survival Manual. I have put the contents of this disaster on the shelves in the store. You can buy it with 5 survival points. After saying this, when Ning ended the auction, World Channel, what? You need 5 survival points to make the information public. World Channel, no way, you still charge money? World Channel, 500 million players, how many survival points can you earn? World Channel, if everyone buys it, there will be 2.5 billion survival points. The players are very dissatisfied with Wen Ning's behavior of charging money. Wen Ning was speechless. Is there a problem with charging? What's more, these survival points are given to the system, and she can only get 1% of the reward. Not to mention that her own information was earned by herself with great difficulty, and she still had to spend time to crack it. And she had to bargain with the system for a long time to get this opportunity to make it public. Because the system has long said that the contents of the ruins cannot be made public. With these points, she would have bought it long ago if she shouted in the World Channel. When Ning glanced at the backstage. Although some people complained, the speed at which the survival points in the backstage of the Treasure Pavilion increased was not slow at all. Typical of saying one thing and doing another. When Ning was about to explain when he saw 2 players on the World Channel saying, World Channel, I bought this information. If you need it, you can find me. I only want 3 survival points. World Channel. Small profits, but quick turnover. I only want 1 point. Wen Ning smiled slightly, and almost laughed out loud. I'm just trying to prevent this from happening. She worked so hard to get the information, and you can just take it for free. World Channel. Treasure Pavilion. Wasteland survival information cannot be resold. If you don't need the information from the Treasure Pavilion, you can buy other people's retellings, but the authenticity is not guaranteed. At this time, the system announcement also sounded. System announcement. Player Wen Ning disclosed disaster information. After the system judgment, the content accuracy is 80%. No reward was issued because Wen Ning could get a 1% reward for selling survival points. World Channel. If you don't buy it, don't talk nonsense. See, Sister Wen's information is authentic. World Channel. That's right, it cannot be resold. With so much information, I wonder how long you will copy it by hand. World Channel. There is still time to argue. Hurry up and prepare materials and resources. World Channel. I'm ready to hunt for 3 days and 3 nights. No one in the World Channel said anything about Wen Ning's approach, and they all bought it and prepared accordingly. In an instant, all the glass on the trading market was bought out. The reason was the sentence Wen Ning added at the end of the Wasteland Survival Manual. Acid rain does not melt glass. Wen Ning had already bought all the glass on the market at the auction. The blacksmith shop also added 100 furnaces to run non-stop. The glass purchase was not enough. To protect the entire territory, they had to dig it themselves. Wen Ning took a look. With these 100 furnaces, the entire territory had a total of 160 furnaces. It was not impossible to add more, but the territory's jet stones were not enough to operate. Host can only use the fire energy core. When Xiaoji's voice sounded, Wen Ning slapped his forehead fiercely, and then he remembered that since the mutant beasts could drop fire energy fragments, more than 2,000 pieces have been stored in the warehouse. A total of 400 energy fragments were synthesized, and each piece could be used for a month. Wen Ning thought about it, and used the energy core after synthesis, extending the usage time to 180 days. In the long run, it is cost-effective. World Channel. Do you have sand to sell? Brothers living by the sea, sell some sand. World Channel. Yes, there is no glass for sale on the trading channel. World Channel. It's time to get rich, sell more sand. After hearing Wen Ning say that acid rain does not corrode glass, the players thought of using a giant glass cover to cover their shelters. Otherwise, in the later stage of the disaster, the shelter may be completely melted. There are 3 days left. As long as there are enough raw materials, the players' own shelters can be covered with glass covers. Then store some supplies, and it won't be difficult to get through half a month. Unless you're asking for trouble. There are quite a few players living by the sea, and the World Channel is buying sand at a high price. Now some players have started digging sand and selling it. The price of a ton of sand on the trading market has increased from 10 survival points to 200. A full 20 times. It's like picking up money. Wen Ning didn't think of selling sand, which was putting the cart before the horse. Although she valued profit, this amount of material money was not enough for a fraction of her dwarf bomb. 100 furnaces started working together outside the blacksmith shop, and the rumbling sound scared the people in the territory. The 3 clan leaders have already told their tribesmen that the disaster will befall the territory in 3 days. The 3 tribes have different understandings of disasters, but the effects are the same. This is the instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. The young and strong go out to earn survival points, and the old and young stay at home. Wen Ning had the idea of asking them not to go out. His survival points are simply not enough to spend, and it is more than enough to support them. But Wen Ning did not take the initiative to mention this. First, some ferocious beasts in the outer and middle areas of the Dawn Forest have been cleared by robots. Second, the people in the territory should be free, and they should also learn to prepare for the coming disaster. In case Wen Ning is gone one day, what will they do if they can't survive? After all, he is just a consciousness, but they really came here through the black hole. Wen Ning watched the glass melting work for a while, added robots, and ensured that the newly opened furnace worked normally and stably, and then turned to the farm and livestock farm. Mira, come to the farm. 001 is mining day and night in the underwater base, focusing on jet stones. Hu Zi and the 2 little ones are in the forest to protect a group of white rabbit orcs, who went out this morning. After hearing Bai Shui say that they can identify herbs, Wen Ning sent Hu Zi and robots to protect them. Only Wen Ning and Mira were left in the territory. Mira has been measuring the data of all the buildings in the territory according to Wen Ning's arrangement. Wen Ning's idea is to cover the entire territory with a huge glass canopy. This requires a lot of steel and glass, and the construction is very difficult. Even with robots, it would be difficult to reach, so Wen Ning thought about building in different areas, which would save a lot of trouble, and multiple places could start at the same time, which would also save time. Mira arrived at the farm quickly, and with her came a territory merchant. Wen Ning realized that today was the day when the territory merchants refreshed. He must have been hosting the auction, and didn't notice the announcement from the system. Wen Ning's eyes lit up the moment he saw the other party. There was nothing else, but this territory merchant really looked like a standing groundhog. It was just that the groundhog's whole body was earthy yellow, but its fur was black and moist, and naturally fit on its body. Wearing a white miner's hat, a long mouth, and protruding front teeth. Behind him was a huge mountaineering bag, and various tools were hung on the sides and back of the mountaineering bag. Wen Ning looked at it for a long time and finally remembered what it looked like. Beaver, the beaver known as the builder of the animal world. On Blue Star, beavers live by the river and are weak animals. Basically, many carnivores are their natural enemies. They have no means of resistance. The only thing they can use is the river water. Beavers build nests in places where the water flow is gentle, and the entrance of the cave is hidden underwater, so they can escape by water. It can use its teeth to bite down trees, insert branches into the bottom of the water, and mix mud and sand to form dams. It is simply a construction genius. Wen Ning watched it follow Mira and walk forward, looking up at him. Wen Ning gently extended his hand. "Hello, welcome to the territory of light." "Hello, my name is Lin." Mira whispered to Wen Ning. "Lord, because of Mira's hospitality, Lin is going to stay in the territory for 3 days." Mira narrowed her eyes. The so-called hospitality was just taking it to the territory cafeteria to try a meal. Wen Ning also smiled sincerely, and gave Mira a thumbs up in his heart. Take Lin to visit the farm and open Lin's merchant interface. Merchant items. Solid beam blueprint *1 10,000 survival points. Solid column blueprint *1 10,000 survival points. Retractable giant skylight blueprint *1 10,000 survival points. Wen Ning looked at the blueprints in Lin's backpack and smiled instantly. This beaver might belong to Song Jiang. It is definitely a timely rain. Wen Ning waved his hand and cleared all the beaver's blueprints. Lin, who was walking, paused and looked at Wen Ning in disbelief. You just bought out all my blueprints." Territory merchant's favorability increased by 10%, currently 60%. Wen Ning smiled. "Your goods are exactly what I need." Lin didn't quite believe it, and looked at Wen Ning suspiciously. "Really? Of course it's true. Even if there was no disaster, these large-scale architectural blueprints were also needed by the territory." Chapter 359. Seeing that it was half believing and half doubting, Wen Ning roughly explained that the territory would have acid rain in a few days, and this large canopy and other blueprints were just needed. Seeing that Wen Ning was not joking at all, Lin said solemnly, "Did as a thank you, I will help you build this canopy in the next 3 days." Wen Ning was stunned for a moment. Lin continued, "Don't worry, I am the best at construction, especially rushing to work before a disaster. I have experience." Wen Ning didn't hesitate after hearing this, and also wanted to see the construction talent of this beaver. So he nodded and agreed. Buy blueprints and get a helper for free. This is something that is hard to find even with a lantern. Why refuse it? Study all the blueprints that have just been bought, and then tell the beaver about his ideas. The beaver scratched his head and thought about it. So you want not a drop of rain to enter the entire territory, right? Wen Ning nodded affirmatively. That's right, not a drop of rain can get in. Okay, I understand. Now take me to measure the data. Wen Ning waved, and Mira flew up with a stack of data and handed it to Lin. The data has been measured a long time ago. Lin took it, flipped to the data corresponding to the farm, looked at it, and nodded. The data is very good, there is nothing missing, but before starting work, I need to inspect all places on the spot. Wen Ning nodded and asked Mira to accompany Lin. Tell Mira what materials you need, and you can start work at any time, the sooner the better. Lin also knew the urgency of time. Seeing that the other party did not think he was meddling in other people's business at all, his favorability increased a lot. Listening to the system's report on the increase in favorability, Wen Ning's smile became more sincere. Sometimes aliens are like this, straightforward, without the slightest calculation. Wen Ning couldn't help but sigh. If he stayed with them for a long time, would he become simple? He handed over the construction of the territory's skylight to Lin. Wen Ning had the energy to take care of other things. The biggest problem now is that the safety of the territory has been solved. Wen Ning still has an important thing to do. Hu Zi, where are you? After receiving the news, Wen Ning took a group of war robots and rushed to the Dawn Forest. Because the acid rain disaster will lead to the extinction of the entire wasteland animal, Wen Ning directly put the livestock farm plan on the agenda. Although she now has a fish pond and a chicken coop. Last time, she also brought back a group of wild boars. But her lamb skewers, beef skewers, salted duck eggs, cold rabbits, and chopped pepper frogs are still wandering outside. As a qualified foodie, Wen Ning could not bear to see them suffer outside. If the cow must die, it can only die in her stomach. That way it would not be a wasted death. By the way, system, will the ocean be affected by acid rain? The ocean is the source of life. All disasters in the wasteland will not endanger the ocean. Even if there is an impact, it will be very small. The ocean ecosystem is too large, and there has been no disaster that can affect it. Wen Ning breathed a sigh of relief and became happy. Doesn't that mean my underwater ruins are fine? Wen Ning's eyes suddenly lit up. Wouldn't it be possible to hide in the underwater ruins? The player's idea is not feasible. All teleportation towers will be automatically closed during the disaster. Why? The system patiently explained. During the disaster, the magnetic field of the wasteland planet is unstable. Teleporting at this time is no different from entering a jumping black hole, and the player will be directly torn apart by the black hole. The system does not recommend players to commit suicide. Wen Ning was silent for a moment and accepted this reason. Forget it, as long as my seafood is fine. Wen Ning's focus quickly shifted. In the next few days, he just needed to ask 001 to dig up more crystals and jet stones. The blacksmith shop can't rest recently. Wen Ning decided to give Shirtai a big prize after the disaster. Thinking of this, people have entered the middle of the Dawn Forest. When they were close to the coordinates of Hu Zi, they heard the sound of fighting. Wen Ning rushed over to see that Hu Zi had just knocked down a mutant cow, and De Jin went up to roast it with fire. There was also a group of bunny girls huddled together and shivering, but stretched their necks and looked curiously. Wen Ning rushed over and shouted, "Stop!" De Jin heard Wen Ning's voice and shut up instantly. Hu Zi and Xiao Jin looked at Wen Ning blankly, with obvious doubt in their eyes. Why not let them make roasted whole cow? The seriously injured mutant cow on the ground took this opportunity to stand up, limping away. Wen Ning quickly caught up with the war robot. Hu Zi, you guys continue, don't worry about this cow. De Jin and Xiao Jin stared at each other, and finally looked at their only brother, Hu Zi. Hu Zi's tiger whiskers trembled twice, and his eyes that saw through everything looked at the back figure deep in the jungle. Roar! It was obvious that our mother was heading for its hometown. De Jin and Xiao Jin, brave bull, 1 minute of silence for you. Hu Zi walked up to the bunny girl with a proud look and nudged her with the tip of his nose. Roar! Don't be afraid, you guys keep going. The bunny girls carried small baskets and dispersed in groups of 2 or 3 within the range that Hu Zi could see, continuing to look for herbs. And Wen Ning followed the injured mutant bull, who ran a marathon to report the news all the way. Seeing it not giving up until death, I couldn't help but be moved. Finally, the mutant bull fell down when it was just 1 step away from running into the forest where the tribe was. Wen Ning put its body into his backpack. At the same time, 012 behind him came forward with a tranquilizer gun. Master, let me go! Wen Ning glanced at the reckless man beside him, and forcibly suppressed his impulse. He said in a calm voice, don't be impatient, calm down. The recklessness in 012's eyes gradually calmed down, and he waited obediently for Wen Ning's order. Wen Ning nodded in satisfaction. You can be reckless, but you can't be brainless. You can be brainless, but you have to obey orders. 012 looks like a reckless man, but it is rough but delicate. It knows to obey Wen Ning's orders, and will not go against Wen Ning's ideas. That's a good robot. Wen Ning waved his hand, and the war robots behind him retreated silently and disappeared in the middle of the forest. On Wen Ning's vision map, these silvery white dots have gradually surrounded the entire herd. When they appear, the target has been selected, and there will be no overlapping targets for so many robots. This is the power of growth robots. Long-term cooperation has given them an extraordinary tacit understanding. And they are all war robots. When they go on a mission, they will automatically divide the work. Like 001, he is the commander who has the final say in the team. Now that he is not here, there is an alternative commander to coordinate the arrangements. And 012 is a perfect assaulter. He only thinks about charging. Wen Ning stared at the beef skewers, steaks, and beef brisket in front of him. With a wave of his hand, 012 jumped out of the jungle in an instant, And the tactics were exactly the same as when he captured the mutant wild boar. 5 minutes later, Wen Ning looked at the dozen mutant cows of different sizes on the ground, and put them into her backpack with a wave of her hand. She is a multi-millionaire now. Does she still need these survival points? Wen Ning earned tens of millions of survival points at the auction. Later, she sold intelligence and earned 23 million points without counting the fractions. A well-deserved multi-millionaire. And it is not worth going back for these dozen cows. Wen Ning's target today is also lamb skewers, salted duck eggs, etc. Without further ado, Wen Ning immediately released all the war robots to search. The information of the common mutant creatures that can be eaten and domesticated in the monster encyclopedia was synchronized. One by one, they were taken over. Basically, Wen Ning spent the whole afternoon catching animals in the morning forest. The final result was of course a full load. Not only mutton skewers and beer duck were caught, but also cold rabbits, chopped pepper frogs, and turtles. There were a total of more than a dozen animals that can be raised. When Wen Ning led the war robots back, he happened to be on the same road as the tigers. The sun gradually moved westward, and the sun fell on Wen Ning's face warmly. It fell on the entire team, stretching the shadow of the entire team very long. The waves were blowing at the seaside, and the woods were very quiet. It seemed that the disaster would never come. Wen Ning liked the sunset very much. This last light before the darkness was deep but not desperate. The team walked out of the teleportation tower in a mighty manner. Wen Ning's private message rang. Wen Ning opened it and smiled, as if someone couldn't help it. Chapter 360. Wen Ning opened the private message, and the one who sent the message was none other than her little brother, Lin Han. Lin Han, big sister, cooperate with our Yin Han territory. I promise they will be as obedient as me. Wen Ning returned to the shelter, nestled into the soft sofa, and looked at Lin Han, who was chattering and sending messages across from her. And Yin Han territory. TSK, why did you send the coordinates when they didn't agree? Lin Yin looked at Lin Han in shock, and 3 big words appeared in his mind. Love brain. Lin Han didn't think he had a problem, and refuted with reason. You must disclose your information when you cooperate? Brother, do you know what sincerity is? Besides, big sister has already disclosed her coordinates. What are you afraid of? Lin Yin held his forehead. She disclosed it because she was confident that she had the ability to do so. What the hell are you learning? Do you have a mind at home? If you have a mind, you have to let it be robbed. Another 3 big words appeared in Lin Yan's mind. Silly and innocent. He is hopeless. He has never realized that Lin Han has the potential to be a bootlicker. However, seeing Lin Han's lucky physique, Lin Yin did not get really angry with him. Although Lin Han has done a few stupid things in his long life, the interests of Yin Han territory have never been damaged because of these things. On the contrary, it has benefited a lot. Lin Yin thinks that this is what is called a fool has a fool's luck. Wen Ning and Lin Han did not talk for a few words, and the other party told all the information of his territory like pouring beans. From their coordinates to the number of warehouses at home. Wen Ning looked at this information with an inexplicable expression, and a little doubt rose in his heart. Is this how you cooperate with others? Aren't you afraid of being sold like pork? However, Wen Ning still wrote down the information Lin Han said. It would be a waste if he didn't remember it. Anyway, I didn't force you to say it. Then, Wen Ning replied to Lin Han's message. Over there, Lin Han was sending messages enthusiastically. If Wen Ning hadn't interrupted him, I'm afraid that how many survival points his family had, and how much private money he had hidden would have been shaken out by him. It was this stupidity that made Wen Ning really think about cooperating with Yin Han territory. However, whether they can cooperate depends on whether the other party can accept his conditions. To be able to raise such a son and brother. What kind of people Lin Zheng and Lin Yin are, you can probably guess. Lin Yin was looking at Lin Han with worry, and saw that Lin Han's excitement quickly retreated, and his raised face showed 3 points of grievance, 3 points of confusion, and 4 points of disbelief. She said to let my parents contact her. Brother. What does that mean? Lin Yin burst out laughing. What else could it mean? The other party saw that you are a naive person. As an elder brother, it is his duty to protect his younger brother's self-esteem. Lin Yin suppressed his laughter and said, of course, we have discussed the cooperation with the Lord. Our father spent so much money, so he must have more say than you? The naive Lin Han quickly accepted this statement, and ran to Lin Zheng to urge him to reply, lest the big sister get anxious later. Lin Zheng sat in the Lord's seat, and first looked at Lin Yin. The two exchanged glances. Then he slowly opened the chat channel, and sent a message to Wen Ning. Lin Zheng, hello, store owner. I am sorry for interrupting you rashly, But it is true as he said that our Yinhan territory is very interested in cooperating with the treasure pavilion. Wen Ning covered his cheeks that hurt from laughing. Interesting, this family is really interesting. Both parties knew the purpose of the contact, and Wen Ning was too lazy to beat around the bush. After spending a long time with the orcs, she really prefers a straightforward way of communication. Private chat channel. Hello, Lord Lin, this is my request for finding a partner this time. Please take a look. Private chat channel. 1. The two parties signed a treaty, and the Yinhan territory became a sub-territory of the Guangming territory. 2. The management of the sub-territory is still the original lord, and the Guangming territory provides technical support to build the Yinhan territory into the same level of defense as the Guangming territory. 3. All matters in the sub-territory are subject to the dispatch of the Guangming territory. Wen Ning sent the cooperation method to Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng was surprised at Wen Ning's straightforwardness at first, and when he saw the conditions proposed by the other party, his eyes widened instantly. He was speechless for a long time. Lin Yin and Lin Han came up. Dad, what did the other party say? Lin Zheng came back to his senses and pursed his lips for a long time before speaking. She wants us to be her sub-territory. Ah? The two brothers were surprised in unison. Lin Yin reacted instantly and shouted angrily. What kind of bullshit cooperation method is this? Isn't this just to control our territory? Lin Zheng was not so angry, but was just thinking about whether this cooperation method was appropriate. Because the conditions proposed by the other party also made him excited. Dad, you are not really considering it, are you? What is the difference between this and a humiliating treaty? The territory is handed over to someone else. Lin Yin was very excited and made a conclusion with a straight face. I will never agree to it. Lin Zheng listened to his son's firm opposition and combined it with the conditions proposed by the other party. For a moment, I didn't know how to talk about this matter. His eyes met with the stunned little son. He decided to throw this hot potato to Lin Han. Honor, what do you think? Lin Han came back to his senses from the shock and looked at his father's face full of joy. This is my big sister style. Ha ha. I'm so familiar with this way of cooperation. Lin Zheng looked puzzled, and Lin Yin looked at his brother as if he had seen a ghost. 3 words appeared in his mind again. Crazy. Lin Han put away his smile and rarely became serious. Didn't I say that I survived by cooperating with others during the Lord Trial mission? At that time, the big sister also protected me in this way. Although she was after my ability to open boxes, she would not keep father, brother, and people who were useless to her. Also, she would not treat her own people badly. Lin Han concluded. She is very protective of her children. Lin Han looked proud, as if being a gigolo was a great honor to his family. Lin Yin hit Lin Han's face with a look of dismay. This was not just love-brainness, this was completely a lack of brains. Lin Yin was so angry that he wanted to beat him to death. Lin Han dodged and jumped up in pain. Lin Zheng looked helplessly at the two 20-something guys making trouble. Stop it, stop it. Dad. It's domestic violence. Lin Zheng stepped forward to hold the two of them. Lin Yin snorted fiercely and sat on the seat to drink water. Lin Han covered his head with a bumping grievance and wanted to argue, but he saw his brother's eyes spitting fire and quickly lowered his head. Lin Zheng was silent for a long time before speaking. Calm down first and listen to the conditions proposed by the Treasure Pavilion. She means that the management rights of the sub-territory still belong to her, and she will use the technology of the Bright Territory to build the Yinhan Territory into a copper wall, an iron wall, like the Bright Territory. When Lin Yin heard this, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. His expression instantly became tangled. Lin Zheng glanced at the private message, and his eyes became brighter. She said that robots can also be provided, and they are sold to us privately, with a 50% discount, and no purchase limit. This is a heavyweight. Lin Yan's thoughts in his heart have shown signs of loosening, and Lin Han is about to agree immediately regardless of the pain in his body. Seeing Lin Yan's gloomy face, he sat back again. Wen Ning's conditions are very tempting, but he has to give up his territory. Lin Zheng and Lin Yin still have many concerns. At this time, Lin Zheng saw Wen Ning sent another message. Private chat channel. Lord Lin, will you give your life-saving skills to outsiders? Will you aid the enemy? Lin Zheng was deeply touched when he saw this news. Yes, he could not give his life-saving skills to outsiders, and he could not aid the enemy. If they do not agree to this request now, the Treasure Pavilion will forget the little bit of kindness it has for Yinhan territory in the future. Even if it does not target Yinhan territory, it is impossible to lend a helping hand in the later stage of the disaster. Lin Zheng suddenly realized that this is not just a question of cooperation, but also a question of standing in line and obedience. The Treasure Pavilion has made many enemies in the world, although most of them are players who covet the Treasure Pavilion. But Yinhan territory cannot get on this boat today, and it will not be as easy to get on it in the future. Lin Zheng suddenly felt that it was a stupid decision for him to let Lin Han contact the other party. What's more, Lin Han has exposed all the information of the entire territory. If it is true now, it will be difficult to get off the tiger. The father and his two sons suddenly woke up to this cooperation. They and the Treasure Pavilion were never on an equal footing. Chapter 361. Wen Ning did not urge Lin Zheng to reply. Such a major decision must be very difficult. However, this is also an opportunity. It depends on whether they dare to board her pirate ship. She sent the same request to several territories that came to her for cooperation with a smile. As a result, several territories directly scolded her. Private chat channel. We respect you by calling you a store owner. How can you be so shameless? Private chat channel. You still want us to become your sub base. Are you afraid that someone will attack you now? Private chat channel. How about this? I will lend you some players, and you don't have to give too much. How about 1 player for 1 robot? Wen Ning looked at such words, with a fierce look in his eyes. He blocked this lure directly. Since he didn't need it, he should not buy things in the Treasure Pavilion in the future. Some territories did not reply like Yinhan territory. However, Wen Ning's cooperation agreement was exposed on the World Channel, and all the players talked about it for a while. World Channel. What a good way to cooperate. Isn't this just selling the territory directly? World Channel. What's wrong with becoming a subsidiary of the Bright Territory? Isn't the Bright Territory's technology the most advanced in the entire Wasteland continent? World Channel. Poverty and humbleness cannot change. Are you stupid, or am I stupid to give up the right to manage a territory just for a little benefit? World Channel. Anyway, we already know the information about the disaster. Isn't 1 month enough to catch up with the Bright Territory's technology? World Channel. That's right. I have sent the Dwarf Bomb and Crystal Bomb for research, and they will be researched out soon. World Channel. As for the blueprints, ruins, and secret realms, just explore more. She is just a little luckier. World Channel. But what about the next disaster information? Aren't you guys just destroying the bridge after crossing it? World Channel. What do you mean by destroying the bridge after crossing it? Didn't I pay you? Wait, I'm going to explore the ruins now. The things in the Treasure Pavilion are not very good either. There are a lot of substitutes. World Channel. That's right. Who knows if she wants to turn the territory into a foreign territory after taking it? World Channel. Boycott the Treasure Pavilion. As long as we all don't buy her stuff, she will be finished sooner or later. Wen Ning looked at the words on the World Channel with a smile on his face. You guys are at least consistent in your words and deeds. How come my sales are still growing wildly while you are shouting slogans for boycott? Most people on the World Channel are against the cooperation method proposed by the Treasure Pavilion. That's right. Not everyone can easily give up the supreme rights of the territory and give up the vested interests in front of them. But this is exactly the way Wen Ning selects territories. Wen Ning's idea is that the sub-bases are more about quality than quantity. Currently, 3 of the 5 territories she found have broken the defense and rejected her. There are still 2 territories left, Lu Shi and Lin Zheng. If they don't agree, then Wen Ning will have to build a sub-territory by herself. Although this method will consume a lot of manpower and material resources. However, Wen Ning is very curious. Once the news of her building a new territory is released, how many people will rush to enter? Wen Ning will be waiting to be slapped in the face at that time. And there is no other reason for Wen Ning to build a territory for the human camp. First, the human camp and the alien camp must reach harmony. This is the rule of the Wasteland game. Second, human players have infinite potential. To deal with a foreign Zerg mechanical tribe, players are the best choice. It is not enough to rely on Wen Ning's robot army alone. After a day of running around, the sky gradually darkened. Wen Ning went to the territory cafeteria as usual and happened to see Lin eating at the same table with Shirtai. Lord. Shirtai saw Wen Ning and greeted him warmly. Wen Ning sat down and greeted Lin, and saw Shirtai's honest smile. There were rice grains on the corners of his mouth, and red bloodshot appeared in his eyes. It was obvious that he had been working for a long time. Master Tai, you have worked hard. When the defense is built, you will be given a holiday and have a good rest. Shirtai spoke in a deep voice, and waved his hands repeatedly. Don't worry about me, Lord. I am learning the knowledge of building connections from Brother He Lin. I found that many of them can be used in tool making. I am in a good mood now, so I won't rest. Wen Ning nodded and didn't say anything forcefully. He Lin, who was eating with his head down, looked at Wen Ning's humble appearance and felt a little strange in his heart. But he didn't show it. Wen Ning looked at He Lin eating seriously and drank tea quietly. Wait until He Lin finished eating before asking in a gentle voice. He Lin, how was the field investigation today? When can we start construction? He Lin wiped his mouth with a napkin, imitating Shirtai's behavior, and said slowly. It's almost done. The pillars can be erected tonight. In order to catch up, the residents' sleep quality may have to be sacrificed. Shirtai immediately glared and waved his hands. Don't worry, there's no need to consider this. Everyone has trouble sleeping. Wen Ning turned his head curiously and asked, What's wrong, are you scared? Shirtai waved his hands again. How could it be, Lord? Our lion people were more irritable and nervous before the disaster. The chief was afraid that we would affect other races in the territory, so he asked us to participate in the construction work. But you don't have to worry, this is the characteristic of our tribe. Wen Ning's mouth curled slightly. This kind of performance just shows that they regard the bright territory as their own home. Only when you have a sense of belonging will you be anxious before the disaster comes. The few people talked about the rush of work again, and finally determined the time for the construction of the skylight. The foundation will be laid tonight, and the pillars will be installed. The glass skylight can be installed tomorrow, and the control hub will be installed at night. Then after the system transformation, it can be added to the territory management system, and it can be opened and closed at will. Each glass skylight is 100 meters long, 10 meters wide, and is formed in one piece. The furnace will have to smelt until this time tomorrow to melt all the required glass. For this reason, the sand digging team sent by Wen Ning directly dug a huge pit on a beach, and it took more than 30 hours of sleepless digging to get enough sand. Wen Ning spent 3 million to synthesize more than 100 transport robots, which can play a fixed role when Helen installs the pillars. The pillars are silver-white metal shapes, and one must stand every 100 meters in the territory, and the height reaches more than 600 meters. It weighs several thousand tons, and the foundation must be dug more than 100 meters below the ground to stabilize it. Wen Ning spent nearly 10 million materials to synthesize thousands of load-bearing drones that can carry a ton of weight to erect this pillar. The scene of the construction was extremely spectacular. When the people saw such a huge pillar surrounded by dense drones and slowly standing up, it was like seeing a silver-white behemoth. Wen Ning, who was controlling thousands of drones at the same time, looked a little unhappy and drank a potion to replenish his energy. After carefully inserting the pillar into the big pit dug during the day, Wen Ning still did not dare to relax. It was not until the transport robot poured tons of special cement prepared by He Lin into the bottom of the pillar. Wen Ning also had to distract himself to control the drones below to fly out. Wen Ning was relieved when the big pit more than 100 meters deep was completely covered with special cement. Then, He Lin was seen carrying a special tool and quickly jumped onto the pillar. Wen Ning was surprised to see He Lin walking on the smooth pillar as if it were flat ground. After a while, He Lin poked his head out from the top of the pillar. Wen Ning adjusted the angle of the entire pillar according to its instructions. 5 minutes later, He Lin stretched out his hand and made an OK gesture, allowing Wen Ning to withdraw the drone. Wen Ning was puzzled. The cement hasn't dried yet, right? He Lin quickly slid down. It's okay, it's already dry. My special cement not only solidifies very quickly, but also has a special adhesion effect. Now this pillar is as solid as a rock. Wen Ning looked at this circular pillar that covered an area of dozens of square meters, and was amazed. Awesome. Wen Ning gave a thumbs up sincerely. He Lin smiled mysteriously. This pillar is even more powerful in the back. I keep it a secret for you first. Wen Ning was puzzled, but didn't ask more questions. The material for this pillar costs 10,000 survival points. The entire territory needs a total of 1,000 pillars arranged irregularly. The material cost alone is tens of millions. It also cost Wen Ning a lot of precious minerals dug out from the underwater ruins. If it wasn't powerful, Wen Ning would have lost money. Wen Ning spent half of the survival points he just earned, and this was just for infrastructure construction. The speed at which money was spent like water gave Wen Ning a headache. Wen Ning worked hard behind He Lin and helped him build the pillar. Until late at night, when it was close to 12 o'clock. A private message suddenly rang. Wen Ning clicked it to check. Lucier 1267. I agree. Wow. The first person to agree was actually Lucier? Chapter 362. Successfully summon the siren, Remaining existence time 30 minutes. Successfully summon the Lanternfish King. Remaining existence time 30 minutes. Mira, take the Lanternfish King to Shirtai and cooperate with him. 001, take 012, and the Siren to point 3. Wen Ning ordered in a deep voice. The Lanternfish King and the Siren are extremely powerful, and can directly pull up the pillars. She still has a lot of puppet copy cards in her hand, so it's okay to use them sparingly. This way, they can be divided into 3 groups, and the efficiency will be tripled directly. It's just that Lin suffered a lot, jumping up and down quickly. However, the construction speed took off directly. At this speed, all the pillars should be completed by dawn. With Lin, the engineer, personally checking and supervising, there is no need to worry about the deviation of angles and heights. Wen Ning even took the time to reply to Lu Shi's message. Private chat channel. Boss Lu is so worried that late. Can't sleep or eat well? Lu Shi smiled bitterly. It's not that he is worried. It's because he participated in the auction of the treasure pavilion at noon. He consumed too much energy, and fell asleep, for most of the day. Only now did he see Wen Ning's message. Lu Shi 1267. The store owner is joking. When will we sign the contract? Lu Shi 1267. The sooner the better. Wen Ning raised his eyebrows. Why does it sound like he is going to dump a hot potato? Private chat channel. Your territory is going to go bankrupt? Lu Shi 1267. No. Wen Ning doesn't believe it. If it's not going to go bankrupt, could it be that he has admired me for a long time? Lu Shi 1267. Lu has admired the bright territory for a long time. Private chat channel. Stop, stop, stop. Speak human language. Lu Shi 1267. It's not normal to admire the strong. If you have to say that you have a purpose, Lu wants to borrow some sand from the Lord's door. Then, Lu Shi sent his coordinates. Wen Ning checked and found that he was indeed inland. But Wen Ning understood that Lu Shi definitely did not agree to him for this reason. Lu Shi's character is trustworthy. After all, they have been in contact for so long. Wen Ning's goal is to find more like-minded players, and let them work in the direction he envisions. If possible, Wen Ning also wants some of them to know the truth, and know what happened to Blue Star. Know that they are the last hope of mankind. But all this must start with gathering the players together. Wen Ning thought about it, and sent the drafted contract to Lu Shi. Private chat channel. Take a look at the contract terms. If you agree, we can sign it. Let's make it clear first that players who have different development concepts will be kicked out of the territory. The development concept Wen Ning mentioned is to coexist peacefully with aliens. The reason why Wen Ning has always insisted on this concept is very simple. It can be seen from the Yaoi flower that aliens have a strong ability to transform the Wasteland continent. Of course, they are good and bad. Wen Ning is currently in contact with some non-war races. Therefore, only if humans put aside their prejudices and malice can they regain this favorability, and transform the Wasteland continent into a habitable planet, with a mild season with the help of aliens. Although Lu Shi has not yet understood the deep meaning of this, he also understands this point. Wen Ning's own territory is the alien territory, which was originally very exclusive of humans. Now that she is suddenly willing to accept humans, it does not mean that she has changed her mind about aliens. Humans are divided into good and evil, and aliens are of course the same. What Lu Shi did not know was that these aliens were bullied by humans on their own planet, and they had long been disappointed with the human group. If one is careless, the friendship that Wen Ning has built with great difficulty will be destroyed. I am afraid that mankind will be at a dead end. There is no point in saving it. Wen Ning's treaty also states that as a purely alien territory, any player from the sub-territory must undergo strict approval before entering the bright territory. Not to mention living and residing in it. In Wen Ning's view, all this depends on the opinions of the people in the bright territory. As long as they disagree, Wen Ning will not let humans easily enter. Lu Shi carefully read Wen Ning's treaty, and finally signed his name solemnly. Ding! You are changing all the people in Shirlu territory. Do you want to make the information public? Lu Shi saw 2 options below. One is whether to make it public to the world. The other is whether to make it public within the territory. Wen Ning of course chose to hide it all. Lu Shi thought about it, and chose not to make it public to the world, and to make it public to the territory. After making the choice, all the people in the territory received a system announcement. Ding! Your lord has transferred the ownership of Shirlu territory, and the territory has now become a sub-territory of player Wen Ning. The territory has signed a sub-territory treaty, and the new sub-territory rules have been issued. Please check. At this time, many people have fallen asleep. The few awake players suddenly lost their sleepiness and were shocked. Some players were ecstatic, climbing up the big tree of the treasure pavilion, and they must have a bright future. Other players had black eyes, and cursed whether Lucifer's injury had hurt his brain. A good friend, who was awake, sent him a message. This player directly poured out all the anger in his heart. Private chat channel. What on earth is Xinglu thinking? We joined him because he is capable, but we found out that he is just a sickly person when we came here. Private chat channel. Mixing with the treasure pavilion. Isn't this going against most players in the world? I don't want to stay here. Private chat channel. Let's go. Hurry up and find the next home. Let's go to the territory store to buy some supplies to take away. Private chat channel. Yes, let's go. The two sneaked out of the shelter and found that under the dim light of the territory, there were actually many like-minded people. Everyone looked at each other with a competitive look in their eyes and ran to the internal store of the territory. When they ran to the store panting, they found that the store that was originally open 24 hours a day was closed at this time. Damn! Vicious. The player ran to the warehouse again and found that the warehouse was also locked. A group of people suddenly felt dark before their eyes. The territory contributions they had worked so hard to make were now completely useless. They could only return to the shelter indignantly. They would wait until tomorrow to find a solution. However, many people who did not sleep were looking for the next territory to take over on the world channel. So the news of Lu Shi and Wen Ning's cooperation spread in a small range. Lu Shi was still communicating with Wen Ning about the sand transportation tomorrow. Wen Ning said that a transmission tower would be built on the beach tomorrow. At that time, Lu Shi's territory could bring people to dig directly, as long as it did not affect the interior of the bright territory. After talking with Lu Shi, Wen Ning added this matter to the event list. Then he devoted himself to the construction of the pillars. Wasteland calendar January 28th, 8 a.m. Wen Ning, who had worked hard all night, stopped. The amount of work she had done this night was equal to all the exercise she had done since she came to the wasteland. Reaching out to take the food prepared by Z, Wen Ning began to eat it without any image. Seeing that Lin and Shirtai had already collapsed on the ground, Mira also stuck out her tongue, landed on the ground, and leaned against Shirtai. But 001 and 012 were still like nothing happened. Wen Ning thought about it. Aren't you too tired? Go to the beach to build a teleportation tower. The coordinates have been sent to you. Okay, master. 001 turned around and left with 012 as usual. Wen Ning had never envied the robots as much as she did at this moment. Ah. I'm so tired. Lin, you're so awesome. Lin climbed up with difficulty. His arms and feet couldn't stop shaking from climbing up and down all night. Lord, the most difficult part has been built. The subsequent work will be much easier. I will go to sleep for 2 hours. Wait for me. Shirtai struggled to carry Mira to Wen Ning's arms, and then limped back to the blacksmith shop. Wen Ning held an egg in his arms, and ate breakfast to replenish his energy. The early risers were all shocked by the pillars in the territory. The children gathered around Wen Ning when they saw him. Lord! What is this? Is it a new house? Why is it round? Wen Ning patiently answered their questions until 001 received the news that the construction was completed. Wen Ning took a look. Efficiency. It was done in half an hour. Wen Ning set the permissions and contacted Lu Shi. Chapter 363. Lu Shi was dealing with the withdrawal of the people in his territory. Early in the morning, before dawn, Li Jingyi rushed to find him. Of course, he was not questioning Lu Shi's decision. Instead, he asked Lu Shi how to deal with the many disturbances caused by the people in his territory. Although Li Jingyi couldn't understand why Lu Shi agreed to cooperate with Wen Ning, he didn't hate the treasure pavilion. He even said that the treasure pavilion saved Lu Shi's life several times and helped them find Sunyanhe. Li Jingyi definitely had a preference for the treasure pavilion. Lu Shi looked at the opposition opinions of the people in his territory that Li Jingyi had collected, as well as the number of people who threatened to withdraw from the territory. He said to Li Jingyi with a cold face, I am injured, not dead. These people think that they can control my thoughts by uniting, and want to take over my management of the territory? You go, open the warehouse authority, let those who want to leave apply after clearing their territory contributions, and then kick them all out. Li Jingyi took the order and left. He looked at nearly half of the people in the entire territory threatening Lu Shi with leaving the territory. He shook his head slowly. Since his young master refused his father to create a company, he has never relied on the power of others. Step by step to today, it can be said that he established the Shirlu territory, and these players knew it when they came in. The entire territory is Lu Shi's one-man show. Lucier never forced anyone to stay, and he would not change his mind because of anyone. People with different ideologies cannot work together. You have made contributions to the territory, and I have opened a territory warehouse for you to exchange for supplies. No one owes anyone anything. After Li Jingyi explained Lucier's intentions, many players still insisted on leaving. These people have already found their next employers, and they left very quickly. There are still a small number of people who are in a state of hesitation, thinking that it will not be too late to leave after the disaster. There are more than 500 people who are determined to follow Lucier. Most of the players here are former employees of Lucier Group, and there are also people like Su Luo who have received great favors from Lucier. Lucier had just processed the withdrawal applications of some people when Ning's message came. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately called Su Luo and Li Jingyi. Quick! Recruit people to dig sand from Guangming territory, stop all furnaces, and burn glass with all your strength. Li Jingyi was shocked. He was just anxious because of the shortage of sand and glass in the trading market. He didn't expect that Lucier had already made preparations. Su Luo turned around and left. Time was tight, and he had to organize people first. Lucier grabbed Li Jingyi. Remember, everyone, don't get close to the wall of Guangming territory, do you hear me? Li Jingyi hurriedly agreed. Half an hour later, everyone in Shirlu territory was ready to go. About 100 players lined up, with Su Luo and Li Jingyi standing at the front. Everyone, clear out 10 cubic meters of space in your backpack to store sand, and put it directly into the furnace after returning. We are going to the beach outside Guangming territory this time. The participants have been given the right to teleport. Others who are not participating in the mission, don't think about sneaking over. Without the right, it is impossible to run over. And the most important thing is, don't look around or run around after you go there. After Li Jingyi finished his instructions, he glanced at Su Luo, and the two led the team into the teleportation array. After a flash of white light, the two walked out of the teleportation array. As soon as he came out, Li Jingyi felt the sea breeze blowing towards him, and there was a long coastline. Under his feet was an inexhaustible supply of soft sand. It was the sand that was now sold for 1,000 survival points per ton on the trading market. Su Luo and Li Jingyi were delighted, turned around, and wanted to call on the territory players to start digging. Who knew that as soon as he turned around, a red dot appeared on his forehead. This iconic red dot made him react instantly. Li Jingyi's eyes widened instantly, and he dared not act rashly again. His scalp and limbs were numb. Su Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, frowned, and his muscles were tense, as if he was about to explode in an instant, but he did not dare to make any big moves. He looked up to find the source of the infrared rays. But he was slightly stunned after seeing a magnificent territory opposite. The players walked out of the teleportation array one by one. Before they could even admire the beauty of the ocean, they were targeted by infrared rays one by one. The most outrageous thing was that some players had a red dot on their foreheads and chests. The same was true for the temples on the sides. Oh my god! I was locked in right after I came out. What's going on? The players were panicking, but they didn't dare to move without permission. They were afraid that they would become a sieve in the next second. Su Luo looked at the city wall in the distance, and a black figure appeared on it, waving at him vigorously. Su Luo's private message rang. For some reason, Su Luo thought it should be a message from Ning. He opened it and saw it. Private chat channel. Don't be nervous, this is the warning of the Bright Territory. Private chat channel. Dig, I'm shutting it down. Ning's tone was teasing, and Su Luo breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, after Ning finished speaking, the infrared guns that were aiming at fixed points moved away. The players relaxed their expressions. Su Luo slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, and the tense muscles on his shoulders and back relaxed. Okay, this is the alert of the Bright Territory. The Lord has shut it down. Let's start digging. Su Luo's words eased the tense atmosphere on the scene. Everyone dared to move, and looked curiously in the direction of the Bright Territory. Wow! I didn't expect that I could see what the Bright Territory looks like in my lifetime. Wow! This is too big. Wow! What are those white pillars? Too high. I'm also level 4. Why do I feel that it's not even half the size of the Bright Territory? It's because of the Lord's order, but these guns are so cool. Haha, it's not the time for it to point at your head, right? Hey, what are you talking about? This is also after we become the Lord. If there is something here, our territory must have it too. The sense of pride has climbed into the hearts of the players. Admiring the strong is a psychological state that everyone has. But good admiration for the strong is to take the strong as their goal, expecting cooperation and healthy competition. On the contrary, it is jealousy. If you can't get it, you will slander it and condemn it from the moral high ground. It's the mentality of saying that the grapes are sour because you can't eat them. These players obviously belong to the former, so when Ning approached from behind, he couldn't help laughing when he heard these words. Poochie. Hoo-ah! The players heard the laughter and turned their heads. They didn't see Ning approaching, but saw a huge white tiger. They were immediately frightened and collapsed to the ground. Oh my god! Such a big tiger! Seeing the players were frightened, Ning called Huzi in time. Cub. Roar! The cub stood behind Ning obediently. At this time, everyone saw Ning clearly. She was wearing a black fascikini and looked like a bank robber. Su Luo stepped forward. Shopkeeper. Ning didn't care about the name and nodded casually. I'm just here to take a look. You guys dig, be casual. Ning was indeed casual, but the players were still a little scared when they saw the huge white tiger behind her. The timid ones quickly ran away and buried their heads in digging. Su Luo followed Ning and chatted with Ning casually. Shopkeeper, the defense power of the Bright Territory is indeed terrifying. Ning knew what Su Luo was talking about, those infrared automatic turrets. They were indeed a bit domineering and often bullied the mutant animals passing by. Every morning, the guards could pick up the bodies of mutant animals that were killed passing by outside the moat. Ning looked back. His tone was relaxed. Let Lucier make more money, and then I install it for you guys. Ning's generous words were clearly heard by the surrounding players. Seeing that Ning really included Shirlu territory in his own territory. Everyone was excited. Oh my god! If this is installed in our territory, it will be so cool. Lord! Can we get a discount for our own people? Ning smiled at this question without answering directly. These players have fallen into an excited state, discussing and working at the same time, as if Ning had already installed this in Shirlu territory. Su Luo looked deeply at the giant column standing inside the Guangming territory. In the end, he couldn't resist curiosity and asked Ning. Oh, you mean this column? The territory needs to install a rainproof canopy, so many columns are installed. What? The whole territory is under the canopy. The players' mouths were wide open enough to fit eggs. Ning said it as if it was a matter of course. Of course, it has been raining acid for half a month. We can't stop the people from going out. We have too many children here. We can't keep them locked up. Player, listen to what you said. Is it what people say? Just because the children can't be locked up, you spend a huge amount of money. Arrange such a big canopy. So happy. It's so happy to join the Bright Territory. When will this happiness come to us? Chapter 364. Don't tell me, Guangming Territory looks rich, so they definitely don't lack money. Maybe they can help us build a similar canopy right away. Ning had good hearing, so he naturally heard the players' conversation. It's not impossible for him to build this canopy for Shirlu Territory, but the price might not be something Lucier can afford. How could Li Jingyi not know the financial situation of Shirlu Territory if the players didn't understand it, let alone the canopy? Even these high-end pillars might not be affordable for their territory. It's better to just dig some sand and take it back to protect the key buildings. What bicycle do you want? Ning was watching the players digging the beach, full of energy. On the other side of the territory, his transport robot was also digging sand. Basically, all territories were preparing rainproof glass to fight against the coming acid rain. No one would be stupid enough to question the information that was judged to be true by the system. And judging by the 80% accuracy given by the system, the situation will only be more serious than Ning predicted. The sand excavation work in the Bright Territory will be completed in the afternoon, and these robots will then continue to move the rare or metals below to the underwater ruins. Ning also needs to make raincoats and combat uniforms made of crystal film to facilitate the people in the territory to go out during the acid rain season. The key point is that she wants to go out. In the early stage of the acid rain disaster, Ning does not intend to sit and wait for death in the territory. She wants to go out to explore the origin of the disaster, and maybe go to the Orc continent to take a look. Also, how is the current development of the Zerg territory? It seems to be quite peaceful recently, and the system has not revealed too much information about the newly emerged alien territory. But in Ning's memory, this kind of Zerg, like the mechanical race, is a race that attempts to colonize various planets. They are not quite the same as the mechanical race. The mechanical race extracts the vitality of the entire planet to feed its own mechanical planet. In their eyes, the more life race is gathered on the planet, the more vigorous the vitality of the planet. This is why they have to cross hundreds of millions of light years to invade the solar system and seek a blue planet that is not worth mentioning in the vast universe. And the Zerg, from the scientific research data, their purpose is to colonize. First, they will land on a planet with life, and then colonize the life on the planet. Through parasitism, the eggs are laid into the life or directly hunted to provide nutrients for the eggs. They will even raise the natives as the meat circle of their own planet. In theory, their reproduction speed should be very fast, but there is no movement at present. Wen Ning guessed that maybe they had predicted the disaster, so they were not in a hurry to expand. If that was true, it meant that acid rain was harmful to them. Then Wen Ning had to find a way to use acid rain to do something. Wen Ning's eyes sank slightly, and thinking about it, he couldn't wait to return to the territory. But at this moment, his private message rang again. Wen Ning opened it, and saw that it was Lin Zheng. He also agreed to Wen Ning's cooperation method. Lin Zheng and Lin Yan struggled all night. Lin Han slept soundly beside him, and Lin Yan kept listing the pros and cons. Finally figured it out, at the last moment. This is not a pirate ship, this is clearly a giant ship. The probability of capsizing is very small. Then, the father and son discussed it, and saw the news that Lu Shi's territory joined the Bright territory on the World Channel. Now Lin Yan was completely anxious. He had known Lu Shi since he was a child, and knew that this kid was a typical type, who would not do anything without profit. Although Lin Yan couldn't stand his old man always comparing himself with Lu Shi. Lin Yan also always couldn't stand Lu Shi, but he really admired Lu Shi's investment vision and ability to control risks. Seeing Lu Shi join Wen Ning's team, the balance in his heart naturally tilted completely towards the Bright territory. That's why Wen Ning saw the message sent by Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng, Lord, let's sign the contract immediately. So anxious? Why have these big guys lost their stable attributes in the past 2 days? Wen Ning figured out the key after a little thought. Are you afraid that you will be late and can't get on the bus? Wen Ning agreed readily, of course. She naturally liked Lin Han's personality more than Lu Shi. After the two parties signed the contract, Lin Zheng's territory also had the same disagreement as Lu Shi. Wen Ning told Lin Zheng to stabilize the internal personnel flow first, and then talk about other things later. As for the issue of players staying or leaving, Wen Ning will not intervene before the disaster is over. Lin Zheng felt relieved, and he and Lin Yan didn't feel sleepy at all after not sleeping all night. Immediately began to deal with the territory issue in a big way. At the same time, Lin Han was woken up by Lin Yan and given a very important task. That is, digging sand, when Lin Han heard that he could lead the team to Wen Ning's territory. To perform the mission on the beach outside, he was so happy that he was at a loss. After Wen Ning explained to Lin Zheng, he returned to the territory. It was almost noon, and the pillars were basically finished. What Wen Ning didn't expect was that Mira actually learned Lin's skills in controlling the level of the pillars, so Lin simply handed the remaining pillar work to her. He started to install the first glass skylight. At Wen Ning's request, the bulletproof glass skylight had to be installed in double layers, with a thickness of 30 millimeters for one piece of glass, and 2 pieces stacked together, as thick as a finger, vertically. Such a piece of glass, with a full sense of security, also weighed several hundred kilograms. Lin had already climbed up, and the drone carefully lifted the glass up with a steel rope. This kind of large project on Blue Star requires at least a crane, and a tower crane engineering vehicle to complete. Wen Ning also watched the giant glass being transported up with some nervousness, and then carefully aligned it with the column. The top of the column had been welded with a steel frame, and Wen Ning specially selected a stronger alloy material. The alloy steel frame formed a 2-meter long and 2-meter wide mesh structure, and the Helen family's special welding and fixing technology was used at the connection with the column. The alloy steel frame installed in this way is extremely firm. Wen Ning watched Helen successfully place the first piece of glass in the right position, and then began to screw the screws on the top of the column. This special screw made of alloy, combined with Helen's special glue, can firmly fix the glass on the column. It won't rust. Lin then installed the remaining skylight glass. Outside the city, a new team of players walked out of the teleportation array. Su Luo, who was directing the team members to dig sand, became alert instantly. The surrounding team members were also shocked. The teleportation tower would light up for about 3 seconds during the teleportation. Then the people inside would come out. So Lin Han didn't expect that when he excitedly led a group of players into the teleportation array, he saw not Wen Ning when he came out. Instead, he saw a group of players waving shovels and covered in dust. Wow! Don't move. Don't move. We can talk it out. Su Luo looked at the excited look on the opposite side, and his cold eyes were retracted after just one glance. The first group will go back first, and the second group will dig quickly and replace them later. The two sides met and saw the group of people Su Luo pointed to also enter from this teleportation array. Lin Han was slightly stunned for a moment. Generally, only allies can use the same teleportation array. But the opposite side is definitely not one's ally, and the bright territory does not make allies. So there is only one explanation. The other party is also the territory signed by the big sister. TSK, the big sister is the big sister, so many people are vying to hug her thighs. Lin Han looked proud, as if he was the one being hugged. Hello, I am Lin Han from Yinhan territory. Although Lin Han was careless, he walked to Su Luo and Li Jingyi accurately and stretched out his hand in front of Li Jingyi. In his opinion, it was not that Su Luo looked unimportant, but that Su Luo's role should be strong in combat and have the final say, but not very involved in the management of the territory. And Li Jingyi's image of a housekeeper should not be too obvious. Sure enough, Li Jingyi also stretched out his hand and introduced himself. Xuangdong knew the situation well, and everyone was Wen Ning's sub-territory. Then the competitive relationship no longer existed. After a simple greeting, Lin Han took people to a place farther away from Li Jingyi to dig. Chapter 365. Master, the other party is also. Well, remember, don't cause trouble for the big sister. Start, the family is waiting for the raw materials. The players behind him began to dig with their backs facing the sea sand. Lin Han's small eyes were rolling around looking at the bright territory. A deep sense of amazement overflowed from his eyes, and the magnificent territory in front of him was a miracle. Lin Han was obsessed with the territory in front of everyone, which made his subordinates very worried. Master, other people's young masters would plant rice when they go home, but you would just smile foolishly. Also, are you sure you won't cause trouble yourself if you act like this? Looking at the disdain that the opposite player inadvertently revealed, Lin Han's subordinates wanted to kick Lin Han, the obsessed one, back to the territory. But they didn't dare. Thinking of Lin Han's coy physique, the player silently comforted himself in his heart. Fools have good fortune. Both sides dug the sand on the beach without stopping, and no one disturbed each other for a while. Lin Han looked eagerly for a long time, but did not see Wen Ning show up, so he had to turn around reluctantly. He worked hard without complaint. There was no other way. Lin Yan gave a death order. If he dared to slack off, he would be deprived of the right to come. How could Lin Han be willing to do this? Wen Ning sighed. The situation outside the territory was under control. But she was not free for the time being. She could not be completely relieved until the skylight was built. What's more, the residents in the territory were basically out. Some children were left in the territory, and their curiosity about the construction made them come to see. Wen Ning asked the childcare robot to take the children away, but still kept an eye on the place, watching the giant glass skylights being transported up one by one. There was no more thought to care about the players digging sand outside. However, Wen Ning's skylight construction still reached the ears of Lin Zheng and Lu Shi. Lin Zheng and Lin Yin even ran over to take a look, and looked at the skylight on the top of the bright territory and exclaimed, "This level of engineering, I am afraid that only the bright territory can do it in the entire wasteland." Obviously she is only one person, but the entire territory is full of steel machinery. Players watched the robots on the beach digging and transporting sand like an assembly line. The speed is extremely fast, and it is like a perpetual motion machine that never tires. Lin Zheng and Lu Shi both found Wen Ning at the same time. They can't make a skylight of Wen Ning's level, but they can still try a simple version. Wen Ning communicated with He Lin, and he refreshed the goods of the territory merchants. It includes a full set of skylight columns about 100 meters high and accessories drawings. And the special cement, connection structure, etc. he brought. Wen Ning sold the 2 sets of blueprints to Lin Zheng and Lu Shi for 5 million survival points respectively. As for the key special cement and other things, He Lin said that the blueprints could not be sold. So Wen Ning had to be a middleman with tears in his eyes to make a profit. In total, Wen Ning earned 8 million survival points for one business and 16 million for the 2 businesses. It basically covered the cost of the pillars. Thank you for the big order from the 2 bosses. As soon as the blueprints were settled, Shirlu territory and Yinhan territory also began to build a simple version of the skylight. The demand for sand was even greater. The beach in front of Wen Ning's door was not enough for them to dig. Wen Ning simply built another teleportation array on the beach on the other side of the morning forest, and let the 2 families go there to dig. The preparations were in full swing. For 2 whole days, Wen Ning did not move out of the river forest and built the entire skylight. Then he made some modifications and adjustments according to the actual situation. In addition to the skylight, Wen Ning also covered all the buildings in the territory with a layer of glass material. Then Wen Ning devoted himself to studying the raincoat made of cellophane, which looked like a straw raincoat, but did not affect movement and combat. In addition, with the help of Mira, Wen Ning transformed the robots in the entire territory. First, he used Xiaoji's synthesis function to fuse glass fiber and crystal film. He got semi-finished crystal fiber. Then, under Mira's operation, the shells of all robots were replaced with crystal fiber. The intelligent brain tribe directly abandoned their bodies during the evolution process, but they still pursued a good image. So this kind of transformation work is not difficult for Mira, but the project is huge, so it takes relatively more time. It was not until the afternoon of the 30th that all the robots were transformed. Thank you for your hard work, Mira. After tonight, the territory should rest for a long time. Wen Ning looked at the dark clouds gathering in the sky with a solemn face. It's coming soon, acid rain. The Yinhan territory and Luzhou territory are still digging sand. It is not an easy task to cover the entire territory. Wen Ning just asked Lin Zheng. He expected that it would be completed by 10 o'clock tonight. But in order to prevent the glass reserves from being insufficient, the people in both territories kept digging. Wen Ning didn't charge any money anyway. It was just a little sand, so Wen Ning wouldn't be so stingy. So he let them do it. There were less than 8 hours before the disaster, and Wen Ning began to inspect the defenses in the territory one by one. 001, how is the backup fish pond being dug? It's already dug, master. Okay, you take people to catch the piranhas in the moat, and put them in the fish pond. Once the acid rain comes, the moat will inevitably be flooded. Although it can't affect the ocean, the environment in the moat is closed. It's not easy to raise these piranhas, and Wen Ning doesn't want to lose them. So he dug a new backup fish pond to raise these piranhas. These piranhas usually eat the living things that Wen Ning throws in. They have very strong hunting abilities, and are extremely ferocious. After dealing with the piranhas, Wen Ning went to the farm again. Lord! The Samo chief was waiting beside the yaoi flower. Wen Ning looked over and saw that after several breedings, the number of yaoi flower seeds had reached about 500. Tonight, they will mature again. After picking them tonight, we will not plant them for the time being until the disaster is over. Okay, master. 002 responded, and the Samo chief also breathed a sigh of relief. When the disaster came, he was most worried about these yaoi flowers. After arranging the farm, Wen Ning went to the beehive and chicken coop. Both places have been sealed with glass, and breathing holes have been reserved for animals to ensure that they will not suffocate. Animals always have a sense of disasters. Wen Ning looked up at the clouds that were rolling and gathering in the sky. There were many startled birds in the morning forest. In the beehive and chicken coop, the mutant bees had returned to their nests, and none of them were flying outside. Usually at this time, the yaoi flowers would bloom immediately, and they would basically stay around the farm. The desert chickens stopped clucking today, and all curled up in a ball with their butts facing outward. According to the chicken coop production statistics panel, Wen Ning found that the number of eggs laid by these chickens today was reduced by half. After looking at these fixed buildings, Wen Ning went to the temporary livestock farm. All of them were animals that Wen Ning had forcibly captured, and they were separated by glass houses one by one. In the past, this was the most lively place in the territory. These animals were not domesticated, and they were either running away or on the way to escape. It was the first time I saw it so quiet as today. It really confirmed the rules summarized by the ancestors on Blue Star. When the celestial phenomena change, the first to perceive are animals. People, on the contrary, can only react when the disaster comes. After checking every corner to make sure that the animals would not escape or be harmed, Wen Ning left with peace of mind. Fortunately, most of them are herbivores. Except for the yaoi flower, Wen Ning's farm is still operating as usual. And for these animals, Wen Ning specially opened a piece of land to grow grass. So these animals will not starve to death. Wen Ning walked around the entire territory in detail. When he finished confirming everything, it was almost 8 o'clock. It was about to get dark, and the canteen of the territory was already open. The people of the territory knew that after this meal tonight, they would not be able to leave the territory from tomorrow unless there were special circumstances. The teleportation tower would automatically close, and the only way to leave the territory was through the city gate. Wen Ning walked towards the canteen, and at this moment, the voice of 001 came from his mind. Master. Coordinates, a large number of goblins appeared. Their target is the territory of light. The players digging sand here have already fought with them. Chapter 366. Goblin? Wen Ning frowned. Why would there be goblins coming to the Bright Territory at this time? System prompt. Player teleport tower destroyed. Finished. The teleport tower was destroyed, and these players had nowhere to run. Wen Ning quickly told Lu Shi and Lin Zheng about the situation on the scene. Mira! Seal off the entire territory. No one is allowed to go out. Hu Zi, take De Jin and Xiao Jin to gather at the door. Wen Ning arranged all the work neatly, and in a blink of an eye, 001 and 012 were waiting at the door, with 50 war robots. Wen Ning reached out, and took 3 combat uniforms from his backpack. This was specially made for Hu Zi and De Jin. After wearing it, it can be rainproof and breathable, and resist the invasion of acid rain. After that, Wen Ning took out the centaur, and led the mighty team to the Dawn Forest. Although the goblins came to the Bright Territory, the players had a fight with them in advance. The goblin race is extremely brutal, and can also use magic attacks. If they encounter players, they will probably kill them all. Xiaoji, check where these goblins came from. Received host. Xiaoji's main body is on the space-time spaceship, and he can try to invade the database of the game's intelligent brain, which is a small bug. While waiting for Xiaoji to query, Wen Ning has already entered the middle of the Dawn Forest. Hu Zi, turn on the active skill. Pet active skills have been turned on, the remaining times today, active, 2 times, passive, 3 times. Wen Ning turned on Hu Zi's active skill, avoiding the territories of some large mutant beasts, and quickly rushed to the destination. The battlefield was on the beach on the other side, which was actually very disadvantageous to Wen Ning. First of all, she didn't know the number of goblin races. According to the information just sent back by 001, the number of goblins this time was much larger than last time. And there were also many more leaders than last time. According to 001, they suddenly appeared on the coastline. Wen Ning checked the map, and there were no special coordinates at that location. The system also showed that it was not the coordinates of the space-time channel. And there was no sign that the space-time channel had been opened. That was very strange. Wen Ning pursed her lips and rushed to the battlefield. During this time, Lu Shi and Lin Zheng both sent players over, and Wen Ning asked them to meet outside the Dawn Forest. They didn't have a map of the Dawn Forest, so it was easy to get lost, and there were several special coordinates in the Dawn Forest. Once they entered, it would be difficult to get out. The best case scenario was that Wen Ning could repair the teleportation tower over there, so that these players could escape. Then she led the goblins to the outside of the Bright Territory and killed them. Time flies. Wen Ning shuttles through the jungle, not daring to stop. Because they don't know the number of opponents, it's hard to say how long Su Luo and Lin Han and the other 200 players can hold out. I hope the casualties won't be too great. This is the beginning of her cooperation with Yanhan Territory and Shirlu Territory. The safety of these people is very important. Passing through the inner circle of the Morning Forest, the advanced mutant beasts inside saw the war robot behind Wen Ning and instantly retracted their bared teeth. They turned around and ran into the jungle without hesitation. They were afraid of being spotted by Wen Ning. Wen Ning didn't care about these mutant beasts at all at this time, and wanted to get to the battlefield as soon as possible. Faster, faster. The centaur's throttle was turned to the bottom, the tires rubbed the ground and sent out sparks, the engine was hot, and it roared and moved forward rapidly. An hour later, Wen Ning arrived at the battlefield. The roar of wild beasts came from the distance, and a group of players were surrounded by a huge goblin race. The spears kept poking in, reducing the players' activity space. The encirclement was getting smaller and smaller, and the players led by Su Luo and the people from Lin Han's territory had mixed together. There was blood on the scene, and it was unknown how many people died. Wen Ning's eyes were solemn, and he stretched out his hand and waved. Behind the figure, a whole row of tall war robots appeared, holding crystal blades, and their eyes flashed red. Wen Ning's red lips were slightly raised, looking at the green monsters opposite as if he was looking at a corpse. Ensure the safety of the players' lives, and kill the others. The back wings of the war robot opened, and the blue light roared, and the speed of the feet was maximized. It was like a series of silver-white lights flashing out. He rushed straight towards the outermost wolf riders of the goblin race. Wen Ning stretched his hand back, then upwards, and instantly an electromagnetic gun appeared on his shoulder. The speed of the centaur did not slow down at all, and Wen Ning pulled the trigger with one hand and fired a shot. Then Wen Ning retracted the gun, turned the throttle, and rushed towards the goblin crowd. The outermost goblin wolf riders first discovered Wen Ning and others, and each raised their heads and howled like a wolf. Soon, the goblins in the encirclement discovered the enemy attacking from behind. They turned their spears towards Wen Ning. At this time, the bullets fired by Wen Ning had penetrated the outermost layer of goblins. 1, 3, 5, the frost bullets penetrated several layers of goblins in a row. Then, the goblin that was penetrated was frozen all over, and an explosion occurred in the next second. Before the surrounding goblins could react to what happened, a motorcycle rushed out of the blood mist, knocked down a large number of goblins horizontally, and then the front of the motorcycle was raised high. The moment it fell, it crushed the leader of the group of goblins directly. The roar of the motorcycle was accompanied by splattering blood and flesh. The 3 layers of encirclement inside and outside the goblins were directly opened up. Wen Ning parked the car steadily in front of Su Luo and Lin Han. Seeing that Lin Han, Su Luo, and Li Jingyi were not injured, he breathed a sigh of relief. "What are you doing? Break through." Wen Ning shouted to them to come back to their senses. But the goblins moved quickly, and the gap that Wen Ning had just opened quickly surrounded them. "Big sister." Lin Han looked at Wen Ning in surprise, not caring about the current situation at all. "Ho ho! Ho ho!" Wen Ning bent down to avoid the spear, and a crystal blade suddenly appeared in his hand, splitting the goblin in front of him in half from bottom to top. At this time, the 001s on the periphery were also in place, with crystal blades retracted and guns taken out. Bang 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 bang. Collect the formation. Wen Ning threw out dozens of crystal shields, and the surrounding players quickly picked them up and put them up. The players inside had a breathing space, and quickly adjusted their formation to launch a counterattack. Fuck. This shield is too useful. Ah, these monsters penetrated my shield at once. This one is too strong. Counterattack, counterattack. We are saved. Su Luo and Li Jingyi had already launched a counterattack. It's not that they didn't have guns, but they were suppressed too fiercely just now. There was no chance to counterattack. Now with the cooperation of the war robots, the group of goblins was quickly defeated. Run! The players shouted loudly, and everyone rushed out. There was a whistling sound in the distance, and when Ning looked up and saw a large group of wolf knights, and all kinds of goblins behind them all appeared. It seemed that the ones in front of them were just the vanguard of goblins. All the players ran towards the teleportation tower. Don't go, it can't be repaired, go into the woods. Tiger, lead the way. When Ning stopped them, the white tiger rushed out with a roar. In the eyes of the players, it was very conspicuous, and it was the most suitable to lead the way. Behind him, 001 ran in the opposite direction with the robot, and lined up to intercept the goblin army behind on the coastline. When Ning saw the king goblin surrounded by several people, who looked like goblin paladins through 001's vision. It was wearing a crown and a robe that symbolized power. Its pure green eyes turned into vertical pupils, and it was full of contempt. It looked at the 50 war robots on the opposite side with disdain. It moved its fingers slightly, and a short golden magic wand appeared in its hand. It muttered some spells to itself, and its eyes were fixed on the 50 robots on the opposite side. When Ning suddenly felt a huge panic in his heart. The alarm sounded instantly, and when Ning moved his mind, the war robot was taken back into the backpack at the moment when the opponent's cane was swung down. The next second, countless magma gushed out from the ground where all the war robots appeared. Hiss! When Ning had never seen this kind of magic before, and he took a breath of cold air. He took out 2 puppet copy cards from his backpack and threw them back. Use magic to defeat magic. With the mind urging, 2 huge lanternfish kings appeared. They roared and rushed towards the king goblin. Several paladin goblins came forward with spears raised, and the lanternfish king turned around and swung its tail, instantly blowing away several small karami. Your puppet lanternfish king successfully killed the goblin paladin *3. When Ning curled his lips, you are so arrogant, he mocked in his heart, but when Ning's steps of running away did not slow down at all. Leaving 2 lanternfish kings behind was also to delay the opponent's pursuit. Now it seems that it may be possible to severely injure the opponent. Thinking so, when Ning's figure entered the dawn forest. Just then, a sound of huge waves came from behind, and then, your lanternfish king has been killed. Chapter 367. When Ning was slightly stunned, and his footsteps moved faster. This is, killed in 1 second? With a few seconds of disbelief in his eyes, when Ning summoned the war robot. Try to hold them back. When Ning didn't dare to be careless here, the players in front of him were not out of danger yet. The lanternfish king was killed in 1 second, which means that the opponent has a way to restrain it. When Ning still has 2 lanternfish king puppet cards, and 3 siren puppet copy cards left in his backpack. Before finding a way to restrain the opponent, when Ning can't use these trump cards easily. Looking at the goblin that was catching up quickly behind him, when Ning looked solemn, and while running back, he looked for an opportunity to shoot and kill the goblin. Fortunately, the effect of the guns was still considerable, and the defense line formed by 001 was still very reliable. However, this effect was all the result of Wen Ning's order not to be stingy with bullets. Wen Ning's heart was bleeding, biting his lips, his face gloomy, and retreating without saying a word. The pioneers were a group of killer goblins and goblin wolf riders. The king goblin killed Wen Ning's remaining lanternfish king in seconds, before slowly organizing the team to move forward. Following the killer goblins and wolf riders was a group of archer goblins. They pulled wooden bows and kept shooting arrows. Wen Ning shuttled through the gaps in the jungle and had to avoid arrows flying from Kobe. This time, the goblin invasion had more types of troops. The sound of arrows cutting through the air came to my ears, and the gray weather also joined in the fun. The light in the depths of the jungle was darker, and it looked very strange and gloomy. Wen Ning's face was a little pale, and he pursed his lips tightly and didn't speak. His running steps slowed down from time to time. Blocked the goblin behind to buy more time for the players in front. Wen Ning shuttled through the jungle very quickly, consuming a lot of physical strength. But the goblin behind her seemed to be staring at her, and she couldn't get rid of it at all. In the air, dark clouds rolled, and the sound of thunder gradually came. The light in the jungle gradually dimmed, and disappeared completely in a moment. Swish! A torch was lit, and the players held the torch and followed the silver-white figure in front of them in the dark. The body was exhausted, but they didn't dare to stop. The goblin behind was like a ghost asking for life. Once they stopped, only death was waiting for them. The plants along the way went from becoming more and more lush and dense to gradually sparse, and the scene of the entanglement of thick tree roots slowly disappeared. The players knew that they were about to run out. Their physical strength was about to be exhausted, but their spirits were still highly tense. Until the players in front screamed loudly, "There's light ahead! There's light! There's light ahead!" A faint torch lit up ahead. To the players, it wasn't a fire, it was hope in the darkness. Especially when Lin Han saw his brother's anxious face, he almost fell to the ground. A strong hand behind him grabbed his collar and ran forward with him. Lin Han trembled in his voice, "Thank you. Thank you." In response, Su Luo's cold face. Until he fell into his brother's arms, Lin Han gasped for breath. It felt like he had run 10 kilometers at the speed of 800 meters. His feet were no longer his own. Lin Han couldn't even feel the existence of his feet. "Brother. There are monsters." Hu Zi led the people there, and turned around to go into the morning forest. And Lin Yan said nothing, and 2 people appeared behind him, and carried the fat boy Lin Han away. "Lin Yan, Yin Han territory, this kid's brother, thank you just now." Su Luo was also a little out of breath, but he could still stand and talk, which showed that his physical fitness was not ordinary. Li Jingyi, and a group of players behind him, had already collapsed to the ground. Su Luo, Shirlu territory. The 2 sides simply shook hands. Lin Yan said, "The store owner said that when you arrive, you can go directly back to the territory from the teleportation array. The disaster will start soon and the teleportation array will be closed." Su Luo nodded silently and asked the players, who came to pick him up, to bring their own people into the teleportation array quickly. "Brother, I won't leave." "What do you mean? Big sister is blocking us from behind, and we just run away like this? Too cowardly." "Brother, if you want to leave, go ahead." "I won't leave. I want to stay and fight side by side with Big Sister." Lin Yan supported his forehead and slapped Lin Han's head hard. "Is your brain full of mud? Didn't you see that the entire Bright territory is under martial law? You are here. Do you think these infrared rays will kill monsters or you?" Lin Han stammered and wanted to say something. In the jungle behind him, fierce gunfire approached. Lin Yan looked solemn and waved his hand. "Let's go!" A group of players were taken back to the territory by the players who met them. On the city wall, Mira watched these players obediently enter the teleportation tower, and immediately activated the indiscriminate attack mode of the arrow tower and the turret. At this time, Wen Ning appeared from the dawn forest. She sat on Hu Zi's back, obviously a little exhausted. In order to give the players enough time to evacuate, she led the goblin army to take a long detour, and used the terrain to get rid of the goblins. Just when she was about to run out of energy, Hu Zi arrived in time, picked her up and ran back at the fastest speed. 001, go, and set up the dwarf bombs. 001 took the war robot and left. Wen Ning was not in a hurry to enter the territory. The goblins were still wandering around in the morning forest. If they fell into a space-time channel, they might not be able to get out. Wen Ning drank a stamina potion on the spot to raise his energy value. Then he asked 012 to throw a bunch of crystal dwarf bombs into the moat. One was placed every 5 meters, and then Wen Ning directly detonated it. Boom! A series of explosions sounded. 012, take people to the seaside, dig a hole in the moat, and let the seawater in. The moat was originally 5 meters deep and 3 meters wide, and Wen Ning blew it wider and deeper. Let's not talk about the width. It's hard to measure because of the potholes. The depth directly reached 10 meters. In some places, it reached more than 10 meters. By introducing seawater backflow, Wen Ning was defending against the Goblin King's magma trick. 012 took the order and went. The sky above was pitch black, and nothing could be seen. But the hot wind and the moist breath from the air showed one thing. It was going to rain. Lord! Look at the Dawn Forest. On the wall, Mira looked at the Dawn Forest in horror and synchronized the picture to Wen Ning. A fire appeared in Wen Ning's field of vision. The ground trembled. It was like the footsteps of thousands of troops were constantly stepping on the ground. Oh no! This goblin has no moral principles. He can't find the way and actually sets fire to the mountain. It was 9 o'clock in the evening. Wen Ning was a little worried. It was still 3 hours before the rain. If the goblin used magma to open the way at this time, it would cause the whole Dawn Forest to catch fire, and it would be over. Wen Ning took out a siren copy card, and a trace of cruelty flashed in his eyes. It depends on you. Successfully use the puppet copy card, and the siren's existence time is 30 minutes. As soon as the siren was summoned, a huge explosion was heard in the Dawn Forest. The siren took a special harpoon and flew towards the ocean. Seeing this, Wen Ning immediately asked Hu Zi and Xiao Jin to return to the territory. As the overlord of the seabed, the siren's ability is endless where there is water. And he also has a strong ability to control water. Wen Ning still remembers the beast tide, when the monsters rushed out from the south of his territory and the seabed. The raging waves and the unshakable water curtain. I just don't know if the puppet has the same ability. Mira, open the sky curtain. Wen Ning ordered, and the sky curtain gradually opened, and the entire southern side of the bright territory was covered with glass. He held his breath and looked at the almost invisible siren on the sea. He established a connection with the siren in his mind, and suddenly felt the quiet sea in his mind. She was as quiet as a basin of dead water, and he could stir up waves with just one finger. Then, Wen Ning saw the siren raise the harpoon, and the sea surface was surging, and the waves began to be restless. No longer flowing in a regular direction, all the waves were swirling, and the siren jumped and sank into the sea. The sea surface was silent for a moment, and the next second, a huge wave rose up, rushing straight to the place where the fire in the morning forest was the brightest. The goblins were frantically advancing along the path opened by the magma. Suddenly, a huge wave several hundred meters high rolled up in front of them, slapping and rushing over. A look of surprise flashed across the eyes of the Goblin King, and the next moment, the entire team was dispersed by the huge waves. The lava and the burning mountain fire were instantly extinguished. Ho ho! The goblins finally stood up from the huge waves, pounding the ground angrily and rolling around. The Goblin King's eyes were even more blazing with anger. At a command, the team quickly reorganized and attacked the target. Chapter 368. The siren's ability to control water is very strong, but there is still a difference between the puppet and the main body. Wen Ning checked and found that the siren's energy was used up by 1/3 just by using this move. Such a powerful move can be used up to 2 times. Including the 2 unused puppet cards in the backpack, it can suppress the King Goblin's magma attack 9 times. This is when the goblin does not launch skills to attack the siren. Rumble. The sound of thunder rolled overhead, and Wen Ning stood on the wall and looked in the direction of the Dawn Forest. The ground was also trembling with thunder, and the searchlight of the bright territory was shining on the edge of the dark forest. Something was gradually approaching in the darkness, and the time waiting for it to show up was the most torturous and terrifying. Wen Ning pursed his lips tightly, and finally saw a pair of green pupils in the light. A wolf head appeared. It was a wolf cavalry, and after seeing the situation on Wen Ning's side, it raised its head and howled. After a commotion, more wolf heads appeared in the area illuminated by the searchlight. On their backs sat goblins holding weapons, grinning at Wen Ning on the city wall. Outside the city, evil winds were blowing, sweeping from the sea to the morning forest. Wen Ning stared at the goblin wolf cavalry at the head. They did not rush forward, obviously knowing the defense situation of Wen Ning's territory. They did not step into the range of Wen Ning's artillery. Wen Ning picked up the telescope and looked over. Behind the wolf cavalry were the shadows of countless goblins. Behind them was a mighty army of goblins, who trampled the entire morning forest to pieces during their rapid march. All the vegetation was destroyed wherever he went, and the mutant beasts were captured alive and fed to the wolves. TSK. Wen Ning sneered fiercely. She still didn't understand why she had attracted the hatred of the goblin race. She didn't believe that it was really for revenge for the goblin. But now the enemy was at the gates of the city, and Wen Ning had no choice but to fight. As for the conspiracy behind this, I just hope Xiaoji can find out something. Without thinking any more, Wen Ning put down the telescope. He took out a pitch-black sniper rifle from his backpack. Do you think I can't do anything to you if you don't get close to me? Wen Ning opened the tripod of the sniper rifle, adjusted the magnification, and measured the wind direction and speed. He aimed at the center of the eyebrows of a giant goblin that stepped out of the forest. Its fangs were bared, and its size was several times larger than that of other goblins. Every step it took, the ground was shaking. Wen Ning pulled the trigger steadily with his index finger, and a muffled thunder sounded in the air. The entire goblin population did not react, and the bullet flew out. This was a special bullet made of a fire gem, with a hint of red light on the tail. You like playing with fire, right? Be careful not to set yourself on fire. Wen Ning always believed in giving a tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye, and giving a person a taste of his own medicine. The bullet accurately hit the giant goblin's forehead, and it fell to the ground with a bang without even a scream, and a bullet hole in its forehead was smoking. The surrounding goblins hissed, and gathered around to check. The giant goblin had already lost his life. The surrounding goblins shouted to be alert, but the dead goblin's head suddenly became extremely hot. The next second, it exploded. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the giant goblin's body became hotter and hotter, as if a ball of fire was stuffed into its body. As it heated up, its body swelled up, and its skin became transparent like fire. The surrounding goblins came into contact with the burning goblin's flesh and blood, and instantly screamed in surprise. At this time, the remaining headless body of the giant goblin was still swelled violently, as if it was filled with magma. The violent reaction lasted only 10 seconds, and the giant goblin's body also exploded. The damage range at this time was even more terrifying. The groups of goblins around were all stuck by the flames, and they immediately jumped and ran around in place. Jumping into the water was useless, and rolling on the ground was useless. The fire seemed to burn their flesh and blood, and could not be extinguished. Wen Ning smiled at this scene. This is a special ruby bullet. Only the first target hit will become the raw material for burning, and only when all things with the same composition are burned out will it automatically extinguish. So water can't put it out, and earth can't extinguish it. This is the correct way to start a fire attack, Wen Ning said, and he poked his head out again and began to aim at a new target. Beside him, there was a group of war robots, who had already set up their guns. They were holding sniper rifles that were exactly the same as Wen Ning's. They used the same bullets. Wen Ning only had less than 1,000 rounds of this bullet, and he hadn't even tested the effect yet. Who would have thought that the goblin would run into the muzzle of the gun today? Then don't blame her for being unreasonable. Bang! The sound of the gunshot attracted the goblins on the opposite side. They looked at the humans on the opposite side, who should be out of range in horror, with surprise in their eyes. But it was too late. More than 100 bullets with red tails flew into the goblin race. Those who were close saw what had just happened and rushed away from the scene. But most of them were confused. 5 seconds later, the first round of explosions unfolded, and the king goblin just walked to the front line. A paladin goblin in front of it exploded in front of it. Blood and flesh splashed on the goblin next to it, and a raging fire suddenly ignited. The robe on the king goblin automatically blocked the blood and flesh, and it was unharmed. Then came the second round of more violent explosions. The entire frontline army collapsed into pieces, and the king goblin couldn't understand why his team was beaten to a pulp before the team had even assembled. They clearly haven't entered the enemy's range yet? Is there something wrong with the intelligence? The king goblin immediately denied this possibility, because the human who gave him the intelligence couldn't possibly deceive him. This only shows that this hateful human has a lot of cards that he hasn't revealed. The goblin's anger grew, and the sharp roar spread to the entire team with it as the center. Soon, the killer goblin's eyes glowed green, and the goblins around him actually drew their knives and slashed at the attacked accomplices, to prevent them from running around and spreading the fire to more goblins. TSK, cut off the tail to survive. I underestimated the IQ of this goblin. He secretly complained about the goblin's ruthlessness and cold-bloodedness. However, Wen Ning would not give up so easily. Continue to set up the sniper rifle. Wen Ning aimed at the king goblin this time. 001, switch to ordinary bullets, shoot freely, and find the right time to add some fuel to them. After failing to hit the target, Wen Ning quickly switched tactics. Ruby bullets should be used sparingly. At this time, the entire population is on alert, and if ruby bullets are used again, they will most likely be blocked. Aiming at the King Goblin, who was roaring with his head raised, Wen Ning knew that her shot would definitely hit, but it would definitely not cause any damage. She just wanted to test whether the opponent's umbrella of protection was what she thought it was. Wen Ning held her breath and pulled the trigger. A bullet flew straight towards the King Goblin. Sure enough, just when the bullet was about to hit it, its robe automatically flipped up to block Wen Ning's bullet. But the next moment, the head of a paladin next to the King Goblin exploded. The flaming flesh and blood splashed directly on its face, immediately corroding its skin. The King Goblin screamed instantly, and the surrounding goblins immediately panicked and surrounded him heavily. It seems that this robe cannot protect the goblins in all directions, so it would be much easier. Wen Ning tried hard to see the scene inside, only to see the goblins surrounding him screaming even more than the King Goblin. Then several goblins suddenly fell down, and the King Goblin inside walked out safely. There was only a faint scar left on the face where the flames burned and melted. This is strange. How did it stop the flames from burning? Wen Ning frowned and didn't think more deeply. Because the other party was completely enraged by him, and commanded the team to rush forward. Infrared rays instantly pointed in this direction, and bullets poured towards the goblin population like they were free. The two sides exchanged fierce fire, and it was obvious that the goblins this time were more prepared than the last time. Wen Ning's ordinary bullets could not cause any harm to the goblin soldiers. Only some special bullets could break the goblins' defense and injure them. They could advance towards the territory little by little in the hail of bullets. It was a tough battle. Wen Ning sighed that fighting was expensive, and at the same time asked Mira to replace more than half of the arrow towers and turrets with special bullets. Wen Ning also kept a close eye on the movements of the Goblin King, and took out the remaining 2 Lanternfish Kings from his backpack. After throwing the cards out, Wen Ning summoned several war robots to keep a close eye on the Goblin King from a distance. Only by restricting its movements can the Lanternfish King be maximized. The Lanternfish King appeared, and its huge figure divided the entire battlefield into 2 halves. The fishtail swung, slapping all the goblins that approached to death, roaring and blasting the frozen goblins on the battlefield into pieces. Seeing this, the Goblin King raised his scepter again. Chapter 369. How could Wen Ning give it this opportunity? Whenever the King Goblin raised his scepter, several war robots would shoot at it. They used extremely powerful crystal bullets from the upper class. With the blessing of various bullets, the King Goblin did not succeed in raising his scepter once. With such cooperation, the 2 Lanternfish Kings died, and lasted for half an hour before disappearing naturally. The King Goblin was furious, looking at his clothes that were damaged by the attack, and he was so angry that fire was about to burst out of his eyes. Wen Ning laughed at it mercilessly. Who told you to cast magic before shaking it? After the King Goblin raised his head and roared, all the goblin army swarmed in as if they were not afraid of death. Wen Ning hurried to help the war robots clean up. At this time, the King Goblin finally seized the opportunity to raise the scepter in his hand. In an instant, Wen Ning felt that the moisture around his body was instantly drained. The hot molecules in the air gathered more and more, as if they would spontaneously ignite in the next second. Oh no! The other party was targeting the bright territory. Wen Ning reacted instantly, shouting in his mind to the siren he had just summoned. At the critical moment, the sea was surging and the water curtain was rising to the sky. The overwhelming waves came surging. Countless goblins were directly submerged by the waves, and the waves comparable to the 9th level flood rushed the goblins directly to the bright territory. The King Goblin was still accumulating power when he was hit by the waves and crashed into the city wall of the bright territory. Then the offshore waves took these goblins away. Many goblins fell into the deep pit of the moat, and were eliminated by the turrets and arrow towers. When the King Goblin finally stood up with the help of the 3 remaining paladin goblins. The situation on the battlefield has changed greatly, and the power of nature is always terrifying. But the vitality of the goblins is also very tenacious. The goblins scattered in various places still cannot be underestimated when they gather together. Wen Ning did not relax his expression. This wave of waves only disrupted the goblins' formation, and there was basically no substantial damage. It was just that being able to interrupt the King Goblin's spellcasting was already very good. It was impossible to kill him in one go. But Wen Ning had grasped the goblin's weakness. This time, the goblins had no chance to chant and cast spells collectively like last time. Just when the bruised goblin group finally gathered a few teams, Wen Ning launched a fierce attack again. People are in the territory, But Wen Ning's hands are not short at all. There was one siren card left. Wen Ning calculated the time, and used the sniper rifle and the turret. This happened to the goblin race every 10 minutes. And when the goblins gathered in groups to reorganize the offensive, Wen Ning would detonate a dwarf bomb at the right time to blow them apart. The goblin race was constantly being severely damaged in the process of being dispersed and reorganized. At some point, the rain from the sky finally fell vigorously. The entire bright territory was washed by heavy rain. The rain was pouring, and visibility was rapidly reduced. And as the rain fell, the lightning in the sky finally fell. Amid the lightning and thunder, the goblin race finally gathered together. A lot of them were dispersed by the dwarf bombs detonated by Wen Ning. Another half an hour passed. Wen Ning heard the system announcement. System announcement. Disaster season is coming. Disaster season is coming. This disaster theme is dissolution. It was 12 o'clock in the morning, and the number of goblin races was about 1/5 left. Wen Ning's turrets and arrow towers fired bullets continuously for 3 hours. The remaining bullets were enough to last for about half an hour. Wen Ning saw through Myra's detection that the goblins outside were still reorganizing the team. The king goblin was targeted by Wen Ning all night and was injured at this time. Not sure if they will attack again, Wen Ning was thinking about whether to take the initiative to attack. The siren still had one card left, and judging from the performance of the goblins below, they seemed to be afraid of rain. Wen Ning discovered it half an hour ago. Their attacks were a bit disorganized, and some goblin warriors seemed to be hesitant and dared not move forward. Just when Wen Ning was struggling, Xiaoxi's voice rang out. Host! I found out! These goblins are from the player's territory. What? Wen Ning was extremely shocked. She had thought of many possibilities, but she had never thought that they were from the player's territory. Whose territory? Xiaoxi's voice was a little low. Xiaoxi didn't find out. The game system is too cunning. This kind of information actually uses the highest level of firewall. Xiaoxi didn't pry it open. It's okay. You are already very powerful. Wen Ning thought, since they are from the player's territory and have such deep hostility towards the bright territory, it is nothing more than a few territories. Lord. They want to run. Master. I lead the team to chase them. Just as Wen Ning was thinking, Mira and 001's voices rang out. Wait. Wen Ning stopped the two. 001 stopped, turned around and looked at Wen Ning with a meaningful look on his face at the rain curtain outside the city wall. Let them go. Of course, this great gift must be sent back. Wen Ning's face flashed with a calculating light. Since the goblin race came from the player's territory, then the only place they can go back to at this time is the player's territory. She only needs to pay attention to the world channel to know who it is. And if the other party is stupid, I'm afraid she doesn't need to do it herself. This revenge will be avenged. Although it is the initial acid rain, it contains a lot of corrosive insect eggs. The crisis is resolved. Wen Ning looks at the clean goblins running outside. Let the war robots wearing raincoats clean up the battlefield. Wen Ning led Hu Zi down the city wall, and the sky curtain of the territory has been fully opened. But the people in the territory were still wearing raincoats and holding umbrellas, and they hadn't slept yet in the early morning, anxiously waiting for the outcome of this invasion. Wen Ning smiled and touched the warm head of a little orc. Go back, the invaders have been driven away, and no one should dare to come again. Victory. I said, how could a lord fail? The lord is awesome. After enjoying the compliments of the people in the territory, Wen Ning sent them back to rest and expressed his approval of their cautious attitude. Corrosive insect eggs are omnipresent. Although the territory has been fully protected, it cannot guarantee 100% safety. Wen Ning returned to the shelter. The war robots were cleaning up the battlefield outside. When they came back, they would go through more than 10 cleaning and disinfection procedures. Finally, Wen Ning would take them back to the mechanical warehouse for system inspection. Make sure that no eggs of corrosive insects could enter. As soon as he sat down in the shelter, he saw the messages sent by Lu Shi and Lin Zheng. First, he explained that the construction of the territory skylight was completed, and then asked about the situation on Wen Ning's side. It looked like it was an hour ago. Wen Ning didn't have time to reply at that time. Then both sides took back the crystal shield that Wen Ning threw out. Wen Ning checked the number and found that there was no shortage. Wen Ning took the shield and reported that he was safe. Then he asked about the casualties of both sides. The casualties on both sides were only a few players. Wen Ning breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Zheng said that these goblins did not kill them, but wanted to capture them, but he didn't know what their purpose was. Wen Ning said that she would find out the matter clearly. After closing the private chat channel, Wen Ning opened the World Channel again. Seeing that everyone was talking about the heavy rain, World Channel, to be honest, there is no disaster that makes me feel at ease like this one. The shelter is covered with glass, and there are guns and food. World Channel, that's right, just take it as a break, a diary of a Wasteland homebody. World Channel, I have been running around here for so long, and I haven't had a good sleep yet. I decided. I will sleep until I wake up naturally tomorrow. World Channel, Big Brother and Big Sister. Is there any extra glass? I still have a wall that has not been covered. World Channel, me too, I only cover the ceiling. How come the rain is drifting in diagonally? World Channel, only cover the ceiling? Can you have some common sense upstairs? What do you mean the rain only wets the ceiling? World Channel, I can only say that this is difficult to comment. Wen Ning watched the players chatting, and silently filtered out these meaningless messages. Because of the huge skylight in the territory, Wen Ning could hardly hear the sound of rain. It was just that the sudden strong winds made it feel like a stormy night. Wen Ning lay on the soft bed, her feet in Huzi's belly, boredly scrolling through the messages. There were still many players tagging her on the World Channel, all asking for help. Wen Ning couldn't help but roll her eyes. She had already published all the information, and these people should have done what they had if they had a bit of brains. She wasn't even hinting, it was a clear indication. How could there still be such moral kidnapping dogs at this stage? Wen Ning could only block the people scrolling through the screen, and then scrolled quietly. Finally, at 1 o'clock in the morning, Wen Ning saw a message. World Channel, have you spawned monsters in your territory? A large group of goblins has come to our territory. Chapter 370. Wen Ning quickly became anonymous and became a bystander. World Channel, Goblin? The ugly green one in the game? World Channel, yes, yes, yes. That's the kind. There are thousands of them. They are attacking our city gates crazily. World Channel, brother, which territory are you in? We have never encountered such a situation. At 1 o'clock in the morning, there were very few people talking in the World Channel. Wen Ning saw another player asking the information he wanted to know, and immediately clapped his hands. You are a brother who knows how to get information. I give you a thumbs up. But after this player asked, the other party did not reply. The remaining few people talked about this matter, and their stories were different. Seeing that he did not get any useful information, Wen Ning had to close the World Channel and go to sleep. The player was still cautious, and did not even report the name of the territory. Now it is certain that the goblins have gone to a certain territory. As for where, just wait a little longer. Wen Ning didn't believe that there wouldn't be any splashes with so many goblins. A certain area. Su Jiaqing wrapped himself tightly, holding a black umbrella in his hand, and opened the city gate to let the king goblin in. The goblins looked at Su Jiaqing, and their eyes were full of anger, as if they wanted to tear Su Jiaqing into pieces. Outside the city gate, a player lay on the window of his shelter, watching all this in horror. He covered his mouth and dared not speak. The area of their territory has always been small, so most players, although they have the status of territory residents, cannot live in the territory. The reason is the rules set by Su Jiaqing. If you want to be qualified to enter the territory, you must give up your shelter and live in the collective dormitory of the territory. And they have to pay a certain percentage of materials to be eligible for the election. As a result, there are less than 100 people living in the entire territory now. They usually enter the territory shops, restaurants and other buildings in a corner of the territory. The rest of the buildings are all strange, and Su Jiaqing explained that the buildings have not been completed. They are not allowed to enter. This player has joined the territory for a short time, and the shelter was arranged at a side door. There are only a few shelters here, so he was almost scared to death when these goblins came to the door. He was afraid that these goblins would flatten his shelter. He said anonymously in the World Channel, and also wanted to see if these players had the same experience and could give him some advice. Unexpectedly, these people not only did not give advice, but also came to get his information. When the player was about to shake people in the territory group, he saw his own territory, and the door opened from the inside. Then he saw the Lord wrapped tightly, and walked out with a black umbrella. These goblins not only did not attack Su Jiaqing, but walked in with a swagger. The player seemed to have discovered some great secret, and covered his mouth and dared not make a sound. Finally, he watched all the goblins enter the territory. The Lord suddenly turned his head, and stared at the direction where the player was. The player squatted down very quickly, and his body stiffened instantly, and infinite fear filled the player's heart. After a long time, the player stood up tremblingly, and looked out the window. The gate of the territory was closed, and the scene outside the window could not be seen clearly under the rain. The player quickly joked on the World Channel to delete the news. He even played multiple roles and chatted for a long time. He dared to go to bed only after making sure that no one mentioned the term goblin again. Let's change the territory after the disaster. The player touched the sweat on his head. The inside of the shelter was pitch black, and the cold kept seeping in from the outside. He curled up in his bed, not daring to open his eyes or look at the window just now. It was as if the god of death was staring at him outside the window. And inside the territory, Su Jiaqing had a sinister look on his face. He never expected that the goblin army would fail, and his plan to occupy the magpie's nest, which he had worked so hard for a long time, failed just like that. Shuqing territory. A large number of goblins avoided the heavy rain and entered the residential building, one after another into the small grid-like room. Su Jiaqing followed behind the king goblin. Entering a dark room, Su Jiaqing took off his tightly wrapped raincoat, carefully sprayed hypochlorous acid disinfectant, and then sprayed medical alcohol. Then he wanted to disinfect the goblin. When his eyes met the fiery eyes of the king goblin, he shrank back. Su Jiaqing carefully glanced at the corner of the goblin's clothes that were still dripping, and finally stammered and dared not say anything. The king goblin stretched out his cane and stretched it in front of Su Jiaqing without saying a word. Su Jiaqing's face changed slightly, looking at the goblin's green pupils. He stretched out his hand. The palm of his hand passed over the blade, and blood instantly gushed out, dripping along the wound and fingers into the king goblin's scepter. Miraculously, all of Su Jiaqing's blood was absorbed by the king goblin's scepter, and not a drop of it flowed out. Time passed by minute, and Su Jiaqing knew that the goblin's vitality was seriously injured this time, and more blood was needed than the last time they were summoned. A few minutes seemed as long as a century, so long that Su Jiaqing thought his blood was drained. The king goblin barely raised his chin with satisfaction, and his eyes showed undisguised contempt. Su Jiaqing stumbled and fell to the ground. After taking the note handed over by the goblin, Su Jiaqing's eyes went dark, and he almost fainted. However, he did not dare to stay too long. He stood up with difficulty using his hands and feet, and staggered out of the king goblin's room. Reluctantly leaning on the corridor, Su Jiaqing regretted it in his heart. It is easy to invite gods, but difficult to send them away. At the beginning, he got a chance to summon aliens in the Red Bounty mission. After establishing the territory, he used this opportunity to obtain a goblin king's staff. He could summon goblins with his own blood, and this race had a chance to obey his orders. He built the channel directly in his territory, and spent a lot of materials to summon and feed this group of goblins. Later, he obtained the defense map of the Bright Territory from Jack. After obtaining this defense map, Su Jiaqing's ambition expanded to a great extent. So when the goblin race expanded to the limit, Su Jiaqing recognized this opportunity and let the goblin race attack Wen Ning's territory. The goblin race originally had a grudge against Wen Ning, and this plan was in line with his own race's ideas. And Su Jiaqing placed the transmission coordinates at the place where the goblin race refreshed last time. Unexpectedly, this also failed. Su Jiaqing almost hated Wen Ning and Jack. At the same time, he almost hated the goblins. After so much effort, he got nothing. Su Jiaqing quickly left the residential building and returned to his shelter. He frantically used alcohol to disinfect himself. Especially the wound on his hand. It was as if the air was full of Ebola virus. Su Jiaqing poured the whole bottle of alcohol on his hand, and he didn't feel any pain at all. Chapter 371. The acid rain disaster started with a bang. It started to rain in the last half hour of the mild season. In the early morning, it turned into acid rain. Wen Ning used a special pH test paper to measure. On the first day of the disaster season, the value dropped to 5. It dropped to 4.5 at noon, and this value dropped to 4 when night fell. According to the indicators of acid rain, the intensity is divided into several levels: weak acid rain, strong acid rain, and strong acid rain. The pH of normal rainwater is basically greater than 5.6. If the pH is less than 4.7, a large-scale heavy acid rain will form, and the acid rain rate will be greater than 70%. The current value is no longer acid rain in the scientific scope. In the early morning of the second day of the disaster, when Wen Ning tried to use the test paper to measure the pH value of acid rain again, the test paper actually melted directly. This acidity has exceeded the scope of human measurement. Wen Ning murmured the word melt, and his eyes gradually became solemn. This acid rain was much more serious than what she saw in her notebook. Standing on the city wall and looking at the distant morning forest, there was a thin yellow fog on the top of the tree canopy, and no birds were flying in the sky. Perhaps they were hiding in a tree hole to avoid the rain. Wen Ning opened the telescope and looked further away. The farther the lens was, the more obvious the yellow-green color in the field of vision was. Walking down the city wall, Wen Ning thought that it was not the right time to go out yet. This stage is the time period for the large-scale reproduction of corrosive insect eggs. They need to eat and then lay eggs. And at this time, the acidic environment of acid rain is most suitable for them to spread. If you don't pay attention when going out, you will easily be parasitized, and the most terrifying thing about parasitism at this stage is the eggs can follow the air into the respiratory tract, then parasitize the host's trachea and lungs, and then follow the ventilation of the lung tissue into the blood vessels. Finally, they reach the organs with rich blood supply and take root and reproduce. So in the first stage, mammals are the first species to be parasitized, and they are also the first species to become extinct. Once this corrosive insect disease transmitted through the respiratory tract breaks out, the whole person will rot within 10 seconds. Very scary. This is the silent spread. In the Wasteland Survival Manual, several players have detailed introductions of players who went out in the early stage and suddenly died in the middle stage of the acid rain disaster. Although the cause of their death was not specified, Wen Ning guessed that it was inseparable from the corrosive insects. Wen Ning also put this information into the intelligence, but from the feedback on the World Channel in the past 2 days, there are still players who are blindly optimistic and confident. They trust the gas masks very much and believe that there are no eggs in the filtered air, so they go out to explore. In the early stage of acid rain, although open-air natural resources such as trees cannot be collected, but the players set their sights on the mine. There are quite a few players who took advantage of this time difference to go out and mine. The mine is dry, and as long as you take good protection, you will most likely not be exposed to rain. The acid rain at this time does not have the ability to corrode and melt the player's equipment, which is why players underestimate acid rain. However, there is no reminder in the Wasteland Survival Manual that every inch of air is dangerous in the early stage of the acid rain disaster. This is also the reason why Wen Ning closed the skylight of the territory, and even Wen Ning installed the disinfection process of 001 and others in the ventilation vents. Ensure fresh air. On the third day of the acid rain disaster, Wen Ning observed the morning forest as usual. She found that the tops of some trees' leaves gradually turned yellow, and many black dots suddenly appeared on the trunks, like charcoal. Some tender leaves and buds broke directly and stopped growing. The roots of plants appeared on the ground, but they were all broken, as if they were bitten by something. The messy feathers and fur on the ground indicated the end of the animals. On the fourth day of the acid rain disaster, some players reacted. First, a group of players had skin redness and swelling and bloodshot eyes. Other players had rashes all over their bodies, just like they had urticaria. The skin of players who directly touched the acid rain was corroded directly, and it looked as terrible as being splashed with sulfuric acid. Some players, who were caught in the rain on the first day, wiped it off quickly, but their fingers and toes still showed wrinkles caused by the rain. This problem was quickly solved. Players could eliminate this reaction by taking a large amount of primary potions at one time. It can also heal the corrosive wounds caused by acid rain. However, the rain for almost a week made the air of the entire wasteland continent humid. Depressions gradually formed in places with lower altitudes. Even if the entire shelter was wrapped in a glass cover, the player's wall was soaked by water. So some careful players found that the solidity value of their shelter was slowly decreasing. Cautious players immediately suspected the rainwater gathered on the ground. The rainwater at this time could no longer be described as rainwater. It was a light yellow liquid, and some green could be faintly seen in the transparent state. In addition to the pungent smell of hair dye, there are also white filaments floating in it. If you look carefully, you can find that these white filaments are moving slowly. It is pouring rain outside. Even if the player finds that there is a problem with the rain, there is nothing he can do. The difficulty of moving is particularly huge, so the player can only choose to repair and reinforce his shelter. The walls after the repair are brand new, so the players relax their vigilance. The gloomy weather in the sky continues. It is obviously 12 o'clock in the afternoon, but the sky is as dark as before the night falls. Wen Ning received a reminder for the second time today, saying that the territory is not suitable for business, and the territory merchants are temporarily suspended. Wen Ning, who understands the game mechanism, is not surprised at all. These territory merchants also refer to the stability of various parallel worlds to choose territories. In the current wasteland continent, no territory is not affected by acid rain. Wen Ning looked at the dark sky. The sudden drop in temperature made the entire bright territory put on winter clothes early. The people in the territory have a strong sense of self-prevention. Even if they wear thick winter clothes, they still wear raincoats outside. They usually wear rubber gloves all the time. When Ning went down the city wall and walked towards the territory cafeteria. Today, the cafeteria has launched mutton soup. A bowl of it is the best way to warm up the body. When Ning walked into the territory cafeteria while planning tomorrow's affairs. Tomorrow is the 5th day of the disaster season, the day when the corrosive worms will hatch on a large scale. In the next 2 days, all the corrosive worms parasitic in the animals will break out of the skin. In other words, after 3 days, the animals in the entire Wasteland continent will become extinct, and some players will also be eliminated. After this wave of outbreaks, when Ning can go out, World Channel, oh my god. Intermediate potion costs 500,000 survival points. Why don't you go and grab it? World Channel, don't be like this, isn't it okay now? World Channel, that's right, isn't it just an acid rain? As long as we don't go out, how can we be parasitized? World Channel, don't forget the Wasteland Survival Manual. Players who have risked their lives to go out in the past few days, I wish you good luck. World Channel, this acid rain is terrible, terrible. I didn't go out, but there was a small hole on the roof of my shelter that day. World Channel, I fixed it immediately. Just a drop of rain fell on my head, and now my hair is falling out in clumps. World Channel, it's just like chemotherapy. This acid rain is really balding. All kinds of players, who accidentally got contaminated by acid rain told their experiences, and the whole World Channel began to panic. Various medium and high-level healing potions were snapped up, and the price was close to the price that when Ning had auctioned. When Ning did not follow the trend and sold them, but quietly waited for the situation to change. The change was expected and horrifying. The 5th day of the acid rain disaster, World Channel, ah! A player in our territory died. Ugh! So many bugs. Ugh! Chapter 372. Seeing this familiar message, when Ning stood up from the sofa and drank a sip of milk to calm down. Still pay attention to the follow-up. Due to the acid rain disaster, everyone lives in the shelter, so the World Channel is several times more active than usual. In Wen Ning's shelter, the fireplace built during the snowstorm was lit. This is the fireplace that was renovated when the shelter was rebuilt. It occupies half of the wall. After it is lit, the whole room can be warm. With the warm stone, the temperature is very comfortable. The smokeless charcoal is burning quietly with flames, while Wen Ning is eating a fruit plate while watching the chat on the World Channel. There is a very sharp contrast between the players. Those who have a good life, like Wen Ning, stay leisurely in the shelter, wrapped in a mink coat, burning warm charcoal. Those who have a hard life, in addition to enduring the corrosion of acid rain, also experience the fear of death. Today is the day when the corrosive insects hatch. World Channel, help! A lot of bugs are crawling out. World Channel, it's corrosive bugs. They are not even afraid of acid rain. How can we kill them? World Channel, insecticides can help a little, but they can't kill them, at most they can paralyze them for a while. World Channel, salt water. Salt water is useful. Acid-base balance, right? Wen Ning's survival manual doesn't mention any way to kill bugs. Because once a large-scale outbreak of corrosive bugs occurs, the disasters in these survival manuals will be over. Wen Ning has been observing the disasters in his world according to the contents of the survival manual these days. There is no one with an adaptability of more than 80%. Wen Ning seriously suspected that the dog system had adjusted the difficulty again. Speaking of alkaline substances, Wen Ning remembered the piles of quicklime in his warehouse. Although quicklime is not an alkali, the lime water made from it is alkaline. And the simplest alkaline water in life is nothing more than plant ash soaked in water. Thinking of this, someone on the World Channel has already started experiments. Except for the territory that strictly followed Wen Ning's intelligence and did not go out a step, other territories have more or less players infected with corrosive insects and acid rain. From time to time, the screams of animals can be heard in the wilderness. Short and shrill, many animals can only make this last wail. Because the time for the corrosive insect to hatch successfully is extremely short, the corrosive insect will grow 2 long mouthparts after hatching successfully. Used to cut the flesh and blood of the host, there is also a transparent and very thin long tube in the middle of the mouthparts, which is used to absorb nutrients. There may be tens of thousands of corrosive insects on a player. After they clean up their host, they will crawl to find the next target. During the growth stage in corrosion, no new eggs are produced, and their growth rate depends on how much flesh and blood they eat. Their preference for nutrients is first for players and animals. And the flesh and blood of players is created by the game system using the arrangement and combination of molecules. The essence is no different from that of mammals. When the animals are eaten clean, the corrosive worms will turn to eat plants. This is part of the theme of the ablation disaster. After the corrosive worms hatch, weapons can be used to kill them with physical attacks, but they are only the size of cockroaches. And there are so many of them, they are not afraid of water or fire. In the early stage, pesticides and alkaline substances can be used to clean them. When they reach the stage of complete maturity, these methods are useless. At that time, there may be only the most primitive way, using swords. Therefore, the appearance of a corrosive insect in a territory is fatal. If it is not cleaned up and waits for it to eat and drink enough and start laying eggs, it will only take a few days for new corrosive insects to hatch. When the territory breaks out with insect tides, the outcome can be imagined. So each territory started a vigorous insect extermination operation. When Ning asked the robot to patrol 24 hours a day, and irrigate lime water at the bottom of all the city walls, and spray insecticides and other useful insect extermination materials in the corners of the buildings every day, prevent corrosive insects from crawling in from the soil. Soon, there were fewer and fewer voices calling for help on the World Channel. I don't know if they are dead or saved. When Ning didn't pay too much attention, she shared the possible events and preventive measures with Lu Shi and Lin Zheng. Then I was preparing to go out. At this time, a message suddenly appeared on the World Channel. World Channel, will the disaster refresh monsters? There are so many green monsters in our territory. World Channel, monsters? Aren't they bugs? World Channel, not bugs. No, there are bugs. Now the whole territory is full of green monsters and bugs. The people inside want us to open the door. World Channel, so scary. These bugs come out of the green monster's skin. The green monsters want to eat people, and these bugs also want to eat people. Green monsters? Goblins? Wen Ning immediately became excited. Are they the goblins that escaped at the beginning? World Channel, what is going on? The Lord didn't say a word. Could he have died in the territory? World Channel, calling other territories in the World Channel, are there any places to receive players? My shelter is fully packed, so I can live outside the city. World Channel, brother, which territory are you from? Why is it so miserable? World Channel, don't say it. We used to be the official territory. Later, Su Jiaqing and the official fell out and took us to be independent. Why is it so miserable now? Official, it was Su Jiaqing. Wen Ning narrowed her eyes slightly. Why didn't she hear about the falling out between Su Jiaqing and the official? Also, this official is quite mysterious and has never spoken on the World Channel. Officials from other countries have appeared more or less. Wait, Wen Ning suddenly thought of a question. It seems that the official territories of various countries have suddenly disappeared from a certain period of time. Except for Jack, who is still active on the World Channel, there is only Su Jiaqing. As a game designer, Wen Ning knows a little about this matter. When selecting players, everyone discussed that they could not repeat the mistakes of the Blue Star people, and the system algorithm also showed that they could not follow the old path of the Blue Star. So the algorithm directly excluded the world leaders. Of course, because the global high-level rulers are generally older, some players with extreme political positions have not passed the system algorithm review. So Wen Ning guessed that the officials mentioned by these people were probably self-proclaimed. After all, how many people are involved in the operation of a state machine? Perhaps someone from an agency entered the game, and after finding out that there was no boss in this world, he had evil thoughts. He established the so-called official organization. This can also explain why some countries have it, and some countries don't. Wen Ning can also figure out why he looked down on the official base from the beginning. Li Weiguo was too indecisive. If he said it was justifiable, he was considering humanity, but this Su Jiaqing. His private desires were too obvious, and now he is no longer pretending. But now, he is afraid that he will suffer the consequences. Wen Ning relaxed and looked at the people in Su Jiaqing's territory, who were complaining on the World Channel. And at this time, Su Jiaqing's territory. The entire territory was in turmoil. This change started yesterday. When the players in various territories on the World Channel changed, Su Jiaqing began to pay attention to the status of the goblins, who had returned from the heavy rain. And he also took some actions, such as taking his confidants to spray pesticides around the territory when it was dark. And Su Jiaqing would suddenly accidentally break into the goblin's room every few hours to check. Make sure there are no corrosive bugs hatched on the goblin. But nothing happened yesterday, and Su Jiaqing thought that the goblin would use magic such as purification to solve all the corrosive bugs on his body. As a result, early this morning, Su Jiaqing wanted to patrol as usual, and the room in the residential building was kicked open. Several goblins, who were supposed to be resting and sleeping, ran out. They looked horrible, with holes all over their faces and bodies, and one end of the white line-like bug was deeply embedded in the goblin's flesh. The other end was swinging its body wildly in the air, and Su Jiaqing's scalp was numb on the spot. Turned around and ran away. Then the whole territory was infested with insects. It turned out that every goblin that came back that day had corrosive insect eggs on their bodies. The goblin's special abilities that were thought to have happened did not happen. Now the backlash of Su Jiaqing has arrived. Chapter 373. The entire territory system is almost paralyzed. The territory management value is even more drooping. Unfortunately, even if the red bounty mission is issued now, no one dares to take it. The goblin is more vigorous than the human player, and it did not turn into a pool of rotten meat for the corrosive insects to suck. It can still run around. Su Jiaqing quickly hid in his own shelter with a few of his brothers. There is no way. Their shelters have been abandoned, and only the Lord's shelter is the safest at this moment. Su Jiaqing quickly closed the door and locked the brothers, who did not run in outside. Lord, are we on good terms with them? Why are the goblins attacking us now? A player drank an intermediate healing potion, but was horrified to find that the wound on his arm scratched by the goblin's fingers showed no signs of healing. The blood that flowed out was also poisonous black blood. Lord, please save me. I don't want to die. Su Jiaqing was still in shock. He looked back and saw that his brother's arm was bleeding black blood. He didn't know if it would be infected. The goblin's fingernails contained strong poison. Once poisoned, they will die. Now there are not enough people, and Su Jiaqing doesn't want to lose anyone. You, cut off his arm. The player who was named looked at his companion reluctantly. Lord, go ahead, do you want to live? Everyone present knew that the goblin was poisonous, and the player who was scratched also understood the current situation. He nodded to his companion, while enduring the severe pain. The companion was still a little sympathetic. After a while of psychological preparation, he raised his knife with red eyes. A broken arm was thrown high up, and the player almost fainted from the pain. Then, several players bandaged him neatly. As long as he was not poisoned, his broken arm would stop bleeding soon after drinking the intermediate healing potion, and he would be able to endure the pain after taking some painkillers. At this critical moment, he could still fight. Su Jiaqing walked around the shelter twice in a restless manner, thinking of a solution in his mind. The players inside the territory outside the door knocked on Su Jiaqing's door frantically. Lord, open the door and let us in. Lord, save us. The door panel was hammered with a bang, but soon, these players were torn into pieces by many goblins. There was a wailing outside the door, and these goblins parasitized by the corrosive worms were smashing and killing people everywhere. Su Jiaqing's shelter has a ventilation system, and the smell of blood came in, which was even worse than inside the house. Several people felt a sense of despair in their hearts. The goblins smashed and smashed violently, and even began to hurt themselves, scratching their bodies with their sharp claws, trying to kill the bugs on their bodies in this way. But the pain of 10,000 ants crawling and gnawing on their bodies made them completely lose their rationality. The whole territory was suddenly filled with wailing. There were players living in the territory. They built a defense line under their residential buildings to resist these crazy goblins. And their city lords hid in the safe shelter, watching their desperate struggles coldly. Or they could not protect themselves. But how could dozens of players resist thousands of goblins? This was a completely overwhelming blow. Seeing that the shelter in Su Jiaqing was not open, the players thought about escaping from the territory and looking for life outside. But the players outside had already closed all the gates. It was purgatory inside, and opening the gates would not save the dozens of players who were already wounded. Instead, releasing the goblins with corrosive bugs would be bad for the players outside. Therefore, the players outside quickly reached a consensus that not only could the gates not be opened, but also a defense line should be established. No one or monster that might carry corrosive bugs could be allowed to come out. It was better to kill by mistake than to let them go. The goblins were killing in the territory, and the players were gradually slaughtered. The rain was getting heavier at this time. The remaining players resisted desperately, but who would not be injured in the battle? The raincoat was torn, and the body inevitably came into contact with the acid rain, and the players screamed immediately. It was like magma was poured directly on the arm. The skin exploded quickly, and the blisters burst quickly the moment they appeared. Then the protein denatured in the strong acid environment, and the high temperature generated by the corrosion directly smoked the entire arm into charcoal. The player, after feeling the inhuman pain, had his entire arm roasted. The pitch-black arm was like a piece of black charcoal, and the player could no longer feel any pain. But during the action, the entire arm broke with a bang and fell into the mud. The player's eyes were bloodshot, and the pain in his body was far less than the scene in front of him. He didn't even scream when the goblin's claw pierced his chest. This was a relief for him. Soon, the players in the territory were cleaned up by goblins or acid rain. The bodies were either corroded by acid rain into a piece of black charcoal, or occupied by corrosive insects. It became the cradle for their growth and reproduction. After the goblins killed all the players and smashed the territory buildings, the severe pain still could not be relieved. So they actually started to kill each other. Thousands of goblins abandoned magic and started hand-to-hand combat. Various sharp screams spread throughout the territory. Su Jiaqing's shelter was the last safe place. It was already surrounded by goblins outside. They beat and scratched frantically, and the sound of goblin nails scratching came from the periphery of the steel-like shelter. The scalp of the listener was numb, and the whole spinal cord was trembling. The goblins were tortured by the corrosive insects. Su Jiaqing hated why he put them into the territory in the first place, but the king goblin also hated Su Jiaqing. It thought that Su Jiaqing deliberately let them attack, so they were caught in the rain and eventually parasitized by the corrosive insects. The king goblin raised the scepter with difficulty in the pain of thousands of ants gnawing at his heart. Then, a lava eruption point appeared above Su Jiaqing's shelter. Then, a steady stream of lava gushed out from this point. In the acid rain, it was like a bright fountain, pouring out and falling. Su Jiaqing saw the scene from the surveillance, and he was not feeling well. The other party was going to flood his shelter with lava. A sizzling burning sound came from the top of the shelter. Su Jiaqing watched the solidity value of his shelter on the panel drop down, and finally panicked. Various repair materials were piled up, as if they were free. Lord! Lava! Lava! The younger brother behind him also saw the scene. The monitoring machine was soon flooded by the lava and melted in an instant. What are you doing? Trade all your building materials to me. The sturdiness is almost unbearable. Everyone is on the same boat. If Su Jiaqing's shelter is melted, they will not survive. So the players traded their materials to Su Jiaqing. Su Jiaqing quickly used the materials he received, hoping to get through. And the king goblin outside was soon interrupted by the pain in his body. The surrounding goblins were already killing, and the killing of each other was getting more and more intense. At first, everyone was still afraid of the identity of the king goblin, and the goblins around him didn't dare to attack. But later, the pain completely occupied their minds, and they didn't care so much. The king goblin was interrupted in his spell, and he was very angry. The robe on his body could not resist the attack of the corrosive insects from the inside out, but the attacks of other goblins could still be resisted. The king goblin waved the scepter in his hand, and all the goblins that rushed up were thrown backwards. The sound of bones breaking came in large numbers, and they collapsed to the ground and could not get up again. The corrosive insects in the body will naturally take advantage of your illness to kill you. Su Jiaqing felt that the solidity value of his shelter stopped falling, thinking that the king goblin was solved, and his face relaxed. Before he opened his mouth, he found that the solidity value began to fall again. However, it fell very slowly, and the wall panels had not fallen off completely, so Su Jiaqing had no place to repair it. This was difficult. The perspective was pulled out, and a layer of black magma solidified material was attached to the surface of Su Jiaqing's shelter. It covered the entire shelter tightly like volcanic mud. But if you look closely, you can find that there are a lot of bubbles on the surface of these magma layers. It should be because the magma just appeared and contacted the acid rain. Now the acid rain flows in from these gaps and contacts the surface of the shelter. Besides, the high temperature of the magma melted all the glass covering the surface of the shelter, so the surface of the shelter is now without any protection. The acid rain gradually corroded, and the people inside thought they were safe. However, they did not know that the god of death was gradually approaching and would soon knock on the door. Chapter 374. The goblins' attack is getting more and more fierce. Su Jiaqing and several players hid in the shelter in fear, but they could do nothing but pray that the shelter could hold on. But as time passed, the players' hearts rose and fell with the movement outside the door. While repairing the shelter, Su Jiaqing observed the damage to the territory through the territory panel. Seeing that the materials were gradually running out, the solidity value of the shelter continued to drop. What else did Su Jiaqing not understand? The magma attack had stopped, but the glass layer must have been destroyed, so as long as the acid rain did not stop, the solidity value would continue to drop. But how could the acid rain stop? Su Jiaqing suddenly felt desperate. Warning. The territory management value has dropped to 80. Please repair the damaged buildings as soon as possible. This was the announcement half an hour ago. Su Jiaqing was trapped in the shelter, and it was difficult for him to protect himself. Moreover, the territory was under attack, and he could not open the territory warehouse at all. So now, after the supplies of several players were used up, they could only wait for death. Just now, the system announcement sounded again. Warning. The territory management value has dropped to 60. Please repair the damaged buildings as soon as possible. System announcement. Xuqing's territory management value has dropped below 60, and the territory has been automatically disbanded. System announcement. Red Bounty Mission. Xuqing Territory Lord Order has been independent, and the mission transmission has begun. Players participating in the mission please go by themselves. Lord. The players behind him were all shocked when they received this news. They originally thought that the goblins had been invaded by the corrosive insects, but how could they have such strong destructive power? On the World Channel, the fall of Xuqing's territory was within everyone's expectations. However, few people on the World Channel dared to go out and snatch the Lord's order at this time. After all, without a good armor, it would be difficult to stay in this pouring acid rain for 10 minutes. Wen Ning was surprised for a moment when she received the news. Then she quickly clicked to participate. No one dared to take action, and this was her best opportunity. The crystal armor on her body could protect her whole body. In addition to the robots that would not be parasitized, there were also 2 magic generals, the Lanternfish King and the Siren. Wen Ning immediately packed up her equipment, and the teleportation array was only open for 10 minutes. Now Su Jiaqing's territory is full of goblins, and Wen Ning plans to wait until the last minute to pick up the leaks. Let them fight each other first. If she guessed correctly, Su Jiaqing is now trapped in the territory, and the players outside the territory will never open the city gate to seek death. On Su Jiaqing's side, he knelt on the ground in despair after hearing the news of the fall of the city. He put too much thought into this territory, worked hard, and bet all his property on it. Although he got it by luck, he also spent a lot of effort to build it. And for greed, he had already invested everything. He made an unfair deal with Jack, and summoned these goblins with his own blood. All of this happened because he was blinded by power. Su Jiaqing was originally a middle-level cadre in a government unit. The stable job in the system, and the hopeless life for a long time made him numb and doubtful about what he believed in. When he first came to this survival game, he learned through some connections that there were no national leaders in this world. The idea of pretending to be an official grew from the bottom of his heart like a wild weed. So, when various official bases sprang up, like mushrooms after rain, Su Jiaqing successfully boarded Jack's big ship, although he was just a small and inconspicuous cadre. But Jack was a real military high-ranking official of the Lifeone Kingdom. According to Su Jiaqing's status, he would never have any intersection with him in his life. But Su Jiaqing took advantage of the information gap in the Wasteland, and no one came to expose him. He successfully made Li Weigua believe that he was the so-called special envoy. So he had been domineering for so long and broke the base that Li Weigua had built with all his heart. And now his hard work was directly destroyed in the first stage of the disaster. Regret and anger surged in Su Jiaqing's heart. The goblins outside who destroyed his territory were particularly hateful. And Su Jiaqing, who was in a rage, did not notice that his shelter was breaking apart bit by bit. Acid rain penetrated into the volcanic rock and corroded his wall panels. At this time, several other players suddenly heard a slight cracking sound. A crackling sound. It was very small. In the deafening sound of fighting outside, this slight sound should not be distinguishable. But several players present except Su Jiaqing heard it. Lord. A player trembled all over when he heard this sound, and the players beside him trembled with him. Swallowing hard, several players did not dare to speak loudly, and listened carefully, hoping that it was their own illusion. Is the shelter cracked? Another player interrupted him quickly. Don't talk nonsense, it's an auditory hallucination. There are so many materials in the territory warehouse, how could it fail? Several players nodded and encouraged each other, as if they had grabbed a life-saving straw. Yes, it should be an auditory hallucination. If there is a problem, the Lord can receive the message. Don't be nervous. We have 10 warehouses in the territory. Aren't these materials enough for us to survive until the disaster is over? The players selectively ignored the news that the territory had become a chaotic state. But they said they were not afraid, but in fact, every slight crack in the shelter was like a parasite crawling directly onto their nerves. Some players took out raincoats from their backpacks and put them on tremblingly. Other players saw this and put on their armor. 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, wrapped tightly. Then, they held their weapons, and stared at the roof. Everyone knew what they were going to face if the shelter was breached. What was the difference between the intensity of this acid rain and jumping directly into strong sulfuric acid? Su Jiaqing sat on the ground with lifeless eyes, as if his vitality had been drained away. A player's eyes flashed with a trace of viciousness, and the blade in his hand had just been raised when he was stopped by another player. The two exchanged glances, and finally held their heads down. Both wanted to replace Su Jiaqing, but now was obviously not the right time. The most urgent thing now should be how to escape. Just when everyone was ready, but had their own plans, something unexpected happened. There was a loud noise from the door of the shelter, and then everyone saw the alloy door of the shelter collapsed all of a sudden. The entire shelter suddenly collapsed at a lightning speed. Half of the shelter was shattered into pieces. The players hid inside, and looked at the goblins outside who were killing each other. It turned out that the wall panels of the shelter had been corroded into this state. Everyone once again realized the terrifying destructive power of acid rain. And now, the battle is about to break out. Fuck. Fight them. Break out. Break out. Find the wall on the road. I have a rope here, we can run. 5 or 6 players took action instantly, although they would probably have no way to survive after running out, because they had already given up their shelter. Don't panic, I still have a safe house core. As long as we run out, we can still survive by exchanging survival points for materials. A player saw that everyone's fighting spirit was a little low, so he shouted such words. The players didn't know whether what he said was true or false, but at this time, they all chose to believe him. The players gathered together and broke out in one direction. The goblins were now tortured by the corrosive bugs, and their combat capabilities plummeted. They were no match for the players. So they quickly broke out towards the city wall. And Su Jiaqing, with a dull look in his eyes, obviously had not come back to his senses yet. In his sight, there was acid rain all over the sky, and goblin corpses all over the ground, and disgusting bugs drilled in and out of the goblin's skin. Enjoy this feast. Su Jiaqing's sight finally moved when he came into contact with the red glowing Lord's Order floating in the center of the territory. Fanaticism surged from the bottom of his eyes. The armor on his body was more advanced than that of the players. When he rushed out of the half-collapsed shelter, with his weapons raised, it automatically covered his whole body. But the armor was sizzling under the corrosion of the acid rain, and an unpleasant and pungent smell rushed into his nose. Su Jiaqing seemed to be unable to feel it, and just rushed forward in one go, as if only the red power was left between heaven and earth. It's my Lord's order. It's mine. I can get it again and start over. The goblins originally hated Su Jiaqing, especially the king goblin. Although it was tortured by the corrosive bugs, it immediately blocked the pain when it saw Su Jiaqing's overwhelming hatred. It raised the scepter and attacked Su Jiaqing. Then, a fireball fell on Su Jiaqing's side, and Su Jiaqing was directly knocked out, and the durability of his armor dropped by 30%. But Su Jiaqing seemed to be unable to feel the attack at this time, and he got up like an indestructible cockroach and continued to rush towards the Lord's Order. Chapter 375. Boom. If one fireball is not enough, there will be another one. If that is not enough, there will be many more. Several fireballs in the sky quickly fell and attacked Su Jiaqing. Su Jiaqing dodged them all. These fireballs landed and became a magma point, and then magma continued to flow out. The surrounding goblins were directly burned into black charcoal when they came into contact with the high temperature, including the corrosive insects parasitic on them, which were also burned along with the goblins. The entire territory was covered by dozens of fireballs, and the road that Su Jiaqing ran over became a sea of fire. The magma burst out crazily, and soon covered a large area of the territory, and continued to spread around. The king goblin saw that he could not hit Su Jiaqing, and his anger reached the extreme. He looked at the Lord's Order in front of Su Jiaqing. He lowered his head, and began to mutter some spells. The goblins who were still alive in the entire territory immediately curled up, and knelt on the ground. These goblins' eyes were filled with fear and extreme pain. This pain seemed to be thousands of times more severe than the erosion of corrosive insects and acid rain. After a while, one goblin after another died on the spot with their bodies twisted. Their bodies were dry and their hands and feet were extremely twisted. If Wen Ning was here, he would be able to find that this scene was exactly the same as the scene when the king goblin was hit by a bullet, but was unscathed. And several goblins beside it fell down strangely. The king goblin raised the scepter in his hand high, and the spell in the innermost part was recited faster and faster, and the number of goblins around him died more and more. Then, a magical scene happened. The corrosive bugs on the king goblin fell off one by one, and the wounds on his body healed bit by bit. Then when 80% of the goblins present died, the king goblin had completely recovered his health. At this time, its skin had gained a certain ability to resist acid rain corrosion. So, just when Su Jiaqing was staggering and about to get the Lord's order, the fanatical magma rushed behind him and directly engulfed Su Jiaqing. Not only Su Jiaqing, but the entire territory was covered by magma. And Su Jiaqing was only 10 centimeters away from touching the Lord's order. The magma spread all the way to the foot of the city wall. On the city wall, the 3 players who escaped looked at this scene in horror, and endless fear filled their hearts. Let the acid rain wash away their few raincoats, and several people were stunned for a long time and couldn't come back to their senses. Until a player suddenly covered his eyes and screamed. Hiss! Acid rain got into my eyes. Everyone hurriedly discovered that the rain curtain was getting bigger. The whole territory was red, and the king goblin fell into the magma powerlessly after casting this last spell. He was probably dead. He died together with Su Jiaqing. Not to mention the surviving goblins, they couldn't run away at all. Wen Ning's figure appeared on the top of the city wall, and just happened to see the scene. Several players were climbing down the rope, and they didn't even have the energy to care about Wen Ning's sudden appearance. What's the use of the Lord's order when you don't even have a life? At this moment, the most important thing is to escape. Outside the city, when the territory fell into chaos, players took their shelters and joined other territories. As for the remaining players, who escaped without shelter, the ending is not difficult to guess. No one in the entire territory wanted to fight for the Lord's order. It is conceivable how much psychological shadow the goblins have caused them. When Ning looked at the purgatory inside the city wall, because of its huge volume, the red magma will probably take a long time to cool down. And the acid rain increased at this time. The acid rain poured down like a torrential rain on the boiling red magma. Like quenching, all kinds of sparks flew around. The magma was rolling and bubbling like boiling. Just standing on the city wall, you can feel this overwhelming heat. The acid rain contains a lot of sulfides and chlorides, which evaporate in large quantities under the action of magma. The yellow-green gas soon filled the entire interior of the city wall. 1 meter, 2 meters, and then 4 or 5 meters thick. Finally, it was the same height as the 10-meter city wall. The visibility inside the city wall dropped instantly. The Lord's order floating in the air could be seen before, but now it could not be seen because of the reduced visibility. Wen Ning frowned slightly. The current situation was that it would take a long time to wait for so much magma to cool down. But Wen Ning was unwilling to stay in this acid rain for so long. The durability of the crystal armor on his body slowly decreased at a rate of 1 point every 10 minutes. Although it was slow, it was enough to corrode Wen Ning's crystal armor, which was enough to show the intensity of the acid rain. Just as Wen Ning was thinking about what to do, several players appeared on the other side of the wall. The location of the Red Bounty mission after entering the teleportation array is random. So it is not surprising that it landed on the wall opposite Wen Ning. The leader was a blond man with green pupils and cold white skin. He was abnormally thin. Michelle, I can't see where the Lord's order is at all. I'm afraid we have to wait until the magma here cools down before we can go in. The 2 players behind him said. Michelle's emotions did not even fluctuate. He took 2 steps forward, looked at the magma with a layer of black volcanic rock on the surface, and retreated. Then wait a little longer. The 2 men behind him looked at the rapidly decreasing armor durability, stammered their lips, and dared not speak again. Their original intention was to let Michelle go back. This Lord's order was simply dispensable to the EU. Michelle was in poor health, so there was no need to take risks. It would be a big mistake to let the higher-ups know that they sneaked out. If anything happened to Michelle, the game experience of the 2 players would be over. But Michelle, who looked calm in front, obviously did not have this awareness. He took out 2 brand new equipment from his backpack and handed them to the 2 people behind him. Put them on, I developed them. The 2 people quickly took the armor that Michelle handed over. After putting them on, the durability value continued to decrease under the corrosion of acid rain, but the rate of decrease was only 1/3 of the previous time, and the durability of this armor was 10 times that of the one they just wore. He is worthy of being the chief manufacturer of the territory. This armor, even the treasure house on the World Channel, probably can't make it. A burst of pride flashed through the hearts of the 2, and because they took Michelle's benefits, there would be no restrictions on Michelle's actions. The armor on Michelle will only be more powerful than this, so there will be no problem with safety. It doesn't matter if we wait a little longer. Just as the 2 were staring at the yellow-green gas in front of them, the pungent smell at the mouth and nose suddenly became several times stronger. It was as if something was stirring the gas in front of him. But the magma below was still bubbling. Who could enter? Who could endure such a burning and enter this area, unless they could fly? Both of them looked at Michelle standing in front of them at the same time. Michelle's eyes became subtle. Then, the two players seemed to see a huge fish tail in the yellow-green gas. It rolled and turned in the gas, and disappeared in just a moment. Both of them rubbed their eyes, and looked at each other to confirm that it was not an illusion. Michelle? The player hesitated to ask. Michelle turned around decisively, with a beautiful arc at the corner of her mouth. Let's go. The Lord's order has been taken away. The player's eyes widened suddenly, and both of them didn't believe it. How is it possible? No one can step in here. Another player suddenly realized. You mean, it was really a fish just now? And it took the Lord's order. Michelle didn't explain too much, just walked towards the exit coordinates. Muttered to himself, as if he had found a new toy. Puppet beast? Interesting. Chapter 376. When Ning, who had obtained the Lord's order, had already returned to the territory from the teleportation point. He did not encounter this group of people at all. The Fish King is still useful. When Ning landed at the gate of the territory and walked into the disinfection channel. After a comprehensive disinfection of his whole body, Wen Ning took off the crystal armor and gave it to Shi Tai for high-temperature roasting. This time, the durability of the crystal armor decreased by 10%. Fortunately, Nasu had taught Wen Ning the repair technology, and Shi Tai also knew it. But why is this acid rain so corrosive? This is only the first stage. When the second and third stages come, how can players go out? It's not even a question of whether they can go out, but whether the defense of the shelter can hold up. Although Wen Ning said that acid rain will not corrode glass, this is not absolute. Just like the shelter in Zhujiaqing, the high temperature caused the glass to melt, and then the shelter was corroded by acid rain. Melting, whether the temperature will rise or not, no one can say for sure. However, Wen Ning is still very confident in his sky canopy. When the situation is critical, the players will definitely have ways to save their lives. Wen Ning did not think too much, and took the Lord order, and also tried the damage of acid rain. While the situation outside is not particularly bad, Wen Ning plans to go out to explore in the afternoon. System, do you think it is better for me to explore the ruins or the time and space channel? Disaster season, the ruins channel has been closed. The mechanical voice of the system is as emotionless as always. However, it still revealed this news to Wen Ning. Then there is only one choice. The time-space channel leads to various continents, especially the Orc continent. Wen Ning also has a mission to explore the secret of the extinction of the orcs in the Orc continent. It's just right to go and take a look this time. Shi Tai repaired Wen Ning's crystal armor at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Wen Ning took what she needed and set off. There is a coordinate of the time-space channel inside the Dawn Forest, and Wen Ning headed directly to this place. Still the same, she has to enter before 4 o'clock. Wen Ning put Hu Zi and others in her backpack, and then drove the centaur and set off. After leaving the territory, I soon felt the erosion of acid rain. The outer wall of the bright territory has shown signs of peeling under the erosion of acid rain, and the surface of the solid granite bricks has been hit with small bubble-like potholes. Looking at the dense crowd, Wen Ning has some intensive phobia. However, the wall of the bright territory is 10 meters thick, so this corrosion is not a big deal. Wen Ning asked Mira to pay attention to the durability of the wall, and to spend some materials to repair it when appropriate. If the durability drops faster, open the canopy. The canopy built by Yi Lin is very good, but it consumes a lot of electric energy cores to keep it open. Now there are no animal mutants in the entire wasteland, and it is difficult to obtain electric energy cores. The rich woman Wen Ning also had to save money. The centaur drove through the jungle at a moderate speed, and Wen Ning was wrapped in crystal armor from head to toe. And he manually opened the light shield. The whole person can be said to be armed to the teeth. There was a very unpleasant and pungent smell in the forest. Wen Ning could distinguish this smell. The pungent smell was due to the chlorine produced by the volatilization of acid rain, and the unpleasant smell was more like the smell of corruption. The smell of rotting corpses stinking and fermenting. There were many mutant beasts with horrible dead faces on the roadside. They were all in twisted postures, which showed what they had experienced before death. The white corrosive worms twisted their fat white bodies, and crawled in and out from under the skins of the mutant animals. The corpses of the mutant beasts became their paradise for survival. After eating and drinking, this place became a hotbed for their reproduction. This parasitic method of taking root and sprouting in animals made Wen Ning sick. And these corrosive worms were simply omnipresent. Wen Ning drove carefully in the jungle. The visibility in the forest filled with a lot of yellow-green gas was quite low. Wen Ning checked the coordinates while recognizing the road based on Hu Zi's active skills. Under the rain curtain, the forest that was usually sunny was now only damp and dark. The breath of death filled the entire environment. Wen Ning didn't want to stay in this abyss-like place for a moment. Under the mask, Wen Ning pursed his lips tightly and devoted himself to driving, trying his best not to touch any rotten corpses or rotten trees. That's right, after eating up the corpses of animals, these corrosive insects will turn to plants. After eating up all the animals and plants, they will kill each other. After driving carefully for an hour and a half, Wen Ning slowly loosened his hand on the accelerator, and his tense body relaxed. Looking at the teleportation array hidden in the grass in front of him, Wen Ning knew that he had arrived. Walking forward, carefully avoiding the grass, Wen Ning touched the edge of the teleportation array. Player found an unknown transmission channel. Do you want to enter? Yes. Wen Ning answered without hesitation, and the next moment, Wen Ning disappeared from the spot. Wen Ning's eyes went dark, and then he was in a chaotic and dark place. With the experience of the last ruins, Wen Ning immediately realized that this should be a place similar to a transfer station in the game. Player Wen Ning, please note that the place you are about to go is a real world. Please look for memory fragments in the world, but you cannot change the order of the original world. Wen Ning nodded. The real world should be the Orc continent. Then, the system confiscated Wen Ning's equipment, and then sent Wen Ning a set of equipment with exactly the same parameters. This is not difficult for the game system. Player's contaminated equipment has been removed. The player is ready to be deployed. Countdown. 10, 9. Contaminated equipment. Could it be that there are corrosive insects on her equipment? Wen Ning asked the system, but the system did not give a clear answer. The scenery in front of him became bright, so Wen Ning had to put it aside for now. After landing, the scenery in front of him gradually became clear. Wen Ning looked at the scenery in front of him and was stunned. It turned out to be a desert. The player has entered the new continent. Please note that the exploration time cannot exceed 1 week. The chat channel has been closed, and the trading channel has been closed. The backpack and production interface can still be used. Please note that death in this continent is equivalent to elimination from the game. The system's nagging broadcast sounded in his ears. Wen Ning stretched out his hand to block the scorching sun and looked into the distance. Endless yellow sand, not a single green grass to be seen. Not to mention the cacti that are common in the desert, there is not a single one to be seen. Wen Ning saw a lot of spiders and lizards that are common in the desert. But there is no acid rain here, so we can let Hu Zi out to get some fresh air. Wen Ning waved his hand, and his 3 little pets appeared in front of him. 001 and 012 also appeared together. Master, where is this? 001 was keenly aware of something wrong here, and Wen Ning explained it, with a gleam of thinking in 001's eyes. And 012 next to him had already had snowy eyes. 001 patted the back of 012's head skillfully, stopping 012 from thinking. Roar! Hu Zi is almost suffocated to death. Wen Ning rubbed his head. Due to the acid rain disaster, all the pets were forced to stay at home by Wen Ning, and they had never even left the shelter. It was really a bit boring. The 3 little ones ran away happily as soon as they came out. Wen Ning quickly took out a parasol, a lounge chair and iced watermelon from his backpack. He put on sunglasses, a sun protective jacket, and lay on the lounge chair to negotiate with the system. System, where is the map? This area does not provide a map. Please explore on your own. Wen Ning rolled her eyes under her sunglasses. You can fool other players with this, but it's a little too naive to fool a designer like me. Wen Ning ate the watermelon slowly, watching the happy pets without any hurry. He retorted slowly. This is a real world. You don't have a map, do you? Tongzi, you are not doing well. You said this is a real world, so there are no disasters here? What if I go to a place I shouldn't go to, meet someone I shouldn't meet, and don't want to go back and continue to survive? Chapter 377. This is not Wen Ning threatening the system. Wen Ning believes that as long as a player comes to this place, and finds that there is no disaster on the Wasteland continent, I am afraid that 9 out of 10 players will not want to leave. As a game designer, Wen Ning may not understand the game, but Wen Ning must understand the psychology of players. Wen Ning analyzed the pros and cons of this with the system, and as expected, the system fell into a long silence. Players, please wait, the map is being scanned. The system map has been uploaded, please check it. Wen Ning smiled triumphantly, and clicked on the system map. Why is my screen full of desert? The system can only scan a map within a radius of 50 kilometers. Wen Ning looked at the desert and the system map in front of him, and was dumbfounded. What? My 50-kilometer radius is all desert? I can't explore. I die of thirst here. According to the system calculation, the water resources in the player's backpack are enough for drinking for 120 million years. Wow, such amazing computing power. Is this the point? You still want me to praise you? When Ning didn't want to complain anymore, who made this system? Oh, it turned out to be her. After taking 2 deep breaths, when Ning was about to have a good argument with the system, when Huzi suddenly ran over. Roar! Mom! Someone kidnapped the young tiger. Yeah. Mom! Someone bullied Jean Bao Bao. Yeah. I was frozen, so I ran away. People? When Ning turned his head to look in the direction where the 3 little ones were running, and sure enough, there was a sand off-road vehicle behind them. There were many people wearing camouflage combat uniforms on the vehicle. When Ning quickly judged the situation. If the other party chased him with this car, it might be too late to run. It's not impossible to fight. When Ning quickly judged the situation and asked 001 and 012 to act according to the situation. 001 and 012's eyes flashed red, and they had locked onto the other party's vehicle. After Huzi and the 3 little ones came to Wen Ning, they also took a fighting stance. The other party obviously didn't expect that there were still people in this desolate desert. The car slowed down and finally stopped more than 10 meters away from Wen Ning. A tall and mighty man got out of the passenger seat, about 1.8 meters tall, with broad shoulders and narrow waist. He wore a pair of sunglasses and had an expression on his face that said keep away from strangers. The team members behind him followed with guns in their hands. Wen Ning didn't dare to speak first. In her opinion, the other party might not even be human. Moreover, different planets might have different languages. When Wen Ning looked at the other party calmly, the other man, with a face full of flesh, spoke. Hey! Did you raise that tiger? Wen Ning pursed her lips slightly, feeling relieved. Fortunately, she understood what he said. It's my pet, what's wrong? The other man was obviously stunned when he heard the word pet, but Scarlet quickly reacted. He walked forward with a gun in hand, and his tone became impatient. What's wrong? We were driving by, and it suddenly blocked the road and hit my car. How can I compensate? Wen Ning took a look at the other SUV, and the front of the car was indeed dented. Roar! Shame on you. If you hadn't shot me with the anesthetic needle, I would have hit you. Huzi turned to look at Wen Ning, and Wen Ning's eyes suddenly turned cold. Before coming here, Wen Ning had done ideological work for several of them. Because the system required that the local order should not be disrupted, Wen Ning asked the 3 little ones not to cause trouble. But now it is obvious that the other party has come to the door. Wen Ning was thinking in his heart that if these people were buried here, it should not be considered a violation of order. Anyway, this desert is so big, who knows how these people died. The eyes of the man in the lead of the other party changed slightly. I don't know why, he suddenly felt a hint of murderous intent from the beautiful woman opposite. He put his hands on his waist, and knocked twice on his waist, and the team members behind him were all startled. They looked at Wen Ning vigilantly. Wen Ning responded with a sneer, and unceremoniously exposed the other party's excuse for finding fault. My tiger never takes the initiative to cause trouble. Why don't you take out the tranquilizer gun you just aimed at him, and we can deal with it properly? Scarface was stunned. The other party actually knew what he had done. He immediately stammered and his face turned red. He looked back helplessly. The leading man suddenly spoke. Can you communicate with animals? Wen Ning thought about it. The skill of communicating with animals is too broad. Some people can understand the behavior of animals, and various sounds and languages. This can also be considered as being able to communicate with animals, right? My own pet, it's strange to be able to communicate? Wen Ning did not answer the other party's question directly, and then looked at Scarface aggressively. Sir, I can compensate for your car, but how do you think of my pet? As soon as Wen Ning finished speaking, Huzi roared, and the big and small Jean behind him also glared at the people in front of him. Scarface was so scared that he took several steps back. He had only seen this white tiger as rare. During the chase just now, he did not see the white tiger resist, so he thought that this tiger was soft and easy to bully. But he did not expect that the other party had an owner, and now a tiger roar let everyone know that this tiger was not easy to deal with. The strong smell of blood from the tiger's mouth told them that this tiger was not a vegetarian. Among the 5 people in the whole team, only the leading man did not change his expression, and the rest of them were afraid. Scarface's face was even paler, and he clenched the gun in his hand, but did not dare to do anything. Except for shocking Huzi, Wen Ning did not move at all. Even 001 and 012, Wen Ning asked them to wait directly. So these few people came forward and thought that Wen Ning was two models. Just when the atmosphere at the scene was stagnant to the extreme, the man in the lead of the other party took his hand away from his waist. He took off his glasses, revealing a bronze face. "Hello, we are from the Nanshin Superpower Team. I am the Captain Nantion." Wen Ning's eyes were still cold, and he looked at the other party's outstretched hand without saying a word. The scarred face stood up and smiled innocently. "Hee, girl, don't get me wrong. I did have the idea of hitting your tiger just now, and then I saw you were alone here, and I also had the idea of testing you. My name is Lao Lang. You can call me Da Lang. We are ordered to go to the primeval forest in the north to carry out the mission. Girl, you are here alone." Vacation? The other party didn't want to conflict with him. Wen Ning quickly judged the situation and waved his hand to let Huzi retreat, but his tone was still indifferent. "I'm here for my own business, and it has nothing to do with you. Just now, the cub said it wanted to go to the bathroom, and it didn't expect to meet you." Wen Ning pointed at the white tiger beside him, and the people on the other side were surprised to hear such a majestic white tiger called cub. The old wolf scratched the back of his head and laughed. "Yeah, it's said that the desert is a natural cat litter." Nantion glanced at the things behind Wen Ning and asked, "Girl, are you a space power user?" Wen Ning paused to observe the other person's eyes, and a guess flashed through his mind, and then he admitted it generously. Otherwise, these parasols, chairs, and two large robots behind him, you can't say that you carried them in by yourself. "Yes, aren't you a superpower team? Don't you have space power?" "Yes, I am. Hello, my name is Sheely." A boy with glasses introduced himself, and Wen Ning looked at him and nodded. "My name is Vulture, Sniper." "My name is Leopard, hello." The other party introduced themselves one by one, and Wen Ning immediately realized. This is not a real name. Wen Ning nodded casually and said with a smile, "My name is King Cobra. You can also call me Black Widow." Puff. The big-tailed wolf, who was drinking water, suddenly spurted out. A hint of deep meaning flashed in Nanshin's eyes, and everyone tacitly understood that Wen Ning did not introduce his real name. But sincerity is something that needs to be exchanged with sincerity. Maybe the other party thinks that they did not introduce their real names. Seeing that the misunderstanding between the two sides was resolved, the big-tailed wolf said enthusiastically, Miss Black Widow, where are you going?" Wen Ning packed his things without changing his expression. "My cub has relatives in the primeval forest in the north. Let's go visit them." "Huzi, visit relatives?" The big-tailed wolf clapped his hands. "Then we are going the same way. Come with us, Miss Hay. It's not safe for you to be alone in the desert." Wen Ning was embarrassed. But I don't have money. I can't afford the fare." Big-tailed wolf was eager to help Wen Ning carry the two robots, saying, "Why do you want money? Just think of me as an apology to you, Captain, don't you think so?" Nantion nodded casually, but his eyes were always observing Wen Ning. How could Wen Ning not know? He nodded in agreement immediately. "That's fine. Hey, don't move. You can't move it. Let me do it." Wen Ning stepped forward and put 001 and 012 back into the backpack. "You better be careful. If 001 is missing limbs, you can't afford to pay for it even if you die 10 times. You are really intimidating when you go out with two such big robots." "Well, I can't sleep without them," Wen Ning said seriously, and followed them into the car. The big-tailed wolf was confused. Two pieces of iron wouldn't move. What could he do? I don't really understand Miss Hay's sense of security. Chapter 378. The off-road vehicle went north, crossing the heavy sand dunes, and there was still an endless desert in front of it. Wen Ning sat in the back seat, and silently looked at the interior of the car. The vehicle had been modified, with reinforced steel plates, and even the window glass was bulletproof. The seats and the ceiling should have been modified as well. Wen Ning observed it, and was afraid that the bulletproof glass would not be able to withstand a punch from him. The two people in the front row observed Wen Ning through the rearview mirror, and Wen Ning pretended not to feel the sight falling on him. He looked at the scenery outside the window calmly, as if he was really attracted. "Miss Hay just followed us like this. Aren't you afraid that we are bad people?" The big-tailed wolf held the steering wheel, and looked up at the rearview mirror. Wen Ning did not answer but asked, "Then you? Or, you should be worried that it may not be me who needs to pay attention to safety in the car now." Wen Ning did not say the second half of the sentence. The big-tailed wolf smiled, and shook his head. "Of course we are not, right, boss? This girl is so aggressive, I can't get her to say anything, so you should do it, boss." Nantion looked up at the rearview mirror, and happened to meet Wen Ning's eyes in the back seat. Wen Ning looked back openly, with a frank look in his eyes that made people confused. Nanshin's eyebrows moved slightly, and he spoke in a calm voice. Miss Hay, the end of the world has been here for 10 years. Why have I never seen you here? Wen Ning's expression flashed. 10 years? The end of the world in this place has been here for 10 years. The plots of various novels he had read in his mind rushed out crazily, and it only took 3 seconds for Wen Ning to make up a tragic life story. Yes, it's been 10 years. Wen Ning's tone was somewhat nostalgic, and his expression became sad. When the apocalypse broke out, our family happened to be traveling here. My parents are experts in geological exploration. We lost contact with the outside world, and didn't receive news from our hometown until 3 months after the apocalypse broke out. We picked up the cub while fleeing from the world. It was only this big at that time. Wen Ning gestured with his hands. The team members around him seemed to be immersed in the story told by Wen Ning. We found an oasis in the desert and settled down. My father ventured out a few times and brought back some supplies, but later. The perfect pause, the car was filled with a sad atmosphere. Wen Ning sniffed the non-existent tears, with a face full of nostalgia. Since then, I have depended on the cubs for life. Da Jin and Xiao Jin were raised by me later. Big Tail Wolf held the steering wheel with one hand, and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes with the other hand. TSK, so pitiful, Miss Hay, how did you get here? Wen Ning put away his pretended sadness, and said sincerely, it fell from the sky. Everyone, if you don't want to say it, you don't need to use such an outrageous reason. Only Nan Tian thought deeply. He felt that what the other party said might not be false. There are too many magical things in this world, and they don't necessarily exist just because you haven't seen them. In addition, Wen Ning's expression doesn't look like he's lying. Hey, let's not talk about it. I, Old Wolf, sincerely apologize to you. I shouldn't have set my sights on the cub. Otherwise, you let him out, and I apologize to him in person. The big-tailed wolf said emotionally. Wen Ning's eyes lit up. Are you sure? Ahem. Ahem. Wolf, you are crazy. If he comes out, the car will be crushed. The teammates in the back row hurriedly persuaded him, and the old wolf smiled awkwardly. Let's talk about it when we get there. The topic ended, and Wen Ning turned his head to look out the window again. Nan Tian realized belatedly that except for telling a story, Wen Ning didn't get any useful information, so he winked at the two teammates in the back row, asking them to bring up the topic and continue to get questions. This road is still hundreds of kilometers away from the primeval forest in the north. According to their speed, they can only arrive at night at the fastest. He didn't believe that this girl could not leak a word. As a superpower team, Nan Tian knew very well that in the desert, alone, dressed neatly, and with a beast pet, this woman's strength should not be underestimated. And her destination is also the primeval forest in the north. Too many coincidences are no longer coincidences, but conspiracies. Wen Ning is a person who welcomes everyone. As long as the other party asks questions, she can make up a warm and sad story. She moved a group of people around her to tears. After a day's drive, Big Tail Wolf has treated her as a sister. Even the vulture, who is known as a cold-blooded sniper, looked at Wen Ning with a little sympathy. Nanshan's face was a little ugly, because these stupid teammates did not get any information from the other party. On the contrary, the information of his own team was completely exposed. It was getting dark. Wen Ning looked at the system map and finally saw a hint of green on the edge. They arrived at the edge of a small forest before the sun went down. Big Tail Wolf parked the car at the edge of the woods. Girl, just wait in the car, we go explore first. Okay. Wen Ning took a shriveled apple given by Big Tail Wolf and ate it. It was said that he had saved it for a long time and was reluctant to eat it. Wen Ning took it as a gift to apologize to Hu Zi, and accepted it with peace of mind. Not to mention, although it was a little shriveled, it was still quite sweet. Wen Ning watched the team walk into the woods with guns, sorting out the information he had collected that day. This is indeed a parallel planet like Blue Star. 10 years ago, a group of global meteor showers landed here, carrying unknown radiation and viruses, and the environment of the entire Blue Star was completely polluted. All creatures on Blue Star have mutated. The human population has been reduced to 1% of the original. After radiation, human lifespan has been extended to about 400 years, but the price is indeed the loss of fertility. Now 10 years have passed, and most genetic mutations have stabilized. Humans have permanently lost the opportunity to pass on civilization. However, on this planet, some animals still retain the ability of mammals to reproduce. Humans have actually thought of using the reproductive ability of mammals to breed humans. To be precise, they cannot be called humans, but orcs. There are 3 forms of life bred by animals. One is that after being affected by animal genes at birth, They still retain their animal nature and can temporarily transform into human form under certain conditions. The second type is like the orcs in Wen Ning's territory, with a human body and an animal head. This type of orc has both human and animal abilities, and has a long lifespan, and can reproduce freely. It is considered a new species. However, they do not have the ability to change their appearance at will, so they are abandoned by both beasts and humans. They are driven to the most inconspicuous corner of the planet to fend for themselves. The last type is born with human appearance, but with a small amount of beast genes in the body. This type is what humans desire most, because gene mutation breaks reproductive isolation, but this type of people can only reproduce with the same beasts, not with pure humans. And this team is here to find mammals with stable genes. Wen Ning now seriously suspects that they were attracted to Hu Zi at the beginning. It is said that foreign countries have already started this human creation plan in large numbers, and the domestic actions are also not small. The Nantian team is just one of the advanced teams responsible for opening the way. In this team, Nantian is the captain and also the commander. Vulture is a sniper, providing long-range fire support. Little Fox is a medic and logistics. Big-tail Wolf and Leopard bear the frontal combat power, that is, assaulters. The team has 5 people, which is considered to be fully equipped. Now several people have explored the surroundings and decided to set up camp here today. Wen Ning took a look at the map. 50 kilometers away, there is a map with a darker color than here. Big-tail Wolf came over. Sister, come down and set up the tent. We will rest here tonight. There is a large transition forest inside. We will set off tomorrow. Wen Ning nodded obediently. The aggressiveness at the beginning disappeared. In the eyes of Big Tail, she was like a defensive hedgehog. Just now, she raised her thorns completely to protect herself. Wen Ning got out of the car and walked to the campfire. Big Tail Wolf pointed to a piece of land in the middle and said, "Sister, do you have a tent? If you do, put it here. We will set it up for you later." Wen Ning flipped through the backpack. There must be a tent, but the label was not even torn off. Fearing that it would be exposed, Wen Ning took out the tent, and a silver light flashed in her palm, and the label was unknowingly torn off. "Thank you for your help." Wen Ning sat down beside the campfire as if he didn't care, and took out a few potatoes from somewhere and threw them in. Chapter 379. Wen Ning observed the group of people while turning over the charcoal to bury the potatoes. They were very interesting. Next to her tent was Nan Tian's tent, and on the right was Big Tail Wolf's. These people surrounded her in the middle. Big Tail Wolf called it protection. Wen Ning thought it was protection or surveillance, you know it yourself. Reached out and called to Jean, Xiao Jin, and Hu Zi out. "Go find food for yourselves." Wen Ning winked at Hu Zi, who turned around and took his 2 brothers into the woods. Although the map of this world can be uncovered directly, the specific terrain still needs to be explored by yourself. So Wen Ning let the 3 little ones go. He took a wooden stick and dug the potatoes in the fire from time to time. In fact, he was exploring the terrain from Hu Zi's perspective. The news he just dug up has already given Wen Ning an understanding of this planet. There are few humans and animals, and even fewer animals that have not been irradiated or mutated. In Wen Ning's time, Ah Sen had already developed the technology for men to get pregnant, so here, Wen Ning can accept animal surrogacy. It's just that these people's names all have animals in them. Is there a possibility? Thinking of this, Wen Ning suddenly rejected this idea. What a joke, Big Tail Wolf looks 40. There are other people who don't look young either. How could they be born by animals? Besides, this technology seems to have been developed only in the past 2 years. Wen Ning threw this unrealistic idea behind his mind, and looked carefully at Hu Zi's perspective of exploration. Big Tail Wolf and his companions were busy when their eyes suddenly lit up. A fragrance came from the tip of their noses, and everyone exchanged glances to confirm that it came from the fire. Big Tail Wolf swallowed twice when he smelled the roasted aroma. In the silent night, the sound of swallowing saliva was very obvious, and his teammates heard it, but no one laughed at him. Because in the invisible corners, their saliva was also secreted crazily. "Girl, what are you roasting?" Big Tail Wolf finally couldn't help but put down the half-built tent in his hand, and quickly squatted next to the fire. Wen Ning heard the voice, and retracted his sight, digging out a black thing from under the charcoal fire. Potatoes, do you want to eat it?" Wen Ning thought that since Big Tail Wolf could take out apples, it wouldn't be strange for her to take out a few potatoes, right? "Potatoes?" Big Tail Wolf exclaimed. "Are there still potatoes left in this world? But think about it, potatoes can be preserved for a long time, and it is not impossible to keep them in the black girl's space for 10 years. But potatoes are so precious. You actually roasted them. But it smells so good. So this is the smell of roasted potatoes. Woohoo, it's been 10 years, and Old Wolf has long forgotten what roasted potatoes smell like. Just as Old Wolf was holding a roasted hot potato and refused to let go, several team members came forward. Wen Ning generously gave one to each person. He also pinched the potato, patted it, and blew on it. It's just a potato, why are you making such a fuss? Several team members immediately looked at Wen Ning with an inquiring look. Nanshan's inquiring eyes became more profound. Miss Hay, can you tell me how many potatoes you have? After the apocalypse, all crops were extinct. Now the soil conditions of Blue Star are not suitable for growing such crops. There are very few crop seeds left in the whole world. Wen Ning waved his hand. Not many left. I think you have been driving hard all day, so I'd like to treat you to something good. Looking at the reactions of several people, even a fool could guess that this world is probably as uncultivated as the Wasteland. No wonder Big Tail Wolf said that his apples have been stored for a long time. Wen Ning's eyes rolled around and looked at Big Tail Wolf, who was eating with tears in his eyes. I'm thanking Big Tail Wolf for the apples he gave me. I haven't tasted apples for a long time. The words were reasonable, but Nan Tian was stammering and wanted to say something. Roar! Mom! I'm fat. A sudden tiger roar broke the atmosphere beside the campfire. The topic was interrupted. Wen Ning sighed in his heart. Mom's big son, the big-tailed wolf, was frightened and hurriedly caught the jumping potato and stuffed it into his mouth. It was scalded and gasped. Before everyone was alert, they saw a white tiger slowly walking out of the darkness. It was biting a sick deer in its mouth, which was about 300 pounds. The two brothers following behind were biting pheasants in their mouths. Blood dripped on the ground as Hu Zi staggered with every step. Everyone looked at Wen Ning and waved calmly. Hu Zi then obediently brought the sick deer over, followed by De Jin and Xiao Jin. The prey was neatly placed next to Wen Ning in a row. Wen Ning poked it with a wooden stick and lowered his head to smell it. In fact, it was determined by the system. It was confirmed that the meat of the sick deer did not have any virus radiation or anything like that. Then he stroked Hu Zi's tiger head and ordered in a calm voice. Go and eat. Then Hu Zi and the two little ones took the prey and ran to the side quietly to eat. At this time, Nan Tian's eyes were even deeper. With such fighting power, they actually ran away when they saw them, and Wen Ning also confirmed at this time that there were normal animals here. The meat quality was not as firm as the mutant meat of the Wasteland continent. But taking out the mutant meat would definitely be suspected, and Wen Ning was not that stupid. The giant tiger was wolfing down at a close distance, sharing a sick deer that was still steaming. The impact of this scene surprised several team members who were used to fighting. Hu Zi didn't care about these things. He ate with relish after being hungry for a day. After the last deer leg was eaten, he shook his fur. The blood-stained hair instantly became white. The vulture looked at this scene with a bit of confusion in his eyes. He turned his head to look at Wen Ning, but before he could ask, Hu Zi roared in a low voice. What's wrong? Roar! Mom, there are wolves. Wolves are coming? Hu Zi lowered his body and kept stepping on the ground with his front paws. Animals can judge the size of their opponents by the vibration of the ground. But this pack of wolves was obviously attracted by the blood of the sick deer on the ground. Driven by hunger, they ignored Hu Zi's warning and slowly approached. Wen Ning opened Hu Zi's initiative in time, and in an instant, there were red dots around the camp. There were about 30 wolves, and they had formed a trend of encirclement. The situation seemed a bit tricky. Wen Ning quickly shared the information with Nan Tian and others. Nanshan's expression changed, and several people quickly took out weapons from the tent and surrounded Wen Ning in the middle. The muzzle of the gun was facing outward, looking at the dark forest. Wen Ning looked at the campfire and proposed to use fire attack. Sister, those who actively attack humans are zombie wolves. Naturally, there are very few wolves, and they will never come out to forage in the middle of the night. The big-tailed wolf explained. In his opinion, it was normal for Wen Ning to live in an isolated place and not know the current jungle law. These zombie wolves that have been mutated by radiation are not afraid of fire or pain. They can only be killed by destroying their brains. Wen Ning understood it as soon as he heard it, and became more vigilant, and then he took out a not very conspicuous tang sword. This tang sword is a synthetic version, and the dull luster looks like it has been stored for a long time. Nan Tian took a look at Wen Ning's weapon, and concluded that Wen Ning might not fight often. In the darkness, a dark blue eye appeared in sight. Wen Ning clenched the knife in her hand. This was the first time she had seen a zombie animal. System, I was bitten. Is the healing potion useful? It works. That's good, that's good. With that, Wen Ning felt more confident. All 30 zombie wolves appeared. They were about the same size as normal coyotes, and one of them was slightly larger. Wen Ning guessed it was the Wolf King. The Wolf King stood on a high slope, raised his head, and let out a long howl, and the 30 wolves rushed forward. The hot weapons attacked first. Nantian and others did not let the many wolves get close to them directly. They used bullets to force the wolves back first. Then, they defeated them one by one. The wolf pack was indeed scattered by the impact of the bullets, but these zombie wolves did not feel pain. Even if their bodies were pierced by bullets, they continued to charge according to their instincts. Under the cover of Hu Zi and Xiao Jin, Wen Ning directly beheaded a zombie wolf that pounced on him. Then the Tang sword penetrated the zombie wolf's eyes and smashed its brain. Congratulations to the player for obtaining a level 1 zombie crystal *1. Chapter 380. Crystal? Wen Ning cleverly concealed his actions. Looking at the triangular transparent diamond-like stone in his hand. It is hard to imagine that there is such a beautiful stone in the head of the zombie wolf. Although I don't know what it is used for, it is better to have more than less. Wen Ning gave orders to Hu Zi and Xiao Jin in his mind to bring all the corpses of the zombie wolves over. She was responsible for digging out the brains. There is no experience value for pets killing these zombie wolves, so it doesn't matter who has the last blow. Nantian, who was standing aside, wanted to observe Wen Ning's fighting skills, but was blocked by Hu Zi's huge body. Realizing that Nantian was really observing him, Wen Ning simply did not take the initiative to attack. She was paid for her pet's work, and the cooperation was very good. Hu Zi understood, raised his claws, and punched the zombie wolf head that rushed forward. Bang! The sound of the tiger fist breaking through the air sounded, and the wolf head shattered directly under Hu Zi's fist. Puff! After the mutant wolf was killed, Wen Ning stepped forward and smashed the zombie wolf's brain with a Tang sword. The tip of the sword picked out a crystal stone from the red and white brain. It was a bit dirty, so Wen Ning took out a bucket of mineral water and washed it by the fire. Seeing Wen Ning's relaxed look, Nantian and his friends immediately felt that their worries were unnecessary. Then, they turned around and dealt with the wolf pack seriously. The wolf pack was dispersed at first, and then lost a lot of money in the chaotic attack. The 30 configurations lost several at once. The remaining zombie wolves were mostly injured, but they didn't feel pain, and attacking was their instinct. At this time, only the Wolf King had the ability to control them. At this time, the Wolf King finally couldn't stand it anymore, raised his head and howled, and the injured wolf pack immediately retreated. No! Run! The big-tail wolf roared, punched the ground with both fists, and countless earth spikes stretched out. The spikes forced the zombie wolves that were about to escape back. Then, the assaulter leopard's hands turned pure gold, and he went up to fight the zombie wolf. He saw 2 heavy punches on the zombie wolf. The sound of the sternum and ribs breaking came, and the zombie wolf flew horizontally to the ground and didn't stand up for a long time. Vines grew in Xieli's hands, tied several mutant wolves together, and then a lightning ball surged from Nanshan's palm, directly electrocuting these zombie wolves into charcoal. Wen Ning was surprised. Is this a superpower? I have seen a lot of it in novels before, but this is the first time I have seen it in reality. Seeing that they all use superpowers, Wen Ning gave orders to Xiao Jin in his mind, asking them not to hold back and show their strength appropriately. When they first met, Xiao Jin used his ice power to freeze the wheels of Nantian and his team. So he was not unfamiliar with Xiao Jin's power. But he was still shocked when he saw Jin spitting fireballs. Miss Hay is quite powerful, and the pets around her are also powerful. No wonder she dared to enter the Great Desert alone. More than 20 zombie wolves were killed, and the remaining few remnants escaped with difficulty under the command of the Wolf King. Nantian put away his weapons, and asked Dawei Wolf and others to clean up the battlefield. Dig out the crystals, and pile up the bodies and burn them. Then he walked to Wen Ning and handed him a gas mask. Put it on. These infected animals will produce virus gas when they are burned, and you will be infected if you inhale it. Wen Ning took out her gas mask from her backpack and said, "Thank you, I have it." She raised the gas mask in her hand and put it on neatly. Nantian was stunned for a moment when he saw the gas mask in his hand, which was different in shape but looked much more advanced. Then he put on his mask without saying a word. The wolves retreated, and the remaining bodies were burned. Black smoke was everywhere, and Wen Ning couldn't help frowning. Just now, she and Hu Zi and Xiao Jin cooperated to kill a total of 7 zombie wolves. 7 zombie crystals were obtained. The explosion rate is 100%. The system prompts that the props obtained here can be exchanged for continental memories when exiting. Wen Ning put away the crystals and waited for Nantian and others to clean up the battlefield. Miss Hay. Nantian came over and asked, "Are you not injured?" Wen Ning shook her head, and Hu Zi and Xiao Jin beside her lay down beside Wen Ning obediently. Wen Ning waved his hand, and the three little ones disappeared on the spot. Miss Hay's space ability is different from ours? Can it collect living things? Wen Ning smiled and said nothing. Everyone has a trump card, and you didn't tell us that you have abilities at the beginning? Your abilities are also very powerful. Hey! Girl, your little pet's ability is a mutant ice type, very powerful. Wen Ning knew that the big-tailed wolf was talking about Xiao Jin, so he chatted with them about abilities. In this world, abilities are divided into elemental, mutant, and physical enhancement. Physical enhancement types include strength, speed, and others. Elements are just like what the Nantian team members showed just now. Gold, wood, water, fire, and earth correspond to one, and very few people can awaken two, such as Xiaoli. The mutant system is an extension of these elemental systems. For example, the ice system, and the thunder system mastered by Nantian. There are even special superpowers that are unique in a million miles, such as the spiritual system and the space system. When Ning sighed, the novel is not deceiving me. Sure enough, the captains all have some mutant superpowers. In addition to humans, animals and plants will also have the opportunity to obtain various superpowers after radiation mutation. Zombies are the same. They will form crystals of corresponding types in their brains. After absorbing them, the superpowers can upgrade their superpowers and gain more powerful power. No one knows where their abilities come from. Some scientists say that it is because the magnetic field of the entire blue star has changed. This is how the end of the world is. You have to pay a price to gain abilities. The huge price paid by humans is the loss of a stable home. Lost the ability to inherit. Blue Star has obtained this powerful and heaven-defying energy field, and what it has lost is the original ecological environment. Therefore, the remaining humans in the world are divided into two camps. One is committed to solving the end of the world and returning society to its original state. The other is to enjoy the end of the world and advocate survival of the fittest. It has only been 10 years since the end of the world, and the power of humans is very small. The highest superpower is only level 5, and Nantian is level 4. And those humans who have not awakened their superpowers are exposed to the radiation virus for a long time, and will eventually be infected with the radiation virus in the air. Either they will die directly from the disease, or they will become zombies. Nanshan's entire superpower team has superpowers, and there are not many pure humans in this world. Originally, the authorities still had hope, thinking that there was a chance to solve this mystery in the hundreds of years of human life. As a result, when they escorted the scientists to the meteorites that fell to collect samples, those meteorites suddenly produced strong fluctuations and released a large amount of radiation. Nantian watched the scientists, who were traveling with him, suffer radiation damage. After returning to the base, the sequelae of radiation occurred, and the scientist quickly melted into a pool of blood. He himself was seriously injured, and he absorbed dozens of crystals in a row, almost exploding and dying. The authorities also realized that they did not have the technology to study these meteorites. So the authorities started the animal surrogacy plan. No matter what, humans cannot be without continuation. The Nantian team had previously captured a lot of mammals and returned to the institute. Now there are very few animals in the outside world, so they choose to come here. Because they had to travel the next day, the few people did not chat very late, and when Ning returned to the tent to rest, sorting out this information in his mind, he fell asleep soon. The night passed peacefully, and the next day dawned. There was a sound outside. When Ning opened his eyes, adjusted to the environment, opened the system map, and the time sign in the upper right corner changed to 6. When Ning asked in his mind, "System, how can I go back when the time comes? There is no exit?" When the player wants to exit, just say exit in your mind. There is no specific black hole coordinate on the surface of this planet, and the player's body is just data. The system still has the ability to send you back alone. When Ning nodded, indicating that he understood. "Girl, are you up? We are going to set off into the forest." "Okay, right away." Chapter 381. The off-road vehicle started again, and when Ning took out breakfast from his backpack and started eating, everyone looked at the fresh sandwich in Wen Ning's hand, and even had milk. Compare it with the hard and difficult-to-swallow military compressed biscuits in his hand. Big Tail Wolf looked at the captain aggrievedly. As the top superpower team in the base, it was rare for them to eat this compressed biscuit. But why can the black girl eat such a good fresh sandwich? Look at the fresh and juicy lettuce, and the bright red tomato slices. There are even fried eggs. All the chickens in the world stopped laying eggs, but she can still eat eggs. Gudong. There were several swallowing sounds beside him. Wen Ning was stunned, and turned around to see a few pairs of green eyes staring at him. The sandwich in his hand. His eyes turned, and he immediately reacted. He swallowed the sandwich in his hand in 3 mouthfuls, with a face full of vigilance. Don't think about it. This sandwich was made by my mother. Eat one less. I won't sell it no matter how much money you pay. When the murderous intent in Wen Ning's eyes appeared, the few people immediately retracted their greedy expressions. Big-tailed Wolf laughed twice. Don't mind, sister, we are just too greedy. We haven't eaten fresh vegetables for so long since we left the base. The taste of birds has faded in our mouths. The main reason is that we have run out of seeds, and Xiaoli can't help the plants grow. Wen Ning became interested when he heard this. That's right. As the most powerful superpower team in the base, we can get 1 kilogram of seeds every month. After Xiaoli helps the plants grow, we can eat vegetables. But this mission has been 3 months, so the seeds have been used up long ago. Wen Ning said calmly. My mother is also a Wood-type supernatural being, and all the seeds in the house have been nurtured by her. Everyone nodded. It was understandable that if it wasn't for Hey Maisie, her mother wouldn't have prepared so many. And Hey Maisie's attitude was also normal. If such precious things were just given to them casually like yesterday, it would be abnormal. The chatterbox had been opened, and Wen Ning took the opportunity to get more information. As mentioned earlier, this world has become a breeding ground for viruses and radiation, and the soil conditions have been completely destroyed. All plants that have not evolved and mutated have become extinct. No pure plants can survive. Humans only had time to rescue a few granaries and seed stations. After testing all the soil, agronomists confirmed that the soil was no longer suitable for planting and would contaminate the seeds. So agronomists began to study soilless cultivation on a large scale. At first, no one understood. Since Mushi's ability can promote the growth of plants, it would be better to just let Mushi's ability come. However, only a few people know that although Mushi's ability can promote the growth of plants, this energy conversion cannot promote the growth of plants. Not a single seed can be produced, so promoting 1 seed means 1 less seed. Therefore, major bases will invest a lot of energy in soilless cultivation. Only through natural methods can plants complete rooting and germination, and only when the melons are ripe and fall off can seeds be left. Therefore, in this world, water-based ability users have become the most important one. Generally, a water-based psychic in a base does not need to go out to perform tasks. In addition to providing drinking water for the base every day, they also need to provide water resources for soilless cultivation. There is normally a water-based psychic in the Nantian team, but due to the base regulations, he cannot go out to perform tasks with them. You don't know, it is the ability of the wood-based psychic that allows us to eat seedless watermelons. As the loudspeaker in the team, the big-tailed wolf chattered all the way. Wen Ning was listening attentively, when the vehicle suddenly turned sharply. Wen Ning fell heavily on the glass and felt dizzy. Mutated plants? Nantian reminded loudly, and the big-tailed wolf held the steering wheel tightly to control the out-of-control car. Fortunately, the off-road vehicle was modified very firmly. It was just attacked by the mutant plant on the chassis, but it withstood the attack. Wen Ning was hit just at the beginning, but it was not serious. Then, Wen Ning stabilized his body and looked at the mutant plants outside the car window. In front of them, countless green vines rushed towards the vehicle frantically, and the next second, the windows were sealed. The 4 wheels of the off-road vehicle were tightly entangled by the vines, and then the whole car was directly lifted into the air. It stopped in this way. What should the captain do? The vehicle was very strong, but it was still slightly deformed by the entanglement of the mutant plant vines. The sound of metal deformation came, and the team members reached out to pull the door handle, but it didn't work at all. The window can't be opened. The other party wanted to use the vines to directly crush everyone in the car to death. The big-tailed wolf and the others were a little panicked. This car was specially made by the base, and it couldn't be pierced by swords and bullets. Now they couldn't get out, and there was no way to escape. They were really trapped in this iron box, and everyone felt desperate. Wen Ning's expression was serious, and he waved his hand. Hu Zi and Ajin appeared outside the car. A tang sword appeared in his hand at the same time. He stabbed upwards in the surprised eyes of the people in the back row. Sister, this skylight can't be pierced. Fuck. Big-tailed wolf rubbed his eyes hurriedly. Wen Ning's tang sword, which looked ordinary, actually pierced through the thickened special steel plate. This is not over yet. In the horrified eyes of everyone, Wen Ning pulled the Tang sword fiercely. There was a piercing sound, and the entire skylight was split into two by the Tang sword in Wen Ning's hand, and at the same time, the mutant plant vines entangled on the car were cut off. Hu Zi and De Jin outside started at the same time. De Jin directly spit out flames from his mouth, roasting the mutant plants tied to the car. The mutant plants felt the flames and wanted to retract their tentacles instantly. Xiao Jin froze the vines growing wildly on the ground, and then Hu Zi stepped forward and smashed them with one claw. The mutant plant was severely damaged, and the vines gave up the car that was suspended and only wanted to escape. Wen Ning and the others felt the car suddenly fall down and hit the ground with a bang. Cough, cough, cough. Several people were hit hard, and Nan Tian had difficulty unbuckling the seat belt. But he saw Wen Ning behind him punching the bulletproof glass, and then kicking it again, and his body flexibly slipped out of the window. Bulletproof? That's it. While several people climbed out of the car with difficulty, Wen Ning had already caught up with Hu Zi. This mutant plant was very cowardly. Seeing that the first attack failed, it didn't even dare to counterattack and ran away directly. How could Wen Ning bear this? Anyone who sneak attacks her always has to pay a price, except Nan Tian. All the members of Nanshan's team were injured to varying degrees. Nan Tian was worried about Wen Ning being alone, so she asked the rest of the people to stay and healed, and she rushed up. As soon as she entered the forest, she saw the body of a mutant vine under the white tiger's feet, and Wen Ning chopped its roots with the Tang sword in his hand. She shaved the other party bald. In the end, she dug out the whole mutant plant that wanted to escape underground, split it in half, and pulled out the other party's crystal. Congratulations to the player for obtaining a level 2 mutant plant crystal *1. Nanshan's jaw almost dropped to the ground. Looking at Wen Ning holding the dull Tang sword in his hand, he felt that his worldview was shocked. Just this knife, which was looked down upon by them the night before, performed a live splitting of an armored vehicle in front of them today, and this little girl, she blew up the bulletproof glass with one punch. She fought a mutant plant alone. Wen Ning picked up the crystal and walked back. He only realized what he had done when he saw Nan Tian chasing him. Oh no, it seems that the house collapsed accidentally? The character of the poor neighbor girl that I have been walking all the way collapsed so quickly. I was in a hurry. I am not usually so violent. Any explanation at this time is a little pale and powerless, but Nan Tian did not doubt it. He made a self-strategy in his heart. This is normal, a little girl, without relatives, living alone in the end times. How could it be possible without some strength? This knife too, her family must have given her the best, but they are blind and judge people by appearance. It's okay. The power that people can unleash under extreme circumstances is immeasurable. Yes, that's what I mean. Are they injured? Go back and take a look. Wen Ning said as he ran back, and Nan Tian followed behind him. But Hu Zi suddenly stopped where he was, looking up at the depths of the dense forest, with a change of expression on his face. This familiar feeling. Chapter 382. What are you looking at? Wen Ning returned to the SUV and found that everyone was only slightly injured, so he rested at ease. Then he realized that Hu Zi had not followed him back. Hu Zi heard Wen Ning's voice, turned his head, and looked at the deep forest again, then walked back. Roar. For some reason, there was a familiar feeling? Familiar? Hu Zi raised his head and walked out of the woods. There was nostalgia in his low voice. Roar. Do you remember the dream I told you about before? Wen Ning remembered that Hu Zi had said before that there was a primeval forest in his memory. At that time, Wen Ning mistakenly thought that the Dawn Forest was Hu Zi's happy hometown. Could it be that? This is it? I mentioned visiting relatives casually, but I didn't expect to come to Hu Zi's hometown. Looking through the administrator permissions that Wen Ning unlocked, Wen Ning only knew that the original setting of these pets was that the system tamed them. Then they were distributed to players after being tamed. The source of pets is not fixed. At that time, Wen Ning also knew that Hu Zi came from other continents, but Wen Ning did not find the answer to how he came. Perhaps, Hu Zi was sent to the Wasteland continent after she entered the game. It's okay, we are all going to the north anyway, you wait patiently. If it is really Hu Zi's hometown, then I don't know if Hu Zi's father, the king of beasts, is still alive. With Wen Ning's guarantee, Hu Zi also put down his anxious mentality. His mother promised him something, and she has not failed to do it. The Nantian team repaired on the spot, except that Xiao Li's legs were misplaced by the deformation and squeezing of the seat. The rest were not seriously injured. Leopard had just reset Xiao Li's leg, and then Big Tail Wolf carried Xiao Li on his back. Blackie, let's go. The car is scrapped, and can't be used for the time being. Nantian and Vulture removed all the weapons that could be removed from the car. The car was now severely deformed, and only an empty frame was left. Wen Ning nodded. It looked like they had to walk. She didn't have a route map, only a rough map, and it was more convenient to follow Nantian and the others. In addition, there were countless mutant plants in the jungle, and it was more risky to act alone. This was also the reason why they didn't let Xieli wait there. The mutant vines had been dealt with by Wen Ning, but it was hard to say whether there were any mutant plants that were dormant in the jungle. It was safer to be together, and have someone to look after them. Wen Ning had just shown off his skills, and no one objected when he proposed to cover the back. Sitting leisurely on Tiger, Wen Ning smiled and said to Big Tail Wolf, "Zizi doesn't like people other than me to get close to him, so I can't help you carry Xieli, don't you mind?" The big-tailed wolf shook his head, indicating that he wouldn't. Wen Ning followed slowly and felt at ease. Because there was no car, they walked into the primeval forest 40 kilometers away for a whole day. On the way, they encountered 2 attacks by zombie animals and countless attacks by mutant plants. Finally, they arrived at the edge of the primeval forest in the evening. The tent was set up according to the arrangement of the previous day. After a day's journey and everyone was injured, Nantian arranged a night watch, and the rest of the people rested early. Wen Ning looked at the thorns cut to make fences around the camp, and was cautious. In the oversized tent, Hu Zi huddled in a corner, warming Wen Ning's feet in his arms, and De Jin and Xiao Jin also slept in Hu Zi's dense hair. The name of this primeval forest on the map is Beiki Forest. It is late autumn now, and the temperature at night will drop to about 4 degrees Celsius above zero. It was quiet around, with an occasional crow-like cry. Wen Ning was afraid that Nantian would notice her movements, so she did not send out a reconnaissance drone to keep watch. Thinking that their strength was not low, she went to sleep with peace of mind. In the second half of the night, Nantian took over the night watch from Big Tail Wolf. Big Tail Wolf muttered and fell asleep when he returned to the tent. Not even 10 minutes later, a deafening roar was heard from the inside of the forest. Bang! The huge noise continued for a long time, pulling Big Tail Wolf back from Zhou Gong. What happened? The big-tailed wolf suddenly opened his eyes, and opened the tent, and found that Wen Ning had already left the tent. Wen Ning looked serious, looking at the dark sky above the forest, which startled a group of birds. It seems that some giant beasts are fighting. Nantian walked to Wen Ning's side and explained. Wen Ning listened to the movement. The fight was quite fierce, and it seemed that they were not far away. Roar! The same kind? Hu Zi seemed to have sensed something, and before Wen Ning said anything, he went into the jungle, and the direction was very clear, that is, he was heading towards the place where the fight was. Hu Zi! Wen Ning looked at Hu Zi's unauthorized actions in surprise, and followed him with Xiao Jin without saying a word. Nantian saw this, exchanged a glance with the big-tailed wolf, and followed. The remaining leopards and vultures were left behind to take care of Xieli, and to be on guard. In the dark night, Hu Zi ran a little fast, and Wen Ning couldn't see clearly, but he had his coordinates in his mind. He wouldn't lose him along the way. Wait for me, cub. Wen Ning tried to communicate with Hu Zi in his mind, but Hu Zi in front seemed to have received a call. The speed was getting faster and faster, and Wen Ning's voice could not be heard at all. Wen Ning hurried behind him, crossed a stream, and crossed a hillside. The fighting in front of him was deafening. There was even a shrill tiger roar. Roar! Hu Zi ran faster when he heard the sound, and disappeared in a few jumps. Wen Ning listened to this familiar voice, and concluded in his heart. It might really be Hu Zi's kind fighting in front. I just don't know if they are normal animals, or have become zombie animals. If it turns into a zombie animal, won't Hu Zi be in danger? Oh no! Wen Ning couldn't care less at this time, watching Hu Zi's coordinates getting farther and farther away from him. Wen Ning directly summoned 001 and 012. Catch up with Hu Zi, he may be in danger, you can fight freely. Okay, master. 001 and 012 quickly rushed towards Hu Zi. Wen Ning rode the centaur, shuttled among many mutant plants, and his speed was not much faster than his own. Nantian and the big-tailed wolf behind him had long been lost, and now they were directly lost in the dense jungle. The two tried to get closer to the place where there was a lot of noise. But he didn't know that he had already fallen into a trap. Wen Ning followed 001 and explored in the direction of the roar. When he observed that Hu Zi's coordinates stopped moving, he gave 001 a signal. 001, Hu Zi has stopped. Received. Not long after, he received 001's message again in his mind. Master. It's a python. A giant python is fighting with two white tigers that look like Hu Zi. One of them is injured. Wen Ning made a prompt decision. Help. According to Hu Zi's appearance, this is very likely his kind, or even worse, his tribe. 001 and 012's knife command immediately rushed up. In an instant, the fighting in the forest became more intense, and the trees were knocked down. When Wen Ning arrived, he saw two white tigers exhausted and fell to the side. Hu Zi stood in front of them, facing the giant python rushing up. 001 and 012 used two crystal blades to fiercely penetrate the giant python 7 inches. But the giant python still had the strength to stand up and hang two robots weighing 1 ton on its body. It did not affect its flexibility at all. It opened its bloody mouth and attacked Hu Zi fiercely. Cub! Wen Ning shouted in horror. There was no time at all, so he could only fly over. He hoped that his armor could protect Hu Zi. But Hu Zi did not dodge at all. Instead, he flew into the air, poured all his strength into the tiger's paw, and slapped the giant python in front of him. Bang! The strong energy fluctuation and huge force directly flipped the giant python's body. It fell to the ground with its white belly turned over. Congratulations to the player's pet for triggering the claw tearing, and the zombie giant python has been killed instantly. Wen Ning's eyes widened. The giant python in front of him was very huge. It looked like it could swallow Hu Zi's head in one gulp. Hu Zi killed him in a second. Wen Ning hurried forward to check if Hu Zi was injured. At this moment, the white tiger behind him suddenly growled. Roar. Azzy? Chapter 383. Wen Ning turned her head and stared at the white tiger in front of her. The weird thing was not that she actually understood what the other party said. The weird thing was who was she calling? Wen Ning looked at the two faces on the other side that looked exactly like Hu Zi, and a huge doubt rose in her heart. Could this be Hu Zi's parents? What kind of fate is this? Tears rose in Hu Zi's eyes, and he walked forward slowly. Wen Ning was surprised to see Hu Zi and the white tiger opposite touching each other's noses, and carefully sniffing each other's breath. Although Hu Zi's breath was already very weak, Tiger Mom still recognized Hu Zi's scent from the faint breath. Roar! A cub! It's really you. Roar! Mom? Hu Zi looked back at Wen Ning, as if testing whether Wen Ning minded this name. Of course Wen Ning wouldn't mind. This recognition across time and space almost made her cry. It's really Tiger Mom. Then the other one is Tiger Dad? Wen Ning walked forward. Because she also smelled like Tiger, Tiger Mom didn't have any hostility towards her. Instead, there was obvious tenderness in her eyes. Roar! The cub's father was bitten by this snake. This snake was infected and poisonous. Tiger Mom saw that Tiger Dad's lips were black, and sadness immediately washed away the joy of her son's return. She kept sniffing Tiger Dad's wound and scratching Tiger Dad with her claws, wanting him to wake up and see his son. Tiger was obviously stunned. He just found his biological mother, but his father was going to die. Tiger subconsciously looked at Wen Ning. He knew Wen Ning would definitely have a way. Wen Ning did have a solution. She stepped forward to look at Tiger Dad's wound. His hind leg was directly pierced by the snake's fangs. He had been infected with the virus, but fortunately, the bones were not broken. Wen Ning took out a high-level healing potion, looked at Tiger Dad's body size, and took out 2 more. 001, come and help. Tiger Mom and Tiger Son made way, and 001 and 012 turned Tiger Dad over and opened his mouth. Wen Ning poured all 3 high-level healing potions into him. Touching Tiger Dad's throat, she helped him swallow it all. Then Wen Ning stared at the wound on Tiger Dad's hind leg. The black blood from the pierced wound on the hind leg flowed faster. A minute later, the black blood disappeared and the blood turned bright red. Wen Ning then applied hemostatic medicine and used a full 5 rolls of bandages to wrap up the hind leg. Don't worry, the virus has been cleared. You'll be fine after you wake up. It's not possible to use too many treatment drugs in a short period of time. Wen Ning plans to wait until he wakes up before applying the medicine. Roar. Thank you. Tiger Mom knew that Tiger Dad was fine, and she was even more grateful to Wen Ning. Knowing that Tiger Dad was fine, Tiger Mom circled around Tiger, just like a mother who sent her child to boarding school, and now that the child is on vacation, she checks the child's health. The smell of blood may attract other animals. Let's go to another place to chat. Tiger Mom nodded. Wen Ning asked 001 to dig out the crystal of the zombie snake, and then asked 001 and 012 to carry the fainted Tiger Dad. Following Tiger Mom, we came to their territory. It was a cave, and the so-called territory was where they usually slept. After settling Tiger Dad, Wen Ning wrapped himself in a down jacket and sat next to Tiger Mom, with Hu Zi on the other side. There was no way Tiger Mom and Tiger Dad were pure beasts, and were afraid of fire. However, with the two giant furry creatures surrounding him, he did not feel the cold. 001 and 012 were responsible for guarding the cave entrance. The giant python that had just fought was a third-level zombie animal, and its crystal had a fatal attraction to many zombie animals. Wen Ning was afraid that they would be able to sense it even if he put it in his backpack. In addition, Tiger Dad was injured now, and beasts were very sensitive to the smell of blood. Hu Zi had changed his image of a social bull since he just recognized his parents, and he became a social phobic. Wen Ning saw that he shyly accepted Tiger Mom's unscrupulous scrutiny. He turned around and talked to Tiger Mom. "Why did you fight with that snake?" Tiger Mom heard Wen Ning's question and sighed with worry. Roar. This is a long story. For the next half an hour, Tiger Mom told Wen Ning what had happened in Beiki Forest since the disaster broke out. At first, the impact of the apocalypse on the original forest was very small. It can basically be said that there was no impact. But the long-term change in the geomagnetic field has caused more or less signs of mutation in animals. But this mutation is not the kind of zombie animals. It is that they have gained more powerful power than usual. For example, the skills that Tiger Z has are actually in his blood, and whether he can awaken depends on luck. Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom are very lucky. When the apocalypse broke out, they were fighting for the territory of Beiki Forest and fighting with another white tiger. Tiger Dad suddenly became extremely strong and defeated the opponent. Therefore, he took the best position in the forest and successfully became a couple with Tiger Mom. The old saying that there is no room for two tigers in one mountain is correct. The defeated white tiger could only run to the other side of the forest in shame. Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom also successfully conceived Tiger. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. When Tiger Mom gave birth to Tiger, she accidentally came into contact with the zombie virus, which caused a difficult birth. When Tiger was just born, he was a little tiger infected with the virus. At that time, the system appeared. In order for Tiger to survive and stay away from this corrupted land, Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom used a lot of zombie crystals to exchange the system to take away the newly born tiger. Wen Ning also knew what happened later. Tiger cleared the virus in his body in the pet egg, and then successfully hatched and grew up healthily. After sending Tiger away, the couple was sad for a while, and also thought about having another child. But Tiger Mom was infected by the zombie virus at that time. Tiger Z sucked away all the viruses, and also took away Tiger Mom's fertility. Fortunately, Tiger Dad was a devoted tiger, and did not become a bad tiger because of this. Instead, he took care of Tiger Mom, and made her fat and white. Your dad said that if we save more zombie crystals, we can go to see you. I didn't expect that you would come back to see us. Thank you, human. Ozzy must be like his father, he eats a lot. You raised him so well, and all these crystals are for you. Wen Ning waved his hand. It's okay, Tiger Z is very capable, and he also takes care of his younger brother. He eats a lot. Tiger Mom burst into tears, and looked at Tiger Z kindly. Although Tiger Dad is also a big eater, Tiger Mom has never despised him in this forest, where food is becoming increasingly scarce. The bad forest environment is not only due to the increasing number of animal deaths. As an independent primeval forest, Beiki Forest has its own ecological cycle system. Normally, this situation would not occur. And all this is to blame on humans. Their exploration brought the zombie virus into Beiki Forest. The zombie virus first broke out among animals living in groups, and then spread to the entire forest. The white tiger couple killed these zombie animals not only for crystals, but also to protect their homes. They have actually been following this zombie snake for a long time today. They didn't expect the opponent to be so powerful that they almost lost their lives. Wen Ning was also glad that Tiger still had a sense of them, otherwise he might not have checked at all. When Tiger was just hatched, he was so small. Wen Ning felt a little distressed when he remembered that he had left his parents since he was a child. Now seeing that Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom are having a hard time, Wen Ning asked the system. System, can you bring Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom to the Wasteland continent? The current system's energy is not enough to carry these two white tigers, but what? When the player's territory construction reaches a certain stage, it can be teleported to a fixed point. At that time, you can pay survival points to accommodate these natives. Wen Ning's eyes lit up. This is a good idea. Can people like Nantian do it too? The human genes on the planet have been rewritten and polluted. The system does not recommend players to do this. Chapter 384. Wen Ning pondered for a while. Indeed, although they are also human, they are essentially different from the humans on his own planet. Moreover, Wen Ning still had a question in his heart that he had not solved. He asked this question just to see the attitude of the system. How can I teleport to a fixed point at that time? Players can by the coordinates of this planet. After the stable black hole jump technology is built in the later stage of territory development, they can teleport to a fixed point. How much is the fixed point coordinate? 10 million survival points. Why? Forget it, buy it. The player successfully purchased, and the coordinates have been put into the backpack. Wen Ning originally wanted to ask why you didn't rob it, but after thinking about it, bargaining is useless. I took a lot of wool from the system some time ago, and now I will give it back a little. Wen Ning told Tiger Mom about this method. Tiger Mom's eyes lit up, and Tiger was so happy that his tail was raised high. Roar. Human, thank you, you are different from these humans here. Wen Ning smiled. Have you seen humans here? Tiger Mom was about to say something when a tiger roar came from behind. Roar. Let go of my wife, and Tiger Dad woke up. Wen Ning turned around and saw Tiger Dad standing up from the stone bed. He ignored the wound on his hind legs and pounced directly. Tiger Z stood in front of Wen Ning, and Tiger Mom stood in front of Tiger Z. When Tiger Dad saw Tiger Mom standing in front, he quickly stopped his charge. Tiger Mom slapped Tiger Dad in the face without any hesitation, and Tiger Dad was stunned. Roar. Woo woo woo. Wife, you brought your gigolo home. Roar. What bullshit are you talking about? Woo woo woo. I should be under the bed, not on the bed. Are you waiting for me to die? Tiger Mom rolled her eyes and pushed Tiger behind her to Tiger Dad. Tiger was confused. This guy is his father. Tiger Dad was hostile. Just because you look good, you want to seduce my wife? There is no room for two tigers in one mountain. Draw your sword. Pa! Another slap. Tiger Mom roared in a low voice. Roar. This is your son. Roar. Son? I was unconscious for a while, and you made a godson? Is that right? Tiger Mom was about to collapse. She used one claw to forcefully press Tiger's head in front of Tiger Dad to put his face against his. Tiger was aggrieved like a cat's head, but he couldn't get rid of the fucking tiger's claw. Roar. Smell. Smells so good. He is Ozzy. Tiger Dad was stunned. The name Ozzy had been sealed by him and his wife for 8 years. He sniffed lightly, and then he started to move wildly. A myriad emotion surged in his eyes, and finally turned into moist eyes. Roar. Ozzy. It's really you. You make Dad miss you so much, Dad's only child. Wen Ning pinched her ears. The deadly series of howls from Tiger Dad almost made her head explode. Unable to bear it any longer, Wen Ning took out a pair of noise-canceling headphones. Huh, it's quiet. Tiger Mom held it in for a long time, and slapped Tiger Dad's face crooked. Tiger Dad's howling stopped abruptly. Tiger Mom / Tiger Son. It's quiet. Tiger Dad turned his head and looked at Tiger Son. Roar. Good boy, you haven't come back to see your parents for so many years. Roar. Wasn't I born just a few months ago? Wen Ning heard this and said in time, the speed of time on our planet is different from that here. Tiger Mom nodded. Tiger Dad only saw Wen Ning, a human, at this time and was immediately confused. Wen Ning looked at Hu Zi and his father when he was confused. He sighed at the power of genes. Tiger Mom and Tiger Dad whispered and bit their ears for a while. Tiger Dad learned that Wen Ning was the human who adopted Hu Zi. He was immediately grateful. Wen Ning waved her hands quickly. She couldn't accept Tiger Dad's enthusiasm. Since you are awake, there is another potion. Drink it quickly. Wen Ning's feelings for Hu Zi are naturally needless to say. He took 4 advanced healing potions without blinking. Hu Dad's wound healed instantly after taking this healing potion. Tugged Hu Zi to go out to test Hu Zi's fighting power. Wen Ning and Tiger Mom let them go. Wen Ning said to Tiger Mom, we can only stay here for a week this time. There are still 5 days left. We came with some companions when we came here. We will go back to find them later. Let Tiger stay here to accompany you. Roar. No need. It's enough for us to know that he is growing well. Roar. In our tiger tribe, when the cub grows up, he has to go out and open up the mountain by himself. His father just hasn't seen him for too long. He is rare now, but he will chase the tiger away later because of sovereignty. Wen Ning nodded, but still said, after I go back, I will build as soon as possible and find a way to take you over. Although it is not safe over there, it is much better than the conditions here. Roar. There is no rush for this matter. I haven't told his father yet. This is our homeland. We will hold on to the end. Wen Ning felt even more desperate about the future of this world. The living space of animals and plants has been compressed and become even scarcer, and humans are eyeing them covetously. Thinking of the Nantian team, Wen Ning still has some inside information that he has not investigated clearly. The best way is to go back and continue to travel with them. The man and the tiger reached an agreement on these key issues, and then tacitly waited for the father and son to come back. The tiger mother knows the tiger father best, and sure enough, half an hour later, the father and son came back noisily. Roar! Get out of here quickly, you are not welcome here. Roar! If I hadn't said goodbye to my mother, I wouldn't have come back. The tiger mother stepped forward and slapped each of them. The two male tigers instantly stopped fighting and behaved very well. Wen Ning thought that it really fulfilled its saying. Don't mess with a tigress. Tiger ran to Wen Ning to seek comfort. His father was really unreasonable. He was just a little bit better than him. The younger generation pushed the older generation forward. He didn't admit his age at all. How childish. Wen Ning stroked the tiger's head twice and said to the tiger mother, Then we go. I look forward to seeing you next time. When you come, I find you a mountain with the richest resources. Tiger mother's eyes were filled with gratitude. Finally, she looked at her cub reluctantly and nodded. Tiger followed Wen Ning, looking back every few steps. Wen Ning didn't urge him. Until the man and the tiger left the cave and listened to the voice of the tiger mother educating the tiger father, Wen Ning could only hope that everything went well for them. If you can hold on to your home, you will be safe. Wen Ning marked the coordinates of the camp yesterday. She was not sure if Nantian and the others were still waiting for her there, so she could only go back and try her luck. When she arrived at the place where she fought with the zombie snake yesterday, the corpse of the zombie snake was still there. The temperature in the mountains was low at night, and the snake meat did not look rotten. Wen Ning looked at the black blood on the ground, thinking that no animal would dare to eat the infected meat. Let 001 and 012 start a fire later, and burn the whole snake directly. Thick black smoke rose, and Wen Ning burned the huge python for almost an hour before it was completely burned. Since Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom are also killing zombie animals, if I kill more in the next few days, they will be less stressed and the forest will be polluted more slowly. Wen Ning thought so, and quickly made up his mind to kill more zombie animals, and clean up the forest. When the flames gradually died down, Wen Ning put out all the fire with water, and then asked 001 to cover the scene with soil. Then he left the scene. On the way back, it was completely light. Wen Ning put 001 and 012 back into the backpack and released the big and small gold to prevent exposure. Originally, he was going to walk directly to the camp, but when passing by a forest, Wen Ning saw two familiar figures in the forest. Looking closely, it turned out that this was not Nantian and Dalang. Why were they hung up? Chapter 385. The scene in front of him was terrifying. In the spider webs that covered the sky, Nantian and Big Tail Wolf were hung upside down, and Wen Ning looked at the things wrapped around their feet, it turned out that it was not a rope, but spider silk. The trees, grass, and branches around him were all covered with spider webs. Wen Ning then looked to the side, and the whole grove was densely covered with spider webs. There were several huge webs on the trees, and there were several pure white spider pupae as big as basketballs. The familiar scene reminded Wen Ning of the mechanical spider monster of the mechanical family that he had seen in the ruins. In the middle of the two huge trees, there were two thicker webs, and Nantian and Big Tail Wolf were hung on these two webs. The two didn't know how long they were hung upside down, and they were already unconscious at this time. Just as Wen Ning was observing, a black spider appeared on the two webs. The body in the middle was as big as several basketballs, and its back was dotted with colorful eyes. When Wen Ning saw the eyes, his mind became confused. The scene in front of him was distorted. Wen Ning bit his tongue to wake up. Then he silently recited the heart purification mantra. This spider has a hallucinogenic effect. It seems that Nantian and Laolang have walked into its trap. Wen Ning made a guess and thought about how to rescue the two. There was a spider nest on the two huge webs, and the spider eggs inside were hatching continuously. These spiders were the size of a palm when they hatched, and they crawled out of the nest one by one. Then, they crawled onto another spider web, holding a few spider pupae and sucking them. There were not enough spider pupae to share, so the mother spider bit through the bottom of several spider pupae, and then a sticky liquid flowed out of the spider pupae and gathered in a depression on the ground. The dense little spiders fell to the ground hanging on the spider silk, gathered around and began to suck. Wen Ning thought to himself that it was not good. These little spiders had just hatched and needed a lot of food to supplement their nutrition. These spider pupae were definitely not enough for them to suck. Nantian and Big Tail Wolf were the next. Sure enough, after the mother spider settled the little spiders, she climbed to the center of the largest web, and when Ning saw a big-tailed wolf being pulled upside down, approaching the center little by little, it was obvious that the mother spider wanted to make big-tailed wolf into a spider pupa as well, and it would become the back granary of its children. When Ning could not care so much. If big-tailed wolf was pulled onto the spider web and stuck, it would be even more difficult to rescue it. When Ning directly took out the crystal blade and swung it horizontally towards the spider silk. Crack, crack. After 2 sounds, the crystal blade broke through the air and directly cut off the 2 spider silks of Nantion and big-tailed wolf. The 2 fell to the ground in an instant. The mother spider in the middle of the web found that her prey had fallen to the ground and was very angry. A hissing sound came, and her whole body was trembling. It soon locked onto Wen Ning, who was hiding outside the spider web forest. Wen Ning, who had poked the spider nest, immediately became the target of all spiders. The little spiders didn't even absorb the nutrient solution made of flesh and blood, and all swarmed towards Wen Ning to attack. They also made all kinds of strange sounds from their mouths. Wen Ning's scalp tingled when he heard it, and the big and small Jin rushed forward, one spitting fire and the other freezing. Wen Ning and Hu Zi blocked the hole and harvested. The mother spider saw that Wen Ning had killed so many of her offspring, and she was so angry that she kept swinging her body. A lot of white silk was emitted from her body, trying to wrap Wen Ning up. Wen Ning was not careful for a moment, and the crystal blade in his hand was entangled. Wen Ning made a sword flower to cut the spider silk. In just a moment, hundreds of small spiders surrounded them from all directions. There were also dense spiders in the woods that came out from the gaps. Wen Ning exclaimed that she was too fertile. She was shaking people, right? Didn't she have anyone to shake? With a wave of her hand, 50 war robots appeared, and Wen Ning's arm was lifted up, and she was instantly picked up by 001. She got away from the small spiders that were crazy and wanted to bite her. 001 held the electromagnetic gun in one hand and electrocuted all the small spiders one by one, while throwing Wen Ning neatly on his shoulder. These disgusting things. Don't even think about getting close to Wen Ning. Although Wen Ning is a scientist, she is also very afraid of these multi-legged insects. The moment they surrounded her, she was scared. Fortunately, 001 understood her. Wen Ning felt much better after sitting on 001's shoulder. Now she just had to find a way to deal with the mother spider and take away Nantion and the big-tailed wolf. In order to wipe out all these spiders, Wen Ning could only think of one way, which was to set fire to the mountain. No one should be alive. Find 2 robots to pick up Nantion and the big-tailed wolf. Wen Ning resisted the tide of small spiders in front of her. He fired the gun in his hand at the mother spider. But the mother spider was quite flexible, and several shots failed to hit it. Wen Ning was surprised and decisively switched to another tactic. 001 gave the order, and then several war robots entered the forest. The spider web on the ground entangled the robot's footsteps, but the robot was very strong, and with the help of the crystal blade, it approached the 2 people with great momentum. The mother spider finally realized that the other party was coming to steal its food, and immediately fired spider silk to roll up the 2 humans on the ground and put them on the web. The robot caught Nantion and the big-tailed wolf in time, but the mother spider spit out silk too fast. The robot cut off one strand, and it spit out several strands. For a while, the scene fell into a stalemate. At this time, some of the small spiders actually gave up attacking Wen Ning and turned to the robots. They frantically climbed up the robot's body and spit silk at the robot's joints, trying to use this method to make the robot lose its combat effectiveness. Wen Ning sighed in his heart, the IQ of these spiders is simply too high, but this will definitely not work. Wen rolled his eyes and seized the opportunity to fire a lot of shots at the mother spider. While the mother spider was dodging Wen Ning's bullets, the war robot took the opportunity to cut off the connected spider silk. At the same time, under Wen Ning's command, all the insecticides embedded on the body surface were sprayed out. These spiders were instantly stunned by the insecticide and had no strength to spin silk. The robot immediately seized the opportunity to exit the forest. The spiders on its body were also shaken off. Seeing this, the mother spider's mouth parts kept squirming, and it was obvious that she was extremely angry. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The mother spider kept roaring, which looked like the pre-swing before using a big move. The next second, boom. A huge explosion sounded, and 001 had already taken Wen Ning back more than 10 meters away. When the smoke cleared, the mother spider was blown to death. Her children did not avenge her at this moment, but rushed to her body frantically, sucking her flesh and blood. The mother spider struggled for a while, and then died. Wen Ning asked a robot to set a fire and burn the mother spider's body. The small spiders around surrounded it and were unwilling to leave. They just stopped attacking Wen Ning and others. When the body was burned clean, a crystal-clear zombie crystal appeared in the ashes. Wen Ning realized that this was also a zombie animal. But think about it, if it weren't for the zombie mutation, what kind of spider could grow so big? After the mother spider was dealt with, these newly born spiders would not be a big deal. But after knowing that they were all zombie spiders, Wen Ning didn't want to let any of them go. Although they were just born and did not have zombie crystals in their bodies, they carried the virus. As long as they were bitten, there was a high probability that they would be infected. Wen Ning asked the robot to chase and kill these spiders, and then gathered all the corpses together and burned them. Nantian and Big Tail Wolf showed no signs of waking up. Wen Ning was guarding the fire and considering whether to save these two people. A sound came from the jungle behind him. "Captain! Big Tail Wolf!" It turned out that the team members came, and Wen Ning quickly put the war robot back into the backpack. Then he looked at the scene and was relieved that there were no traces that should not be left. "Captain!" Chapter 386. Miss Hay. "Captain!" The leopard and the vulture came up and saw Wen Ning struggling to drag the two out of the spider web in the woods. "You came just in time. These two are quite heavy." Since his teammates were here, Wen Ning put away his weapons and became a hands-off boss. The ground was covered with spider webs, and there was a huge fire in the middle, with many spider corpses burning in it. Combined with the messy traces of battle at the scene, it was obvious what happened. In just 2 days, Wen Ning had saved them from several attacks, and the two could not help but have a new understanding of Wen Ning's strength. But now is not the time to explore these things. The scene has not been cleaned up yet. Wen Ning asked the two to take Nantian and the big-tailed wolf back first. He dealt with the open fire himself before leaving. The two did not hesitate, and took Nantian and the big-tailed wolf back without saying a word. Wen Ning dealt with the scene, caught all the small spiders hiding in the corners, and threw them into the fire. After making sure that no fish had escaped, the fire was extinguished. Wen Ning then called Hu Zi to go back. When they returned to the camp, Nantian had already woken up under Hua Bao's treatment. When Wen Ning came back, Nantian was sitting up with his body propped up. "Thank you, Miss Hay, you saved our lives again." Wen Ning waved his hand and sat down. "Are you looking for me?" Looking at the dew on their bodies, I knew that they had been trapped for quite a while, and they should have followed me out last night. I just don't know why I got lost, and I remembered that the giant spider has a psychedelic effect. It seems that these two were hit. Wen Ning looked at the crystal of the female spider, which was level 4, the same level as Nantian, plus special abilities. It was normal to be hit. Wen Ning's strength was beyond these levels, and the hallucination effect was useless in front of the Qingxing curse. "We saw you chasing your pet yesterday, so we followed you out of concern. We didn't expect to lose you and fall into a trap." Nanchan's ears were a little red as he said these words, and his face was embarrassed. This Chunchun was just not as skilled as others. He followed to protect Wen Ning, but he fell into a trap, and it was the other party who saved them. Wen Ning nodded and said nothing. 3 people were injured in the Nantian team, and now their combat effectiveness is greatly reduced. They also lost a car. Wen Ning asked them what they were going to do next. Nanchan's face was not very good, and it was obvious that he was unwilling to give up. But this time, he was really hit hard, and his mind was still a little unclear. The big-tailed wolf didn't even show any signs of waking up. We had to hurry back to the base and enter the research institute for treatment. This mission was a complete failure, but it had nothing to do with Wen Ning. If it weren't for Wen Ning's escort, they wouldn't even be able to get in. "Miss Hay, we're going back to the base after a rest. Do you want to go out with us?" Wen Ning shook his head. "Yesterday, Hu Zi discovered the scent of his kind, so we followed him, but we didn't find him after wandering around in the jungle for a long time. I met you on the way back." Wen Ning briefly talked about what happened yesterday, but didn't mention Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom or the violent movement last night. Nantian nodded to show his understanding. "We won't go with you. I promised Hu Zi that I would find his relatives. Maybe I will stay here for a while." Wen Ning is a space-based psychic, so she doesn't have to worry about supplies, not to mention her unfathomable strength. Nantian really couldn't think of any reason to worry about her. The words came to his lips, but he swallowed them back. He could only nod in agreement. The main reason was that the team suffered a heavy blow, and he didn't have the strength to continue to waste time here. Wen Ning saw that they looked very weak, especially the big-tailed wolf, who didn't wake up until they set off. Wen Ning was still a little worried, but she couldn't go with them. According to Nantian, It would take at least half a month to get from here to the base. Wen Ning didn't have so much energy to spend on the journey. The rest of the time might as well help Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom clean up this primeval forest. Near noon, the superpowers of the Nantian team regrouped, and Xiaoli took out an identical off-road vehicle again. This was their spare vehicle, just in case of the situation yesterday. It is said that this car was only saved by the entire team after 3 months of missions without food or drink. It can be seen that this mission was really a heavy loss. Nantian also saw his own strength clearly, which was obviously not enough in this crisis-ridden primitive forest. His self-confidence was hit, and he might be depressed for a while after returning. The team waved goodbye to Wen Ning, then drove out of the forest and headed back to the desert. Wen Ning stopped and watched for a long time to confirm that they were really leaving. Then he turned his head to look at Hu Zi and smiled. "Let's go get to work." A large number of detection drones took off and flew to various parts of the jungle. Following them was the robot army led by 001. Wen Ning and Hu Zi ran in the jungle. In the next 5 days, Wen Ning and Hu Zi cleaned up all the zombie animals and Baki forest. But the mutant animals and mutant plants did not move. After eliminating the tumor animals containing viruses, the remaining mutant animals and mutant plants became the natural umbrella of the forest. Even the superpower team like Nantian was daunted. As long as humans cannot easily set foot here, the original ecological environment here can be maintained. On the last day, Wen Ning took Hu Zi to see Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom before they left. "This is a healing potion. If you are injured, you can drink this." Wen Ning directly moved a small box in front of Tiger Mom, which was full of intermediate healing potions. Afterwards, Wen Ning took out 6 advanced healing potions. "This is a life-saving treatment potion. You can drink it if you are infected with the virus." Tiger Mom and Tiger Dad nodded carefully, and hid, and put away the things given by Wen Ning. Then Tiger Dad slapped Tiger on the forehead. "Roar! You little brat, you have to listen to Miss Wen." Tiger Mom slapped Tiger Dad on the forehead. "Roar! Just say it, why do you have to fight?" Tiger Dad and Tiger Z had the same aggrieved expressions. Wen Ning couldn't help laughing and said to Tiger Dad, "He is very well behaved, don't worry." "Roar! Then I am relieved." Tiger Dad laughed innocently. Soon, it was time for Wen Ning and Tiger Z to leave. Tiger's parents had sent him off for a long distance, and when he was really leaving, tears welled up in their eyes. Tiger had been half dead since he was born. The system suddenly appeared, and took Tiger without thinking, saying that he could be saved. Tiger's parents recalled that they really had the mentality of grasping the last straw at that time. They thought that as long as Tiger could survive, the couple could do anything. Although they worked hard to save crystals in recent years, they just had the fantasy of seeing Tiger again. Before Tiger really appeared in front of them, they knew in their hearts that there was almost no hope. But now it really happened, and Tiger followed a good master. Not only did he raise the little Tiger to be so majestic now, and looking at Tiger's recklessness and stupidity, you can tell that Wen Ning treats him very well. Now that they have also considered the way out for the couple, Tiger's mother really feels that everything she has paid is worth it. Seeing Hu Zi looking back with his head tilted, the Tiger mother couldn't help but admonish him. "Roar! Cub, you should eat more vegetarian food." "Roar? Vegetarian food? What vegetarian food?" Wen Ning smiled slightly and touched his ignorant head. "I just want you to eat more." "Roar! Aw, don't worry, Mom, I won't be hungry." The light gradually lit up around the figures of the man and the tiger, and then disappeared. The tiger father and mother snuggled together, staring at the place where Hu Zi disappeared for a long time. Wen Ning opened his eyes, and came to the transit metaspace again. Ding! It is detected that the player is carrying pollutants. Do you want to exchange for system rewards? Pollution? Wen Ning took out the crystal stone obtained from that planet. What will happen if I don't redeem it? Pollution cannot enter the Wasteland. If the player does not redeem it, it is assumed that he does not want to return to the Wasteland. The system will purge and kill the player. Stop, stop, stop! Here you go, here you go. Ding! The number of zombie crystals handed in is 189, which meets the perfect exploration conditions. The full scroll of the planet's spacetime memory is obtained. The parchment scroll appeared in Wen Ning's hand. Wen Ning knew that this was the history and future of the planet where Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom were. Chapter 387. Wen Ning decided to check this history after he returned. Then he left the planet. The reward for this mission was this volume of spacetime memory, and 5,000 survival points. All other items were identified as contaminated items by the system, just like the crystal armor that Wen Ning wore on the Wasteland Road, and the two sides were not interoperable. The player has exited the transmission channel. Hua la la la. As soon as he exited, the heavy rain in the forest pulled Wen Ning back to reality. TSK, the sunshine in Bakey Forest and the desert is the best, and I have to face this acid rain when I come back. Wen Ning had an urge to return to Bakey Forest. Looking back, the transmission array of the spacetime channel had disappeared. Wen Ning knew why. The spacetime channel is essentially an active black hole, which is sometimes far from the surface of the planet, and sometimes close. The system also uses the algorithm function and data flow to make it exist stably in a certain area for a period of time. Therefore, only when players develop and establish a stable transmission channel, the system can transmit the player's data in a targeted manner according to the coordinates of the other galaxy. Therefore, the coordinates of Huzi's parents that Wen Ning spent 10 million to buy will come in handy sooner or later. Fuck. The durability of the crystal armor drops so fast. Wen Ning exclaimed and quickly rode the centaur, turned the throttle, and rushed towards the direction of the bright territory. When she came out, the durability of the crystal armor dropped a point every 10 minutes. Now, according to the time of the Wasteland continent, it has only been an hour since she entered the space-time channel. Why did her armor start to fall off bit by bit? Wen Ning calculated that the durability had dropped from 10 minutes to 1 minute, and now it has started to drop from 2 minutes to 1 minute. No, we have to go back to the territory quickly. Her crystal armor has a very thin glass film attached to the surface to maintain its flexibility in combat. It is very consumable in itself. Now it seems that it is very likely that this thin glass film has been worn out. It is possible that the acid rain directly contacted the armor, which caused the armor durability to drop so quickly. Wen Ning rushed back to the territory before the armor durability dropped to 50%. Looking back at the huge rain curtain outside the territory, Wen Ning's eyes became solemn. This acid rain is much more terrifying than she expected. After more than a dozen strict disinfection procedures, Wen Ning successfully returned to the shelter. Huzi was very excited since he came back, because he found his biological parents. Tajin and Xiao Jin looked at their big brother's happy look, and a little envy surged in their hearts. I don't know if the owner can go to their home next time, maybe they can find their parents. Wen Ning is not as optimistic as them. In the administrator's memory, Wen Ning remembered that pets were all voluntarily donated by the extinct race. The exchange condition of the system is that these young mutant beasts are collected as pets of players, and they will be transformed or saved by the system. They were exchanged at different times, and there is a difference between the passage of time in the Wasteland continent and other galaxies. So Wen Ning can't confirm whether their mother planet still exists. Just like the space-time memory in her hand, it records the whole process of this planet from the disaster outbreak to destruction. Everything that happened before the time period when Wen Ning entered was real. From then on, the second half was calculated by the system. Although it was a deduction and calculation, the accuracy rate was as high as 90%. Wen Ning thought about it, and opened the space-time memory in her hand. She only hoped that the tiger parents could hold on until the day when she could research the space-time transmission channel. Player opens the space-time memory. Wen Ning curled up on the sofa, and the tigers huddled together at the other end of the sofa. He was also very curious about the fate of his hometown. One person and 3 pets quietly looked at the holographic picture in front of them. In the 3422nd year of the Blue Star Earth calendar, a highly anticipated meteor shower brought the entire Blue Star into purgatory. On this day, the end of the world broke out, and mankind fell into a permanent disaster. Later generations recorded this year as the first year of the disaster. 90% of the meteorites in that meteor shower landed directly on the surface of the blue star and embedded in the ground in a specific arrangement. After this day, within a month, more than a dozen large-scale meteor showers came one after another, and 3 months later, meteorites covered the entire blue star. In the 3rd month of the disaster, 99% of the animals on the blue star suddenly mutated and became zombies that only appear in movies. In the 6th month of the disaster, all crops were infected and died. In the 1st year of the disaster, nuclear power plants around the world were paralyzed and leaked due to radiation. In the 3rd year of the disaster, 2 years after the heavy rain, the global sea level rose by 100 meters, and 2/3 of the world's land was submerged. At the same time, the radiation leaked from the nuclear power plants followed the seawater to strike globally. In the 6th year of the disaster, after the high temperature, hurricane, flood, drought and other disasters, coastal cities were strangely frozen, and the remaining less than 0.1% of the world's human population lived in large inland bases. In the 9th year of the disaster, humans launched an animal surrogacy plan. In order to ensure the continuation of mankind, we started this plan under the premise that existing technology could not detect the radiation virus of meteorites. In the 18th year of the disaster, human society rebuilt order, and the survivors have become accustomed to such a life. But a new round of meteor showers has begun again. This time, it is carrying a more terrifying virus towards the blue planet. Where should the fate of mankind go? Blue planet number 556 was extinct in the 20th year of the disaster, and the animals were completely extinct in the 16th year of the disaster. Animal extinction? Then the surrogacy plan has completely failed? No, but the animals that have experienced the surrogacy plan have suffered great physical and psychological trauma, and the final cause of extinction cannot be speculated by the system. Wen Ning was silent. There was one detail in this space-time memory that surprised Wen Ning. That was that the members of the Nantian team were all clones. They were cloned using various animal genes, and had both human and animal attributes. The way to distinguish clones from ordinary people is that they have no names, only codes representing their identities. In the entire team, only Nantian is a human. The others are all clone helpers synthesized by technology. No wonder Nantian was not particularly sad when the big-tailed wolf did not wake up after being injured. Instead, he calmly said that he would take it back to the institute. It's not a hospital either. No wonder Nantian never stopped exploring himself along the way. Fortunately, they didn't think of catching Wen Ning back to slice and study. It's possible that they thought about it, but their strength didn't allow it. Wen Ning asked the system again whether it could calculate when Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom had an accident. The player cleaned up the zombie animals in Bakey Forest and prevented the further spread of the virus. According to the original ecology of Bakey Forest, they can last at least 3 years. The healing potion given by the player to the white tiger can resist a fatal infection. After comprehensive calculation, they can last until the 16th year of the disaster. That is to say, Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom were the last batch to be extinct. Wen Ning asked the system to calculate the time passing of the Wasteland continent and the time passing of Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom, to determine how much time she has. After calculation, the player has at most 2 months. 2 months? What are the conditions for the construction of the space-time channel? The territory reaches level 7 to unlock the relevant technology, and it can be built after all the materials are collected. That is to say, there are 2 difficulties at present. One is to upgrade the territory to level 7, and the other is to find those unknown materials. Of course, there is another important thing, that is to make money. Upgrading to level 5, Wen Ning's survival points will be emptied, not to mention level 7. Maybe even if the survival points in hand are increased tenfold, it may not be enough. This matter cannot be rushed. Wen Ning already has some ideas in her mind. When Wen Ning was in a daze, Lin Han sent her a message. Lin Han, big sister, why is this acid rain so terrible? Originally, Lin Zheng and Lu Shi had agreed with Wen Ning that they would go out to explore after the first stage. Although there were many corrosive insects at that time, they were not in the breeding period, so they just needed to protect themselves from being bitten. But now looking at this situation, acid rain is a very difficult problem to solve. Wen Ning sent messages to both Lu Shi and Lin Han. Private chat channel. The disaster is far more serious than expected, and the exploration plan is temporarily suspended. Wen Ning said good things to both sides. Wen Ning held his chin up. Although he couldn't go out, he couldn't stop the construction inside the territory. Chapter 388. Construction costs money, so Wen Ning went to the trading market to find some inspiration for spending money. He opened the architectural blueprint section. Wen Ning flipped through it boredly until he saw an ancient building, and his chin slightly raised. A pleasant smile appeared on his lips. This school looks good. Wen Ning clicked on the details to see that it was a school that integrated kindergarten, preschool, and elementary school. The school was not big, covering an area of 800 square meters. The building could not be upgraded, but the blueprint was equipped with a complete set of building and furniture blueprints, including but not limited to blackboards, tables and chairs, textbooks, stationery, etc. Wen Ning looked carefully and found that each classroom was equipped with a holographic screen. All kinds of textbooks were also available. Worth it. The people in Wen Ning's territory, except for the few skills they had mastered, knew nothing about the common sense of the Wasteland continent. In addition to the things in the Wasteland continent, even the most basic common sense was problematic. Take literacy and mathematics for example. They are basically everyone's weaknesses. Every time a task is issued, the robot needs to hold a loudspeaker day and night to explain the task content. The efficiency is extremely low. The goods in the store cannot be operated without the cashier robot. So a school is very necessary. Wen Ning immediately bought the blueprint for 1,000 survival points. Not to mention the low price of the blueprint, in the entire Wasteland, only Wen Ning's territory has the idea of building a school. Which other territory has so much extra energy to enrich the spiritual world of the people? This blueprint was placed in a corner, and nobody paid attention to it. The dust was thick. It was different here in Wen Ning. Basically, all the orcs were uncivilized. Speaking of this, we have to mention the origin of these orcs. They also came from the same intelligent planet as Blue Star, and belonged to the intelligent life on it. But Wen Ning didn't know how the system found them, and what kind of exchange he had gone through to gain the trust of these orcs. And they were willing to migrate their entire tribe to this strange continent, and leave their fate to the humans they hated the most. However, the algorithm of the system is constantly iterating and updating, and it is normal that there are many things that Wen Ning, the designer, is not clear about. As long as the system is still good for Wen Ning now, it's fine. Just like Xiaoji, Xiaoji has very few opportunities to appear since Wen Ning established his territory. This is because Xiaoji himself is overdrawing his life to open a backdoor for Wen Ning. Its energy comes from the storage when Wen Ning was researching. The more it is used, the faster its energy will be consumed. And it has actually been opening a backdoor for Wen Ning under the nose of the game system. If the algorithm feels threatened one day, it is very likely to wipe Wen Ning out directly. Therefore, Wen Ning now deliberately does not let Xiaoji work. After receiving this blueprint, Wen Ning sent the list of materials to Mira. Mira started construction overnight. When the people came out of the restaurant after eating and drinking, they saw that a piece of vacant land was fenced off again. Wow! The Lord is making a big move again. What is this construction? I hope it's another restaurant. One restaurant is not enough for you to eat? No, but I can't think of any other buildings. My favorite is the restaurant. The children clapped their hands. They used to like shops the most, but now they have forgotten about them. It turns out that to control an orc, you must first control his stomach. Mira! How long will it take to build this building? The brave children caught Mira, who was passing by, and asked her. Myra's round eyes turned and told the little guys the time. It will be built at noon tomorrow. Then let's go back to sleep and come back tomorrow. The children ran away in a swarm, and the adult orc surrounded the construction robot to watch the fun. Mira returned to the shelter and talked to Wen Ning about the progress. Wen Ning was studying the course with his chin propped up. Although it's a kindergarten, these children are not too young for the orcs, so they can't really be taught as infants. Mira, you're here just in time. What do you learn in kindergarten for the Brain Clan? Mira, kindergarten? We don't have a kindergarten. Our Brain Clan team will transfer all the knowledge and culture of the entire Brain Clan into the processor before they are born, and then the main brain will host a strict exam. Only those who pass the excellent exam will be allowed to be born. Wen Ning's eyes widened. It's so hard. It's too hard. Birth is still determined by an exam. You've been hard since prenatal education, and you're the only one who can do it. The Brain Clan is too smart, and has no reference value for Wen Ning's teaching plan. Moreover, the Wasteland is not like the peaceful Blue Star, and the knowledge system here is too complicated. Wen Ning looked at Mira. You will be the 6th grade teacher, responsible for teaching the people the knowledge of mechanical operation. Wen Ning made the decision. To be honest, there were many high-tech light and heavy weapons in Mira Mall that she had been coveting for a long time. There were also mechas like Gundam, which looked very powerful. Mira did not object, but reminded Wen Ning that the mechas in her mall would cost tens of millions of survival points even if they were discounted by 10%. This instantly cooled Wen Ning's enthusiasm. But it didn't matter. The kindergarten classes, preschool classes, and 6th grades were divided into different levels. The people in the territory needed to take 9 exams to graduate from elementary school. By that time, she couldn't afford the mechas. Then, Wen Ning formulated the curriculum for the kindergarten classes. The small class studied 2 courses. One was mathematics, and the promotion exam was addition and subtraction within 100, and the other was Chinese, and the graduation exam was the pinyin of 100 Chinese characters. As for English, Wen Ning didn't consider it at all. As long as her fists were strong, all alien races would have to learn Chinese, and a few foreign players were nothing to be afraid of. Plus, with the system, a plug-in like translator, what else is there to be afraid of? The senior class of elementary school learns multiplication and Chinese dictionary. The preschool class learns basic knowledge such as chemistry, physics, biology, geography, etc. There is no politics because the Wasteland continent does not talk about politics. There is no history because the history of the Wasteland continent has just begun to be written. And mathematics, Physics, chemistry, biology and geography are also knowledge that matches the Wasteland continent. There is some overlap with Blue Star, but most of them are unique. In the future, when the game is successful, so many new humans will land on this planet, and they will have to learn from scratch. When Ning tried the waters in advance. Entering elementary school, you start to learn the rules of survival in this world, and advance step by step. When Ning divides each grade into several sections of courses. They correspond to the identification of monster illustrations and plant illustrations. There are also food, winemaking and food-related courses. There are also blacksmith shops, weapons, armor, and other handicraft sections. Online are advanced courses such as construction and use of high-level weapons and equipment. Ensure that all orcs can have a certain understanding of the Wasteland continent and know how to survive on their own in the wild. If there is an invasion by foreign tribes or a disaster in the future, they can also survive on their own and protect the people they want to protect. After initially drafting this plan, Wen Ning found that he could serve as a tutor for several courses. Then, this enrollment plan can be released tomorrow. Everyone must enroll and must study until at least the 3rd grade before they can graduate, regardless of whether they are adults or minors. After ordering these, Wen Ning found a lot of paper and pens dropped by monsters in the warehouse, as well as some related textbooks. If it's not enough, you can use the manufacturing panel to make it. Until late at night, Wen Ning looked at the piles of textbooks. A sense of hope arose spontaneously. Only learning can make a race develop endlessly. She hopes that all the orcs in the Bright Territory can have a bright future. Chapter 389. February 22nd, Wasteland Calendar, Disaster Season, Heavy Rain, 12 o'clock, at noon. The heavy rain in the wasteland still showed no signs of stopping. Wen Ning inspected every corner of the territory as usual, confirming that the city wall had no fatal damage and the acid rain had not penetrated into the territory. Only then did he walk to the gate of the school that had been built with confidence. Across the residential area, a magnificent building had been completed. Many orcs crowded outside the gate, looking inside. The formed cement building was tall and mighty, and it was considered the largest building in the Bright Territory. In the bright windows, rows of neatly arranged seats were placed. In the front was a podium. Behind was a huge blackboard. There was also a security booth and an electric door at the school gate. At this time, the people of the territory were lying on the electric door and stretching their necks to look inside. The whole school is divided into 3 parts. The kindergarten and preschool are mainly for learning Chinese characters and mathematics, which can be regarded as Enlightenment education. Considering that a large number of children will enter in the future, the teaching building in this area is relatively short, and the shape is also cute. Even the tables and benches are colorful. There is a teaching building for grades 1 to 3 of primary school, with a total of 3 floors. Each floor can accommodate 6 classes of 50 people. Here we mainly learn some common sense encyclopedias and the like, and conduct the initial interest exploration of the people. After learning these basic knowledge, if you don't want to study anymore, you can graduate and work in the territory. If you still want to continue studying, you can pass the exam to enter grades 4 to 6 for professional education. Wen Ning will conduct some advanced courses here. The school has not officially started yet, and almost all the people in the territory have gathered on the square. Because of the disaster, the people in the territory cannot go out to do tasks, so they are in a state of doing nothing. When there is excitement, they are naturally eager to join in. Wen Ning stretched out his hand and pressed down. The people in the territory knew that Wen Ning had something to say, and they immediately quieted down. He also pulled the people next to him to let them be quiet. The next second, what Wen Ning said made them feel like they were struck by thunder. Hello everyone, the building behind me is the School of the Bright Territory. Starting tomorrow, all the subjects will go to kindergarten to study. Only those who have passed the preschool exam and passed the exam will be granted the status of formal subjects. Only those who have passed the 3rd grade exam can get the task bracelet in the Bright Territory. And only those who have passed all the 6th grade exams and professional tests can serve as administrators in the Bright Territory. As soon as these words came out, the scene was silent for several seconds. The orcs came from different continents. Some orcs had heard of the term school, while some orcs didn't know what school meant at all. School? Is it a school? School? I still have to go to school at my age? Kindergarten? It sounds like a place for these little rascals to take classes. Go to school? And take exams? Lord, we can take tasks anyway. Why do we have to study? Didn't you hear that only those who have passed the 3rd grade exam can get the task bracelet? Without the task bracelet, how can you take tasks? What? You can't accept missions in the future. Wen Ning heard this question keenly and answered immediately. How many orcs can go out to perform missions without following our robots? How many orcs can calculate the price when buying things in the store? How many orcs can understand the words on the mission panel when accepting the mission? After 3 consecutive questions, all the orcs fell silent. It was obvious that these things touched their knowledge blind spots. Wen Ning did not pause and continued. In your original place, no one protected you, so you were forced to learn the rules there. Now, in the Bright Territory, you have to learn first and then explore this continent. Do you want to live in this small territory for the rest of your life? This is also the most important purpose of Wen Ning's desire to run a school. The purpose of the system is to transform the Wasteland into a planet suitable for human survival. Instead of building sieges to protect all humans. These orcs now are like new humans, innocent, simple, and uncivilized. How can such a human being take the first step to survive in this wasteland? It is better to teach a man how to fish than to give him a fish. Knowledge is endless. The courses I set now are just for beginners. When there are more and more orcs in the territory in the future, you will all have your own language. How will you communicate? If a conflict occurs, how can it be resolved except by force? If one day, the territory is destroyed, what will you do? We don't want to be roses in a greenhouse. We want to be sunflowers that can withstand frost and rain. The beast men instantly ignited their desire for knowledge in Wen Ning's passionate explanation. Countless knowledge came surging, and they could only stand on this continent if they caught it. The Lord is right. We can't rely on the Lord for everything. Lord. What kind of fish are you talking about? I learned it. That's right, we can't hide in the city and not go out, we have to be self-reliant. Wen Ning was very satisfied with their reaction, but such enthusiasm would make people misunderstand that his territory is a pyramid scheme organization. Strike while the iron is hot, Wen Ning issued the enrollment task. All the people in the territory registered at the school gate and were divided into classes according to age groups. Originally, they wanted to divide the classes randomly, but then they thought that the teaching method of the little carrot head was different from that of the adult class. And if there was an embarrassing situation where the old man couldn't learn the little boy, it would be funny. And adults have fixed thinking, and they may not learn as fast as children. The robot methodically registered everyone's information and then distributed a cloth bag school bag, which contained a pencil, an eraser, a notebook, and a pinyin textbook, of course, including some simple text. Wen Ning told them that the school's class time is from 9 to 12 o'clock, and there are school activities in the afternoon, and they can choose to participate freely. The class information will be distributed to their smart watches. When they enter the campus tomorrow, they will scan the clock in at the entrance. The color of the watch corresponds to their class. There are 50 people in a class. All the people have been registered, and a total of 8 classes have been enrolled. Wen Ning put pressure on everyone. If they couldn't graduate from preschool, they couldn't become formal citizens. If they couldn't complete the 3rd grade curriculum, they couldn't receive territory tasks, which meant that they had no source of survival points. This was a terrible thing. For them, it meant that they couldn't eat the delicious food in the cafeteria, because they couldn't afford it. They couldn't afford clothes from the cloth shop, and they couldn't afford weapons from the blacksmith shop. How could they survive? When education was closely related to their own interests, all the citizens felt a sense of urgency. All the citizens cherished the cloth bags issued by Wen Ning, and hung them on their bodies. The little orcs compared their cloth bags with those of their friends. The adult orcs had mixed feelings. In the original orc continent, they had heard of the word school. But the opportunity to receive education is often in the hands of a few intelligent races. For example, humans. Now the Lord suddenly forced all of them to study, which was like a huge pie falling from the sky. The people were surprised and suspicious, and didn't even dare to touch it easily. It wasn't until they held the paper, pen and cloth bag that they felt it was real. In any case, the people carried the cloth bags back home in various ways. The education cause of the Bright Territory has also started vigorously. Chapter 390. Eat quickly, or you be late for school. In a residential area, a family of 3 was eating breakfast. On the table next to them, 3 school bags were neatly placed. They were similar in style and size, and had a pendant with the logo of the small class of Guangming School Kindergarten. Dad, which class are you in? Will we be in the same class? And Mom? The innocent little orc looked up and asked. The old lion blushed, holding the majesty of a father. How can a child be in the same class with an adult? You little radish can play by yourselves. The little lion's face flashed with an ignorant light, and he was not convinced in his heart. His father did not give him time to ask back. He directly picked up the 3 school bags with his big hands, and left the residential area. The orc's mother followed behind. On the road, there were groups of orcs walking together. They carried similar school bags and went to the same place. The Lord is so kind that even slaves like us have the right to go to school. Bah, what are you talking about? Lord Mira said that there are no slaves in the Bright Territory. Well, I think it's useless for little rascals to study, and they can't do heavy work. You are wrong. The owners of blacksmith shops, restaurants, and wineries all became owners because they have knowledge. After your children learn knowledge, they can apply to the Lord to open a shop, and they will be big bosses in the future. This is called, what? The little orc who was following him answered crisply. I know. Knowledge changes destiny. Yes. That's it, change destiny. When Ning came out of the shelter at 8 o'clock, had a simple breakfast, and began to inspect the territory's defenses. The 8th day of the acid rain disaster, the 2nd day of the 2nd stage predicted by Wen Ning. In the World Channel, there were many news about the invasion of the territory by corrosive insects. Lu Shi and Lin Zheng also told Wen Ning about the situation of their own territory early in the morning. As his own people, Wen Ning also gave defensive measures. Lu Shi and Lin Zheng sealed all the corners inside and outside the city wall with the best cement overnight, staying in the territory without going out of the main gate or the second gate. At first, the players thought that this approach was wrong. For so long, the disaster season of the Wasteland continent has not only natural disasters. There are often opportunities in it, and many mutant beasts will be refreshed in the wild, dropping related treasure chests to maintain the player's resources. If you don't go out, there will be only consumption and no gains. But this time, in the entire World Channel, except for the breeding and infection of corrosive insects in their own territory or base, there is no good news. Wen Ning took this opportunity to sell some blueprints to the 2 territories. Let them build the blacksmith shop. The 3 territories not only need to recuperate, but also develop technology. The 2 territories began to build according to Wen Ning's plan. With things to do, the desire to explore the outside world was reduced. Especially after the blacksmith shop made a black tang sword, but it cut iron like mud. Everyone burst into an unprecedented enthusiasm for weapons. Everything is under Wen Ning's control. This feeling is good. Back to the Bright Territory, on the first day of school, all the orcs were waiting at the school gate with their school bags on their backs. School starts at 9 o'clock, and many orcs are already waiting at 8 o'clock. Among them, there are mostly young orcs, and some of the adult orcs still think that education is useless. They are still a little resistant to going to school, but with Wen Ning's iron-blooded wrist, they dare not be late. They will definitely appear at the last second. The change of concept is not temporary, and Wen Ning also knows that things cannot be achieved overnight. At 9 o'clock, the kindergarten officially opened, the electric door slowly opened, and 2 guiding robots held bracelets in their hands. The information of an orc was entered for each orc, and then a pendant on the orc's backpack changed to the corresponding color. You are in the red class. You are in the blue class. One by one, the orcs walked into the school with their backpacks on their backs, and when they met classmates of the same color, they walked together. Enter the classroom together. There will be an attendance robot at the door of each classroom, and the organization of each class is calculated by Mira. People of the same age and similar mentalities will be in the same class. What Wen Ning wanted was healthy competition among peers, to avoid the situation where some orcs had strong self-esteem and were unwilling to study after being hit once or twice. The classroom was empty, and the first students to arrive could choose their seats freely. When Wen Ning walked into the classroom, there were still a few cat orcs standing timidly at the door. Their thoughts as slaves had not yet completely changed. They had always been drifting with the flow and forced to make choices. But when they came to Wen Ning's class, Wen Ning would slowly change their views. You can sit wherever you like, go ahead. These few students were the only ones who were still hesitating in the whole class, but fortunately, after Wen Ning spoke, they immediately took action. Then she sat down obediently. Wen Ning looked at the classroom, which was full of people. She would teach all the students in the first class of the new semester, and other classrooms could watch at the same time through the holographic screen. Wen Ning was in charge of the fun class, which was planned to be held once a week. She could arouse the interest of these orcs in learning through fables. She could also observe the mental state and learning results of the orcs at any time, and it would not delay her from going out to explore. Today, Wen Ning was going to tell 2 language stories, one called Mr. Dongwa and the Wolf, and the other called The Farmer and the Snake. However, in order to make it easier for the orcs to understand, the characters in the story were processed. Telling stories in class on the first day of school was an experience that no orcs had ever experienced. In the orc world, there were no books, let alone stories. So they took what Wen Ning said as real. They were fascinated by her gentle voice, and the story was like a scroll slowly unfolding behind her. In all the classrooms, every orc was immersed in Wen Ning's narration. During the explanation, Wen Ning also encouraged everyone to raise their hands to ask questions, but most adult orcs would not dare to do such a thing in public because of their curiosity. After Wen Ning answered the questions of the two little orcs, he did not receive any other questions. Wen Ning did not care. After telling the two fables, Wen Ning began to analyze the morals of the two stories. On the Wasteland continent, or on the Orc continent where they are, to distinguish between good and evil, to distinguish right from wrong, one cannot simply use race to define the good or bad of an orc. After telling this story, it was time to end the get out of class, but none of the orcs in the classroom wanted to leave. Wen Ning implemented the teaching design of Blue Star, which is 40 minutes of class and 20 minutes of rest, and changed a little bit. There are 3 classes this morning. She tells 2 stories in one class, and then she will learn pinyin in the next class. The third class is mathematics. The 2 classes in the afternoon are also Chinese and mathematics. But I didn't expect that the effect of the first class was so successful. All the orcs looked at me eagerly, as if they wanted Wen Ning to tell more. Wen Ning smiled and made an agreement with all the orcs that if someone could remember all the pinyin readings and writings today, he would bring a new story tomorrow. Although the orcs were a little disappointed, they had a great enthusiasm for learning in their hearts. The story told by the Lord was too attractive. Of course, I will listen again tomorrow, but the premise of listening is learning. So, inspired by Wen Ning's story, the beast men began to study wholeheartedly. The morning passed quickly. When school was over, the cafeteria was already open. Bai Shui's math was good enough, so Wen Ning only let her take Chinese classes. Open your mouth wide AAA, mouth round OO, mouth flat E. Whistle with your mouth. How do you read this? I can't whistle. That's it, look at me. 1, 2, 3, 4. What's after 4? What should I do if I only have 4 fingers? Silly, don't you still have toes? And you also have your mother's fingers, and your father's. Well, I count them when I get home. The usual meals became particularly delicious after the beast men had experienced a morning of education. Lord, it's so kind of you to cut the meal fee for students in half. I wish I could stay a student forever. The first place in the final exam can eat in the cafeteria for free for a day. I decided not to sleep at noon, I want to review. Me too. Wen Ning walked into the cafeteria and heard the beast men gathered together to discuss reviewing. Sigh. You guys are still the best. Chapter 391. With the encouragement, the orcs studied very quickly. The next day, when Wen Ning came to the classroom again, she found that she checked the homework left yesterday, and several orcs in the class could answer it. Wen Ning was very happy, and rewarded each of them with a juicy peach. The big and red peach instantly attracted everyone's attention. The fresh fruit exuded a sweet fragrance, which successfully made everyone drool. Wen Ning took the opportunity to propose the rule that eating is not allowed in class. Although Guangming territory has no worries about food and clothing, vegetables and meat are fully supplied, and even the spicy strips in the shops have never been out of stock. But there are still very few fruits. Before the disaster, Wen Ning moved a Z's purple bamboo forest into the territory, but there was no more place to plant fruit trees. Wen Ning had to put all the fruit trees into the backpack. Although they would not die, they could not bear fruit. Moreover, if most people have rewards, it will not play a motivating role. So in a class, only 3 people who answered the question correctly received the reward. Because these orcs took the initiative to stand up and answer, Wen Ning gave them a generous reward. At the same time, those students who were too shy to stand up were envious and encouraged themselves secretly. Next time, they must raise their hands actively. The orcs who stood up but answered incorrectly clenched their fists in regret, wishing they had reviewed more thoroughly. The story Wen Ning told today was the story of the 108 heroes, one of the 4 great classics on Blue Star. However, she converted all the protagonists into orcs, and made new plans for their military strength. Wen Ning was sure that she could tell this story for a long time, and a class lasted 40 minutes. It was enough for her to finish a chapter. And Wen Ning's way of telling the story made the whole story sound ups and downs, and even the little beast men could understand it. After all, the little beast men had experienced the ups and downs of life on their own continents. So some thrilling plots became vivid under Wen Ning's narration. Estimating the time, Wen Ning said that classic sentence. To know what will happen next, please listen to the next chapter. The beast men in the whole classroom opened their eyes wide, regardless of age, gender, and were immersed in the story for a long time without coming back to their senses. Wen Ning smiled and walked out of the classroom under the attention of everyone. The beast men slowly came back to their senses, and Wen Ning had already left the classroom. Lord! Ah! Is today's story over? Why is the class so short? I hate it. Everyone was attracted by the fate of the characters in the story told by Wen Ning. They were scratching their heads and wanted to know the sequel. It was this eagerness, like chasing a drama, that made them more actively involved in various studies. The growth robot responsible for teaching saw Wen Ning's teaching method. The starry eyes began to flicker, and the CPU seemed to have an epiphany after processing for a while. So the orcs found that the robots were no longer reading from the book during the class, and their tones seemed to have some ups and downs. After the third day of the kindergarten ushered in a big test. Some orcs can already be promoted to the kindergarten class. Wen Ning had expected this. Because all the orcs were admitted in the same batch, it was normal that their knowledge and foundations were uneven. The exam could quickly extract the top students. They could get in touch with the upper-level teaching as soon as possible. In this big exam, several store managers and some orcs, who were not very outstanding but studied hard, all got the opportunity to go to school. After the exam, Wen Ning gave them certificates and rewards. Then he opened the teaching area of the kindergarten's big class. In the envious eyes of the students in the small class, dozens of orcs walked into the big class with their heads held high. Because the number of orcs promoted was too small, Wen Ning did not divide the classes for the time being. Instead, he taught them uniformly. Next, the kindergarten small class will take exams every other day, and the orcs who meet the requirements will be admitted to the big class. And the orcs in the big class will also be promoted to the preschool class after the big exam to learn more profound knowledge. For the first batch of students, Wen Ning was still exploring, and all the exam times were based on the learning progress of the orcs. Slowly, there will be more reasonable time arrangements later. While the education business in Wen Ning's territory was in full swing, the experience of other territories was even more tragic. The disaster control group was thus formed. First, the territory of Lu Shi and Lin Zheng. Lu Shi stayed in bed for a week and his injuries were considered recovered. After recovery, he found Sun Yinhe as soon as possible. Sun Yinhe originally didn't intend to pay attention to him, but heard that his territory had a teleportation array that could reach Wen Ning's territory. So he agreed to join Lu Shi's territory. But as luck would have it, the disaster broke out on the first day she came in, so the teleportation array was closed. Now she lives in Lu Shi's territory, but still doesn't want to have anything to do with Lu Shi, and is extremely low-key. The players in the territory only know that she is a player with a high combat value, but don't know that she has other identities. Needless to say, Lin Zheng's territory is Lin Han, a die-hard fan of Wen Ning, and Lin Zheng and Lin Yin are crazy about spoiling their children. Once they get on Wen Ning's pirate ship, they naturally do whatever Wen Ning says. Wen Ning said that they were not allowed to go out to explore, so these people stayed in the territory obediently. They trained their pets all day and competed with players. The atmosphere of the entire territory is very good. On the World Channel, most territories are recuperating. When the disaster entered the 8th and 9th days, the players had less time to go out. But it's not that they have figured it out, but that the corrosive power of acid rain has become more serious. In addition, once the incubation period of the corrosive bugs has passed, a large number of infected players have concentrated during this period, and they are already in a state of being unable to take care of themselves. Moreover, the players found that 2 days ago, a high-level armor could last for an hour when they went out. Now, in less than 10 minutes, the armor and weapons on their bodies will all melt. Some territories listened to Wen Ning at the beginning and knew that glass could resist acid rain. They stored a lot of it, and also pasted it on the surface of the buildings. However, there are differences between glass and glass. The purity, thickness and high temperature resistance are different. It can be seen from the fact that Wen Ning used double-layer bulletproof glass. Moreover, the players did not master the technology to soften the glass and add it to the armor. So the situation is imaginable. A territory on the edge of a forest in the Wasteland. Brother, what are you looking at? A player wrapped tightly walked up to the wall and looked at the players beside him. This is the 10th tree that has fallen today. Tree? De Zhuang looked at the forest and the yellow-green smoke in the distance in confusion. The originally dense forest now looked like a programmer with hair loss. It became more and more sparse. Zhao Xin frowned and took out a notebook he carried with him. He was a little excited. Look! Since the disaster began, the The yellow-green smoke outside has become heavier and the visibility has become lower and lower. And this tree, I was very confused when 1 fell a few days ago, 3 fell the day before yesterday, 5 fell yesterday, and today it has started to be 10. Also, the caliber of the trees that fell in this forest is getting bigger and bigger. How can it go on like this? De Zhuang sighed deeply. Isn't this similar to what the owner of the treasure pavilion said? It is getting worse every day, not only outside the territory, but also inside the territory. The corrosive worms have caused the deaths of more than a dozen players. But no one has found out where the corrosive worms came from, and the players who have gone out have been checked. The Lord knows that there is nothing he can do about this matter, so he just asks everyone to protect themselves. Many people in the territory are now in a panic and dare not leave their shelters at all. Zhao Sun saw that De Zhuang was taking it for granted and making a fuss, and his tone was very anxious. Same? Why do I feel it's much more serious than she said? De Zhuang's expression was not very good, but he didn't think deeply. He just felt that Zhao Sun's worry was reasonable, but a little too much. 80% of the system certification, how bad can it be? And now the corrosive insects are no longer contagious. Just kill and burn them when you encounter them. As long as we don't go out, nothing serious will happen. Zhao Sun didn't agree or disagree, just stared at the reflective glass shield on the surface of the city wall. Muttered to himself. Do you think this glass seems to be melting? Chapter 392. February 23rd, Wasteland Calendar, Disaster Season, 8 o'clock, when Ning stood on the city wall, looking at the dawn forest in the distance. The air was filled with a pungent smell of strong acid rain. In the remaining visible range, many trees in the forest have collapsed. And this trend is expanding. Outside the city wall, the rain has turned dark brown, which is caused by the herbs being corroded by acid rain and mixed with some soil. There are still many dead rats on the ground. These rats originally lived underground, but for some unknown reason, they left the cave and came to the ground. However, the ground is far more dangerous than underground. There are dozens of corrosive insects on these corpses, devouring their corpses. When Ning sighed slightly, and as far as he could see, it was a wasteland. There was not a single living thing. When Ning knew that the Real test might just begin now. When Ning threw an ordinary raincoat out to get wet in the rain. Tick-tock. Bean-sized raindrops fell on the surface of the nylon raincoat. Black dots began to appear where the acid rain hit, and the fabric turned black. Then it was torn apart as if it was burnt. Soon the whole raincoat fell apart and broke into pieces. If such raindrops fell on animals, their skin would definitely be corroded and ulcerated. The skin and flesh would all melt. In the end, they would become like the prey caught by the zombie spiders that when Ning saw in the Bakey forest. A pool of pus and blood. When Ning took another shovel and stretched it out, the acid raindrops fell, and the shovel instantly made a sizzling sound. When Ning wanted to observe it carefully. As a result, the wooden handle couldn't hold on first, and broke directly, and the shovel fell under the city wall. But the result is predictable. This terrifying corrosive ability made Wen Ning a little worried about the next week. System announcement. The Su family base was declared broken. System announcement. The Alpha base was declared broken. System announcement. The management value of the Sun never sets territory fell below 60. The territory fell into chaos, and the Red Bounty mission has been issued. The system began to broadcast the news of base rupture and territory dissolution again. It's not that there were no ruptures in the past few days, but the number was not large. The players didn't take it seriously at first. Today, 10 bases and 2 territories were declared broken in one breath in the morning alone. It shows that the situation is not optimistic. Jack's territory. The players just killed a person who was parasitized by corrosive insects. This person hid in a shelter for several days and didn't come out. When he came out today, he was caught red-handed, and everyone found out that he was actually infected. Lord, there are so many corrosive bugs. Kill them quickly. After the player died, his shelter became a no man's land, and players swarmed in to rob supplies. As soon as they walked to the door, they found that it was full of corrosive bugs. One by one, they had round heads and looked like protein bugs. They scrambled to crawl out of the house. Fuck. This guy just wants to kill us. God. There are so many bugs. If you let one go, the whole territory will be ruined. Use torches. Use torches to burn them to death. Good idea. The players threw the lit torches into the closed door of the shelter. Jack had no time to stop them. More than a dozen torches flew in, and the flames flew to the place where the corrosive bugs were most concentrated. The next moment, a deafening sound came from the shelter. Boom. The entire shelter exploded violently. The doors, windows, and ceilings were all blown away. The nearby players, who were ready to fight, died instantly. Jack was far away and was stunned by the scene. "What are you doing? Put out the fire and kill the bugs." "A bunch of idiots. Corrosive bugs will produce flammable and explosive gases when they eat meat. This is why corrosive bugs cannot be attacked directly with fire," which was not mentioned in Wen Ning's intelligence. And this information was also obtained by Jack from the EU this morning. He didn't expect that his territory would suffer such a big explosion before he had time to announce it. "Warning, many buildings in the territory have been damaged. Please repair them as soon as possible." System prompt: the territory management value has dropped to 86. Please repair the damaged buildings as soon as possible. This player hid in the shelter for a few days, and it was a miracle that he didn't die. There were at least tens of thousands of corrosive insects in it, and the power of the explosion could be imagined. And just now, the huge explosion destroyed the entire shelter, and these corrosive insects also flew out in all directions. Landed in every corner of the territory. The entire territory was in a panic in an instant. You know, during this period of time, the corrosive insects are in a very hungry state, and all animals and plants will become their food. The players were panicked and started to put out the fire and kill these damn insects. No! Lord! The sky is broken. A scream brought everyone back to their senses. Fuck. Jack opened the territory control panel and looked at the report on the ceiling flying up and directly hitting the sky due to the explosion of the shelter. The sky was already in danger after 7 or 8 days of heavy rain. This external force directly caused it to crack into several cracks. It spread in all directions, like a huge spider web. Finally, it couldn't hold on and cracked at a certain moment. The heavy rain poured down on his head instantly. Ah! The player who didn't dodge the rain in time screamed violently. The player who dodged quickly saw that the player's hair fell off instantly. The whole scalp was corroded by the strong acid in the acid rain. An even more miserable cry sounded. His skin emitted white smoke, and the whole person seemed to be melted. The armor on his body was also corroded and melted, and even spontaneously combusted in the acid rain. In less than 2 minutes, the player turned into a piece of grotesque black charcoal. His body was covered with blood, and then his body disappeared. A large number of exploded equipment was left on the ground. The player looked at the miserable state of this man in horror. In just 2 minutes, he might need hundreds of years to heal. The player trembled and hurried away from the place where he could be rained on. The whole scene was in a mess. After the fire in the shelter burned for a few minutes, it gradually went out in the acid rain. But the corrosive insects inside not only did not die, but enjoyed the baptism of the acid rain. Jack could only let the players surround the breach and kill one bug when it crawled out. Then he took the time to repair the skylight. After Jack finally repaired the skylight, the players looked at the acid rain puddles on the ground and did not dare to enter. He put the wooden stick in, and when he took it out in just 10 seconds, the bottom had been corroded and rotten, and it was full of small holes corroded by acid rain. Just as Jack repaired this piece of the skylight, news came from underground. Lord, the skylight here is also broken. Lord, there is also a piece broken here. Players in the territory came to report that the entire territory had leaks in several places due to the explosion just now. The players' shelters were at the breach, so the sturdiness value dropped rapidly, and the materials were almost unable to hold up. Players sought self-protection and could not move easily, so they armed themselves fully. Wear all the armor on their bodies. Some even wrapped plastic wrap on their heads, which shows how much they value their hair. The entire Jack territory was in a mess, and Jack also forgot the task assigned to him by the EU. Chapter 393. February 23rd, Wasteland Calendar, Disaster Season, 2000 hours. After a day of chaos, the acid rain gradually subsided, and some territories, such as Jack's, got some breathing space. They quickly repaired the skylight, and cleaned up the corrosive bugs and infected players inside the territory. As for whether they were cleaned up, that's unknown. In short, the surviving players were glad that they had survived another day. In a grassland, tall walls surrounded a vast land. Inside the narrow walls, a man wrapped in a robe, like a black wizard, walked in the territory. He was bathed in acid rain, and the seemingly ordinary and rough robe actually blocked all the rain outside. There was no sign of corrosion at all. The black giant castle stood in the center, and around it, black crystals exuded black mist. The black mist surrounded the crystals and flowed slowly. Old Black checked these crystals one by one. He held a piece of black metal in his hand. In the darkness, his vision seemed unaffected, and he moved accurately between the crystals. The entire castle was surrounded by a smooth and hard wall more than 10 meters high, and the area was several times larger than the last time. But this expansion did not attract the attention of any territory. After the last live broadcast team was unclear, no player dared to explore. The few Zergs that came at the beginning are now nowhere to be seen. It seems that only Lao He is left in the entire territory. He patrolled the territory like a city guard, with only these black crystals in his eyes. The territory was still dark. The metal piece in Lao He's hand emitted a faint red light. When it approached the black crystal, the black mist around the crystal would flow faster. Until a black crystal, when the metal piece in Lao He's hand approached, it resonated and emitted the same dark red light. Lao He's face was delighted, and his right eye turned into a metal shape, flashing a few times. An inconspicuous card slot appeared on the surface of the black crystal. Lao He put the card in his hand. The metal lines began to flash. Click. A slight identification beep sounded. Lao He took the card and stepped back a few steps. Then the whole black crystal expanded 3 times and rotated rapidly. Fanaticism flashed in Lao He's eyes. He stood respectfully in place, and a burst of electric arcs flashed across his fingertips. Then Lao He stretched out his hand and threw the current onto the black crystal. The black crystal slowly stopped rotating. A small door about 1.5 meters high opened from the bottom. Dull footsteps came from inside, and the sound of dong 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 was particularly clear in the rain. Lao He lowered his head the moment the other party's head appeared. "Welcome, Lord Shaoqi." A black insect with a human body and an insect head came out. 2 huge mouth parts stretched out 1 meter long, and 2 metal tentacles on the top of the head kept sniffing around. The human body walked out and stepped into the soil. The insect cover behind it opened, and the soft wings stretched out. Just as it was about to open its wings and stretch them, it instantly retracted as if it felt a threat. At the same time, the compound eyes on the top of his head blinked a few times, looking at Lao He's cloak. The mouth part slowly moved, and a hoarse voice came out. "Lao. Hey. You didn't tell clearly the situation here. Lord Shaoqi, Lao He has no way to predict the disaster here." Lao He buried his head lower, and the rumbling heartbeat in his heart seemed to explode in his ears. Shaoqi didn't say anything in the end, but just passed such information to the back with the antennae on his head. Then he walked towards the central castle. Then, many Zergs who looked like Shaoqi walked out of the black crystals one after another. Their human bodies were not afraid of the corrosion of acid rain, but the wings behind them were tightly closed under the shell. The compound eyes kept flashing, and the red eyeballs were particularly conspicuous in the dark night. The Zerg have their own wisdom. At this time, they are collecting pheromones in the air here to communicate. In addition to pheromones, their way of communication is also the vibration of the wings. But it can't be used now. The central castle automatically scanned the knit wing when it approached, and then opened a door the same size as the black crystal. The knit wing Zerg walked in one by one. Old Black bent over and didn't get up until all the Zergs entered the central castle. Then Old Black put the metal card back into the card slot of the black crystal, and after rotating it, the door closed. The black crystal also returned to its original appearance and fell into silence again. Old Black. At the door of the central castle, Lord Knitwing stared at Old Black's figure. Lao He walked quickly to a distance of about 5 meters from the castle and stopped. According to the rules of the Zerg, these slaves cannot get too close to the central castle. There are a total of 100 Zergs in this batch of Nitrowings, and the remaining Zerg planets are still incubating. When the incubation is successful, Lao He will teleport them in the same way. Each black crystal on the square corresponds to a branch within the Zerg. On the Zerg planet, it corresponds to a hatching factory. And these Zergs are born to fight and invade. Nitrowing looked at Lao He and laughed contemptuously in his heart. Lao He came from a planet they invaded. One of the few humans who accepted the transformation of the Zerg became a slave of the Zerg. They were sent to various planets as explorers to build such castles so that the Zerg planets could send more Zerg to the planets. Nitrowing glanced at the vast night and spoke in Mandarin with a broken voice, as if his vocal cords were torn. "Are there humans on this planet?" Lao He's tone was flat, and he answered honestly. This territory was fought for from humans. Many adults were present at the time. Master Shaoqi can talk to them. Cold. So ruthless to your own kind. You are good. Lao He paused, and then said nonchalantly, "Survival of the fittest. Master Shaoqi, please go in quickly. The adults have been waiting for you for a long time." Sniff. The mouthparts on Xiaoqi's head gestured at Lao Hei's neck for a while, and a gust of wind blew, and raindrops floated in and fell on Xiaoqi's back. It shuddered instantly. It turned around and wanted to enter the central castle, and its steps paused. It turned and said to Lao Hei, "Tomorrow. Make arrangements. I am hungry." Lao Hei bit over and answered, "We have detected several human gathering areas." "Very good." Xiaoqi then walked into the central castle with satisfaction. And Lao Hei turned around expressionlessly, and walked into the vast rain curtain. In the middle of the large black crystals, a small wooden house stood out. It was safe and sound in the erosion of acid rain. Lao Hei's figure gradually approached the small wooden house. Chapter 394. Lord, your armor has been repaired. Wen Ning took the crystal armor from Shirtai, put it on, and walked to the door. Lord, are you really going out? Mira flew over to ask. Wen Ning nodded. His steps were slow, but he didn't mean to stop. Early in the morning, the system announced several territories that were trapped in red bounty missions. She was very tempted by a few Lord orders. Mira followed Wen Ning, a little worried. Wen Ning had already left the blacksmith shop and looked outside the city. I don't know when the acid rain stopped. I'll be back soon now that the rain has stopped, don't worry. Even if he can't come back, Wen Ning has made full preparations, and nothing will go wrong. This time, Wen Ning went out to fight a quick battle, so he didn't bring Hu Zi and Xiao Jin. He only brought 001 with the best armor. He collected a few puppet copy cards on the World Channel, and spent 1 million survival points. It's not that the puppet copy card is cheap, but there are very few players who own puppet beasts. If this is not really a high-level prop, I'm afraid the price will be even lower. Everything is ready, and Wen Ning's figure disappears in the bright territory. The people of the territory took the initiative to enter the school to start a new day of study, but there was no Lord Story class today, which was a bit regrettable. Wen Ning appeared in one of the chaotic territories. This time, the scene was much more lively than that of Zhujiaqing. This territory was broken due to a large-scale invasion of corrosive insects. Acid rain corroded the city walls and the sky, and the large holes could not be repaired, which directly led to the invasion of corrosive insects. The Lord was killed by the corrosive bugs. Most of the players who could escape in the territory had fled, and the rest were either waiting to die or experiencing death. On the city wall, there were many players who appeared with Wen Ning, and they all came for the Lord's order. Everyone was wrapped very tightly, with dozens of layers of thick plastic wrapped on their heads. Seeing Wen Ning wearing a hood and a set of black tights, although he was wrapped tightly, the armor on his body looked very thin. They all sneered, thinking that he was a player who overestimated his own abilities. They did not regard him as a threat. This was in line with Wen Ning's low-key intention. She deliberately stayed away from these guys, who looked like big guys. Find an inconspicuous corner to watch the chaos at the scene. The situation at the scene was 100 times more tragic than these players imagined. The sky curtain that was not completely damaged had a hole in the east and a hole in the west, and the city wall was corroded by acid rain and had potholes, with few places to step on. Most of the buildings inside the territory collapsed, and there were scattered supplies and rotten mud washed by acid rain everywhere. The Red Lord's order floated faintly in the ruins of the collapsed Lord's Hall. The surrounding area was full of players parasitized by corrosive insects, and the screams of the players were endless. And in the periphery, there were dense corrosive insects rushing towards the center like wolves seeing meat. Seeing this situation, the surrounding players hesitated and dared not approach. At this time, Wen Ning saw several players approaching the center quickly. They were wearing neat protective clothing and moving quickly. The man in the lead was wearing a mask. All that could be seen was a flowing golden hair, exposed to the air, as if there was no trouble with hair loss. His teammates behind him helped him clean up the crazy players around him, and the corrosive bugs that pounced on him. His eyes were calm, and he dodged one corrosive bug after another with agility. Suddenly, a small silver-white ball appeared in his palm. It looked like a high-tech bomb, and Wen Ning guessed so. He threw the bomb out, and the silver-white ball instantly spread into a mist after flying out. Wen Ning frowned, watching the dust-like thing spread out over the largest area, and then suddenly exploded violently. The corrosive bugs were affected, and the dense corrosive bugs were cleared in an instant. Nano-bomb? Wen Ning was stunned for a moment. The technology of this tiny bomb was very similar to that of a weapons scientist on the space-time spaceship. It's just that the scientist's technology was not so perfect. Wen Ning shook his head, thinking that he was overthinking. The scientist had just come into contact with nano-bomb technology, and there was a huge gap. It shouldn't be. There was another reason why Wen Ning didn't want to believe it. That was because he didn't get along well with that person. If they met in the game, Wen Ning might not do anything to him, but if he had memories, he might kill Wen Ning. Because that person was firmly against Wen Ning's plan, but later for some reason, he took the initiative to participate. Wen Ning hoped that he would not meet him. Looking at the central area again, although the man's bomb blew a hole in the corrosive insects at the scene, there were too many densely packed corrosive insects. There were many corpses of the dead piled up under the floating Lord's order, and the corrosive insects were heading towards these corpses. After the corpse disappeared, the mutant meat on the ground was piled high. These were also fatally attractive to the corrosive worms. In addition, the warehouse of this territory was also built here. For some unknown reason, the warehouse was now wide open. The supplies inside fell out and became a delicious meal for the corrosive worms. Wen Ning looked over and saw that the blonde player had been protected by his teammates and escaped. This territory had just been notified for 10 minutes, and so many players gathered at the scene. In addition, those who were originally in the territory could not escape. For the corrosive worms, this place was like a paradise. The territory was breached by acid rain, and the corrosive worms drilled in from the cracks. The ground and the surface of public buildings were bumpy, and many of the abandoned shelters of players were corroded. The ground was full of puddles, rotten soil and rotten grass. There were no surviving players in the territory. If they were only bitten by a corrosive worm, they could still escape. However, the territory was filled with corrosive bugs, and there was no place for them to stay. The players had no chance to escape. The world channel was basically full of messages asking for help. A small number of players were received by other territories and escaped with their shelters. The vast majority of them were from territories invaded by corrosive bugs, and other territories were unwilling to take such a big risk, so they could only escape outside the city. At this stage of the game, basically everyone had 1 or 2 safe house cores. So those players, who had no intention of competing for the Lord's order, took their own shelters and just wanted to fight their way out. The outside players on the city wall looked at the purgatory-like scene inside the territory, and were heartbroken, but few people came to rescue. After all, the corrosive bugs are small and very aggressive. Once bitten, there is no other solution except cutting off a piece of flesh. And there is the city lord order that they want most in the city, so they are even less likely to risk their lives. Wen Ning slowly moved around the city wall, and came to the opposite side. In the corner, he observed the blonde player, who had just been pulled up by the team members. "Michelle, are you okay?" Michelle shook off Pete's hand fiercely, and murderous intent burst out in her green pupils. Red on the side stood in front of Pete. "Michelle, you almost got bitten just now. With so many corrosive bugs, you won't give up your life for a small lord order." Michelle gradually regained his sanity, pursed his lips, and stopped talking. His eyes were fixed on the silver-white ball in his hand. He barely made a few of this bomb, and the effect of the first one he just experimented did not meet expectations. Just when he was about to experiment with the second one, these 2 idiots pulled him out directly. Michelle wanted to kill them both. Wen Ning, who was separated by a wall, instantly tensed up when he heard the name Michelle. Finished, it's really him. This guy is the youngest scientist on the space-time, except for Wen Ning. He won all the global awards at a young age. In addition, he is also an avid weapon enthusiast, and his greatest hobby in life is to study various weapons. When the mechanical race invaded, he boasted that as long as he was given enough time, he would be able to develop weapons to deal with the mechanical race. But the reality is very bleak. The fall of Blue Star was too fast, and his experimental equipment was refused to be moved onto the spacecraft because it did not meet the security regulations of the spacetime. Later, when he was studying the game Brain, he proposed many rules for this cruel world. Wen Ning's teacher once said that Michelle was a person who was constantly swinging between genius and madness. An unpredictable person. Now meeting him here, Wen Ning subconsciously wanted to avoid him, and was unwilling to have too much contact with him. "Friend, is it fun to eavesdrop?" While Wen Ning was lost in thought, a head popped out from the city wall, and the light green pupils stared at Wen Ning's face. A trace of panic flashed across Wen Ning's eyes, and just as he was about to respond, a fierce scream suddenly came from the direction of the city gate. The sound of the city wall collapsing came, and the city wall under their feet shook violently. Michelle's footsteps swayed twice, and when he looked over, the figure dressed in black had disappeared from the spot. Chapter 395. Wen Ning ran straight to the city gate. "Ah, monsters! Oh my god! So many bug people! What is this, a beetle? Fuck! This guy eats people!" The players on the city wall looked at the black-headed bugs below the city wall in horror, biting human heads one by one at the city gate. They have huge bug heads, and the human bodies look very inconsistent under the long mouthparts. From the neck down, the human skin is abnormally bluish-white, the blood vessels under the skin are bulging, and there are alien horns growing on the shoulders. The whole group looks like dozens of them, and Wen Ning estimates that there may be hundreds of them. They have broken the city gate, and the loud noise just now was made by this group of bug monsters breaking the city gate. Wen Ning's monster illustrations did not react, but the iconic appearance of these monsters made Wen Ning have some guesses in his heart. At the city gate, the players who were fleeing ran into these monsters that suddenly appeared. Their expressions of fear seemed to please these Zergs. Then, they rushed into the city. The wings on their backs spread out and vibrated at high speed. 100 Zergs all took off from the spot and landed on the top of the wall. Ah! Get out of the way! What the hell is this? A mutant beast refreshed by the disaster? How do I kill it? Does it have any weaknesses? The players on the city wall and the players under the city wall formed a sharp contrast. One group fled for their lives, while another group discussed the weaknesses of the mutant beasts. They were not even afraid of the corrosive insects. They directly cut the human players, who collided with them, into several pieces and stuffed them into their stomachs. They didn't care about the corrosive bugs on the body pieces, but were happy to supplement their protein. They chewed them until they were crunchy. Soon, the Zerg discovered a problem. After the bodies of the humans they killed were dismembered, they hadn't eaten them all, and the rest disappeared inexplicably. However, they didn't think too much about why, and attacked the players on the city wall with their hungry instinct. After they were hatched, they were in an extremely hungry state, and there was no extra food on the Zerg mother planet to feed them. After hatching, they were directly transferred to the colony planet to stimulate their desire to attack with the most primitive hunger. In this way, they built an invincible army. So now, at this moment, in this territory, all creatures will become food in their mouths. The players on the city wall are not like the players below the city wall, who have no power to resist. They are all fully prepared to compete for the Lord's order. So at this time, when the Zerg attacked them, they would not sit and wait for death. Instead, they thought it was a mutant beast refreshed by the disaster. It had been silent for several days, and finally had a chance to show its strength. Of course, they would not be weak. This mutant beast is too ugly. I just don't know how many resources it will drop. No matter how many it is, a mosquito leg is still meat. Go, go, go! You have wings, right? Today I will let you experience what a broken-winged angel is like. The players were frightened by the terrifying appearance of these Zergs at first, but now they have reacted. They picked up their weapons and confronted the Zerg head-on. Shao Qi was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the humans on this planet were actually quite brave. Such a small number of people dared to fight them head-on. However, it did not show any mercy. It stretched out its hand and casually blocked the attack of a player who rushed over. He sneered in his heart, overestimating his own ability. He clenched his hands into claws, and with a pop, he took out a heart that was beating non-stop. Then the mouthparts made 2 clicks, and a human head fell to the ground in an instant. Shao Qi stuffed the dug heart into his mouth. The tentacles on the top of the head kept trembling, sending out a signal to attack. Today's gluttonous feast began. Lao He did a good job. There are tens of thousands of humans in this territory. It can barely eat half full. Wen Ning watched the other party easily kill the human who rushed up, and with a thought, he controlled several drones to rush up. He stretched out his hand and slid behind his back, and 001 appeared in another direction. Look! Robots! There's a boss! Damn it, these mutants are too hard to kill. I won't participate in this mission anymore. Bye! Fuck. Coward, didn't you see that the exit was blocked by several mutants? How could you escape? The player was about to quit the mission, but saw 7 or 8 roaring Zergs surrounding the exit teleport point. They were holding the broken limbs of several players in their hands, and chewing them in big mouthfuls. The players under his feet were obviously faster than him, and wanted to quit, but were caught by these Zergs. Wen Ning's drone roared over, carrying dwarf bombs. The Zergs on the opposite side were flying in the air, and it was difficult to strike accurately. Wen Ning directly regarded these drones as self-destructing drones. When the Zerg were feasting, he rushed over and directly detonated the dwarf bomb on it. He went straight to the wide-open mouth on the Zerg's head. Boom! A violent explosion occurred, making a deafening sound for the Zerg. The shockwave blew away a large number of Zerg. The Zerg has a weakness, which is fear of huge roars. They have good hearing and can transmit messages through the resonance of their wings. And the violent roar will break the transmission of information and cause deep damage to their hearing. The dwarf bomb produced a huge roar, directly knocking several Zerg to the ground. Wen Ning's expression did not relax at all, and he immediately took out his sniper rifle and aimed. The reason is simple. 6 self-destructing drones carrying dwarf bombs exploded at the same time, but there was not a single kill broadcast. The opponent's vitality is comparable to that of Xiqiang. As expected, the smoke dissipated, and the Zerg inside slowly got up from the ground, making a harsh roar. The sharp sound was comparable to a sonic attack. The players on the scene covered their ears and retreated quickly, taking shelter. When Ning looked at the Zerg standing up in the smoke, his eyes becoming dangerous. The bluish-white skin cracked, but there was no blood. The human bodies of these Zergs actually used mechanical skeletons. When Ning took advantage of the fact that the other party had not fully recovered, and fired the sniper rifle in his hand without hesitation. The ice blue bullet broke through the air, and hit the center of the opponent's mouth. The surrounding players saw this, and quickly seized the opportunity to fly up to finish off the Zerg. Congratulations, successfully killed the Zerg *1. When the knife in the player's hand chopped the Zerg again, the frozen Zerg was as crisp as chocolate, and was easily broken. The knife directly chopped the Zerg into 2 halves. The blood from the Zerg splashed on the player's face. The player only reacted at this time. This is not a mutant beast, but... Zerg! This is a Zerg! This is not a mutant beast! The player's howl spread throughout the battlefield. Many history books in the world have been dropped, and the exploration of this game has been going on for more than a day or 2. Many people roughly know what the Zerg is. At this time, after hearing the loud reminder of this player, everyone's attitude towards these Zergs changed. Since they are not mutant beasts, they can't be kept, and the Zerg just had the human playing machine under their feet, and now they were killed so easily by the opponent. Immediately doubted the strength of these players. But this doubt is more about the extraordinary strength of the food, rather than a problem with their own strength. Buzz! The wings of the Zerg waved again. They believed that as long as they got off the ground, these tiny humans would have no way to deal with them. The one just now was just luck. When Ning moved the sniper rifle in his hand, and this time he aimed at the opponent's wings. The Zerg began to move at high speed. The players underground gnashed their teeth, and had no choice but to raise their hot weapons to fire. But the effect was minimal. At this moment, a blonde player in the crowd threw a silver-white ball on the wall. The ball flew into the air, and suddenly spread out to form a huge network. Like a bag of flour suddenly exploded in the air, the white mist tightly surrounded the Zerg. Xiaoqi felt something was wrong and vibrated his wings to issue a dispersed order. As a result, the next second, the white mist suddenly exploded one by one. The crackling sound was like setting off firecrackers. Although the power of these nano-bombs was not great, they were in large numbers. As the air flowed to the wings of the wings of the Zerg were damaged after the explosion. Suddenly fell down weakly. The players below yelled, "Brothers! F***K it!" Chapter 396. For the first time, players, regardless of territory or nationality, were so harmonious and united in facing the outside world. Seeing this, Wen Ning immediately turned his gun and shot at the falling Zergs. All of them used freezing bullets to directly seal the opponent's mouth. It was equivalent to sealing the opponent's combat power. In addition, the players rushed forward and swung their swords indiscriminately. Soon, all the falling Zergs were chopped to death. This wave of cooperation killed more than a dozen Zergs. Xiaoqi's anger burned even more vigorously. He didn't expect that humans could have such technological weapons. The remaining Zergs quickly dispersed their formations, avoiding the attacks of the players, and took the opportunity to attack. At this time, something strange happened. Ah! Corrosive insects. Corrosive insects are crawling up. The players on the ground were focused on by the scattered corrosive insects. They were immersed in the battle just now, and didn't notice that the corrosive insects crawled up to their feet. It was not until he was bitten that he reacted. Quick! Get on the wall! The players hurriedly cleaned the corrosive bugs on their bodies. Those who were wearing thick clothes took off their clothes and changed into armor. Players who were not in time could only cut their flesh to save their lives. This moment of panic gave the Zerg in the sky an opportunity to swoop down and attack. Seeing this, Wen Ning commanded 001 to rush out from the corner. Fighting the Zerg head-on, Wen Ning attacked from the side. Buzz buzz buzz. The Zerg's wings flapped quickly, and the vibration sound spread throughout the territory. 001 attacked the wings. According to the effect of Michelle's bomb just now, the weakness of these Zerg should be there on the wings. However, Michelle's bomb is a range damage, which can only simply paralyze the wings of the Zerg. The Zergs that landed quickly adjusted their status and flew up again. Wen Ning controlled the drone to block the players in front of him and rushed towards the Zergs swooping down from the sky. He looked for an opportunity to shoot down the Zergs. When Xiaoqi saw the row of drones in front of him, he suddenly remembered the flying objects that would explode just now. He reacted very quickly to disperse the Zerg formation, but who would have thought that the aircraft on the opposite side was directional and would follow him and turn all the way. Xiaoqi was angry. How could the Zerg let a flying machine chase him? So he turned around and opened his huge mouthparts, directly clamping the flying machine rushing towards him in the middle of his mouthparts. He exerted force suddenly, and the sound of the flying machine breaking came from his mouth. Xiaoqi was very satisfied. It was so crudely made that it broke without even using 30% of his strength. Rubbish. Click. Under the mouthparts, the drone broke into pieces, but his pincers were suddenly blocked by something. The fragments fell, and the deep red compound eyes of the Saltwing stared at the coal-like thing in its mouth. Before he could think, severe pain came from the front of his mouthparts. Boom. The dwarf bomb exploded instantly, and the high temperature directly and cruelly burned the shape of the Saltwing's mouthparts. Hiss hiss hiss. The Saltwing made a sound of pain, and the wings behind him also drooped weakly. The whole body fell from the sky in an instant. 001 had been waiting on the ground for a long time. Seeing that the drone succeeded, he rushed forward. Bang! The body of the Saltwing hit the city wall corroded by acid rain directly, and a gap was knocked out of the city wall. Then he fell heavily into the mud mixed with acid rain. Hiss hiss hiss! The screams rang out again. The mouthparts of the nitrate wing were not broken, but they were severely deformed. The two long pincers twisted into a dough when he was thrown down from the air. They could not be separated at all. At this time, his back fell heavily into the mud, and the acid rain directly soaked his wings. The soft wings were melted by the acid rain in an instant. The pain of tearing the wings raw was unbearable for the Zerg, who were always extremely cruel. But the heart-wrenching pain did not make it ignore 001's attack. It stretched out its mechanical hand with difficulty, trying to block the crystal blade shot by 001. In its cognition, human weapons could never break its defense. Unfortunately, it guessed wrong again. It crossed its hands in front of its chest, and then a tall robot rose into the air in its sight, slashing down with a colorful sword in its hand. Then, with a scream of horror, Nidwing watched the sword cut off its crossed hands and then cut into its chest. The tentacles on its head swung wildly, transmitting its extreme pain to the Zerg being chased by drones in the air. The entire Zerg population cried out in grief, and some Zerg even rushed down to rescue it. 001 did not give these Zergs any chance at all, and with the drones chasing and intercepting, the fate of Nidwing was imaginable. 001 drew out the crystal blade and cut off Nidwing's head cleanly. Congratulations on your robot successfully killing the Zerg *1 when Ning received the system broadcast. And judging from the performance of the Zerg, this should still be a leader role. Michelle looked at the swift movements of 001 with some obsession. This robot is currently only sold in the Treasure Pavilion. His sudden appearance could only mean that the owner of the Treasure Pavilion was here, or that the buyer was here. Michelle looked around, trying to dig this low-key person out of the crowd. The players were originally attacked by Zergs and corrosion worms. The appearance of 001 directly relieved a lot of pressure, and the weapon in the opponent's hand had already chopped off several Zergs in a few seconds. The players' confidence increased immediately. After the death of Nitrate Wing, the Zerg in the sky suddenly became red-eyed and attacked the humans on the ground more frantically. However, without Nitrate Wing's command, their attack seemed a bit brainless. After the players got rid of the attack of the corrosion worms, they had time to turn back to deal with these Zergs. When Ning continued to fish in troubled waters, she hid in a corner where Michelle could not see, and used her mind to control the drone to launch a self-destruct attack on these Zergs. At the same time, she used a sniper rifle to shoot special bullets to weaken the combat effectiveness of these Zergs. Anyway, there is no reward for killing these Zergs, so it doesn't matter if the players kill them. The main reason was to avoid Michelle. When Ning was not sure whether Michelle had obtained the administrator privileges. If he also recovered his memory and saw Wen Ning, he would definitely do something to Wen Ning. Although from the current point of view, Wen Ning did not think he had the ability. But this person was best at hiding his strength. If those bombs just now were made by Michelle using things on this planet, that would be terrifying. Michelle, what are you looking for? Where did the black-clothed player just now go? The scene was controlled by Zerg and corrosion. And the opponent's strength is not bad, and he was able to approach and eavesdrop under his vigilance. Moreover, the Lord's order is still here, and the opponent will definitely not leave. Rhett and Pete looked around, but did not see the black-clothed player that Michelle mentioned. Just when they were about to say whether he had left or died, Michelle suddenly stared at a certain wall on the opposite side. There was nothing there, but there was a wall blocking the view from this side, so he could not see if there was anyone on the opposite side. Michelle had an intuition in his heart, looking at the drones in the sky that were consciously tracking the Zerg, and the high-speed bullets fired from that direction. Michelle confirmed his guess. Whether it is, we will know after seeing it. Michelle took a step, and was about to walk over there. Just after a few steps, a drop of cool liquid dripped on his head. Hiss! After the coolness, there was a burning pain. Michelle was shocked, and immediately took out a helmet, and put it on reflexively. Oh no! It's raining again! Pete quickly covered his head with his hands, but the acid rain on his arm caused a piercing pain. Acid rain? It's raining! Retreat! You can't retreat. These Zergs are not afraid of acid rain at all. The players who were fighting the Zerg and the corrosive bugs also noticed the arrival of the rain. Wen Ning also noticed the rain and immediately took back the backpack of 001 outside. He quickly jumped off the wall and ran towards the teleportation point. But the acid rain fell too fast, giving the players only a few seconds to react, and then it turned into a heavy rain in an instant. Wen Ning's shield bounced directly, and it couldn't resist the strong corrosiveness of the rain. The armor lost half of its durability in 3 seconds, and Wen Ning ran less than 10 meters away. Oh no! Wen Ning said inwardly that it was not good, and then he took out a safe house core on the spot, set up a shelter, and hid in it. Chapter 397. Wen Ning, who hid in the shelter, breathed a sigh of relief. This acid rain came too fast and too terrifying, even the crystal armor could not resist it. The players around screamed, and they had no chance to quit the mission under the Zerg's pursuit and interception. Fortunately, most people were prepared and followed Wen Ning's example. They took out a shelter on the spot and hid in it. Players without shelters could only hide in the gaps in the city wall that had not been completely corroded. This acid rain was like 100-degree boiling water. If you accidentally touched it, you would jump up because of the burn. However, these corrosive insects were not affected at all and attacked the players exposed outside. Quick! Throw the mutant meat. Some players found that the corrosive insects were also interested in the mutant meat, so they quickly threw out the fresh mutant beast meat in their backpacks. The fresh mutant beast meat had a bloody smell and instantly attracted the corrosive insects, and the crisis was temporarily resolved. Hiss, hiss, hiss! Just when the players' tense nerves had just relaxed, they heard the sharp cry of the Zerg. Everyone turned their heads and saw that the Zerg, which had just been flying in the sky, fell to the ground with a few thumps. The soft flesh wings on the back were ruthlessly corroded and devoured by the acid rain. The scream spread to everyone's ears. Wen Ning looked out through the window and found that the weakness of these Zerg was indeed in the wings. Their human-like bodies were not afraid of acid rain corrosion. The pitch-black insect shells were not afraid of acid rain. The soft tongue in the middle of the mouth was not afraid of acid rain. But the wings hidden under the back shell were melted into a hole instantly when the acid raindrops splashed on them when they were spread out. The pain nerves on this area are also very developed, so these Zergs are in great pain. Without the command of nitrate wings, the Zergs were directly attacked by the acid rain and became a mess. They also became the most miserable race on the scene, no one else. Wen Ning hid in the shelter with perfect protection level, watching this scene with a relaxed expression. If the acid rain could directly take away the Zerg in one wave, it would save a lot of trouble. These Zergs kept rolling in the acid rain. Although they had retracted their half-corroded wings, the corrosion pain of the acid rain continued. It would not stop until the flesh and blood neutralized the strong acid. Wen Ning looked at this scene and felt a little happy. What she didn't expect was that the Zerg had invaded so much. They are considered enemies of humans, and their goals are the same, all wanting to occupy this planet. But unlike the conciliatory policy of humans, they want to be colonists and rulers. They especially like to trample humans under their feet. It was unclear whether this group of Zergs had just arrived or were the first to explore. Wen Ning felt that after the disaster, he should look for the gathering place of the Zergs. The acid rain was getting heavier and heavier, and the Zergs outside gradually stopped rolling around, and finally lay on the ground powerlessly, trembling slightly. Boom! After 10 minutes of acid rain, part of the wall of this territory finally collapsed. Ah! The players had no place to hide, and screamed as they were melted by the acid rain. The rain was very turbid, and there were many broken bricks on the collapsed wall, and there was a yellow fog near the collapsed wall. It was impossible to see what was happening. There are still more than a dozen Zerg outside the city wall. They are not afraid of acid rain, but they dare not make any big moves. They can only stand there silently, as if waiting for the rain to stop. Wen Ning narrowed his eyes slightly. Although the task of the Lord's Order takes a long time, it is not a solution to waste the acid rain like this. These Zerg must be eliminated, and the Lord's Order must be obtained. Now she just lacks an opportunity. The corrosive ability of this rain has become much stronger, and she can't go out now. The material used on the outside of this shelter is the same as the skylight. And there are 2 layers on the outside, and 1 layer on the inside. It is 30 square meters in size, and there is nothing inside. It can be said that it is specially prepared for acid rain. There are more than 10 windows around the shelter, which is convenient for Wen Ning to attack remotely. But now it is against the wind, and opening the windows is tantamount to seeking death. He can only wait patiently. Wen Ning always pays attention to the wind direction, and when the wind is favorable, he seizes the opportunity to shoot and kill 1 or 2 Zerg. In another shelter, Michel stared at Wen Ning's shelter in a daze. For some reason, the other party gave him a familiar feeling, this state of strategizing. It looked like a person in his memory. But he couldn't remember the appearance of this person. Even in his current memory, he should have no friends of the same age. He felt that these people were too naive, and were not at the same level as himself. Why did this person who was wrapped tightly, and had a strange figure give him a familiar feeling? Michel was very curious about this man in black, and his interest even exceeded the Lord's Order. If he had seen it right, the man took out a safe house core as soon as the acid rain fell. The material of the shelter surface was the same as the material of the self-destructing drones. Michel believed in his judgment that the other party should be the one who was hiding in the dark and controlling the robots. What made Michel a little unhappy was that the other party's technology level was much higher than his. Not to mention the robot that seemed to have its own thoughts. He couldn't even make those drones that looked very simple. Michel stared at Wen Ning's shelter in a trance with some frustration. Wen Ning, on the other hand, didn't notice that she had been targeted. She stared at the remaining dozen Zergs intently. Looking at the miserable state of the players outside, she decided to take a risk. It was just a few drones. She could still afford it. So Wen Ning took action in the dark, first freezing all the Zergs with a sniper rifle. Then she used the self-destructing drones carrying the crystal version of the dwarf bomb for precise blasting. All the players were anxiously hoping that the acid rain would stop as soon as possible, and at the same time hoped that their temporary shelters or the damaged walls above their heads could last a little longer. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the exit. Boom! More than a dozen Zergs that were huddled together were all blown over. The crystal version of the dwarf bomb played its due strength. Congratulations on the successful killing of Zerg *12. Congratulations on the successful killing of Zerg *3. After several consecutive reports, Wen Ning knew that the Zerg had been destroyed. The players saw that all the Zergs near the exit were dead, and immediately ran towards the exit. There were all kinds of people along the way, some wearing raincoats and carrying a huge mutant corpse. Some were holding door panels. Some were holding umbrellas. Some players even held the corpse of the Zerg on their heads. It didn't matter if they got hurt, as long as they could escape and survive. When the players were fleeing, Wen Ning did the opposite. After putting on the crystal armor, he put on several layers of other armor on the outside. Then he put on special anti-corrosion boots. He collected the shelter and ran towards the city. There was chaos at the exit, and no one thought of fighting for the Lord's Order at this time. Michel kept a close eye on Wen Ning's actions. He noticed the other party's actions as soon as he made a move. He was about to follow, but was stopped by Elite. Michel, our armor can't last a minute in the acid rain. Let's go. Peter looked at the falling shelter strength value of Cuckoo and echoed. They didn't make full preparations for this trip. In this situation, they were lucky to escape safely. The two of them would never dare to fight for the Lord's Order again. No matter how unwilling Michel was, she couldn't gamble with her life. Wen Ning dared, but he didn't. Michel didn't even dare to believe that Wen Ning dared. He thought Wen Ning might be crazy. Thinking of this, Michel finally gave up the idea of staying here, and quickly withdrew from the mission with Pete and Rhett. Wen Ning successfully got the Lord's Order. When she returned to the city gate, there was no player on the scene. Even Michel was gone. Is he dead? Wen Ning thought with some gloating, but it was just a thought. Forget it, go back quickly. The 2 layers of armor on his body were corroded and melted, and the last piece of crystal armor was also in danger. Wen Ning didn't want to lose even the crystal armor. He quickly exited the mission. In a corner of the wasteland, the huge central castle flashed a strange red light. That was a signal. Lao He walked in the acid rain, and came to a black crystal accurately. The black crystal emitted a faint light, and Lao Hei tapped on it. Then the entire black crystal completely dimmed, stopped floating, and the black fog surrounding it disappeared. This was a signal from the Zerg mother planet that it had given up transmitting this race. Because they were wiped out, the Zerg mother planet would determine that this branch of the Zerg was not suitable for colonizing this planet. I said, survival of the fittest, Master Nitroing goodbye. Chapter 398. When Ning exited the teleportation array and appeared at the gate of the territory, Mira had been waiting at the gate, flying back and forth with an anxious look on her face. She was relieved when she saw Wen Ning appear. Lord, you are finally back. It was raining so hard that she was almost worried to death. Fortunately, Wen Ning didn't seem to be injured. Wen Ning smiled soothingly. Mira became more and more like Aziz's housekeeper. Every time she came home, she would grab Wen Ning and check back and forth to see if she was injured. Wen Ning comforted Mira before taking off the crystal armor and sending it to Shirtai. Shirtai was numb, thinking that Wen Ning would defeat this armor sooner or later. I'm afraid the Lord would stop at that time. If Wen Ning heard it, he would definitely pat his chest and promise that there would never be a next time. The crystal armor was also seriously injured this time, and she should calm down. This acid rain is much more serious than she predicted. The next period of time will probably be a test of the strength of everyone's territory. There are also the corrosive bugs that are staring at them. They are like gluttons that can't be fed. When the food outside is eaten up, where else can they go? It's conceivable. Not long after Wen Ning came back, the acid rain stopped. There was even a tendency for the sun to rise. It seemed that the acid rain that just ruthlessly washed the world was an illusion. However, after what happened just now, there were only a few players going out this time. Wen Ning didn't plan to fight for other Lord Orders. Including the Lord Order in her hand, she now has a total of 5. 1 main territory and 2 sub-territories. After the disaster, Wen Ning will start to build a new sub-territory. Or he can build on the basis of Lu Shi and Lin Jing's 2 territories. In the following days, Wen Ning decided to stay at home. Preserving strength is one reason, and of course, the most important thing is that the territory is not enough. As soon as the disaster is over, Wen Ning will upgrade the Bright Territory to level 5. The important thing now. Make money. Make money. Make money. With this in mind, Wen Ning contacted Lu Shi and Lin Zheng. The basic materials in the Bright Territory are limited, but there are many high-level materials. The main thing is precious. It should be more than enough to exchange some basic materials with them. Of course, good things should be considered for your own people. When your team is balanced and your strength is improved, Wen Ning will consider external forces. Both Lu Shi and Lin Jing's territories are medium-sized territories, and the number of players was close to 5,000 before Wen Ning took over. Even if some of them leave now, they can still make up a staff of 3,000 people. Neither of them had any reason to refuse the exchange material request that Wen Ning sought. Especially Lu Shi, who originally thought that he was a big blueprint user, but when he saw the blueprints that Wen Ning took out, only then did he realize that his blueprints were nothing compared to Wen Ning's. Crystal Blade. When Lu Shi and Lin Zheng saw this blueprint, they were both ecstatic. Lu Shi was ecstatic because he had seen Wen Ning's weapon in the ruins, and it was said that even the mechanical race could deal with it like peeling a cucumber. And Lin Zheng was completely adhering to the idea that the products of the treasure pavilion must be high quality. In addition to Lin Han's brainless praise, he was even more convinced that this was a good thing. This is indeed the case. You can tell from the fact that its various attributes are at least twice as good as those of weapons on the market. However, both parties were stunned again after seeing the detailed material list of the blueprint. I have never seen red crystal, blue crystal, and emerald before? Lin Zheng's face shrank. Lin Yan took the blueprint and fell into deep thought. The first few materials were not available in their territory, and they were also rare in the trading market. Even if they got them, they still had to process them. Lin Han stood there in a daze, not knowing what he was thinking, or who he was contacting. Suddenly, he raised his head sharply. Big Sister said that she had this material in her territory. Lin Yan's eyes lit up, and then Lin Han added, "But it costs money." Lin Yan, what else can we do? Let's talk. In the end, the 3 parties finalized the price of the Crystal Blade blueprint and the raw materials at a satisfactory price. Wen Ning was the most satisfied. Wen Ning also agreed that they could sell the products in their personal store, but he would take a commission. The reason why Wen Ning didn't do this himself was very simple, that is, the treasure pavilion was already very famous. First of all, the mass production of crystal blades was certainly not a problem with the current industrialization level of the Bright Territory. But Wen Ning still had other semi-finished products to refine, and the furnace never stopped even during the disaster season. To be honest, the ore that Wen Ning dug out in the mild season would not be burned up even if there was another disaster season. Therefore, there was simply no extra manpower to do this. And after the reduction in personnel, Lu Shi and Lin Jing's territory urgently needed new blood to join. And this also sent a signal. That is, joining the treasure pavilion is beneficial. Lu Shi and Lin Jing can naturally figure out the key here, and they are obviously happy to do so. In the disaster season anyway, everyone is in the territory, and has no chance to go out. So the two territories made crystal blades, and took them to the ring. Lin Han, a weakling, went to the ring, and the players below felt that Master Lin was also driven crazy by the disaster season. Players who liked to watch the fun came to the stage to challenge. They laughed at Lin Han before the game. At the beginning of the game, Lin Han took out a colorful crystal blade and blinded the eyes of these players. Players complained that Lin Han's sword was flashy and useless. Could it be that he wanted to use sunlight to blind the mutant beast when he met it? There was a burst of laughter from the audience, and Lin Han did not explain. He stood there nonchalantly, and swung his sword lightly, when the opponent rushed over. Clang! The opponent was wielding a machete, made of fine iron, which had accompanied the player through life and death, and had chopped countless mutant beasts. Even the hardest rhino horn could not withstand the second blow under this knife. Almost everyone covered their eyes, unable to bear to see young Master Lin lose miserably in the first round. As a result, the imagined fierce fighting sound did not come. Instead, there was the sound of metal clanging on the ground. Hiss! Oh my god! Broken! Ah, young Master Lin, what is your weapon made of? So hard. The same colorful crystal blade, the players who just had flashy ideas changed their views instantly. The exaggerated color directly became a symbol of coolness in their eyes, and some even suspected that the diamond-like light had a bonus effect on the sword. Lin Han looked at the other party standing there in a daze, holding a knife handle in his hand. He pursed his lips to hold back his laughter, waved his hand to signal to take it away. Next, the player was pulled off the stage, and had not reacted yet. Many players gathered around and looked at the only knife handle left in his hand. The ends on the knife handle were neat and tidy, and the thin sword in Lin Han's hand had no flaws, let alone a gap. The audience immediately boiled. Lin Han took the opportunity to popularize the sword in his hand, attracting a large number of players' envy and jealousy. Looking at the players whose curiosity was aroused, Lin Han just added fuel to the fire and proposed that if anyone's weapon could cut a small hole on the crystal blade even as thin as a hair, he would give a crystal blade worth 100,000 survival points. This immediately aroused the enthusiasm of the players to fight against counterfeiting. Although there was a previous player's experience, the players still felt that Lin Han was too arrogant. They had never seen this weapon in the trading market, and he boasted so high about its attributes. Who would believe it? The players held back their anger and took out their treasures one after another, but as expected, they all lost one by one. Looking at the weapons that were cut into pieces on the ground, they fell into a long period of self-doubt. Afterwards, Lin Han showed how the crystal blade could split a 1-meter thick steel plate. He turned a ring match into a live broadcast of goods. Finally, after all the players were convinced, Lin Han pretended to pity them for having no weapons, and proposed that 100 crystal blades would be put on sale in the territory warehouse tomorrow. The players with the highest territory contribution value can buy them first. The individual purchase is limited to one. You should know that there are several sources of territory contribution value. One is the points for building the territory. Another is to serve in the territory and maintain the operation of the territory. The simplest one is to donate materials. Generally, when players update their equipment, they will contribute the obsolete equipment to the territory warehouse for others to choose. Therefore, Lin Han proposed this policy of priority purchase based on territory contribution value, which really stimulated the enthusiasm of players to contribute. Nice. My contribution value is exactly 100. What? I'm 101? I still have mines at home. Wait, I donate now. The players rushed back to donate supplies. Lin Han retired after his success, and the same plot was staged in Lu Shi's territory. Both territories set off a wave of donations. Lin Jing and Lu Shi, who had collected a lot of supplies, exchanged these materials with Wen Ning for the raw materials of crystal blades. Then, they made another batch, and put them on the shelves of the store. Chapter 399. The World Channel was boiling like an explosion. Because Lu Shi had been in the limelight twice at the Treasure Pavilion auction, his popularity was slightly higher than Lin Jing's store. So the first thing everyone noticed was that Lu Shi's store had a new weapon. After unfolding it, it was found that all attributes were more than twice as high as the best similar weapons on the market. And not only similar weapons, but all weapons, its attributes are terrifying. It's a big win, World Channel. Wow. What is this crystal blade? This property is too amazing. World Channel. Oh my god, the sharpness of this crystal blade is crazy, so high. I want to die. World Channel. What? New products from the Treasure Pavilion? World Channel. No, I didn't receive any new information. World Channel. Don't say everything is from the Treasure Pavilion. Is the Treasure Pavilion your father? This is obviously Boss Lou's store. World Channel. Some fans should not be too outrageous. All the good things are from your Treasure Pavilion, right? I want to see what it is. World Channel. Ha ha ha, I am dying of laughter. Don't you know that Boss Lou's territory has joined the Treasure Pavilion? World Channel. Even if it joins the Treasure Pavilion, it doesn't mean that the weapons are sold by the Treasure Pavilion. If it is true, why doesn't she sell them herself? World Channel. Recently there is a store in the European Union with many weapons. I really don't want to make it public. If they are snapped up, I won't get any. World Channel. I know which one you are talking about. It is said that the person who made the weapons is only 20 years old. He is a genius. World Channel. What genius? He is so good that he comes out to compete with Sister One. The anonymous person above is not a player from the European Union who is bragging about his own wealth, right? World Channel. Yes, yes, you are the best. Why can't you grab the things from the Treasure Pavilion? World Channel. To be honest, I know the store they are talking about. It's just that the attributes are okay. It can be regarded as a substitute for the Treasure Pavilion. World Channel. Stop talking, Boss Lou's sword will be on sale soon. Lucier also spoke up at this time, drawing everyone's attention back. Lucier. The sale of crystal blades is indeed authorized by the Treasure Pavilion. World Channel. Did you hear that? It's authorized by the Treasure Pavilion. World Channel. Stop talking. How come there are only 100 of them? You can't get them at all. World Channel. Ah. The 300,000 items are gone in the blink of an eye. I am the only poor person in the Wasteland. World Channel. Help. Sister One. Boss Lou, I'm hungry. Can you give me 100 more? World Channel. There are also some in the Frost territory. Everyone go. World Channel. Hush, where is the price man? What is the name of the Frost territory store? I haven't paid attention to it. When players heard that the Frost territory store also had them, they immediately rushed in. In just 30 seconds, all the weapons were sold out. The players who didn't get them thought that this wave was just a warm-up, so they fanned the flames and wanted the two companies to lower their prices. World Channel. Boss Lou, you are not the only one. Since both companies have them, I will buy from whichever one has the lowest price. World Channel. That's right. You have the final say when there is no meal replacement, but now there is a meal replacement. You know. World Channel. Everyone thinks so. I don't believe they won't lower the price. To this, Lin Zheng and Lucier just sneered. You better all think so. The players expected Lucier and Lin Zheng to quarrel and then lower the price, but they didn't expect that Ruth and Lin Zheng had already discussed and unified the price. Not only is the price unified in the store, but it is also unified in the territory. On the World Channel, it sells for 300,000, and in the territory, as long as the contribution value is high, it can be bought for 100,000. Soon, members of the two territories came out to speak. World Channel. Coordinates. Yinhan territory. I also have this crystal blade. I exchanged it for contribution points in the territory warehouse. Master Lin personally tested its properties. It's amazing. World Channel. Same as Yinhan territory players, as long as our territory has high contribution points, this crystal blade only needs 100,000 survival points. World Channel. Yinhan territory is awesome. Our Lord said that after the disaster, the territory will be upgraded and more equipment will be issued. I won't say more. You have hundreds of millions of people fighting for 200 blades, while we have thousands of people fighting for 100 blades. World Channel. There is no harm without comparison. Our allies in the Treasure Pavilion have made a fortune. Just one more question, running away from home. Friends, how are you doing? World Channel. Who doesn't want to own a cool crystal blade that shines like colorful glass when wielded? Wen Ning smiled as he looked at the various feedback on the World Channel. Lin Zheng had just sent a message saying that his backstage private messages were about to explode. All of them were asking to join the Yinhan territory. Wen Ning replied that he didn't care for the time being, they just wanted to come in and grab weapons. Then, Wen Ning asked Lu Shi and Lin Zheng to change the contribution ranking rules to how many contribution points plus how many survival points can be exchanged for crystal blades. Don't sell crystal blades in large quantities before the disaster is over, and focus on arming your own people first. Lu Shi and Lin Zheng did so. The players who bought the crystal blades first saw that the rules had been changed, but they didn't think it was particularly unfair. 100,000 survival points plus 20,000 contribution points can be exchanged for crystal blades. Then the contribution points of the previous 100th player exceeded those of this part of the players. The territory returned all the excess contribution points. This is fairer. The crystal blade is only the first step for Wen Ning to arm humans, so it is definitely inappropriate to clear their contribution points directly. Setting the threshold of contribution points and survival points can greatly increase the sense of belonging to players. Just like what the players in the World Channel said. You can use contribution points and survival points to buy these advanced equipment in the Treasure Pavilion. You don't have to compete with so many players outside. This made everyone yearn for the Treasure Pavilion's allied territory for a while. Individual players want to join Lin Zheng and Lu Shi's territory. And some lords are thinking of becoming Wen Ning's sub-territory. Wen Ning's private messages in the background also increased. At this time, Wen Ning was not so anxious about the change in the market supply and demand relationship. Now she was the one who had the right to speak. She did not have so much energy to manage for the time being. She would wait until Lu Shi and Lin Zheng's territory was on the right track. Moreover, Wen Ning had said at the beginning that if you miss this village, you will never have this shop again. If you want to get on the train at this time, you will have to pay a greater price. Strike while the iron is hot. In the next 3 days, Lu Shi and Lin Zheng equipped all the players in their respective territories with crystal blades. By the way, 300 crystal blades were put into the trading market. Wen Ning took a commission based on the survival points of 100,000 for each blade, and the two companies put a total of 500 blades. In addition, Wen Ning sold the survival points of blueprints and raw materials. After deducting some basic materials, Wen Ning made a net profit of 60 million survival points. Adding the account balance, Wen Ning's survival points are about 75 million. These points should be enough for the territory upgrade and expansion. The money-making problem has been initially solved. The market is still so big, if it is not enough, we will release a batch of crystal blades. Anyway, it is still a long way from the market saturation. During these 3 days, the disaster was not idle. The degree of the horror of acid rain once again refreshed the players' cognition. There are new red tasks, and few players dare to accept them. The system also issued a system announcement in the middle. System announcement. Due to the severe disaster process, the duration of the Red Bounty task has been extended to half a month. During this period, the Free Lord Order will continue to exist in the Wasteland continent. Please work hard to obtain it. Many players were very happy to hear this news. Extending for half a month means that until the end of the disaster, these Lord Orders will not disappear. But it also means one thing, that is, the moment the disaster ends, I am afraid that a large number of players will rush into these Red Bounty tasks. Wen Ning looked at the taskbar. In just 3 days, there were more than a dozen Red Bounty task coordinates posted on the system message bar. This was not friendly to her. Players from other territories were numerous and powerful, and such tasks could be carried out separately. But Wen Ning was unable to split up. Because 001 could not act alone without her. Even Hu Zi did not have the ability to trigger the teleportation alone. But Wen Ning would not sit and wait for death. She still had players from Lu Shi and Lin Zheng's 2 territories. As long as these 2 territories could get more Lord Orders, wouldn't it be equivalent to her having more Lord Orders? When the time came, she would ask Lin Zheng and Lu Shi to buy them. It was impossible that they would not sell them to her. Having made up her mind, Wen Ning was sure about this matter. So Wen Ning contacted Lin Zheng and Lu Shi again. A wave of equipment was exported. This time, it was mainly the Centaur vehicle and the war robot. These 2 items were both million-level treasures. And the million had to be snatched from the big guys at the auction. Wen Ning took the initiative to sell them to Lin Zheng and Lu Shi at half price. This surprised the players in both territories. Especially Lin Han, although he was not very good at fighting, he had money. Others got a few survival points by opening the box, but he only got dozens of them. There is no such thing as a poor European emperor. He immediately equipped the robot and the centaur. Then he went out to show off again. Chapter 400. Wen Ning also told Lu Shi and Lin Zheng about his plan. This wave of 20 war robots and centaur survival points can be owed. After deducting all the costs of the crystal blade in front, Lu Shi and Lin Jing also made a profit of 50,000 survival points. If they sell it to the World Channel, the profit will be even greater. They also have to spend these survival points on their own territory. Although Wenning is capital, he will not squeeze his own people too much. The requirement this time is that they must ensure that when the disaster ends, each person can give Wenning 2 or 3 Lord Orders in the Red Bounty mission. This means that both territories must send 2 to 3 teams to participate in the competition. This is a test of the player's ability. Including Wenning himself, he will strive for 5 Lord Orders at least. Lu Shi and Lin Jing distributed these 20 sets of equipment in their own way. The rich receive the survival points, and the contribution degree can be used to make a certain deduction. But most players value contribution more, because contribution can not only deduct part of survival points, but more importantly, it represents a qualification. The qualification to buy good equipment. Those who have no money can temporarily write IOUs with contribution points. One of the rules of the territory is about the management of debts. If the player's contribution value is negative, he cannot leave the territory, and after a certain period of time, he must pay interest. He can only stay in this territory to work and pay off the debt. If he really can't pay it back, according to the system's judgment, those with minor circumstances will become slaves, and those with serious circumstances may be wiped out. So there is no fear that they will abscond with the money. After listening to the Lord's conditions, the players who are willing to join the action and get the robot and centaur in advance. I started training in the territory day and night. I have to say that the equipment in the treasure pavilion is very cool. I ride a centaur in the territory every day. The rate of turning back is 100%. If you take out a war robot in the middle and show it cool, the rate of turning back will directly become 10,000%. The players who got these equipment said that joining Lu Shi and Lin Jing's territory was the most correct decision they had ever made. Those who didn't get it don't have to be discouraged. With the crystal blade as a pearl, robots will sooner or later be popularized in the entire territory. What they have to do now is to quickly accumulate territory contribution points. Get on the train as soon as possible, so that you don't have to be jealous of other people's equipment. In the past, everyone had the same equipment. Although there was a gap, the gap was not big. The difference like now is something that players have never experienced. In 3 days, not only some players, who got new weapons in some territories, have undergone earth-shaking changes. The changes and disasters are even more terrifying. On the first day of the 3rd stage of acid rain, all plants died out one after another. Looking out of the territory, visibility was less than 30 meters. The sky and the surrounding fog were all yellow-green, and the acid rain came and went without any pattern. The player wanted to leave the territory at first, but later found that none of the players who went out escaped back, so he gave up the idea. And every time the acid rain stopped, the yellow-green fog in the sky would become more dignified. Then the next time the acid rain came back, the corrosiveness would be stronger. Gradually, in the wild, no trees could be seen, and only yellow and green rotten leaves were left on the grassland. Finally, the corrosive bugs came out of the soil. They had eaten all the plants and animals in the world. The increasing corrosiveness of the acid rain finally affected them. The corrosive bugs gradually gathered towards the buildings where the players gathered. The player territories in the wild became the first wave of victims. Most of them escaped from the chaotic territories. They took their own shelters and hid in the wilderness. The corrosive bugs came out of the soil and gradually gathered around the shelters. They circled around, looking for a breakthrough. But the surface of the shelter was covered with thick glass material, which was so smooth that there was no place to bite. The corrosive bugs did not give up, covering the entire shelter and looking for a vent to get in. The players' shelters were uneven, and the protection was also strange. Some players heard the sound of reptiles outside, thinking that it was not raining, and they curiously opened the windows. This opening was terrible, and they were instantly flooded by the tide of insects. The corrosive bugs gnawed the players clean, and then started a new round of egg laying and hatching in the players' warm shelters. Some players also failed to protect their shelters properly. The thin glass protection finally cracked a little under the persistent erosion of acid rain. The corrosive bugs found this small crack and gathered here, grinding it with their teeth. As long as a small hole the size of a grain of rice appeared, the corrosive bugs would drill in. Then more and more corrosive bugs drilled in, and by the time the players found out, it was too late. The same plot is more difficult to play out in the territory. The skylight of the territory can withstand the acid rain falling from the sky, and a hard and smooth glass wall has been built outside the city wall. Every day, there are special personnel patrolling, initially to check the corrosion of the outer wall caused by acid rain. Unexpectedly, they encountered an invasion of the army of corrosive insects. The patrol personnel immediately sounded the alarm. The players responded that the disaster had entered the third stage mentioned by Wen Ning. The invasion of corrosive insects now is not simply a lack of food. Instead, they find a place to have a full meal and then start the next round of hatching. When the players in the territory heard the alarm, they thought it was an invasion of mutant beasts at first. When they rushed to the top of the city wall, they found that the situation was far more serious than the invasion of mutant beasts. The army of corrosive insects crawled over from a distance. One by one, they rushed to the top of the city. Once they jumped onto the players, they would bite like leeches and ticks, and would not let go. Then, they frantically sucked the blood of the players. That's right, the corrosive insects have evolved the ability to jump. They stood on the wall with their hind legs like silkworms. Their front legs stood high, and their mouths seemed to be searching for the smell of food in the air. Then, the corrosive worms, having identified their target, jumped up instantly, landed on the player's exposed skin, and bit him without mercy. The player screamed, but in just a moment, thousands of corrosive worms jumped onto his body. He had no time to resist, and the corrosive worm sucked his blood out like a water pump. The player's hands and feet instantly became weak, and he collapsed to the ground. He had no strength to resist at all, and was turned into a blood bag in great pain. The players who had just climbed onto the city wall were instantly stunned by the scene. Their scalps were tingling like crazy. Who could bear this horrifying scene? Don't just stand there. Defend quickly. With a roar from a player, the players came back to their senses. They dared not think about the disgusting scene just now, and waved their weapons to kill the corrosive bugs. However, there were a lot of corrosive bugs, and the individuals were very small. Although they were easy to kill, the efficiency of using swords was very low. Players took out other weapons. Some stepped on them directly, and some used hammers. Some took out shields and beat them to death. While killing, you have to wrap yourself tightly, otherwise, it will be difficult to escape if you are targeted by corrosive bugs. After concentrating the attack force to eliminate the first wave of corrosive bugs that rushed up, the players quickly piled all the corpses of corrosive bugs together and set them on fire. The smell of the same kind being burned quickly spread out. The corpses were piled up into a long mountain, which directly smoked back the corrosive bugs that wanted to show up. The nature of seeking benefits and avoiding harm made the corrosive bugs aware of the danger in front of them. When the acid rain gradually subsided, they retreated. The players on the territory wall breathed a sigh of relief. In just 10 minutes of invasion, the corrosive bugs ate several players who failed to dodge in time. If this continues, they will invade the territory sooner or later. The red bounty tasks on the World Channel are still hanging on the system message. Don't underestimate it. Chapter 401. But fortunately, the acid rain stopped soon. Many players had not yet fully reacted at this time. These corrosive insects were driven here by the strong corrosiveness of the acid rain. They just thought that their attack was accidental. But sensitive players have already found something wrong. Boss, look at this corrosive insect, it seems to be wrong. A player observed for a while, and reached out to pull the player next to him. The player used a weapon to pick up the corpse of a corrosive insect. After development, they are now the size of adult silkworms. There are many small black spots on the thick and round body that they have never seen before. And the corpse also exudes a burnt smell. Several players met and studied and found the problem. This. Are these corrosive bugs corroded by acid rain? Don't tell me, it really looks like it. Oh my god, this acid rain is too terrible, it even kills corrosive bugs. No wonder these corrosive bugs want to attack us. They have nowhere to hide. Then isn't our territory in danger? The players immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. Hurry up and tell the Lord to strengthen defense. There are still 4 days left. If this goes on, it will be over sooner or later. At the same time, Wen Ning also posted an announcement on the top of the Treasure Pavilion store, detailing the disaster information that she did not mention in the Wasteland manual. Of course, she did not deliberately conceal this information, but deduced it after observation over the past few days. After observation, she found that these corrosive bugs are likely to invade the territory in the coming time. And this attack is irreversible. At this time, the corrosive insects will definitely choose the soft persimmon between acid rain and players. Entering the territory can not only avoid the damage of acid rain, but also have the opportunity to continue to reproduce. Their wisdom must make them choose the latter. The World Channel is more trusting of Wen Ning's news. Even if they don't believe it, they will believe it after the territory is attacked by corrosive insects 2 or 3 times. In the last 3 days of the disaster, there were no creatures on the wasteland. Not only the living creatures on the surface, but even the creatures underground were completely eroded by acid rain. The army of corrosives attacked the territory from the beginning of the rain, and retreated when the acid rain stopped. It became a continuous attack on the territory later, with no intention of stopping. The acid rain also continued. Players can only guard the city wall 24 hours a day, and there are still some gaps where corrosive insects may crawl out. Persist bitterly. Due to the continuous repair of the city wall, the materials of the territory were consumed quickly, and the price of an ordinary stone on the trading market increased fivefold. If only the corrosion bugs invaded, it would be fine. The players hid under the sky, and did not suffer from the attack of acid rain. However, many territories did not have enough resources, or the decision makers did not predict the intensity of the disaster, resulting in incomplete defense of the territory. The sky was not reliable. Under the all-round and no dead-angle scouring of acid rain, the sky cracked and the city wall collapsed. Unable to withstand the double blow of acid rain and corrosion bugs, the entire territory was in chaos. Finally, it was destroyed on the Wasteland continent. On the last day of the disaster, Wen Ning used Xiaoji to explore the data of the game system, and found that the number of players who died in this disaster had exceeded 30 million. This number is definitely not good, because this disaster was prepared in advance under the condition that Wen Ning had given advance warning. In addition, today is the last day of the disaster, and there will definitely be another round of violent collisions. I don't know how many players can survive at this time. In the Bright Territory, Wen Ning opened all the electric grids on the city wall 3 days ago. In addition, the 24-hour uninterrupted patrol of the artillery. Not a single corrosive insect passed through the defense line of the electric grid. A whole row of robots are on standby on the city wall. The moat is already full of corrosive insect corpses. The entire Bright Territory is filled with a bloody smell mixed with the pungent smell of acid rain. The environment is very bad. It was 8 o'clock in the morning on the last day of the Wasteland disaster. Wen Ning went to the city wall as usual to organize the removal of corrosive insects. Just as she stepped onto the city wall, Myra's alarm sounded in her mind. Lord! A large number of moth-like insects are rapidly approaching the territory. Moths? Wen Ning was shocked. Standing on the city wall, he looked out of the territory. Suddenly, a group of white moths appeared in the yellow-green fog, flapping their wings. As if they were looking for a light bulb in the dark, they flew towards the Bright Territory regardless of everything. Quick! Open the side canopy. Before Wen Ning finished speaking, Mira had already transmitted the order. The sound of the air valve releasing pressure sounded a few times, and the glass panel on the side slowly opened and closed. The side canopy is made by installing a giant glass panel vertically on the periphery of the pillar. Wen Ning's initial idea was to make a semicircular cover to cover the entire territory in the middle. However, Lin proposed that the fully enclosed structure would isolate most of the air, and the safety of the people in the territory could not be guaranteed. So he made some improvements and changed the canopy into a combination of the top and the side. The area of the side canopy is twice that of the top. After opening, it will cover a place far away from the outer wall, and when fully opened, it will also be 1 meter away from the ground. This will not only block the wind and rain, but also will not affect the air content inside the territory too much. However, it will still have a certain impact if it is open for a long time, so it needs to be closed regularly for ventilation. It was just the time when Wen Ning closed the ventilation, and he didn't expect these moths to come so coincidentally. Wen Ning had previously confirmed that there were no other wild creatures in the entire Wasteland continent except for the corrosive insects. So these moths, could they be hatched from the corrosive insects? Their evolution directly caught many territories off guard. For example, there were no territories that installed side canopies like Wen Ning. If the corrosive insects just crawled in from the top of the city wall, they would still have the strength to fight. Now that these moths fly directly in, it is difficult for the territory to clean up these flying creatures. Damn! So many moths. Cough cough cough. What kind of powder is this? It's choking me to death. Ah, this thing bites. It bites. There's something wrong with this powder. My eyes hurt. The wings of these moths are waterproof. After entering the crowd, they flutter and shake off the powder on their wings. It falls into the eyes of the players, who immediately cover their eyes and squat down in pain. Wear glasses. Don't expose your skin. In order to accurately attack the corrosive insects, the players who don't wear glasses put on protective glasses. But the commotion on the wall directly let the moths enter the territory. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The bugs have already flown into the territory. Repeat. Already flown into the territory. The players in the territory looked back and saw that the moths were covering them like a big net. The player who had just replaced and rested was still chewing food. The armor on his body was also torn and tattered in several holes in the night of fighting. I heard the people around me covering their eyes and screaming, and then I realized that there was something wrong with the powder falling from the sky. I quickly flashed back to the shelter. I quickly changed my equipment with food in my mouth. And these moths were like locusts passing through, and the clusters of buildings in the territory in front of them were like golden wheat fields. They landed one by one, lying in a corner, and began to shake the powder on their bodies. A burst of white mist rose around them, and then they stretched out their soft buttocks. They began to lay eggs one by one, and attached them to the walls of the shelter. Oh my God! They are laying eggs! These moths should be corrosive insects. They lay eggs on the surface of the shelter. Clean them up quickly. These eggs grow too fast. They can hatch in a few hours. Everyone understands the seriousness of the matter. If the eggs of these moths can hatch within a few hours, then their territory will have no ability to resist this number of corrosive insects. Each moth lays about 10 eggs, and then they will flap their wings to attack the surrounding players. The first way to attack is to sprinkle the powder on the body into the air, which will instantly cause redness, swelling, and itching when it falls on the player's skin. The consequences of falling into the eyes are even more serious. If it is accidentally inhaled and attached to the player's throat, it will instantly cause the player's throat to swell, breathing difficulties, and suffocation to death. The second is to find the right opportunity to drill into the player's defense loopholes and bite. In the bright territory, Wen Ning is also facing the same dilemma. Her sky curtain has not been fully opened, and the first batch of moths have already flown in through the gap. They can cross the power grid, and the electromagnetic turrets are like using a cannon to kill mosquitoes when facing these scattered moths. The situation is very bad. Chapter 402. 1 p.m. on the last day of the disaster. The battles in various territories have entered a white-hot state, and almost all territories have suffered several rounds of moth attacks. The corrosive insects are constantly squeezing into the territories. The corpses on the city wall are piled up so much that there is no place to step. The players have no time to clean up the burning corpses, and can only step on countless corpses and wave their weapons to fight back. The stench under their feet makes the players cry and snot. Many territories are in danger, and the defense system is on the verge of collapse. The players are fighting hard, but they are just delaying time. No one can guarantee that a moth or a corrosive insect will not enter their territory, including Wen Ning's territory. The Guangming territory has been on full alert since this morning. The school is closed, and the canteen is closed. All shops have stopped operating. The doors of the farm, fish pond, beehive, and chicken coop were even more tightly closed. The residents were dressed warmly and gathered at the entrance of the residential building. Several people worked in groups to eliminate the fish that slipped into the territory from the city wall. The robot put away the crystal blade and took out the laser blade. The laser blade can heat up to hundreds of degrees Celsius. Moths and corrosive insects have the same characteristic, that is, they are afraid of high temperatures. The laser blade swung over and instantly cut down a large number of moths. So except for the first batch of moths that took advantage of the gap to rush into the territory, which was more difficult. Wen Ning's territory did not suffer a more violent attack. These moths hit the open sky, rushing around like headless flies. They never thought that the entrance was right under their feet. They have lost their minds, and they hit the transparent glass head-on, flying higher and higher, looking for a breakthrough. But this approach is doomed to fail. Occasionally, a moth will be squeezed to the ground, and then accidentally enter the interior of the sky through the entrance below. Fortunately, these moths do not have wisdom to communicate, so they fight on their own and do not work together at all. Wen Ning's pressure is much less, and he ordered drones to patrol, not allowing a single moth to appear alive in the territory. But in every corner of the wasteland, the players looked at the endless army of corrosive insects outside the territory, wriggling. There was also a huge white network that appeared continuously in the sky and rushed over. I just felt a chill. This is really the most aggrieved disaster I have ever experienced. I have been trapped in the territory for half a month. Not only can I not go out, but now I am blocked at the door by corrosive insects. Damn it! There's no way to kill them all. You can't give up. Giving up will only lead to death. The pure white bodies of the scattered moths were looming in the yellow-green fog. The players' weapons were swinging and attacking small targets in the air, which seemed particularly strenuous. The moths were emitting white mist all over their bodies, and the air was soon filled with this deadly poisonous dust. The players had hideous faces and waved their weapons wildly. It was like a futile resistance in a desperate situation. Immersed in the all-round and blind angle-free fog, it was difficult for players to guard against the all-pervasive attacks of these dusts. In addition, when the moths flew in, their wings and bodies were covered with acid raindrops. These trace amounts of acid rain fell on the players, and would corrode their armor and weapons bit by bit. The players had no choice but to be trapped in the heavy protective masks, and dare not breathe heavily. Because the filter of the protective mask is difficult to keep intact in a long battle. The players tried their best to intercept the moths that rushed in, trying every possible way to resist the all-pervasive attack. Despite this, a large number of moths still flew into the territory, landing on the surface of buildings, the ground, and even on the players, beginning to lay eggs and attack unscrupulously. The moths and corrosive insects on the city walls continued to emerge like a flood. Inside the territory, the players were exhausted and horrified. The insect eggs that had not been cleaned up in the morning suddenly began to stir. These eggs expanded to almost transparent, and then reached their limit. Suddenly, a slight cracking sound came, and then it was like a butterfly effect was triggered. 1, 2, 3, countless heads of corrosive insects emerged from the eggs. They swung in the air for a few seconds, and then began to eat. They first ate the shell of the eggs, and then crawled around frantically looking for food. They even ate the bricks and tiles attached to the buildings. Their mouth parts were much stronger than those of the first generation of corrosive insects. The bricks seemed to become crispy chicken breasts in their mouths. The players had no way of estimating how many corrosive insects there were in the territory. As far as the eye could see, there were only white moths and these newly hatched eggs. The scenes in front of them were like scenes that would only appear in hell. The player watched his shelter being gnawed with holes at a speed visible to the naked eye. The shelter that he had invested all his efforts in was like a piece of chocolate lava cake under the overwhelming corrosive insects. It was delicious, and also made his teeth ache. Ah! I can't stand it. You all go to hell. The player, who had suffered a double blow to his body and mind, finally couldn't bear the cry of collapse. Then he took out a whole can of gasoline and sprinkled it on, then lit a torch and rushed into his shelter. Oops. Get out of the way. The surrounding players raised their shields to avoid it, and a violent explosion was heard in the center of the territory. Boom. A small mushroom cloud appeared above the territory. With this player as the center, a fire quickly spread in the air. The players were shocked when they saw the flames spreading in the air. They subconsciously lowered their heads to avoid it. The flames flew over their heads with a whistle. Then several moths with burned wings fell around. Look! So many moths fell. The players skillfully crushed dozens of moths, and found that the dust in the air had dissipated a lot. The vision was also much clearer. The moths also fled everywhere as if their butts were burned by fire. The players were very surprised. It was obvious that the fire attack just now was useless. How come so many were burned now? Even the air became clear. TSK. Why is my torch useless? A player waved a torch to slap the moths around him, but it had little effect. Idiot! The dust concentration was too high just now, and the explosion caused the dust to burn. Of course, your little flame is useless. Got it. Let's light a bonfire around the city wall, and erect a wall of flames. I don't believe these moths can still get in. It's feasible in theory, but it may be a bit difficult to operate in practice. Hey kid, have you ever seen a fire show? The player's eyes lit up instantly. After judging, the Lord thought that this method was feasible, and immediately adjusted the tactics, asking the players to build bonfires one by one. Then a huge amount of gasoline and alcohol was continuously sprayed on the bonfire. After the bonfire was lit, the gasoline poured by the players instantly made the flame soar high, and many moths that could not dodge fell directly into the fire. These materials that players usually exploded, but could not use finally played the role they should have at this time. The bonfire effect is not bad. At least it can weaken the combat effectiveness of a large number of moths on the first line of defense. In the time it took them to fall to the ground and get up, the players had already used their shields to smack the piles of moths on the ground to death. And the fire also had another use, which was to resist the advance of the corrosive insects. Chapter 403. There are many territories in the Wasteland that can come up with this method. In the trading market, more and more players are looking to buy gasoline, alcohol, and even wood. If you think about it, you can also think of the method of using fire attack. However, using fire attack, especially this kind of long-lasting fire, is still a great test for the territory. Moths are afraid of fire, and of course people are afraid of it too. A bonfire 5 or 6 meters high was lit on the city wall. The height and heat of the flame can block the fierce moths. Various territories have insufficient flame height and insufficient fuel, or the spacing of the bonfire is not right. In short, the effect is not satisfactory. Some players have set themselves on fire because of improper operation. At the beginning, this method is very useful for moths and corrosive insects, because it caught them off guard. But soon, the moths and corrosive insects found another weak point in the territory's defense and invaded. Moreover, the previously laid eggs of the corrosion worms hatched one after another. Under the attack from both inside and outside, the players were almost desperate. The mouthparts of the hatched corrosion worms were even harder. They jumped onto the players, and could bite the players' armor in just a few bites. Now the players had to protect themselves from being attacked instead of protecting their territory. At this time, the number of players who died suddenly increased. Each lord had to prioritize cleaning up the second generation of corrosion worms that had hatched inside the territory. The players were so angry that they could only roar and die miserably under the mouths of the corrosion worms. The decline in the number of people that Wen Ning could see directly was in the regional channel. It seemed that Xiaoji's invasion was detected by the game system twice, and the energy was strong and weak. Wen Ning did not dare to summon it for the time being. If they are directly wiped out by the game system, it will be over. So according to the regional channel, the number of people dropped the most during the time period from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. There was nothing wrong with the bright territory. Wen Ning cleverly used a sky curtain to prevent the moths from touching the entrance. The continuous release of the power grid prevented the corrosive insects from getting in. Wen Ning checked and found that the bodies of the corrosive insects had filled the entire moat and were now piled up on the top of the outer wall. The power grid was burned by electricity. This bug is too disgusting. Not only can it penetrate everywhere, but it also doesn't drop box supplies. System, you are a bit too stingy. The drop supplies were corroded by acid rain. Hey, are you shameless? Tell me where a light ball appears. This post-disaster reconstruction requires a lot of energy. This system can only increase revenue and reduce expenditure. Wen Ning curled his lips and said nothing. This time the game run was the longest one in dozens of rounds of games. Wen Ning was indeed a little worried that the energy of the space-time spaceship and the space station would be exhausted. System, to what extent does the Wasteland need to be developed before it can be connected to the space station and human embryos can be released? The system cannot answer the player's question. The game does not set a goal for success. Wen Ning suddenly remembered that when this survival game was designed, it was said that the Wasteland should be built to be suitable for human survival. However, there was no specific goal set, nor was there an evaluation system for the system. In other words, this environment is suitable for different designers and has different standards. Wen Ning pondered for a long time, and she was afraid that she had no way to answer this question. Just as Wen Ning was thinking, there was a sudden movement on the sky above her head. These moths suddenly fell straight onto her sky like birds that hit an airplane. Looking closely, many moths' bodies were corroded by acid rain, and then melted directly on the sky. They turned into a pool of yellow-green liquid. There was an unpleasant and disgusting smell in the air. Is the intensity of the acid rain increasing again? As expected, Wen Ning found the problem after observing. These moths kept circling around Wen Ning's territory like headless flies. But they couldn't get in at all. After being corroded by acid rain outside, the protective layer of powder on their bodies fell off, and the fluff was wet, and finally the acid rain touched their skin. After being in the rain for a long time, their fate can be imagined. The sky was gradually polluted by the falling batches of moths, and the scene outside could not be seen clearly. But gradually, fewer and fewer moths flew to the territory of light. The number of corrosive insects was decreasing. It was not until Wen Ning discovered that some corrosive insects outside the city had been corroded and rotted halfway. He finally relaxed, thinking that this disaster was coming to an end. At 8 o'clock in the evening, it was dark on time. There were no more batches of corrosive insects outside Wen Ning's bright territory. Occasionally, there were a dozen or so, and Wen Ning could deal with them by sending robots to patrol. And the other territories on the Wasteland that had persisted until this time were also able to get their reward after all the hardships. Some players were exhausted, and when they looked at the messy territories in front of them, they suddenly broke down and cried. Why are you crying? There are still so many insect eggs that haven't been cleaned up. The teammates beside him pulled him up from the ground in a disappointed manner. The player suddenly came to his senses. Yes, there were still those unhatched eggs. With shaking legs and sniffling, he followed the player. A whole day of fighting had exhausted the players physically and mentally, and now they suddenly relaxed. Many players could not even walk. The wave of disaster gradually receded. This was the first time that the disaster ended earlier. However, the system's announcement did not sound. It was just that compared to the previous beast tides that would last until the last second of the disaster day. This time, there was no invasion a few hours in advance. For the players, it was already very satisfying. But they could not rest and dared not let down their guard. On the one hand, there were still many moths and eggs that had not been cleaned up inside the territory. On the other hand, the acid rain had not stopped. Even if many territories barely survived the attack of the corrosive insects, they might not be able to survive the erosion of the acid rain. Wen Ning did not have this concern. She discussed the situation with Lin Zheng and Lu Shi. The skylights of the two territories were built in imitation of Wen Ning's. One of the skylights in Lin Zheng's territory was accidentally damaged during the battle. The territory was devastated. The rest were fine. There were no casualties in Guangming territory, and there were 2 casualties in Lu Shi's territory. Lin Zheng's territory had good defense, and the skylight was repaired in time, so the number of casualties was 20. All 3 parties still had the energy to organize teams and wait for the moment when the disaster ended to compete for the Lord's Order. Until the last few minutes of the disaster day, the acid rain showed no sign of stopping. During this period, the system continuously announced several territories that were broken and in a state of chaos. Wen Ning counted silently. Including the previous ones, there were a total of 20 chaotic territories. The broken bases were countless. There are currently 87 territories in total, and 20 of them were broken, accounting for nearly a quarter. It can be seen how serious this disaster was. Wen Ning stood on the city wall and put on the crystal armor that Lion Iron had repaired. The acid rain outside gradually subsided, and the raindrops disappeared at the moment the disaster day ended. Wen Ning's figure also disappeared. System announcement: this disaster has ended. Chapter 404. As soon as the system announcement sounded, Wen Ning appeared in a wilderness. With the help of the moonlight, Wen Ning could see the Lord's Order floating in the air not far away. It was like a unique fish in a clear lake, swimming in the air without support. Wen Ning approached quickly while looking around. It was quiet around, without a single building or creature. The acid rain had melted all the plants and animals on this continent. Not a single player was seen. All that was left was a wet, scorched earth, which was in line with the setting of the game Wasteland Survival. This time, there was really nothing left. Wen Ning thought, while guarding against the players, who suddenly appeared. Perhaps most players have not recovered from the disaster yet. Wen Ning seized the opportunity and moved swiftly. She quickly put the Lord's Order into her bag. Then she quickly ran towards the exit teleportation array. It seemed that she was the only one left between heaven and earth. The land under his feet had just experienced a terrible disaster. The land was devastated, but all of this was hidden under the moonlight. Wen Ning couldn't help but think that when the sun rose tomorrow, he would see the scarred appearance of this land. He didn't know how shocking it would be. Wen Ning shook his head and put the sadness behind him. He stepped into the teleportation array, and the white light lit up, and he successfully exited the mission. At the same time, many players suddenly appeared out of thin air around this territory. In just 10 seconds, hundreds of players appeared. Some even had wounds on their bodies. Everyone appeared in this open space, all for the same goal, looking at each other and preparing to fight. A player suddenly found that the Lord's Order had disappeared. Fuck! Who's so quick? The players were stunned and stood there, looking at each other, suddenly without a goal, at a loss. Go! Next one. Quick! The players who reacted quickly ran to the next mission area. They were afraid that they would not be able to drink soup if they were late. But their reaction speed had already determined the final result. Wen Ning's figure appeared on the wall of the bright territory for a moment, and then disappeared. When he appeared again, it was not a wasteland in front of him. It was a big fight scene. This mission location was already filled with players. Wen Ning did not dare to waste time and directly summoned 50 war robots. He opened the way and ran towards the red. Because the Lord's Order cannot be put into the backpack before leaving the mission area. So Wen Ning locked onto the player, who was running desperately with the Lord's Order at a glance. Under the special effects lights of various weapons, that touch of red caught Wen Ning's attention. The player who originally got the Lord's Order was about to run to the exit. His teammates behind him stopped the players, who were surrounding him from all directions, giving him a chance to escape. But the next second, he widened his eyes and braked hard, and then the whole person was blocked by the silver-white robot that suddenly appeared. This player got the Lord's Order by chance. He and his teammates originally just wanted to pick up some dropped equipment, but accidentally grabbed this hot potato in the chaos. The dream of winning the lottery was intercepted by Wen Ning before it was over. But he also knew that he was definitely not a match for the robot, so he happily threw the Lord's order to Wen Ning. Wen Ning used 50 war robots to clear the way, and no one could get close to her. The next second, Wen Ning disappeared directly from the mission exit. But the fighting did not stop. Many players were not just here for the Lord's order. Now that the Lord's order has left, it does not mean that the war conflict can also stop. There are many people who are waiting for the players' supplies, and taking advantage of the situation. There are still so many equipment dropped by dead players on the ground, and players have to fight for them at the risk of being killed. This is the greed of human nature. When Wen Ning returned to the bright territory again, the system showed that there was no territory in a chaotic state. TSK, what a pity, it would be better if it was faster. Holding 2 Lord's orders in one hand, Wen Ning's tone was quite regretful. But he also knew in his heart that excluding the injured players in the world, they would not participate in the mission. There are at least hundreds of millions of players fighting for these 20 Lord's orders. At the same time, the time to fight for the Lord's order will not exceed 5 minutes. I was able to successfully take 2 pieces, which was already very good. Later, Lu Shi and Lin Zheng also sent messages, and both sides took 2 Lord orders. Traded to Wen Ning. Wen Ning happily threw the Lord order into her backpack. Now, she has 11 Lord orders that she has not used. I need to plan how to use them. I've been tired for a few days, go back and have a good rest. Another alien territory. Under the moonlight, a tightly wrapped man, holding a pure black weapon in his hand. He killed the insects and moths that invaded the territory one by one with difficulty. There were insect eggs on Lao Hei's cloak, armor, exposed skin, and even on his face. There was a strange white light under the moonlight. But Lao Hei seemed to be unable to feel it, and mechanically killed the moths and corrosive insects around him. On the black crystals around him, there were densely packed milky white insect eggs. The insect eggs attached to the black crystals, and then the black crystal stopped rotating. On the other side, an insect egg on a black crystal broke out of its shell, and took the black crystal as food. The sharp mouthparts actually penetrated the smooth and hard shell of the black crystal. It tore off the black metal bite by bite, and swallowed it into its stomach. The destructive power was so terrifying. But Lao Hei pretended not to see it, waving his weapons to kill the half-dead corrosive insects and moths first. Just when most of the black crystals in the square were eliminated, the metal door of the central castle opened without warning. Several Zergs who woke up from their slumber walked out. They held various laser weapons in their hands. They were furious when they saw the destroyed black crystals in the territory square. Bayou. Bayou. A laser beam hit Lao Hei. Several other laser beams hit the black crystals covered with insect eggs. Lao Hei stumbled and fell face first into the acid rain puddle. There was a burning pain on his face. He immediately got up and turned around to face several Zergs and bowed. "My lord, I'm sorry to disturb you." Several Zergs looked at each other, and the tentacles on their heads vibrated wildly. He looked at Lao Hei, who was bowing his head with bloodshot eyes. What happened? Old Black faced several Zergs with eggs all over his body. The dense eggs made people feel intensive phobia. Old Black recounted all the disasters, including the invasion of these insects, which destroyed most of the teleportation crystals. As a result, the Zerg mother planet could not send the Zerg here. Old Black said that he had tried his best. Several Zergs whispered to each other for a long time, but they were powerless to deal with this situation. Seeing the eggs all over Old Black, they knew that he was telling the truth. They woke up after receiving the call from the mother planet, because the mother planet failed to connect to the teleport several times. So they asked them what happened. The operation of these black crystals was originally the responsibility of these Zergs, but after they came, they found that there was no threat on this planet. So they handed over the construction of the teleportation tower to Old Black alone, and went to sleep in the central castle to rest. So now there is a problem. The mother planet came to blame them. They hurriedly woke up from their slumber, and the first thing they did was to take the blame for Old Black. But such a big thing, a slave obviously can't afford it. The Zergs made a plan and quickly cleaned up the scene, saving the last dozen or so broken black crystals. Then they exaggerated the extent of the disaster to the mother planet. The mother planet replied to rebuild the transmission crystals as soon as possible, and not to delay the arrival of the Zerg army. Several Zergs agreed, and then sent Old Black to work. Old Black lowered his eyes, turned around and limped towards the black crystals. It took almost half a month to build these crystals, and now most of them were destroyed. These Zergs will land half a month later. There was no emotion in Old Black's dark eyes, and he just worked diligently according to the Zerg's orders. The Zergs would not do anything to him. With their IQ, they could not figure out what was in Old Black's mind. Seeing Old Black working, several Zergs returned to the central castle leisurely. Chapter 405. Ding! Congratulations to the players for successfully surviving this disaster. The following is the disaster briefing, please check it. This disaster has ended. The cumulative death toll during the disaster was 103,024,523, and the death rate was 1/5, which is the lowest death rate among all disasters. The above system will issue rewards, please check it. The disaster season is over, and the mild season is coming. The duration of this mild season is 15 days. Please rebuild your home and prepare for the next disaster. The disaster season is over, the Wasteland has entered the mild season, and the recovery speed of all things is 1,000 times the normal speed, so within 5 days, the Wasteland will give birth to life again. Please don't worry about the subsequent game environment and resources. The Wasteland trial game has entered the 4th stage, defending the territory and welcoming the new stage. Next, the system survival manual will be issued, please check it. 1. The territory system has been updated. To unify the territory area management and improve the player's residential environment, the game has made adjustments to the territory area. The specific adjustments can be viewed in the territory system panel. 2. Ranking list update. All ranking lists have been updated, and rewards have been automatically issued. Please check them. 3. System update. All Wasteland ruins are open. Players can view the ruins coordinates on the map panel. Different players can enter the same ruins to explore. Please note that after defeating the ruins boss, players can build a teleportation tower in the ruins and occupy it with territory units. 4. System update. The territory system has been updated. More construction buildings have been added. Please explore on your own. 5. System update, adding more time and space channels, more races will descend on the Wasteland planet, and the friendly or hostile relations among them need to be explored by players themselves. 6. System update, adding more administrator permission keys, obtaining important information. 7. System update, improving the black market problem of the trading market, strictly cracking down on the behavior of circumventing market taxes to sell goods. 8. System update, 100 new special lord orders are dropped, which can be obtained in ruins and secret realms. 9. In the 4th stage, when the number of players reaches 5% of the total number of survivors, the trial game will enter the 5th stage, please try to survive. When Ning brushed his teeth while listening to the content of the system update, his movements became slower and slower, and his eyes became more and more surprised. System, what are you doing? The system had no time to deal with Wen Ning. Wen Ning looked at the following few understated but extremely heavy news. Is the system going to announce the truth of the entire game to the players? Wen Ning didn't know why, and he felt a panic in his heart. The World Channel had already exploded. Wen Ning walked out while watching the reactions of all parties on the World Channel. World Channel. This reward is great, a one-time reward of 20 points of physical fitness. I have become a strong man. World Channel. This is a reward for everyone, it just raises the average level. World Channel. But it feels so good to double the physical fitness, and all the injuries in the disaster have healed. I don't care, I can live one day at a time. World Channel, and the territory. The area of our territory has expanded by more than 100 times. The wall was built by the system, and now everyone can move in. World Channel. Our territory has also expanded a lot. The Lord said that the area of the territory is now based on the level, and it has nothing to do with the number of Lord orders. World Channel. I was called out to explore the ruins early in the morning. There is a ruin right at my doorstep. Who in my family knows about it? World Channel. Ruins are not good. There are special Lord orders in them. World Channel. There are only 100. When I open the system map, it is full of ruins. How long will it take to explore? World Channel. Don't be discouraged, brother. If you occupy this ruin, it will become a territory with a lot of resources. World Channel. Yes, but it's too desolate outside. It looks like a scorched earth. World Channel. Does anyone know what the administrator permission key is? World Channel. What kind of privilege is it? World Channel. Has anyone obtained it? Has anyone come out to tell us? World Channel. It is said that more have been released, so someone should know, right? World Channel. It is better to rely on yourself than on others. It is better to go out and explore. What this player said is correct. Now the whole wasteland is barren, and there is no place to get resources. It is better to enter the ruins. No matter what it is, We can solve it if we get it, right? Wen Ning exited the world channel and walked in the territory with a heavy heart. Later she realized that her territory had expanded several times. She opened the territory panel to check and found that her level 4 territory had an area of 600 acres. All the walls and moats were automatically extended under the power of the system. The originally compact buildings were curled up in a small corner in the entire territory. Now under the adjustment of the system, the spacing has increased, and the farm area has been moved to a farther place. Together with the planned livestock area. The people in the territory looked at the changes around them curiously. Just like when they first came to the Wasteland continent, they explored carefully and restrainedly. Wen Ning clicked on the territory panel, and found that many buildings below level 4 were updated, including food, clothing, housing and transportation. There are thousands of restaurants alone, and clothing stores as well. None of these are important. What is important is that Wen Ning found them here. Hospitals, police stations, kindergartens, train stations, and other buildings that should not appear. Wen Ning continued to flip back, shipyards, aircraft factories, weapon stores, arsenals, transport plants. What does this mean? Wen Ning was a little confused. These buildings are all green. Some can be built in level 4 territories, but some require level 5 territories to build. Going up, there are higher level buildings. Wen Ning can't see what they are in gray. This panel gave Wen Ning an illusion that he was playing a game called I Am the Mayor. Wen Ning forced himself to calm down and arrange the various tasks in a steady voice. In the territory, all robots were dispatched because the new city wall was built, but the supporting weapons had not yet caught up. So these construction robots had to build the Arrow Tower first. The underwater ruins were reopened, and the mining robots went to the sea to mine. The people who wanted to follow found that they had not passed the exam in the 3rd grade of elementary school. They could not receive the task bracelet. However, after more than a week of study, they were able to roughly recognize the text on the task panel. They could also calculate their daily wages based on the wages. Just when Wen Ning was worried, Xiaoji's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Host. The game system has used the backup energy. What? Wen Ning was shocked. Before she could react, she remembered the voice of the system in her mind. Ding. Player Wen Ning, as the administrator of the Wasteland survival game, please return to the shelter immediately. The administrator meeting will be held in 10 minutes. Chapter 406. Administrators Meeting. There is more than one administrator in the Wasteland. Wen Ning was completely stunned, but despite the shock, she returned to the shelter very quickly. She kept trying to contact Xiaoji along the way, but Xiaoji's voice never came again. 10 minutes can be fast or slow. Wen Ning was still thinking, and then a flash of white light passed. Wen Ning fell on the sofa, as if he had lost consciousness. The whole person's consciousness went black, and when he opened his eyes again, there was a long square table in front of him. It was small, just enough for Wen Ning to sit down. There were 4 screens in front of him, and there were 4 blurry figures on them, and it was hard to tell whether they were male or female. Wen Ning pursed her lips and didn't speak. It seemed that, apart from the system, there were only 5 people attending the meeting. There was silence at the scene, and no one spoke first. Welcome 5 administrators to participate in the meeting. The system's words seemed to have unlocked some kind of restriction. The screen suddenly moved, and a round table suddenly appeared in front of Wen Ning. 5 people sat around the round table. Then the 4 screens gradually disappeared. In Wen Ning's surprised eyes, 4 administrators appeared. Hey! Little Wen Ning, you are worthy of being the chief designer of the game. Designer 1, long time no see. A blue-eyed man with gold-rimmed glasses greeted Wen Ning. Harry, a physicist. Wen Ning dug up the information of this person from his memory. Wen Ning, your game really screwed me over. The beautiful woman with big waves and metal armor next to him looked at Wen Ning. Lu Yan, a mathematician. Have we met before? Wen Ning looked away with disdain. Michelle, he was also an administrator. Little Wen Ning, tell me, did you ask for this meeting? Wen Ning turned to the first person who spoke. This was Xian Darui, who studies nanotechnology and is also Michelle's mentor. It was he who recommended Michelle to board the spacecraft. Yes, these are the scientist colleagues on the spacetime. Wen Ning didn't expect to see them here. Originally, he wanted to find them. So they had obtained administrator privileges a long time ago. Then why are there no comments from them on the World Channel? Don't they want to find their compatriots? Wen Ning shook his head, indicating that he did not convene this meeting. Then he asked the doubts in his heart. What? You all just got the privileges? Wen Ning was surprised. Michelle spoke first. I entered a ruin after you published the Wasteland Survival Manual, and then... Michelle hesitated and her face became a little embarrassed. Anyway, I got the administrator privileges later, and opening it was my last words to myself. Wen Ning didn't know what Michelle had concealed, but in order to survive, everyone had no dignity, and he was a bit of an idol, so I understood. Yes. Me too. Xi and Darui was the first to agree. Then the remaining Lu Yin and Harry also told their own stories, and they also got the administrator privilege keys after Wen Ning opened their own memories. Then the disaster came. It seems that it was little Wen Ning who started it, so that we could have a day of clarity. You don't know, at my age, I have actually experienced 70 games. I have done it 46 times. Several scientists sighed for a while, and Xi and Darui suddenly asked Wen Ning, "Didn't old Su forbid you to enter the game? Why did you come in?" Su Rui is Wen Ning's teacher, and an expert in holography. Wen Ning looked at several scientists with bitterness in his eyes. "Teacher Xi and Darui, have you seen the teacher?" Xi and Darui was stunned for a moment. Not long after the memory was restored, the acid rain disaster came. After the disaster, they all cherished their lives. Only Michelle was so bold that he ran around everywhere. So there was no time to look for relatives. At present, except for Lu Yin who found a few scientists from Yin country. Others found nothing. They all didn't restore their memories. I can only keep them in the territory, and not reveal any news about the game for the time being. You are right to do this. We still have our bodies on the space-time, so it's okay. How can these ordinary players accept that they are just a consciousness? Several people were silent for a while. Wen Ning suddenly looked up. "System, you brought us here. Don't you want to see us recognize our relatives?" Everyone looked at Wen Ning in surprise. Looking up at the ceiling, there was nothing in the empty space. The light source was unknown from where. "Little Wen Ning, are you crazy? How can the system answer your question?" Michelle looked at Wen Ning's actions thoughtfully. In the minds of several people, the game system controls everything in the game, and will not communicate with the players. Although it is an intelligent computer, it also works according to the program settings. But the next second, it was slapped in the face. This system saw that you were having a good time chatting, so it didn't interrupt. Michelle's pupils shrank sharply, and the rest of the people looked at each other in bewilderment. This dog system is actually intelligent. Then when they had a mental breakdown and were hysterical, didn't it say a word? Treat them differently, right? Wen Ning ignored their expressions, and spoke in a somewhat arrogant tone. "Okay, the recognition is over. If you have anything to say, just tell me." Wen Ning was still worried about what Xiaoji said before he disappeared, that the system had used backup energy. Originally, there was a solar power generation system on the space station. With the development of technology to the level of Blue Star, it is no longer necessary to use batteries to store electricity as before. But when the space station was first designed, a small part of the battery device was retained, and a solar charging system was also installed on the space station. In this way, the electricity stored in the battery device is called backup energy. It can only be used in extremely urgent situations. But the space station was damaged in the process of jumping out of the solar system with the spacetime. Wen Ning originally thought that the battery device was also damaged, so he didn't consider this part of energy at the beginning. But Xiaoji's sudden tip-off made Wen Ning realize that things were not that simple. Under what circumstances will the game system mobilize the backup energy? In addition to maintaining the silent operation of the space station, all the energy of the space station is invested in the game. At this time, choose to activate the backup energy. Could it be that the space station has detected a new habitable planet, and after the system evaluation, it will take the spacetime and the space station away from here? Thinking of this, Wen Ning suddenly found it difficult to suppress his anger. It happened that the system's voice rang. "Dear administrators and players, I'm sorry, the system just activated the backup energy." Chapter 407. What? Backup energy? Hasn't the backup energy been damaged a long time ago? When the space station was damaged, everyone thought that the backup storage device was damaged. Recently, the system detected that the backup energy still had 80% reserve. Everyone felt relieved when they heard this. "Oh, just use it. What's the big deal? Is it worth making such a fuss?" But Wen Ning asked coldly, "System, has the energy of the space station been exhausted? If the energy of the space station is still enough, is it necessary to use the backup energy?" Harry looked at Wen Ning in disbelief. Although they all knew the truth of the game, they only had an approximate value for how many rounds of the game they had experienced, and they couldn't calculate how much energy the space station had consumed. Michelle suddenly muttered as if she had thought of something. Backup energy, 80% of the storage capacity, without considering the loss of the game, can supply the space station's hibernation chamber to operate for no more than 3 months. What? Harry was stunned. Teacher Zindri has been silent since the beginning. Lu Yen was pulling her hair at the moment, looking at the table helplessly, not knowing what she was thinking. Wen Ning closed his eyes fiercely, and when he opened them, the anger in his eyes was about to condense into substance. What other bad news is there? Announce it all at once. The system did not answer immediately, but was silent for a while before speaking. The space station damaged part of its body when it jumped into the void, and the mechanical race found the location of the space station through tracking. Due to the special nature of the galaxy, the mechanical race sent out reconnaissance aircraft many times, and the system controlled the space station to avoid the attack. The mechanical race detected that there was a magnetic field belonging to humans on the Wasteland planet, but the magnetic field of the Wasteland planet did not allow them to forcefully approach and land. So they reached a deal with the Zerg. The Zerg territory has been established on the Wasteland, and the players must have seen and fought against it. After evaluation, the system believes that the existing human players are not enough to fight against the Zerg, and the system deduces through the reconnaissance aircraft sent by the mechanical race that they may have found a way to land on the Wasteland continent without injury. So the system used the backup energy to increase the physical fitness of human players by 20, opened all ruins, released more administrator keys, and accelerated the player construction process. Administrator players, please note that everything the system does is for human survivors. The existing backup energy can also support the game running time for 1 month of Wasteland time. At that time, regardless of whether the human players succeed or not, the system will release all human embryos. A series of news directly shocked several people on the scene. 1 month. Only 1 month left. In the huge conference room, 5 people sat in their seats. The mechanical echo of the system could be heard in the air. Everyone was calculating in their minds. Michel was also known as the most powerful brain among scientists. At this moment, he was sweating and his eyes were flustered. From time to time, he shook his head violently, threw away the algorithm that had reached a dead end in his mind, and then quickly started to reason about another one. Harry was on the verge of collapse. He murmured impossible. Lu Yan's tears fell from the corners of her mouth, and finally she screamed hysterically. If you had known that this would be the result, why didn't you just rebuild human civilization from the beginning? Yes, with your ability. Isn't 90% of the energy of the space station enough to rebuild a human civilization? If the system had the current ability when it was first created, the method you said would work. The tone of the system was also a little lost. The system has gone through hundreds of iterations before it has developed self-awareness. I also want to help you. Wen Ning was in a trance, and came back to his senses when he heard the fluctuating voice of the system. It was the first time they heard the game system call itself I. But the next moment, the system returned to its cold tone. The space station is destroyed, and the system will also perish. This is our last chance. When the energy is exhausted, all 7 billion human embryos will die, including your bodies. The resources currently open are the optimal solution that the system can achieve while ensuring the running time. Humans, you only have this one chance to quickly rebuild civilization and defeat the Zerg. Perhaps we can bet that the mechanical race will not come. Everyone present understood that there were 3 big mountains in front of humans. The first was to quickly rebuild human civilization and stop the invasion of Zerg. Guard against the mechanical tribe that may land at any time. It's a dead end no matter how you look at it. In order to facilitate planning, the system has opened the administrator group chat, and you can contact each other through the group chat in the future. Even if you understand the reason why the system does this, the reality is still cruel and hard to accept. How to tell the players about the news that they can't accept? Just when the scene fell into silence, Wen Ning suddenly spoke. We still have a chance. Lu Yin raised her head and looked at Wen Ning with a pair of red and swollen eyes. Wen Ning looked up. System, give Xiaoji back to me. The player's personal intelligent brain system consumes too much energy and is not recommended to use. Then stop the power supply of my hibernation chamber. What? Are you crazy? Teacher Xi and Darui jumped up and grabbed Wen Ning's hand. Don't stop. Don't stop. She's talking nonsense. Wen Ning pressed down Xi and Darui's teacher's hand. This jumpy professor was her teacher's best friend. Little Wen Ning, how can I go to see your teacher if you do this? The cheerful and lively professor's eyes turned red at this time, staring at Wen Ning intently. Wen Ning patted Xi and Darui's hand in a soothing manner. She took out a few materials and placed them in front of him. My Xiaoji has a synthesis function. If we want to quickly build a civilization and arm ourselves, using its synthesis function is the fastest way. The synthesis system has been with Wenning since the beginning, although Wenning rarely used it later. But its advantages are very obvious. They were all stunned. Just now, they were frightened by Wenning's words to stop her hibernation chamber supply. I didn't pay any attention to what Wenning said before. Now I realized that Wenning actually had a system. Player Wenning, stop your hibernation chamber, your body will die in a week. The energy saved is only enough for your system to work for 3 days. Are you willing to change it? Wenning's eyes did not flinch at all. Can you develop its functions to the extreme? The system seemed to think for a moment. The system can do it within the limited energy. Little Wenning. You? The remaining administrators looked at Wenning nervously. Wenning gave them a reassuring smile. What's the big deal? I just become an ordinary player. That's all. Lu Yin collapsed. Do you know? Without a body, you will disappear after the game ends, and there will be no trace left. Wenning smiled gently. If I fail, mankind will no longer exist. What's the point of my body still being there? System. Stop mine too. Add fuel to the fire of the little system. Harry shouted loudly. Wenning looked at Harry in surprise. He was the one who cherished his life the most. He was known to be timid when he was on the spaceship. Lu Yin and Michelle, who were left, said the same thing instantly. Wenning had a complicated expression, and was about to say something. Teacher Xi and Darui sighed slowly. In that case, there is no need for me to keep my old man. Teacher Xi and Darui. Xi and Darui smiled, and cast his eyes on Wenning. Little Wenning, we all designed this game together. Now, no matter what, we must give the game a complete ending. Wenning's eyes were firm. She looked up, and said to the system. System, you can do it at any time, but remember what you promised me. The system respects the player's will. Player Wenning, I hope your decision is correct. The first administrator meeting is over. The next administrator meeting will be held when 10 administrators are gathered. Please pay attention to the information. The white light lit up, and the 5 people smiled in their eyes, and their figures gradually disappeared in the space. Chapter 408. Wenning woke up from the sofa. He immediately received a prompt from the system. Player Wenning, the system has opened the administrator channel for you. Please check it out. Someone immediately sent a message here. Administrator channel. Harry, have we become ordinary players now? Administrator channel. Lu Yin. It's too early. The system said that our bodies will die in a week. Administrator channel. Michelle. Wenning, how do you operate your synthesis system? Wenning remembered what the system said and replied directly. Administrator system. Wenning, my hibernation chamber has stopped supplying energy. I refuse your help, so everyone still has a chance to go back. Administrator channel. Wenning, the synthesis system is not in use yet. Everyone should stock up the list of materials I sent as soon as possible. I will take action after preparation. Administrator channel. Wenning shares. List of materials. Wenning's message was sent, but there was no reply in the administrator channel for a long time. Wenning knew with his toes that these people must have tried to find a way to fight with the system. Let them calm down. Wenning temporarily closed the administrator channel. Outside, the people were celebrating the end of the disaster. The administrator meeting just now was held in the system metaspace. The system directly extracted the administrator's consciousness. The shelter was deserted. Hu Zi and Xiao Jin were so depressed during the disaster season that they had already left. Wenning remembered the content of the meeting. He hurried out. Players, please note that the disaster season has ended and the Wasteland continent has entered the ecological recovery period. During this period, some disaster-related damage is still unavoidable. Wenning understood what this meant. Those puddles formed by acid rain, the remaining rainwater is still corrosive. Moreover, the corrosive insects and moths that have not been completely eliminated are still attacking. You can see this by watching the World Channel. The bright territory is fully defended, and the robots have already solved all the invading insects. At this time, the people in the territory are spontaneously cleaning the battlefield, collecting the bodies of corrosive insects and moths and burning them. In addition, there are people wiping the walls with rags. The Sky Curtain has no cleaning system, so Wenning sent the all-purpose cleaning robot to clean it. Mira, the territory is on holiday today, so you don't have to watch them go to school. Mira wrote down Wenning's instructions one by one. Lord, the people in the territory are studying very hard. The first batch of primary school students can take the 3rd grade exam tomorrow. Okay, I will give you the test paper in the evening. Speed up the mining of the underwater ruins, send out all the mining robots, and I will make more robots later. You ensure Tai will plan the mechanical warehouse of the territory and expand it tenfold. Received. Let Sure Tai plan the industrial zone, separate the blacksmith shop and the furnace, and continue to open the shop in the center of the territory, but find another place for the smelting assembly line. Wen Ning looked at the newly added buildings on the territory panel. Build a factory in the industrial zone, and I will send you the material list later. Okay. Continue to expand the farm area, expand it to 5 times the current area, and the same goes for the livestock area. Until the ecology of the Wasteland continent is fully restored, the teleportation tower inside the territory will not be open to prevent the people from getting hurt when they go out. Mira memorized all the information, and then went to work without stopping. Mira is too capable, so Wen Ning only needs to talk about territory management. Wen Ning looked at Mira's cheerful back, and remembered that the reason Mira stayed was to ask Wen Ning to help find a place suitable for the restart of the intelligent brain civilization. But now, it is very difficult to restart human civilization. How can Wen Ning develop the technology to explore the universe? Find another suitable galaxy for Mira? Wen Ning was a little worried about how Mira would react after knowing it. However, this matter cannot be hidden from Mira. Wen Ning decided to find time to confess to Mira in the evening. Just when Wen Ning was in a daze, a private message rang. There were 3 messages in a row, which was obviously very urgent. Lin Han, big sister, is the bright territory all right? Lin Han, do you want to visit our territory and make plans? Lin Han, come on, Wen Ning burst out laughing. If his father knew about Lin Han's impatience, he would scold him for being worthless again. Wen Ning looked around. The robots and the people in the territory all had things to do. She had arranged what she should arrange for the time being. It was time to inspect the sub-territory. By the way, discuss the problem of finding the Zerd territory. So Wen Ning replied, private chat channel, arrive in 10 minutes. Lin Han immediately conveyed the news to Lin Zheng and Lin Yin, who were waiting for the news. She agreed. Lin Han looked proud, and then asked in confusion. You are the Lord. Why do you want me to contact Big Sister? Lin Yin retracted his disdainful gaze and analyzed. Do you know that the Lord only has 2 sub-territories, us and Lu Shi? Lin Han had a naive face. I know. The disaster is over, the territory has expanded so much, the Lord must go to the sub-territory. But the Lord has a better relationship with Lu Shi than us. Lu Shi and his team were ahead of us when the territory was divided. Do you understand what I mean? Lin Han. He shook his head obediently and curiously. Lin Yin held his forehead. If this silly boy hadn't been lucky and got the Lord's special look, he really didn't want to admit that this was his biological brother. Lin Zheng laughed coarsely. Silly boy, if you hadn't asked, the Lord would probably go to Lu Shi's territory first. Lin Han suddenly realized, and then was stunned again. Then why didn't you ask? Now Lin Zheng and Lin Yin were both speechless. Why are you so stupid? Because only you can do this, the Lord won't think you are too utilitarian. Why? Because you are always thick-skinned and have no IQ, you can't think of this level at all. Lin Han was surprised. What? Why didn't I think of it? Lin Zheng, Lin Yin, the Lord is coming, hurry up and meet him. He strode out of the territory hall, afraid that he would be speechless if he stayed any longer. Lin Zheng followed closely. Lin Han also reacted, patted his forehead and ran out. Lin Zheng had already prepared the basic information of the territory, including personnel, buildings, and territory area. The Yinhan territory is also a level 4 territory. After this update, the area of the entire territory has expanded dozens of times. All the players' shelters have been moved in, occupying about a quarter of the area. Under the unified arrangement of the system, the player's shelter has increased the visible area, and the visible area of a shelter is no more than 50 square meters. But once you enter, it will become the real size, and it is not limited to the ground or underground. The 3 of them walked to the teleportation array, and the players greeted them one after another. Before Lin Zheng could respond, the territory teleportation array lit up. Chapter 409. Have any players gone out? No, the disaster has just ended for an hour. Who would go out at this time? TSK, who is that? The players put down what they were doing and turned their heads to pay attention to the teleportation array. In the white light, the first to rush out was a giant white tiger. Roar! Here comes the tiger. Tiger made a brilliant appearance with its own sound effects. Fuck! Fuck! Tiger! Mutant beasts are invading. Lord, get out of the way! Brothers, protect the young master! The players immediately threw away their tools, took out their weapons, and rushed forward. Lin Zheng and his son were also stunned. They all thought it was Wen Ning, but it turned out to be a white tiger. For a moment, they really thought it was a mutant beast invading. The hand reflexively pressed on the weapon at the waist, and the white tiger that appeared seemed to ignore the players, except for the sound effect it made just after it appeared. He walked out slowly, and with his head held high. The look of contempt in his eyes was very much like Wen Ning. Lin Han stared at the white tiger, and his pet bowed its head and bent down in front of the white tiger. Just when Lin Han realized that the white tiger's eyes seemed to have looked somewhere else, Wen Ning, wearing a silver crystal armor, appeared riding on the back of the tiger. This looks so familiar. This. Isn't this that? That. The owner of the treasure pavilion. The #1 Wen Ning. Fuck. I can actually see the real person in my lifetime. What is she doing here? I said, have your brains been eaten by corrosive insects? Our territory is a branch of the treasure pavilion. A real lord. Lin Han was instantly lost in thought. The players around him were whispering and staring at the young woman on the back of the white tiger. Lin Han was stunned. Although he had met Wen Ning in the Lord Trial mission, he had never seen what Wen Ning looked like except for the live broadcast. Not even his friends at that time. Now that Wen Ning really appeared in front of him, he instantly felt shy as if he had met his idol. When Lin Yan saw Wen Ning coming out, there was also a moment of surprise in his eyes that could not be concealed. He turned around and saw Lin Han's eyes were straight, and he quickly pushed Lin Han. He looked at Lin Han and said, "Don't embarrass yourself here." Lin Zheng walked forward with a smile. "Welcome, Lord." This was also the first time Wen Ning met the three fathers and sons from the neighboring family. Lin Zheng looked only in his early 40s, and was well maintained. Lin Yan and Lin Han behind him both looked good. The three fathers and sons were well dressed, and their hair was meticulous. It seemed that they were living a good life in the end times. "Lord Lin, you don't have to be so polite." Wen Ning rolled down from Hu Zi's back and glanced around casually. Most of the players around were stunned, mostly in shock. Very good, no one showed any bad intentions. "Big sister. I'm Lin Han." Lin Han suddenly came to her senses and walked forward, wiping her hands on her clothes twice before handing them to Wen Ning. Wen Ning smiled gently on the surface, but her eyes looked at Hu Zi, who was walking forward. The moment Lin Han stretched out her hand, Hu Zi's eyes became dangerous. The huge tiger head immediately raised up and blocked between Lin Han and Wen Ning. A low threatening roar came out of his mouth. "Roar. Take your dirty hands away." Lin Han was stunned by the white tiger that came up to him. Wen Ning did not stop him, and brought Hu Zi here to serve as a deterrent. Hu Zi was already an adult, and his back could reach the height of Wen Ning's shoulders when he stood up straight. With his neck raised deliberately, his height had long surpassed everyone present. Lin Yan pulled his brother back, with a smile on his face. "Welcome, Lord, I am Lin Yan, and this is Lin Han." Then he passed a message to Lin Zheng. "Dad, don't stand there, take the Lord to the hall to sit." Lin Zheng also felt the awkward atmosphere, afraid that Lin Han's ignorance would make Wen Ning feel uncomfortable. He quickly came out to smooth things over. "Lord, come this way, come this way." Wen Ning then reached out and stroked Hu Zi's cheek and pulled Hu Zi's whiskers. "Sorry, Cub is a bit overbearing. I won't sit down. Let's walk around the territory." Lin Yan's mouth twitched slightly. Such a big tiger is called Cub. Beside Wen Ning, he is as well behaved as a large plush toy. I really don't know how the Lord tamed him in the first place. When Wen Ning spoke, Lin Zheng naturally objected. He nodded quickly and winked at his two sons behind him. "Everyone go away. The Lord is here to visit the territory this time. Just do your own thing." Lin Zheng took Wen Ning to familiarize himself with the Yanhan territory. The two brothers Lin Yan and Lin Han were responsible for sending away the players who were watching around. Then they followed. Hu Zi was wary of Lin Han and protected Wen Ning tightly. Looking at Lin Han's eyes, he almost said that you don't look like a good person. Lin Yan and Lin Han could only follow behind Hu Zi and listen to the conversation between the old man and Wen Ning in front. Lin Zheng was mostly introducing, and Wen Ning would occasionally ask the next question. "Lord, we are now a level 4 territory. There are currently 2,895 players, all distributed in the southwest of the territory," Lin Zheng said. Wen Ning automatically activated the territory's management panel when she arrived at the Yanhan territory, and she could see all the information Lin Zheng said. Currently, there are 20 giant warehouses in the territory, in addition to the territory hall, and there are also buildings such as player shelters. Wen Ning looked at the simple building icons on the panel, pursed her lips and said nothing. "What's wrong, Lord?" Is there any problem? Wen Ning shook his head. No, I just think that the facilities in the Bright Territory are relatively simple, and I didn't expect that your buildings here are even simpler. What is the source of weapons in the territory? Players obtain them by themselves, and then hand in the excess to the territory warehouse, and players can also exchange them with each other. Well, this shows that the gap between the combat power ceiling of the territory and the equipment of the last person is very large. Lin Zheng nodded. That's right. Although the territory is a territory, before the last disaster, it was more of a place to gather together. There were no group activities. This is not conducive to the arrival of human embryos in the later stage. Wen Ning made a direct suggestion. The territory should have buildings such as weapon shops, mission halls, canteens, and shops. Then he said in Lin Zheng's puzzled eyes. Upgrading the weapon shop will unlock some new weapons and armor, and the same is true for the canteen. Food with attributes can be mass-produced here. Since it is to develop according to my territory, next, these necessary buildings must be equipped, and the interaction between players must be strengthened to increase the sense of collective honor. This area, open up livestock farms and farms, collect seeds from players, and achieve self-sufficiency. This area opens up the location of the mechanical warehouse, and sends people into the ruins to obtain more drawings. Lin Zheng nodded, and wrote down all of Wen Ning's instructions. Then, Wen Ning said something that shocked the three people present. I plan to build an alien sub-territory near your territory. Alien? The three exclaimed in unison. Chapter 410. Wen Ning nodded. He didn't expect the Lin family father and son to react so strongly to the alien territory. And Wen Ning not only wanted Lin Zheng to build an alien territory near his territory, but also Lu Shi's. Next, all players in our camp will build alien territories. The space-time channel has been fully opened. The system also revealed some information privately. The Wasteland planet is the planet at the center of the black hole. It has become the first choice for immigration of many exterminated races. In the eyes of the Orc continent and the Intelligent Brain clan, the system is the existence of world laws. Does it mean that there are also world laws on the planet? Whether it exists in the form of a system or not. They have reached some kind of agreement with the survival system. Because Wen Ning already knows that most of the 100 new Lord Orders released by the system are not prepared for humans. Although they will be in power by humans. This information was transmitted to each administrator after the administrator meeting. So next, the 5 administrators will help build more alien territories in their own areas. To accommodate more alien races that have descended on the Wasteland planet. Humans must coexist peacefully with them. After all, when the system releases human embryos, alien races will be needed to raise them. Because no matter whether the game succeeds or fails, the consciousness of human players will be disconnected from the survival game. This is also the real reason why Wen Ning refused the system to stop the power supply of other administrators' hibernation chambers. These 1,000 scientists will serve as a bridge connecting alien races and humans after the game is launched. Wen Ning believes that they can accompany the growth of new humans and guide them to goodness. Eventually, the Wasteland planet will be built into a harmonious and prosperous planet. Only when humans live in harmony with aliens can they experience more disasters. Didn't you hear the content of the system update modified? The theme of the 4th stage is defense. Do you think the aliens are here to invade us? Wen Ning thought about it, and told Lin Zheng and the other 2 about the Zerg he met in the Red Bounty mission. In the Bounty mission, it's not just the players who are fighting for the Lord's Order, there are also Zerg. Note, their names are neither mutant beasts nor aliens. With human capabilities, it is difficult to confront them head-on. The last time, the Zerg team was completely wiped out. A large part of the reason was because of acid rain. My territory is the alien territory. I can tell you responsibly that the aliens have abilities that we humans don't have. But they have weaknesses, and they are not here to invade us. As long as they can have a place to settle down, their favorability is easy to brush. My armor, the food on the shelf of the treasure pavilion, and the anesthetics for capturing your pets are all created by them. The reasonable use of the abilities of the aliens is our trump card against the Zerg. Lin Zheng, Lin Yin, and Lin Han were all stunned. The amount of information contained in Wen Ning's words was too much. They didn't expect that there were already invading Zerg in this world. They also didn't expect that the aliens scolded on the World Channel had such strong abilities. They had never expected that the Lord's vision was many times higher than theirs. If Wen Ning knew that she had established a great image in their hearts, she would probably feel embarrassed. Her vision was not as big as they imagined. All she did was to preserve the last spark of humanity. It was the best choice under the circumstances. Lord, what do you say we do? Lin Yan's eyes lit up, as if he had never thought that this survival game could be played like this. Wen Ning's words allowed him to combine what happened on the World Channel with the information in the history book, and the general situation was almost certain. He once again cast a respectful look at Wen Ning. The Lord is worthy of being the Lord, and his vision is indeed unique. Wen Ning, don't worship me randomly. Since the three of them have understood Wen Ning's thoughts, Wen Ning will speak directly. Next, dig for resources, arm the players in the territory, and send the best team out to fight for the ruins and the Lord's order in the secret realm. If the ruins' exploration value exceeds 80%, gather all the forces to kill the ruins boss and occupy the ruins. Our goal: player combat effectiveness, ruins occupancy rate, and Lord's order. The three Lin family members nodded solemnly, indicating that they understood. Then Wen Ning opened the exploration rights of the underwater ruins to the Yinhan territory. This is an underwater ruin I occupied. Currently, only robots are mining in the Guangming territory. Your territory can send a team of miners down. The people must be reliable and have special passes. Ordinary players cannot enter. Okay. Let Lin Han do this. He is lucky. Lin Yin immediately arranged it. Wen Ning looked over and nodded to Lin Han, whose eyes were shining. Lin Han's face flushed. If you encounter a boss in the ruins and can't beat it, you can find me. Wen Ning finally explained, and Lin Zheng said he knew. This is a big project. Build your own territory first, and then consider other things. I go first. Lu Shi is still waiting for me. Okay, Lord, take care. The cooperation was agreed upon, and the three Lins instantly found the direction of development. They were ambitious and eager to start work immediately. After Wen Ning left, Lin Han was the first to be unable to hold back. I go find someone to go down to the mine now. Wait! Didn't you hear what the Lord said? That you need to find someone you can trust? Lin Yin said slowly. I choose the person for this matter. Your brain groove is too shallow, and you are easily deceived. Lin Zheng also nodded, and patted Lin Han on the shoulder. Your brother should choose the right person for this matter. You should go first. Lin Mascot Han didn't dare to say anything and could only nod. Wen Ning's communication with Lu Shi was smoother. It's just that Lu Shi was smart, and paid more attention to the information on the World Channel than Wen Ning. From the numerous pieces of information, he already knew some inside information. Lord, Blue Star should have been destroyed by the monster race in the ruins. At the conference table, Lu Shi, Nialan, Su Luo, Li Jingyi, and Sun Yanhe were all present. Half of the people present had seen the mechanical monster that blocked the road in the city ruins. Wen Ning didn't hide anything and nodded for him to continue. Although there are many versions of history books on the World Channel, only this series feels the most real to us. The advanced civilization kills us like squeezing an ant to death. This is a real planet, and how did we, the survivors, come here? I can't remember the memory of the disaster. It's as if this memory was erased by the system. Also, the system said that it will release more administrator privileges. Lord, you are one of the administrators, right? Chapter 411. Lu Shi's mind is indeed sharp. At this point, all the eyes on the conference table have turned to her. Wen Ning simply admitted it generously. Yes, I am one of the current survival game administrators. Hiss. Li Jingyi took a breath, but seeing that the people around him did not have any special reaction, he also looked at Wen Ning silently. However, the curiosity in his eyes did not diminish at all. The people present were also calm on the surface, but they were very curious in their hearts. It's just that Lu Shi just analyzed a bunch of profound things, and they were shocked at this time, which made them look like people who had never seen the world. Wen Ning sorted out his words. Then, he slowly spoke. After I defeated the mechanical beast in the city ruins, I obtained a monster manual of the mechanical race. This is not accidental. The system gave me this information, which means that it is very likely to be used in the next stage of the game. I don't have the disaster memory you mentioned. The truth I know, as an administrator, is the truth of the extinction of the blue planet. The mechanical race invaded as a higher life form, and the entire blue planet was destroyed. We are the survivors. Wen Ning did not tell everything, not because she felt that Lu Shi and others could not bear it. It was because the system did not agree with her to tell the truth about the pearl. As for why, it is probably the so-called algorithm decision. As soon as this thought came to mind, he would be banned. Wen Ning had to try to say something marginal. Finish the story in another way. Administrator privileges allowed me to obtain a Wasteland survival manual. Wen Ning also took out the manual, and several people began to look it up in turn. Everyone's face was full of shock. No one expected that there was no cheat code to guide the game, but only the diaries of one player after another. This diary is the so-called Wasteland survival manual. The prediction of the last disaster was calculated by me through the content of this book, so the accuracy rate was only 80% in the end. Yelan's eyes changed when she looked at Wen Ning. There were only a few sentences about the disaster in it, but it was able to calculate 80% of the details of the disaster. Finally, the diary fell into Lu Shi's hands. He flipped through it carelessly. Then his hand paused. Lu. What? Li Jingyi jumped up instantly, and snatched the diary from Lu Shi's hand. It's really Ear's notes. Li Jingyi looked at the content in front of him in disbelief. With tears in his eyes, he looked at Wen Ning, who was sitting at the head, and was a little confused. Lu Shi's heavy voice rang out. Lu Yi is Uncle Li's son. They have been stewards of our Lu family for generations. When he was a child, he used the Lu family's surname, and could go to the Lu family's private school. The original letter will be changed back when he becomes an adult, and takes office as steward. My son. Li Jingyi finally saw the last words of Lu Yi before his death. We can't find him. Why is he in this notebook? Li Jingyi wanted Wen Ning to give an answer. But Wen Ning shook her head heavily, because she couldn't answer this matter. I obtained the Wasteland survival notes in a relic mission, and at the same time, I obtained the identity of the administrator. But I can't disclose the content. Maybe in the next stage of the game, the system will give you the answer. It's just that we don't have much time. Wen Ning added this sentence silently in his heart. Li Jingyi's face was covered with tears. They came here, and looked for Lu Yi for a long time. But Wen Ning couldn't figure out why Lu Yi didn't loop the game again. Logically, he should restart with the restart. During the game process, some players expressed their desire to stay in the Wasteland before they died. The system determined that these people were no longer suitable for restarting the game, so these players were eliminated. The system gave the answer, and Wen Ning suddenly realized it. Those who were unwilling to stay on the Wasteland formed the Dark Imprisonment, which disappeared after Wen Ning cracked it. Wen Ning couldn't tell Li Jingyi such a heavy truth, so he could only change the subject. This stage of the survival game is set as the defense stage, so there is a high probability that the territory will be impacted. At the same time, all time and space channels are open, and humans and the opposite races can communicate with each other. I once entered a time and space channel, and inside was a parallel blue planet. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard about the parallel blue planet. But Wen Ning's next words broke their fantasy. But unfortunately, after systematic calculations, that blue planet has a lifespan of no more than 3 months, and is not suitable for immigration. And the race on that planet is also likely to look for a new home, so the Wasteland planet may be their choice. As soon as Wen Ning finished speaking, Su Luo said in a deep voice, Will they invade us? Of course. They are here to escape. The Wasteland continent has a disaster every half a month, so they will be forced to come and cause trouble for us. Li Jingyi was a little excited. This is also in line with the system's protection settings. Lu Shi sat in his seat with a thoughtful look on his face. Sun Yunhe sat in his seat in a daze, as if he was listening and not listening. Yelan asked softly, Lord, do you have a way to solve this dilemma? Wen Ning looked up at the people around him and nodded. After repeating the Zerg story, at present, the aliens come to seek survival, while the Zerg are a complete invasion. Our choice is to unite with the aliens, and we want to establish more alien territories. Alien territories can increase the aliens' favorability towards humans by 50%, although it cannot directly allow aliens and humans to live together. But as long as the territories of both sides are close, the two races will be able to live in harmony one day. And after the favorability is raised, we will join forces with the aliens to defend this hard-won home. After Wen Ning's voice fell, several pairs of eyes turned around. This is the real purpose of the treasure pavilion looking for allies. The Lord really has a good eye. Lu Shi raised his thoughtful face, and it was obvious that he had figured it out. The people present all showed expressions of sudden enlightenment, and their eyes looking at Wen Ning were full of admiration and inquiry. Yes, this is my goal. I want to not only accept more foreign races into my territory, but also turn hostility into friendship. I will also teach them to read and count, learn human culture, and revive human civilization on this continent in this way. Wen Ning's words were so powerful that Lu Shi was stunned. You mean, human players, teach these aliens to learn human knowledge? Yes, everyone has a profession on Blue Star, and can take on the important task of guidance. Not only that, there is also the survival knowledge of the Wasteland continent. All the knowledge we have can be shared with them. We humans have less than 400 million people, why can't we give them half of the territory, not to mention that we are outsiders to the Wasteland continent. If the survival problem of the aliens is solved, they will not attack our territory, and even regard us as friends. If a bad guy comes to a friend's house, what do you think they will do? Okay. Of course they will help. Li Jingyi instantly thought of that scene. With the help of the aliens, not to mention reducing human casualties. What Zerd and mechanical race, all go back home. The headiness in Lu Shi's eyebrows gradually unfolded. I didn't expect that a survival game could be operated this way. Wen Ning smiled knowingly. Boss Lu, are you interested in cooperating? Lu Shi stood up and held out his hand to Wen Ning. I've been on the Lord's ship for a long time. If you have any requests, just tell me. Wen Ning liked this straightforward personality very much, and was about to say something. Mi-Le's hurried voice came from his mind. Lord. It's not good, it's terrible. Chapter 412. Wen Ning was startled and immediately turned around and walked out. There's an emergency in the territory, Lu Shi, I contact you later. Looking at Wen Ning's hurried back. Lu Shi and the others were stunned at the conference table, but they didn't dare to call Wen Ning. Li Jingyi shouted, Lord, just tell me if you need help. Wen Ning waved his hand in response, and the whole person quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Sun Yanhe stood up, and was about to chase after him. Lu Shi grabbed her. You can't enter her territory, and you will only cause trouble if you go. Sun Yanhe paused for a moment, but he also knew that what Lu Shi said was right. Glancing at Lu Shi, he sat down sullenly. Wen Ning ran all the way back to the territory, and just as he stepped out of the teleportation array, he heard screams from the residential area. When Mira saw Wen Ning appear, she immediately felt like she had seen her backbone. Lord, you are back. What happened? Wen Ning heard the screams coming from the people of the territory, subtle and weak, sounding like the white rabbits. Where are the robots? Where is 001? Thinking there was some kind of violence, Wen Ning asked as he walked towards the residential area. Although Mira was anxious, she was hesitant and could not speak. It's not an invasion, it's just that. Many students of the White Rabbits did not go to class today. Mira went to their house to check, and saw that their bellies were big, and they started screaming before I could react. Wen Ning frowned when he heard this. Big bellies? Mira couldn't explain it clearly for a long time, and Wen Ning had already walked to the bottom of the residential building. Just then, Bai Shui rushed out with her hands covered in blood. Seeing her, he rushed up immediately. Lord, there are more than a dozen women in our rabbit tribe who are about to give birth, but the tribe members who know medicine are all in school. When Ning reacted instantly, it was the women who were giving birth. So soon? She didn't even notice that they were pregnant, and now they are about to give birth, but she doesn't know how to deliver babies. Mira, go to school and ask the rabbit tribe to come back. Mira shook her fat body and flew away. Seeing this, Bai Shui immediately returned to the residential building. When Ning hurriedly followed her, and on the way he also figured out why Mira was so anxious. The brain tribe is all conceived outside the body, and there is no birth process, so this matter touched his blind spot in knowledge. Following Bai Shui to the room upstairs, when Ning stepped into the home of the leader for the first time. The furniture is all small, and the one bedroom and one living room is still ridiculously large for the rabbit people, and it is divided into several rooms. Some are made into loft layers. Judging from the layout inside, it seems that there is one room for each child. When Ning followed behind Bai Xie and entered the room of the pregnant woman, he was stunned. What is lying on the bed is actually a giant white rabbit. Is this a pregnant woman? Lord, don't be surprised. We orcs will transform back into beast form when giving birth. There is no problem with giving birth on our own. But here, everyone is no longer short of food and clothing, and has excess nutrition, so the fetus is a little big and may be difficult to deliver. Difficult delivery. In human society, although technology has been developing rapidly for more than 1,000 years, difficult delivery is still the most feared thing for humans during childbirth. If it is not handled properly, the harm to the mother is fatal. When Ning looked at the weak white rabbit lying on the bed, her nose was soaked with sweat, and her ears were wet, which was obviously a sign of no strength. As expected, the next second, Bai Shui exclaimed, "Oh no, she has no strength. I go and boil the medicine now." When Ning glanced out the window, and saw the white rabbits rotting back. When Ning directly took out the physical potion and coconut juice, and handed them over. Use these too. Coconut juice can quickly restore physical strength, and the physical potion directly improves its physical fitness. Both of these are elementary, and they don't cost much. They are also available in the store. Bai Shui's eyes lit up, and she immediately fed the potion to White Rabbit. In just a few seconds, the bleeding stopped, And then White Rabbit had the strength to give birth. The man who suddenly rushed into the pregnant woman behind him cheered her up skillfully. When Ning left the room and watched countless white rabbits enter the rooms of various pregnant women in an orderly manner, the pregnant woman's man followed along. Bai Shui was not good at pharmacology, but because she was in charge of the cafeteria, she attended the early class. The early class means that the class starts earlier, and all the cafeteria staff attend this class. The teaching content is no different from that of a normal elementary school, but because they still have to work, they start and end classes earlier. Bai Shui was working in the cafeteria when she suddenly heard from a colleague that someone's sister-in-law was about to give birth, so she rushed over to help. Neighbors come to help the White Rabbit tribe give birth, because most of the White Rabbit tribe knows some pharmacology. The transformation of a proturian into an animal state is beneficial to increasing the survival rate of the fetus and the pregnant woman, but it takes 3 days for a pregnant woman who has changed into an animal state to change back. So basically the newborns are taken care of by the fathers, so they have to enter the delivery room in advance and establish contact with the newborns. When Ning suddenly realized that there was such a rule, just as the two were chatting, the voice of the rabbit mother suddenly came from the room. Rabbit Zhang family, 8 babies, is your room enough? Rabbit Zhang, yes, yes, yes. Don't worry, oh my little darling. When Ning's eyes were bright, 8 babies in one birth. Then the voice of the rabbit mother came from upstairs. Rabbit Lin family, 7 babies. Okay, ha. Rabbit Li family, 9 babies. In a short period of time, the voices of the midwives were all shouting upstairs and downstairs. When Ning was confused, what kind of custom is this? Bai Shui threw the rag to the side and smiled with her hands covering her mouth. Lord, this is the way the white rabbits celebrate. In your continent, there are only 2 things that can make a race celebrate. One is the harvest, and the other is the birth of a newborn. In the past, everyone lived in a village. Rabbits would have several babies in each litter, and the breeding cycle of rabbits is short. They can get pregnant and give birth in less than a month. So counting the number of people has become the most troublesome thing for the tribe leader. As the tribe leader, he cannot enter every house to count the rabbits, so he waits outside the delivery room for the midwife to report the number. Over time, the rabbit mother habitually calls out the number of babies delivered. The tribe leader stands in the center of the village, and when he hears the shouting, he immediately takes out the family tree record. When Ning nodded. He had never seen it, but he was shocked. There are a total of 14 women giving birth today. Except for the first one who had a difficult birth. The others are fine, and the mother and child are safe. When Ning saw that everyone was immersed in the joy of the new life, and did not want to disturb this beautiful atmosphere, so he turned and walked downstairs. As soon as he left the apartment building, he saw the White Rabbit clan leader Bai Gu holding a notebook and writing something down. He was mumbling something. 8 rabbits from the Zhang family. 7. When Ning suddenly realized that he had really written it down here. Chapter 413. Lord. Seeing Wen Ning coming out, Bai Gu's eyebrows were flying with joy, and he walked forward in small steps to report. This time, a total of 97 newborns were born in the White Rabbit tribe. Wen Ning was a little surprised. There were only a dozen pregnant women, and they gave birth to nearly half of the current population of the White Rabbit tribe. Really, it was shocking. Wen Ning could only use this word to describe it. Bai Gu continued to report. There are 7 more pregnant women who will probably give birth tomorrow, and 12 pregnant women will give birth the day after tomorrow. Wen Ning was a little surprised, but he had long known the terrifying reproductive ability of rabbits, so Wen Ning did not show it, but calmly arranged it. Okay, reserve enough midwives for the rabbits, and they don't have to go to class for the time being. They will make up for it later. Oh, and the husbands of the women who gave birth will enjoy parental leave together. Okay. Bai Gu squinted his eyes happily, and the beard on his cheeks was trembling slightly. For the rabbit tribe, this is a big event that has not happened in decades. He never thought that he would be able to hear the voice of the midwife reporting the birth of a newborn again in his lifetime. He could also add the name of the newborn to this family tree. There were still so many. The Bright Territory was really a good place. The white rabbits were born with the instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. If they felt the pressure of survival, the first thing to reduce was population output. So this large-scale production was the best certification of the satisfaction of the Bright Territory's living environment. When Ning walked on the streets of the territory, and Mira spread the news of the newborns and the white rabbits throughout the school. It was time to go home from school, and because Bai Shui went to help, the canteen was delayed for half an hour to open for dinner. So everyone was waiting in front of the cafeteria, talking about the white rabbits. A lion man pulled his wife. The rabbits gave birth so soon. Wife, can we put this on the agenda? His wife rolled her eyes at him, dissatisfied. You haven't even graduated from the 3rd grade of elementary school. How can you raise a baby? Unexpectedly, the lion man's eyes lit up. Then it's a deal. As long as I can get a diploma in the exam tomorrow, we will. Hush, don't embarrass yourself. I want a 6th grade graduate from elementary school. Although the lion man felt a little wronged, he would not force it. Since his wife had a request, he would try his best to do it. Now he can only live in a 1-bedroom apartment, and he will definitely not be able to raise a baby. When he graduates from the 6th grade, the territory will be able to allocate a 2-bedroom apartment. Let's see how his wife will refuse. The people in the territory are all happy about the arrival of the newborn of the white rabbits. Even pregnant women among the cat tribe heard that the rabbit tribe had special midwives, and they all came to learn from them, hoping to ask them to help deliver babies. The rabbit ladies said that although they had never delivered babies for outsiders, they were willing to give it a try. When Ning came to the store and put coconut juice and primary physical potion on the table, Bai Shui got the news quickly. Everyone knew that there was a woman who was overnourished this time, causing the fetus to grow too big and the pregnant woman to have a difficult delivery. It was the coconut juice and physical potion that saved her. Almost all pregnant women ran to the store to buy these 2 potions, because everyone knew that the diet in the Bright Territory was excellent. The living standard rose sharply, and then the fetus was easily overnourished. It is better to be prepared. So the chaotic afternoon ended with 97 new lives in the Bright Territory. And the only one who was greatly shocked by this incident should be Mira. In the afternoon, when Ning and Mira patrolled the territory that was gradually returning to order. Seeing Mira's depressed look, when Ning teased, "Why, are you scared of giving birth?" Mira looked up and asked Wen Ning, "Lord, is it the same for you humans to give birth? All lives will be born?" Mira's question made Wen Ning stunned for a moment, and then he reacted. He didn't think that humans also gave birth to 8 babies at a time? Poochie. Each race is different. We humans usually give birth to only 1 child at a time, but there are also twins and the like. Mira pondered for a moment and said, "Then you can come to this world without competition?" Wen Ning was stunned again, combined with the reproduction method of the intelligent brain race, thought about it, and said to Mira, "Many races don't have to compete to be born, but Mira, we can't actively choose our fate, which leads to more competition after we are born." Seeing Mira's confused look, Wen Ning continued, "Whether it is the competition before birth or the competition after birth, we have one. That's why we met here, Mira." Mira still seemed to understand, looking back at the lion people, cat people and rabbit people who were walking together. She said with some envy, "But Mira also wants to go to school and play hand in hand with friends. Lord, you must choose a more lively galaxy for me. Mira feels that the intelligent brains have always lived too lonely." Mira suddenly said to Wen Ning with bright eyes. Wen Ning fell silent, with a struggle flashing in his eyes. After a long while, he slowly spoke. "Mira, if I can't fulfill the agreement between us, will you be angry?" Wen Ning bent down and looked at Mira's starry eyes, which drooped instantly, and the whole flying egg was surrounded by an indescribable sadness. "Alas." Wen Ning sighed and said softly, "I'm sorry. Mira suddenly looked up at Wen Ning. "Lord, is there any difficulty that you can't complete?" Wen Ning was stunned, and saw the understanding in Mira's eyes, and felt even more ashamed of his behavior of breaking his promise. But the fact is that she may not be able to complete it. Mira is not a player, and there is no need to hide all the secrets in front of her. What's more, Wen Ning has long regarded Mira as his friend. After nodding heavily, Wen Ning spoke with difficulty. So Mira entered this world, came to the Wasteland, became Wen Ning's helper, and a series of things. Mira got the answer from Wen Ning. "You mean, the world law here is something called a system, and this thing was created by you to save mankind? Then why can we contact it and put forward so many exchange conditions?" Wen Ning said, "In fact, it not only contacted you, but also the lion people, cat people, rabbit people, and white tigers. Their races have made deals with the system that I don't know about." "Deals you don't know about? But aren't you the creator?" Wen Ning smiled bitterly. "I am not the creator. The system has awakened its consciousness. I don't know when this rescue operation has been off track. Everything is carried out according to the system's algorithm deduction." Mira nodded. "I know this. We, the intelligent brain tribe, often also set a goal to achieve a goal and then constantly calculate during the behavior process. If behavioral deviation leads to deviation in the result, we will change our behavior to correct the deviation in the result. Then this system is quite similar to our intelligent brain tribe. Then can I talk to him? Mira asked in confusion. Wen Ning was stunned. Talk to whom? System? Chapter 414. Wen Ning responded, this depends on the system, but what do you want to talk about? Do you want to leave here? Mira shook her head immediately. No, I'm not leaving. I like it here. I just have some problems that I haven't figured out. Don't worry, Lord. Even if you can't help me, you have brought me a lot of happiness during this period. Staying here is Mira's choice. Mira likes life here very much. Perhaps Mira has found a solution. Wen Ning looked at Mira and saw that she was not angry, but happy. She was a little confused. But she respected Mira's choice. You can rest if you want in the future. I'm embarrassed to exploit you. Wen Ning smiled and patted Mira's head. How can friends be described as exploitation? I am used to the position of housekeeper. You don't know that the children in the territory like me very much and call me Lord Mira. Wen Ning could see that Mira was really enjoying it. The two smiled at each other. Player Wen Ning, please tell Mira that the system can talk to her. Wen Ning was stunned for a moment, and then told Mira about it. Mira ran away happily, as if she didn't want Wen Ning to hear the conversation. Wen Ning was very curious and secretly asked the system if he could listen in. The system ruthlessly rejected him. Mira didn't want to share it with the players. TSK, another secret that can't be told to me, okay. The two guys actually kept it secret from her. But Wen Ning couldn't do anything about them. I can only start from Mira after the conversation. No matter what decision Mira makes, Wen Ning will support it, but Wen Ning will not agree to some unequal transactions between her and the system. Without Mira, Wen Ning continued to patrol the territory, watching that everything in the territory has gradually returned to the order before the disaster. Outside the territory, the moat is being re-excavated and rebuilt, and the diameter and depth have doubled. The number of mutant piranhas may not be enough. Wen Ning put the matter of catching piranhas into the schedule. The weapon blacksmith shop on the city wall is working overtime, but without Xiaoji's help, Wen Ning cannot synthesize high-level weapons for the time being, and can only evenly distribute the existing high-level synthetic weapons on the city wall. Avoid places where the city defense combat power is insufficient. In addition to these, new yaoi flower seeds have been planted on the farm, and the orchard has been reopened. The livestock area has also been opened. The whole territory is a thriving scene. Oh! By the way, Wen Ning suddenly remembered something while walking. The first batch of students will be able to take the third grade exam tomorrow. I heard that it was quite exciting. After all, some people in the territory have no interest in studying and just want to get a third grade diploma to find a job. When Wen Ning thought of this, he found that his test paper had not been issued yet. How could I forget this important matter? After patting his forehead, Wen Ning walked back and entered the shelter. He pulled out a piece of white paper from the bookshelf, took a pen and started writing and drawing. Question 1. Which of the following creatures cannot be eaten? Mutated cows, piranhas, blue fire lizards, corrosive insects. Question 2. Rabbit Li's family gave birth to 8 babies today, Rabbit Zhang's family gave birth to 7 babies, and Rabbit Wan's family gave birth to 8 babies. Please ask, how many little rabbits did the 3 families give birth to in total? Question 3. The difficulty can be a little higher. An hour later, Wen Ning looked at the test paper in front of her with satisfaction. Well, very good, students should work hard. Prepare the test paper, and hand it to Mira when she comes back. She will make a copy, and take the test tomorrow. Mira is the invigilator, and no one dares to cheat under the 360-degree monitoring. Besides, students nowadays are still very innocent, and don't have such speculation ideas. At this time, Wen Ning's private message rang. Wen Ning opened it, and took a look. Administrator Group Chat. Harry, Wen Ning, I have already lobbied 2 territories to build alien territories together. Lu Yen, only my territory is willing, but they want to cooperate with the Treasure Pavilion? I feel that they are more interested in you. Xi and Darue, I have a force here, the European Union, and their main goal is to go against the Treasure Pavilion, so no one listens to me. Teacher Xi and Darue's tone was very lonely. These people were extremely selfish. Michelle, teacher, I'm inside the EU. Xi and Darue, what? God. Michelle, what are you doing? Michelle, I was wrong, teacher. I didn't think of Wen Ning. Forget it. I will try to work hard on the EU side, but it's best not to have too much hope. Michelle was inside, so she naturally knew that the entire EU was dormant, and it was very likely that the next step would be to target the Treasure Pavilion. Lu Yin. By the way, there are former colleagues in our territory who are still alive, but they don't have administrator privileges, so they have no memories. What should we do? Wen Ning looked at the lively discussion in the group, thought about it, and spoke. Wen Ning, I have 2 sub-territories that we can cooperate with. We don't need to rush to build alien territories. As long as we have more Lord orders in our hands, we can assign people to manage them. Lu Yen, I agree with this idea. Then we need to find a reason to gather these colleagues. Harry, yes, I have met a few of them here. I haven't recovered my memory before, so I'm still a stranger. It's really uncomfortable. Xi and Darue, Michelle, why are you doing this? Michelle, teacher, is your network not very good? Wen Ning, at the same time, you could absorb them into the territories you control. You could also become a sub-territory of the Bright Territory. Lu Yen, is your territory the territory of Yen country? Lu Yen, yes, the Lord is Xiao Wu. Wen Ning, It sounds familiar. Lu Yen, yes, it's the Xiao Wu who took pictures of your robot. Now Wen Ning remembered that several territories had photographed robots, and Xiao Wu was one of them. And he called Lin Zheng a kid, so he seemed to be a person of Lin Zheng's previous generation. Wen Ning, sure, we can chat privately later. Wen Ning, I think what we need to do now is, on the one hand, gather our colleagues and let them obtain more administrator privileges. If I am not mistaken, this administrator privilege can only be unlocked by the scientists on our spaceship. Wen Ning, on the other hand, fight for the Lord's order and the ruins' resources. Wen Ning, after the truth is revealed, not all humans will be willing to fight for the fire on the spacetime spaceship. Wen Ning, after experiencing so many bizarre things, maybe some people regard this place as reality, and reality as fantasy. Lu Yen, yes, after all, who doesn't want to live? As soon as these words came out, the chat channel fell silent instantly. Seeing that everyone was silent, Wen Ning sighed and exited the channel. Lu Yen privately chatted with Wen Ning. Lu Yen, Lord Zhao wants to see you. Meet her? Where? Lu Yen, he said that if your territory is not convenient, you can come to Zhao's territory. Wen Ning raised his eyebrows. Is this an open door to welcome her, or a superficial welcome, but actually trying to catch her in a trap? Wen Ning thought for a while and replied, Private chat channel. Tell him that I'm a little busy recently, and I will naturally find him when I'm done. Here, Lu Yan's cold and beautiful face was stunned for a moment. What are you busy with so mysteriously that you can't tell her? But Lu Yan didn't show too much expression. After all, Xiao Wu was sitting opposite her, waiting for her reply. What's wrong? She doesn't want to? Xiao Wu stared at Lu Yan with a pair of shrewd eyes. These eyes were so poisonous that they seemed to be able to see through Lu Yan's thoughts. Lu Yan, what are you busy with? You don't have time at all? Wen Ning, on the other side, received a call from 001 in his mind when he saw Lu Yan's words. Master, a water-repellent stone vein was found in the underwater ruins. Look, isn't there a job coming to you? Wen Ning, mining? After a brief reply, Wen Ning closed the chat history. He ran towards the underwater ruins. Chapter 415. Lu Yan was stunned for a moment, looking at the message sent from the other side. Mining? What kind of mines do you, the city lord, need to dig in person? But Lu Yan certainly won't continue to ask. She knew that Wen Ning was perfunctory to Xiao Wu, and Xiao Wu's cooperation this time was very purposeful. Of course, it could also be that seeing that Lin Zheng and Lu Shi's 2 territories were developing very well, he was in a hurry to get on board. But no matter what, the initiative was on Wen Ning's side. Lu Yan closed the chat channel and looked up at Xiao Wu, who was intimidating without anger. Lord, the boss of the treasure pavilion said that she has important things to do, and we can only contact her next time. Xiao Wu frowned and looked at the beautiful woman opposite with a scrutinizing look. The cooperation you mentioned, is it really proposed by her? Lu Yan was stunned, and then realized that Xiao Wu was talking about cooperating with the treasure pavilion on the alien territory. Smiled brightly. Of course, but Lord Zhao, you also know how many territories want to cooperate with the treasure pavilion now. Therefore, the reason why Wen Ning did not reply to the message is most likely that he has found a more suitable partner. Originally, Xiao Wu wanted to take advantage of the other party's desire for cooperation and put forward some conditions, but he forgot that there were 2 successful cases of Lu Shi and Lin Zheng before. Now their territories are like cabbages in the field, waiting for Wen Ning to pick them one by one. How can he have the qualifications to say anything? Xiao Wu thought of the weapons and robots that Lin Zheng showed off in front of him. He snorted coldly. Finally, he let go. Lu Yan, you can make any request you want. The cooperation with the treasure pavilion must be facilitated, even if it costs some money. Lu Yin felt amused when she heard this. This old fox finally lost face. Lu Yin was not polite, and took out a piece of paper from her backpack, on which was a list of 3 people. Xiao Wu took it, and saw that they were all territory players. Lu Yin raised her eyes in confusion and explained, "I will take these people to the ruins." Without saying the purpose, Lu Yin waited leisurely for Xiao Wu's response. Xiao Wu saw that Lu Yin was well prepared. He stroked his beard and pretended to think for a while. He nodded in response. "Okay, the 4 of you, plus Nana's team, will have a higher safety factor." Lu Yin did not object. Xiao Wu was protecting in public, but actually monitoring. But it didn't matter, as long as these scientists got the administrator privileges. "Then I leave first if there's nothing else." Lu Yin got up and left the meeting room. Xiao Wu closed his eyes and pondered for a while, then called Xiao Nana through the private chat channel. "How big is the mineral vein?" Wen Ning hurried to the site of the underwater ruins. 001 handed over a transparent stone with a flashing light. Wen Ning took it. The blue stone was cool to the touch, and the size of a palm. 001 had already made way for the hole in front of him. Wen Ning looked out, and was immediately struck by the beauty of the scene in front of him. The mining robot dug out a mine hole of about 10 cubic meters. Because the light inside was dim, the light of the water-repellent stone was brighter. The blue light flickered alternately. Wen Ning's first reaction was, "I'm rich. I'm really rich. If she finds this mineral vein, her plan for an underwater territory can be realized." 001, go all out to mine the water-repellent stones here. "Okay, master." The rest of the work was handed over to 001. Wen Ning used the materials for upgrading the territory to make robots after returning. The territory has now expanded tenfold, and many facilities cannot keep up. Upgrading the territory at this time is simply not worth the loss. In addition, her population has not yet exceeded 500. If it is upgraded to a level 5 territory, the management value will not be able to hold up. It's about time. We can explore the ruins. At 3 p.m., Wen Ning rode a centaur, and appeared in the Dawn Forest with 001. This is the most reasonable way to use time. After the disaster update, many secret realms, ruins and time and space channel teleportation points appeared in the Dawn Forest. At first, the players praised the system for being so good, so that all players had the opportunity to explore. But after entering these teleportation arrays, the players were shocked to realize that the system was a piece of shit. There was no distinction between the 3 at all. It was all up to luck to enter which one. And after the system prompts, after entering the spacetime channel, during the player's mission, the spacetime channel will remain open, and the opposite race can directly enter through the spacetime channel. Except humans. Wen Ning asked the system about this question, and the system's answer was that the humans on those planets were not the humans that Wen Ning knew. It can be said that they just look like humans, but their gene sequences are not exactly the same. Perhaps it is more appropriate to describe them as aliens, with a higher degree of differentiation. Wen Ning was driving on the road, and the Dawn Forest area shown on the subway was now a scorched earth. The disaster just ended in the early hours of last night. After a day of ecological recovery, the morning forest has grown many tender green buds. And the growth is gratifying. Wen Ning looked at the plants that grew 1 centimeter in a few minutes, and sighed that the speed was faster than the plants in her farm. However, the scorched earth environment also has its advantages. Wen Ning entered the first teleportation array unimpeded. "I hope I can go to Huzi's parents to pick them up." Wen Ning expected it to be a time and space channel. He put away the centaur, and disappeared on the spot. After a burst of fog, the player has discovered the secret realm. The player has entered the secret realm. Tip: there is no time limit for exploring the secret realm. Players can freely choose the exit time. Death in the secret realm will be regarded as game death. The player is detected to be carrying a pet. Please note that the pet will fall into a sleeping state if it dies in the secret realm. The upper limit of the backpack in the secret realm is open to infinity. Secret realm? Not bad. Wait. Is there someone? Wen Ning was quite happy to hear about the secret realm. Unexpectedly, as soon as the system notification sounded, he heard someone talking outside. Wen Ning immediately became alert, and took out the crystal blade from his backpack. The fog gradually dissipated. Wen Ning looked at the scene in front of him, and was stunned. It was a large forest, and Wen Ning appeared at the edge of the forest. The fog dissipated, and 2 people appeared in front of Wen Ning. At this time, they were desperately chopping down the trees in front of them with axes. Seeing Wen Ning suddenly appear, the 2 were stunned. They looked at each other. One of the players shouted behind him, "Boss!" Another competitor is coming. A rough voice came from the woods. Hurry up and chop. The two turned around and glared at Wen Ning fiercely. The meaning was self-evident. We occupy this forest, don't try to steal it. Wen Ning's mouth twitched slightly. Chapter 416. It is unknown how big the secret map is. Currently, only this forest can be seen. On the map, only a small corner is opened, a light green area. Wen Ning then walked into the forest. The two players saw that Wen Ning not only did not leave, but instead came towards the forest. They immediately threatened fiercely. Hey! We have occupied this forest. I advise you not to get involved. Don't think we don't hit women. Wen Ning glanced at the two people with a cold look. The two people were immediately dissatisfied when they saw Wen Ning's attitude. They were about to come up while cursing. They rolled up their sleeves while walking. TSK, I really don't understand what you women think. The owner of the treasure pavilion is low-key because he wraps it like a black dumpling. You guys who follow the trend, you have the appearance of others, but not the strength of others. The two sang in unison, as if they could scare Wen Ning away like this. Wen Ning saw the two people getting closer and closer, and the smell of not taking a bath for 3 days hit him in the face. I couldn't help but wrinkle my nose. Because she had been wearing all black recently, she changed to a low-key style. She changed from all black to all gray. Do these two people think Wen Ning is pretending to be Wen Ning? A flash of disdain flashed across Wen Ning's eyes. His fingers moved slightly. The two walked forward while mocking. They looked down on Wen Ning, and didn't even take out a good weapon. They came over with a small pistol. Why don't you get out? I'm telling you. If you don't. Ah! Kung! 012 appeared in front of Wen Ning out of thin air, with a pair of eyes flashing with murderous red light. The crystal blade in his hand fell, and the opponent's small pistol instantly fell to the ground and broke into 2 sections. The cut flashed with burning red light, and a burning smell came into the two people's noses. You. The two players were frightened to the ground in an instant. One player was incoherent and couldn't speak a complete sentence. The other player was still rational and realized the other party's identity in an instant. This is not an impersonation. This is obviously the real thing. Hide, shopkeeper, we didn't recognize you. I didn't recognize you, spare my life. This line is well memorized. You must have been pressed to the ground by others often, right? Wen Ning walked out from 012, who looked about 2.5 meters tall. Wen Ning looked very petite next to him. This sense of shock was invincible, and the two players didn't dare to resist at all. They didn't even have the thought of resisting. Didn't you say that this place was occupied by you? Wen Ning asked leisurely. No. We are just talking nonsense. Now that you are here, this place is yours. Wen Ning sneered. Although these two were a little cunning, this was the way of survival in the Wasteland continent. There was nothing to blame. Wen Ning didn't have time to deal with them. Seeing that the two were trembling with fear, he stopped making things difficult for them. Isn't this what an ordinary would? Ordinary wood shouldn't be so protective of them. The two players were shocked. The other party had never chopped this wood before, but they knew it was not simple. It was worthy of being the one who had dominated the list for a long time. The two nodded their heads like garlic pounding, and stammered in response. This wood is called iron wood, and it can be used to make many weapons for defending the city. Wen Ning's eyes lit up slightly. Iron wood? Isn't that something that appears in the Lord Trial mission? It seems that the system has really invested a lot of money, and directly moved all the ironwood here. Soon, Wen Ning looked at this forest differently. You know, ironwood is not only harder than ordinary wood, but also far ahead of ordinary wood in terms of toughness and strength. The most important thing is that with ironwood, Wen Ning doesn't need Xiaoji to synthesize wood. It is reasonable to use limited energy on more precious materials. Wen Ning, who had set his sights on this ironwood forest, asked again. How big is this forest? I don't know. We sent people to check it out, but they didn't see the end in 2 hours. We speculated that there might be a primeval forest inside. And it's all this kind of wood. Seeing that there was no murderous intent around Wen Ning, the two players stopped talking. Wen Ning nodded. Looking at the two players with a slanted eye, they were still honest. So he said in a good mood. Then I chop a few more. Is there anything wrong with that? No, that's not what you said. We were just too greedy. There are so many that we can't chop them all. Well, you can go now. Wen Ning's tone did not change. He was not angry, nor did he threaten. The two players were stunned. What? He actually let them go, seeing that Wen Ning was not joking. The two quickly got up and went into the woods, fearing that Wen Ning would regret it. Wen Ning looked at the backs of the two people fleeing in panic, and couldn't help but feel funny. But now is not the time to worry about these. There are so many ironwoods here, plus unlimited backpacks. Wen Ning is ready for a long-term battle. With a wave of his hand, 100 logging robots appeared. Oh, I should have brought more if I had known. This time, Wen Ning only brought 40 war robots, 100 logging robots, 100 miners, and 50 transport robots. At that time, I thought that no matter whether it was a ruin, a secret realm, or a time-space channel, the main point was not to let go of anything I saw, and to empty everything if I could. Unexpectedly, there was a whole primeval forest waiting for her here. 100 not enough. Wen Ning said in a calm voice, all these woods, let's start. Wen Ning walked to a relatively flat place next to him, and took out a recliner. He lay down, watched the 100 logging robots spread out instantly, took out the electric saw from the toolbox, and then started cutting frantically. This toolbox was modified by Mira, which improved a lot of efficiency, and was very easy to use. Then, 100 logging robots started at the same time, and the trees in front of them fell down with a bang. Then the transport robots were dispatched to pick up all the scattered wood on the ground and transported them to Wen Ning. Wen Ning only needed to raise his hand to put batches of wood into his backpack. Congratulations on obtaining Ironwood *34. Congratulations on obtaining Ironwood *21, system, close the prompt. His ears were quiet, and Wen Ning looked at the busy robots in front of him leisurely. 012 stood beside Wen Ning, a little nervous. This was the first time he left 001 and performed a mission alone with Wen Ning. His thinking system had not yet fully awakened, but he still understood simple emotions. For example, just now, although Wen Ning's tone was not good, 012 did not feel that Wen Ning was angry. So he did not kill those two people. Wen Ning felt the tension of 012 beside him, and spoke in a gentle voice. Don't be so nervous. If you don't understand, you can stop thinking about it, or just ask me directly. Okay, master. 012's eyes rolled. Asked Wen Ning. My hero, those two people just wanted to kill you, why? Weren't you angry? Wen Ning was stunned. Those two people just now were more of a threat, and of course, there was a trace of greed, but no killing intent. 012's mind is not mature yet, he can only sense malice, but can't be further divided. For this question, the explanation is too profound, 012 may not understand it. So Wen Ning changed his way. 012, the rule of this world is life and death, but when you are strong, you can choose kindness. When you are stronger, you can also overturn this rule. Because you have personality, you have awakened your consciousness, which is also a way to overturn the system's control over you. So just treat me as a kind person. 012's eyes turned into snowy eyes, but fortunately he figured it out after more than 10 seconds. But master, who is the system? Chapter 417. This. Wen Ning had no way to explain this matter, because the system warned her in her mind. Wen Ning could only say something in a mysterious way. You will understand it later. 012 seemed to understand, but 001 said that he just needed to listen to the master. Less why. 012 also understood the next question, and the master was afraid that it would be difficult to answer, so he became quiet. Wen Ning reached out and took away another batch of iron wood. Looking at the 20 or 30 people coming out of the woods in the distance, she raised her eyebrows. The two players she had just let go followed a player wearing a crocodile leather coat and black sunglasses. Behind him was a player with 2 Desert Eagle pistols on his thighs and a short rifle in his hand. A group of people rushed out of the woods aggressively, and were stunned when they saw the huge scene of more than 100 robots working. But their steps only paused for a moment before rushing towards Wen Ning. Oh! The flood washed away the Dragon King Temple. Shopkeeper, I'm sorry, my 2 little brothers didn't recognize you. The leading player bared his big white teeth, his face as bright as a flower. Shopkeeper is a respectful title for Wen Ning on the World Channel. Because so far, only a few administrators know Wen Ning's real name. The player wearing crocodile skin put the short sword in his hand into the backpack and stopped the team 10 meters away from Wen Ning. He then walked up in small steps. Shopkeeper, thank you for not killing me. I hope you will accept this little thing. Then, a pile of ironwood appeared in front of Wen Ning. Li smiled and put all the ironwood they had just cut in front of Wen Ning. We cut some ironwood, which may not please you, but it is a token of our appreciation to apologize to you. Wen Ning saw that this man was quite self-conscious. He turned his head to look at his teammates. They were staring at his logging robot eagerly. After a look, Wen Ning turned his gaze back to Li's face. Which territory are you from? Li grinned. Wen Ning was willing to talk to him, which meant that he really didn't care about this matter. It's a small base. Where is the territory from? It would be great if the store could recommend it. This man was not hypocritical. His apology was genuine, and his thoughts were clearly on his face. He didn't play tricks. When Ning's favorability towards him increased a little, the team members behind him stopped where they were asked to. Although they looked around, they didn't do anything behind their backs. Looking at Wen Ning's robot, although they drooled, they didn't have any other thoughts. Looking at Li He again, he was wearing a leather jacket, and looked exaggerated, but he didn't smell. He looked exaggerated, but he was neat and tidy. There was a faint smell coming from the team members behind him. He asked the team members to wait behind, probably because of this factor. Overall, he was smooth, careful, and not too greedy. Wen Ning didn't answer him directly, but just said that he would think about it. Li He smiled and asked Wen Ning to accept Taimu. Wen Ning was not hypocritical. I heard you say this is a primeval forest? Yes, there is a big one behind. Well, since it is a secret place, we don't have any conflict of interest, so we can rely on our own abilities. Li He automatically interpreted this sentence as Wen Ning agreeing that they should also cut trees here. His eyes immediately lit up, knowing that asking for anything more would be asking for more. He immediately thanked him happily, and took his people to another place to cut trees. It's quite interesting. Wen Ning continued to collect Taimu, and estimated that he had collected about 10,000 units. He stood up and stretched. TSK, there should be more than one kind of supplies here, right? The map was gray, and Wen Ning certainly would not spend all his time on Taimu. After thinking about it, he couldn't stay too far away from these logging robots. The matter of opening the map had to be left to Hu Zi. He waved his hand, and Hu Zi and Xiao Jin appeared. Roar! Mom, you finally remembered me. I was almost suffocating. Yeah. I was suffocating. Wen Ning looked at Xiao Jin with a smile. Two little guys, I give you a chance to level up. Boy, take your brothers to open the map, and remember to tell me when you see resources. Roar! Alright. With two swishes, the three little ones ran over with a roar. It happened to run past the forest where Li's team was. Ah! Boss! Tiger! The tiger that roared past scared a group of people. Li looked closely, and found that this was the store owner's pet. Don't talk nonsense. I come and eat you if I hear you. That's it. Let's get started. The players around him took out their axes, and started chopping. The two players who had just contradicted Wen Ning asked dissatisfiedly. Boss, we brothers chopped for more than an hour to get these ironwoods, and you gave them all to the store owner. Those old robots don't care about us at all. Don't you feel a little bit wronged? Li He's eyes widened, and he reached out and slapped him on the forehead. Wronged? Who did I blame? Isn't it you two troublemakers? Then we just scare her. Yes, she doesn't care anymore, right? Li He grabbed the ears of the two people, and they screamed in pain. Yes, you two are smart. You two can be the boss. I'm telling you, everyone, keep your guard up, and don't have any ideas about the store's robots. My brother and I took you in, and each of us has been tested. Tell me, in any disaster, have I ever given up on any of you? The people present shook their heads. Although our base is small, isn't this opportunity here? I believe that the store owner will definitely be able to see our shining points. Also, who hasn't taken a shower? Just now, you almost smoked the store owner by standing so far away. Go back and reflect on it. Did you hear me? I heard you. Get to work. The players turned and rushed to the ironwood in front of them. There was no other way. Their base was seriously damaged in this disaster. These ironwoods can at least improve the defense of the base by several levels after being transported back. Li He is already prepared to stay here for a year. Anyway, there is no time limit for exploration here, and the time to go out is still 4 p.m. There are no mutant beasts here, so they follow the store owner's robot army. The safety factor is very good. This is also one of the reasons why Li He went to apologize. With a good attitude, the store owner does not dislike him. He can cling to the big tree of the store owner. The store owner eats meat, and he only needs to drink some soup. Since the store owner can also come in this place, it means that other players are likely to come in. Their number is not enough to fill the gaps between the teeth of some high-level players. Li He was a little worried. He was afraid that his choice was wrong, and he would kill his brothers in vain. Hurry up and get 1,000, and then we will retreat. After thinking it over again and again, Li He decided not to be too greedy. In the corner, a red light scanned the area, and then the red light gradually went out. The whole thing disappeared on the spot. Chapter 418. After taking back the detection drone, Wen Ning saw the purpose of Li He and his team. He didn't pay too much attention to them. These people didn't have any bad intentions and knew their limits. They weren't that annoying. Half an hour later, the forest in front of Wen Ning had basically been sawed clean. Wen Ning dragged his stool and followed the robot army deeper into the forest. Li He and his team were not far from Wen Ning's team. The two sides really relied on each other's abilities and didn't bother each other. At the entrance of the secret realm, more than a dozen figures descended. They were all small teams. As soon as they appeared, they saw the mess on the scene. Wow! Are we at a logging site? The sounds of chopping and sawing would continue to be heard in the forest. The atmosphere was tense when the troops landed. Seeing the scene in front of them, and the sawdust on the ground, they instantly forgot what they should do. Everyone. How about we also? Since we are all yin people, we won't do these empty things in the secret realm. Everyone disperse, and don't disturb each other. The rest of the people hit it off. Let's go this way. Let's go this way. The two teams went in the direction of Li He and Wen Ning's robot respectively. The remaining team looked left and right, and randomly found a scattered direction to go. Wen Ning was leisurely eating melon seeds, and 012 suddenly said in his ear, "Master, someone is approaching." Wen Ning raised his eyes and glanced outside the woods, his eyelids drooping lazily, looking a little sleepy. The mind activated the detection drone just reserved. Seeing the situation outside clearly, "It's okay, some players have come in. They are not causing any trouble, so we don't need to care. As long as they don't plan to attack her logging robot, it's fine." Hearing this, 012 stood up again, but the infrared scan was already turned on, ready for battle. On Li He's side, a younger brother hurriedly ran to Li He. Boss! Several more teams have come in." Li He stood up instantly after hearing this. What? What is the other party's configuration? There are 3 teams in total, each with 5 or 6 people, and I didn't see what weapons they have. All are yin people. TSK, why are there so many people in this secret realm today? Let the brothers gather their formation, move in groups of 2, and whistle immediately if there is any situation. Li He felt a little relieved, and the teams were not afraid. What's more, there is a big Buddha next to him. If there is a conflict, he will shamelessly ask for help. The store owner should not refuse. This group of brothers must be brought back. It doesn't matter if the things are lost. Li He was a little confused. Last time he and his elder brother went to a secret place, there was no one there. How come there are several waves of people coming and going in this secret place today, just when Li He was worried? His subordinates came back to report. "Boss! There are more people. There are several large groups of people, and they look like foreigners." Foreigners? Yes, at least 40 or 50. Li He immediately opened the map, waited, and gave an order. "Let's go into the forest, and go to the exit in the north. This location should be a fixed entrance. It's not good to stay. At this speed someone might come soon." In order to avoid conflict, Li He decided to take a step back. Each secret realm has 3 exits. They had just detected an exit in the north, so if they didn't go now, when would they? These people probably wouldn't be able to find it for a while. Just go. Just as Li He and his group were leaving, there was a sudden noise in the woods next to them. Who? Li He took out his weapon reflexively. Seeing Wen Ning, cold sweat instantly fell. "Shopkeeper, you scared me to death." Wen Ning looked at his wolfish face, and couldn't help but be curious. "What's wrong? I scared you like this? I just heard that you found another exit." Li He put away his weapon, and Wen Ning and 012 went straight through the team. The players next to him naturally made way. "Yes, the exit in the north. Shopkeeper, want to go with us?" Wen Ning naturally knew that there were some annoying people outside, and whose he happened to be in the north. "It's okay to go with Li He. Can I?" Of course. Li He couldn't ask for more. Although Wen Ning was alone, everyone on the World Channel knew it. One store owner was equal to an army. With Wen Ning, the safety factor shouldn't be too high. Li He instantly felt that his worries were unnecessary. With the store owner, what else could she not solve, especially in terms of force? Li He immediately rubbed his hands excitedly. Wen Ning raised his eyelids. "Let's go." The team set off into the woods. After a while, a group of players gradually appeared at the original place. They were all blonde and blue-eyed players. The team dispersed and started logging. Michel took a piece of wood and studied it. Another male player stepped forward and poked Michel's shoulder with a sword in his hand. "Hey Michel, why don't you let us kill those yin people? Are you afraid?" Michel didn't even bother to look at this man, and her tone was flat. They are freed lumberjacks. Why kill them now? Billy, I used to think you were bad, but I didn't expect that you were bad and stupid. You? Billy looked fierce, and the sword in his hand was about to be raised again. Michelle glanced at him lightly. Please don't point the sword I made at me, or you will take the position of the commander-in-chief? The light tone made Billy blush, and dared not say another word. Several players beside him stepped forward and dragged Billy away with a smile. Billy was really unconvinced, and said something from his mouth. Who knows what means he used to become the commander-in-chief? The Lord must have taken the wrong medicine. Michelle didn't care about him at all. After the disaster, the administrator meeting decided to minimize conflicts, even if it was a mob like Billy. It would be better to let him die on the battlefield against the Zerg. This is a worthy death. There are less than 400 million human players left. The population of the mechanical tribe that invaded at the beginning was 1/3 of the total population of Blue Star, which is more than 2 billion. They also sought cooperation with the Zerg. The data given by the system showed that the Zerg can grow to 10 billion in a short period of time. So now every player is precious. So this is the real reason why Michelle didn't let Billy kill the Yen country players. Of course, it can't be said directly, because the entire EU forces regard Yen country as a thorn in the eye and a thorn in the flesh, especially the Treasure Pavilion forces. Michelle also has a headache. There are several Yen country teams at the entrance now. He can only think of a way to take the team away. Let's go north. Master Michel, what if these Yen people run away after we leave? Michel's eyes were calm, but his words were irresistible. The exit is right here. Do you think they can run away? Chapter 419. Wen Ning, who had the same goal as Michel, was following Li He to the north. Along the way, Li He was eloquent and told many interesting stories that Wen Ning had never heard of. Wen Ning laughed from time to time. From the bottom of her heart, she felt that Li He was a bit interesting. The team of more than 20 people successfully went deep into the forest in the north. Wen Ning also wanted to reduce conflicts between players. She originally wanted to persuade Li He to go with her, but she didn't expect Li He to be a smart man and had made 2 preparations. He even found out the location of the exit. Wen Ning followed them north, and could also provide some protection along the way. After all, the number of players is decreasing day by day. If this continues, the hope of mankind will become increasingly slim. This is the ending that Wen Ning least wants to see. However, the chat channel cannot be used in the secret realm, so as long as she and Michelle don't meet, they will not know that they have entered the same secret realm. But now both of them thought so, and they ended up in the same place, leading the team to the north. Wen Ning and his team walked for nearly 3 hours, and were about to reach the exit that Li He mentioned. Shopkeeper, the exit is about 1 kilometer away. Li He had told Wen Ning the coordinates of the exit on the way. Wen Ning checked the map at this time, and the coordinates were slowly becoming clear. That was why Hu Zi and Xiao Jin were rushing to the exit. When the team was about 800 meters away from the exit, Hu Zi suddenly contacted Wen Ning. Roar! Mom! There are mutants here. Mutants? What Hu Zi could call a mutant was at least a carnivore, a fierce one. Otherwise, Hu Zi would just call them food for me. Roar! It's a wolf pack. Wolf pack? Hu Zi sent another message. There are about 30 of them. Wen Ning's eyes became brighter, and he quickly looked through his backpack. Fortunately, he brought them out. Wen Ning suddenly tilted his head, and looked at Li He with sparkling eyes. Li He was suddenly stared at by Wen Ning, and he was still staring at him straight. He touched his face a little uncomfortably. Although there are still many people on Blue Star who praise him for being handsome. Of course, he is also a flower in the base. But, do you need a pet? Li He was stunned, and his cheeks burned instantly. How could he be so narcissistic that he thought the store owner thought he was handsome? Without waiting for Li He's answer, Wen Ning turned around and asked others. Do you need pets? Do you want pets? I do need them, and I would like them. But, I don't have any. Okay, that's fine. Wen Ning stretched out his hand, and waved out 30 war robots. He automatically ignored the players' words. Instantly, dozens of silver lights flew out. The players were all stunned. It was the first time they saw Wen Ning summon robots directly, and it was so fast that they were dizzy. Before they could see what was happening, there were waves of wolf howls coming from the front. Boss Wolf? Why do I hear huskies howling? Wen Ning curled his lips. He was being beaten up, so he was howling like a husky. In just a few minutes, the howls in front disappeared. Wen Ning approached with Li He and others. The war robots stood in a row on the left and right, and there was a large mutant wolf at each foot. Hu Zi and Xiao Jin and Xiao Jin sniffed one by one. When they saw Wen Ning coming, they roared to say hello. Wen Ning checked with the monster encyclopedia and found that these mutant wolves were actually intermediate mutant animals. They had a claw skill. They were much more powerful than ordinary mutant wolves. But here, these attributes could not be sent out for Li He to check. Wen Ning turned around and said to them, "Pick one, these mutant wolves are all intermediate level." A group of people were immersed in the beauty of a large group of robots, and their saliva was almost flowing out. Wen Ning saw this and directly took the robot back, and then asked 012 to take Hu Zi to explore nearby. "Hey, I came back to my senses." Li He came back to his senses and remembered the intermediate mutant wolf that Wen Ning mentioned, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Looking at the size of this mutant wolf, you can tell that it is extraordinary, but how much does this intermediate one cost? As loyal fans of the Treasure Pavilion, they have squatted every auction of the Treasure Pavilion. Although I can't afford it, I am happy to see it. Thinking of the pets auctioned in the Treasure Pavilion last time, they all started at least 100,000 or 200,000. Then these. Li He was a little hesitant. Wen Ning didn't want to make much money from them, but it was impossible for him to do it for free. After thinking about the prices, he finally said, 50,000 survival points for a pet is already very cheap for a mid-level pet, plus the 100% success rate of taming. You can tame it immediately after buying it, and then you can participate in the battle immediately. In the secret realm, the strength is directly improved by a large margin. Li He and the others were a little hesitant at first, but they immediately raised their eyes when they heard Wen Ning's words. "Shopkeeper, can I buy too?" Wen Ning was stunned. Didn't she just say she had no money? Was she cheated? Li He quickly explained, "I want to bring one for my elder brother. There are 30 in total, enough for 24 of us." "So that's the case." Wen Ning nodded, and said she had no objection. Now players came forward to buy. Although he was a player in a small base, he had been playing the game for so long that he could definitely get 100,000 survival points. It's just that it's not worth it if he had to empty his family's savings all at once. Everyone accepted the price of 50,000. Although the trading channel and chat channel could not be opened in the secret realm. But Wen Ning had asked the system to lock the survival points in their backpacks, and they would be automatically deducted from her when they left the secret realm, so that they would not escape the bill. Among them, 6 players, including Li He, said they would bring a pet for their friends. Wen Ning also agreed, and the system locked the 100,000 survival points in their backpacks. Then, Li He and others followed the system prompts to tame and awaken their pets. After a while, the Wolf King woke up first, that is, Li He's. His body size is slightly larger than the others, but it is not obvious. What is obvious is his temperament. A kind of temperament of a leader. Because this group of wolves is a wolf pack, they can also fight as a team under the command of their master. They are much more powerful than ordinary pets fighting alone. This is exactly what Li He wants. A group of people thanked Wen Ning profusely. Wen Ning waved his hand. This is not a difficult task. All the wolves woke up, but they were unusually quiet. They have improved their abilities and combat effectiveness, and the possibility of survival will be higher. Moreover, Wen Ning was willing to accept such people into her own sub-territory, but she did not show it. When the time comes, it will be established and the application list will be sent. After solving this problem, Wen Ning looked at the exit in front of him. Asked, "Are you going out or exploring further?" Li He was about to answer. A gunshot was heard behind him. Chapter 420. Bang! When the gunshot sounded, Wen Ning reacted instantly, and turned around to reveal a crystal blade in his hand. He swung it upwards and blocked Li He. Kung! The crystal blade accurately blocked the flying bullet, and then fell down. Wen Ning looked at the group of people pouring out of the woods with cold eyes. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect to meet in-country players here, Michelle. These people must not be let go again. Wen Ning was stunned when he heard Michelle's name, and turned his head to meet Michelle's eyes. There was also shock in his eyes, but he quickly calmed down. The two sides looked at each other, and pretended not to know each other. Billy just heard the wolf howl, and rushed over here. At this time, seeing that these players actually had a pet, he was immediately jealous. Humph! These people are really not picky. They even accepted such an ugly and fat wolf. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! They can't just eat it. The EU players laughed at Li He and his pets mercilessly. Li He and the others had murderous eyes. They had no intention of clashing with these players. But they insulted the pets that the store helped them catch. This is intolerable. Billy looked at these players with extremely poor equipment and showed a hint of ridicule. Poor. These people combined were not enough for a team to kill, except for the little guy in the middle. They were neither male nor female, and it was difficult to tell whether they were male or female. They were wearing armor whose material could not be seen through. In Billy's eyes, they were strong on the outside but weak on the inside, and they were just pretending to be powerful. Wen Ning exchanged a few glances with Michelle, and roughly understood what was going on. These should be the players in the EU territory that Michelle mentioned. They are also the organization that regards the Treasure Pavilion as their mortal enemy. They are really arrogant. Wen Ning sent a message to 012, and Hu Zi in her mind. There is no need to come back for such a small matter, she can handle it herself. Billy was even more proud when he saw that the other party didn't say a word. Michelle, you just said that the players at the entrance can't be killed, so what about these? These players are obviously full and ready to quit. Billy's mouth showed a bloodthirsty smile. Hee, just right, the backpack must be full. But sorry, I will inherit your legacy soon. The players in the EU have seen the ironwood that was chopped down just now, thinking that it must be this group of players who did it. The eyes looking at them were full of greed, like wolves. Michelle's indifferent expression did not change, because he knew Wen Ning could solve it. But he was afraid that Wen Ning would kill. Michelle still reminded him, Billy, idiot, I hope you can understand that whatever you end up like is your own fault. Michelle had seen Wen Ning's actions. With sympathy in his eyes, he looked at Billy, who was immersed in his pride. Billy looked at Michelle with a sinister look, as if he had caught his pigtail. He shouted loudly, Michelle, don't forget what we came out for. We can't kill a group of players when we meet them. We can't kill a group of players when we meet them. When we return to the territory, I will report to the Lord what you did today truthfully. Michelle closed her eyes helplessly, thinking, it's good that you can go back. The EU players around him also looked at Michelle inexplicably. I always feel that Michelle has been too kind recently. There is a feeling of indecision. The players looked at Michelle with suspicion, and no one noticed Wen Ning on the opposite side. He suddenly took out a pistol and pulled the trigger. Bang! The next second, Billy felt a pain in the back of his head, and then he lost all consciousness. The players looked at the scene in front of them with horror in their eyes. Because in their field of vision, the gunshot sounded too suddenly. Everyone subconsciously retracted their necks. No one thought that a group of surrounded players would kill Billy in front of so many people without asking for mercy, or in such an extremely brutal way. They saw Billy's head exploded directly in front of everyone. It was like a watermelon bursting at high temperature. The red blood mixed with white plasma, under the action of the bullet, mixed evenly in the container of the head. Then the skull shattered into pieces, and pink slurry splashed all over the surrounding people. Ah! Some people couldn't help but scream. Some people retched with nausea. Some people trembled and dared not touch the pink thing on their cheeks. Fear spread in their hearts. Wen Ning calmly blew the smoke from the muzzle of the gun, and patted Li's tense shoulders, signaling him to relax. Momentum cannot be lost. Wen Ning walked out from behind Li, with a unique gun, and the bullets just used were explosive bullets made of rubies. Wen Ning called it the art of killing. Normally, I think it's a bit too cruel to use it to kill mutant beasts. Today, it's just right to kill a chicken to scare the monkey. At this time, the players on the opposite side were in a state of panic, looking at the gun in Wen Ning's hand. Wherever he pointed, the players there were afraid to look directly. Wen Ning sneered. Just now, he exchanged glances with Michelle, and confirmed that the player named Billy was the one who provoked the dispute. Wen Ning shot him directly without any hesitation. At this time, looking at the group of players, who were scared silly, she was very satisfied. TSK, if you can't use a gun, don't play. These are finally quiet. It's quiet forever. Wen Ning's leisurely voice brought all the EU players present back to their senses. Li and others also relaxed, and kept shouting in their hearts, how handsome. Billy's companions came back to their senses, and looked at Billy's miserable death. They immediately started to take out their weapons. You? You killed Billy. I want to kill. Wen Ning put the gun in his hand against his forehead, and looked up at the player, who was about 1.9 meters tall. He looked up, but his momentum directly stepped on the player. The tone was lazy. What did you say? The 1.9 meter tall player was sweating, and didn't dare to move his weapon. On his forehead, there was an infrared laser aimed at his forehead. Behind Wen Ning, 50 war robots appeared out of thin air, each holding an identical work of art in Wen Ning's hand. Wen Ning used this method to scare many people, but there was no way, it was too useful. The same gun was now aimed at every player on the opposite side. Even Michelle was not spared, and there was an extra red dot on his forehead. She signaled to the EU players that she had found the leader of this group. The scene of Billy's death just now began to replay in her mind. The more it played, the more real it became. After all, the pink on his face, and the smell of blood next to his nose had not disappeared. The players threw their weapons on the ground one after another, not daring to say a word. When Ning winked behind him, and he reacted instantly, calling a few people to come forward and collect all the weapons. Michelle was also pointed at by a gun at this time, and he looked at Wen Ning with a calm look. There was a trace of confusion. Wen Ning returned a reassuring look. She had no interest in the lives of these players, just scaring them would be enough. After collecting the weapons, Wen Ning asked playfully, "Are you still seeking revenge?" The 1.9-meter tall player in front of him had collapsed to the ground, and his height was instantly reversed from Wen Ning's. But he did not dare to look up at Wen Ning. All the players shook their heads, and the cold sweat on their faces almost flew away. "Okay, I let you go. Remember to say good things to the EU when you go back. We are easy to get along with in the treasure pavilion, unlike you who go out and fight and kill. Also, I remember the faces of each of you. If I see you again wearing this skin, what will happen to you?" Wen Ning didn't finish, but everyone trembled unconsciously. She was really a member of the treasure force, but they were not enough. Wen Ning's goal was achieved, and there was no point in threatening again. So he made way and let these players go to the exit. At this moment, Michelle suddenly spoke. "Wait a minute." Chapter 421. When the dejected players heard Michelle speak, their emotions instantly changed. Is Lord Michelle finally going to take action? So exciting. Humph, mortals, wait for Lord Michelle's wrath. Wen Ning was also stunned for a moment and looked at Michelle. Is this kid going to do something? Michelle came out of the crowd with his hands raised, and the players behind him followed him with hopeful eyes. With 2 red dots on his forehead, he walked out of the crowd and stood in front of Wen Ning. He spoke to the players behind him. "Didn't you say that you would get rid of the store owner of the treasure pavilion? She is standing in front of you now, do it?" Li He and others immediately raised their guard and raised their weapons. The mutant wolf felt the change in the owner's mood and immediately grinned at the players in front. The EU players looked at Michelle in horror. On the one hand, they were frightened that the other party was actually from the treasure pavilion. When Wen Ning said this, he just thought he was scaring himself. It was the store they had been shouting about getting rid of. The expressions on the players' faces were instantly wonderful. Although they might have guessed that the other party was related to the treasure pavilion, was Michelle crazy? Now the gun is pointed at their heads, and they are still asked to do it. Do they dare to move? They dare not move a finger at all. After Michelle finished speaking, he ignored the gun that Wen Ning pointed at his head. He turned around directly. His momentum did not decrease. "Why don't you move? Didn't you just shout? We can't become timid just because we lost Billy." The sweat on the players' foreheads dripped down quickly when they heard this. They didn't even dare to wipe it off. Especially when they saw Wen Ning staring at the back of Michelle's head, his eyes became playful. "It's even more terrifying. Please shut up. Don't take us with you if you don't want to live. Although we don't have weapons. Where are the weapons I made at ordinary times? Don't you have them? Take them out. I have absolute confidence in my weapons. Player, I have no confidence in the hardness of my head." "Shut up." Wen Ning watched Michelle's performance, and these players were almost unable to stand. Wen Ning made the robot move twice at the right time. The scene was immediately huddled, and the timid players had already collapsed to the ground with weak legs. Screamed softly, and then quickly covered his mouth, fearing that his head would explode in the next second. Michelle finished speaking passionately, looking at everyone's appearance. He said with great sorrow, "Are you going to surrender?" The players' eyes lit up, and they nodded their heads in a hurry. The next second, Michelle regained her expression of indifference. "This is your own decision. My video recorder has recorded your cowardly look. When you go back, the Lord." The players suddenly realized, "Billy is dead. You are such a Michelle." Michelle focused on asking Billy's accomplices for their opinions. Billy's head was still warm after being pointed at. All the weapons were confiscated. Under heavy pressure, how could they dare to say that men want to fight? Can't fight at all. I just hope that Wen Ning will not change his mind after hearing these words. "If you want to kill, kill Michelle." This is what Michelle said. They didn't say a word. If they kill Michelle, they can go back and complain and put all the responsibility on Michelle. The EU players present all have the same idea in their hearts, that is, the store owner will be furious and kill Michelle directly. But will Wen Ning, who has seen through Michelle's plan, do this? Obviously not. This wave will make these players, who have a shadow on the treasure pavilion, go back and spread the propaganda. Wen Ning just stretched out his leg and kicked Michelle, just kicking him to the exit. He said viciously, "Get out." Michelle looked at Wen Ning with resentment, and left the secret realm unwillingly. There was no need for Wen Ning to kick the remaining players one by one. He rolled out without stopping. Wen Ning did not forget to warn behind. "You're on the Treasure Pavilion's blacklist. The next time you show up in front of me, you die." The crisis was resolved, and Li He and the others brought up their weapons. Wen Ning took them all. By the way, he put the war robot back into his backpack. Li He hesitated to speak. He really wanted to ask Wen Ning why he let these players go. But it was obvious that Wen Ning had already turned the tables on this matter. Li He didn't ask in the end. Wen Ning walked to Billy's body. The body on the ground was gone, and there were only a bunch of light circles on the ground. "Well, this group of people has been dealt with. You can chop some wood here." "Okay, thank you, store owner." Li He was afraid of these foreign players, who fought each other without even meeting each other. Moreover, now that they have mutant wolves as helpers, their combat power has doubled. It would be a big loss to quit at this time. Li He was not afraid that Wen Ning would think they were greedy. Wen Ning put away all the things on the ground, and was a little curious when he saw some new equipment. Judging from the shape, it should be made by Michelle. "Let's find a deserted place to take a look later." He waved behind him, and lumberjacks and transport robots appeared. They scattered around. Li's team walked to the other side tacitly. The woods returned to peace. Only the sound of everyone chopping trees remained. Wen Ning took out a recliner and sat down. Called 012 in his mind. 012, what did you find? 012 replied almost instantly. "Master, no traces of large animals were found. Please go to the east to take another look." "Okay, take Uzi-san with you." "Okay." Wen Ning reacted instantly when he heard that there was a group of mutant wolves here. Since there are mutant animals in this secret realm, does that mean there is also a boss here? So Wen Ning immediately sent 012 out. As an upgraded and synthesized robot, 012, like 001, can now leave Wen Ning's range of 5 kilometers. Let him follow Huzi to open the map and find the map boss, by the way. After taking down this map boss, are you still afraid that these ironwoods will run away, and when the time comes, other players will have to pay rent and get their consent? But after the secret realm becomes private, the time here can no longer be blocked. It will be synchronized with the time of the Wasteland. Wen Ning knows that many people have entered this secret realm. So there are many people who have the same idea as her. We must hurry up. Here, Michelle led people out of the ruins. Return to the territory to report to the Lord. Waste. So many people can't beat a woman. Chapter 422. In the conference room, several lords of the main territories of the European Union were present, including Jack. Sitting opposite Jack was Rossi, a representative sent by the British Empire. At this time, he was looking at Michelle, who was standing below him with a pair of sinister eyes. And beside Michelle, there were a few trembling little Karami kneeling sparsely. These people were sent to explore the ruins. After listening to Michelle's story, Rossi sneered, obviously unbelieving. "You mean, the owner of the treasure pavilion has a group of players around her? Didn't she publicly announce that she was a lone wolf?" Michelle looked up and looked directly at Rossi. The treasure pavilion has 2 sub-territories under its command. This is a well-known fact. Is Lord Luo's source of information so closed? Rossi's eyes suddenly became dangerous. Jack felt the awkward atmosphere, raised his eyes, and glanced at Jones, who was sitting above him, and did not dare to speak. His military rank was not enough in front of these 2 people. And the strength of Jack's territory is the lowest among the 3. If it weren't for his inner supporter Su Jiaqing, the EU would never consider cooperating with him. Not to mention that Su Jiaqing played him to death. Rossi was even more unhappy when he saw Michelle's cold face, and he was about to scold her. So that Michelle knew what his identity was. He was just a small designer in Jones's territory. What qualifications did he have to stand and talk to him? At this time, Jones on the main seat slowly opened his eyes. Just one look made Rossi shut up. Rossi reluctantly turned his face away and stopped talking. Michelle looked at Jones with a clear look in his eyes. Jones stared at him for a few seconds, then turned his gaze to the other team leaders who were kneeling around. "Tell me, what happened?" The people underground lowered their heads when they heard Jones' words. After a long while, a player was nominated, and the player raised his head tremblingly. He glanced at the conference table and immediately lowered his head again. We did meet someone from the treasure pavilion." The player began to recall everything they had encountered. He even restored every sentence Michelle had said, except for the last one. Billy fired a gun, which directly angered the other party, and the other party turned around and shot him. We all saw. Billy's head exploded instantly. "It's so scary. So scary." The player has not yet gotten over this psychological shadow, and he trembles like a sieve when he thinks of this. Michelle added at the right time, "That's not an ordinary bullet." Yes. With such a terrifying attack effect, we really have no way to resist. The player continued, realizing that his emotions were a little out of control. He calmed down. Continued. We reacted and were about to take out our weapons to attack her, but suddenly many robots appeared. Each one was at least 2 meters and 5 meters tall, holding the same weapon in their hands, and we had no chance to resist. Later, she didn't know why, and told us to get out. Lord, we really have no way to resist. All the weapons were taken away by the robots. It's this robot again. Rossi pounded the table hard. The EU explored many ruins and obtained many blueprints. They also obtained robot blueprints, but they did not obtain the blueprints of this growth-type robot. The robot made was like a mentally retarded person. It could only move when the player gave a command, and it was very clumsy. There were only a few fixed behaviors. The statements of several players were basically the same, and Jones believed most of them. But there was still a question, and Rossi asked it for him. Why did she let you go? The players on the ground were stunned, and did not dare to speak. They could not say that Michelle was ridiculed by someone, and kicked him out of the secret realm. Michelle did not indulge Rossi and asked back. Why don't you go and ask it yourself? It seems that Lord Rossi really wants us to die there? Rossi choked, turned his head to look at Jones's disapproving expression, and immediately explained dryly. Jones, that's not what I mean. Jones knew that it was meaningless to dwell on this. Okay, you guys go back. Today's meeting ends here. Michelle, stay. Everyone else get out. Rossi wanted to say something, but Jack, the little transparent guy, had already walked out silently. Rossi glared at Michelle fiercely before leaving angrily. Only Jones and Michelle were left. Michelle was in her early 20s, and was very steady in her dealings with others. In such an occasion, Jones seemed more anxious. Michelle, why didn't you choose to kill those Yinhua players at the beginning? Michelle threw out a piece of ironwood calmly. It hit the conference table with a bang, and Jones was startled. But he also knew the boy's style, and went forward to check the properties of the ironwood. Why not kill? The ironwood in this forest is very precious. If I use it well, maybe I can develop new weapons to fight against the treasure pavilion. But Billy and his group only know how to fight and kill. How can I expect them to cut trees for me? Jones also knew the character of Billy and his group, and his face was instantly embarrassed. Then I wait for the Yin country players, who like to collect to eat their fill, and then the Oriole is behind. Is there a problem? Or did the Lord give me a position of commander-in-chief, and let me do it myself? Billy, this idiot, paid for his own impulse, and he didn't allow others to cherish their lives, right? Jones saw that Michelle was always sharp-tongued, and his logic was smooth, and there was no point at all. In the end, Michelle was earnest. Lord, can you give me some technicians next time? Jones' mouth twitched. I'm also for your safety. Michelle, oh, then I'd be prepared to die at the hands of my own people next time. Jones valued Michelle's ability, so he indulged him in every way and promised Michelle that he could bring the people he wanted to participate in the ruins next time. Michelle's face looked better, and bowed to thank Jones. The goal was achieved, and Michelle didn't want to stay any longer. Lord, do you have any questions? I have some ideas about that bullet, and want to go back to the laboratory to verify it. Michelle's weapon maniac personality does not need to be deliberately maintained. Jones has long known what kind of person he is. At this time, Michelle's idea hit the mark, and Jones had no reason to refuse. No, you go quickly. I will deal with the players who failed to do their job this time. Michelle reminded as she walked out. The culprit is dead. If the Lord deals with him, I'm afraid no one will be willing to go out with me next time. After saying that, he disappeared in the conference room. Jones, who stayed behind, changed his expression and thought about what to do next. If the treasure house really had such a terrifying weapon, then his plan would be a bit difficult. Chapter 423. Ironwood Forest. The 5-kilometer radius has been explored. Wen Ning also moved eastward. Li He and his men were scattered around Wen Ning's logging team. Wen Ning didn't mind, as long as it didn't affect his actions. Even if the boss was found, Li He and his men couldn't get it. Several hours passed. Still nothing. Li He seemed to see what Wen Ning was looking for. So he suggested eating something before continuing. Time seemed to stand still in the secret realm, and there was no distinction between day and night. But the players had been working endlessly for nearly 10 hours, and their energy points had almost been lost. Even if the energy points could be restored by potions. But they couldn't help being hungry. Wen Ning thought about it and forgot it. He couldn't find it for a while. So he summoned Hu Zi to come back for dinner in his mind. Li He and his men cleared the surrounding trees and cleared the middle. Then he built a bonfire and took out a huge barbecue grill. He had done this kind of thing many times. Li He took out a whole mutant wild boar from his backpack. Wen Ning took a look. Wow, the hair was shaved clean. And it was marinated. When it was just taken out, it smelled fragrant. Wen Ning couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Brothers, grill it quickly and let the store owner taste the special roasted wild boar of our base. Wen Ning looked at their lively and enthusiastic atmosphere and was a little interested. Li came over with a burly man. Store owner, this is Lao Qin. He was doing barbecue before coming here. That skill has conquered everyone in our base. Lao Qin smiled with a simple and honest face. He looked at Wen Ning and nodded. The store is good, the store is good, and the store is still powerful. It's just 30 mutant wolves. You don't know that Lao Qin dreams of having a pet. Alas, speaking of this, I miss my dog again. Wen Ning smiled gently. As long as you like it. I like it. Of course I don't like it. Store, wait, I grill the meat soon. You must eat the first bite of this pig. Yes. Eat the first bite. The players around him echoed. Wen Ning felt a little embarrassed. Li He's base is very good, and these players are very united. In the Wasteland environment, there is still such a base that can have such a harmonious atmosphere. It's really not easy. While thinking, Hu Zi came back with Xiao Jin. Looking at Wen Ning's pets, they are majestic, and the two pets that look like dinosaurs are also very spirited. It's not easy to mess with them at first glance. But no one was afraid, they just felt it was too majestic. With such a white tiger, they had to be more confident. When they went out, Wen Ning took out a super big basin. Then he skillfully put pieces of mutant meat into it. 3 basins in total. Then he took out 2 slightly smaller ones. Fill 2 basins. Said to the 3. Okay, let's eat. Li He held his chin. Shopkeeper, is this the amount for 1 meal? These 3 basins of meat are almost taller than me. Wen Ning took out a bag of melon seeds. After hearing what Li He said, he turned his head and took a look, and said lightly, No. Li He breathed a sigh of relief, and then heard Wen Ning continue. We hunted in the forest today, so we ate less today. Calculate. Less. Li He and other players were all stunned. This is called less. How much do you usually eat? No wonder it is so well fed. Ask them if they envy Hu Zi's prestige. Player, I can't afford it, I don't deserve it. After a small episode, the aroma of barbecue came soon. Okay. Let's eat. Old Qin shouted, and the players got excited. They also temporarily put Hu Zi and others' food behind their minds. Eat. Come on, give this piece of meat to the store owner. Wen Ning smiled and took the meat cut by the players. The aroma was everywhere. The pork skin was roasted crispy and delicious, and it was crunchy when chewed. It is chewier than ordinary pork skin. The skin was crispy, and the meat was tender. The meat was fully flavored due to the long marinating time. There was no need for dipping sauce or side dishes. Wen Ning took a big bite. He immediately gave a thumbs up. He praised incoherently, good. Everyone was very happy to see Wen Ning's feedback. It seemed that they recognized their barbecue as much as they recognized them as people. Especially Lao Qin, who was afraid that these rough guys would dirty the meat. He specially cut the most delicious part for Wen Ning. Added a grilled pork chop. Put it in front of Wen Ning. It was far more than Wen Ning could eat. Then he invited his teammates to eat. This level of attentiveness was exactly the same as Li He. This meal made Wen Ning's favorability towards the players in this base soar. He decided to go back to open a territory to recruit Li He and others to join. A group of people were eating barbecue in the woods with laughter. The atmosphere was lively. At the edge of the woods, something was churning in the ground. It was moving slowly towards Wen Ning. Hu Zi didn't seem to be alert. Wen Ning didn't notice it either, and was concentrating on eating the barbecue on the plate. After eating and drinking, everyone sat down to rest. A player showed an embarrassed expression. Said to Li He, Brother, I'm going to the bathroom. Li He subconsciously glanced at Wen Ning, and found that she didn't pay attention to this side. Go away, do you hear me? The player nodded hurriedly, and ran deep into the woods. After a day's work, plus eating just now. Many players have physiological needs. It's not something difficult to talk about, but I'm afraid that the big and strong store owner doesn't like it. The players ran into the woods in 2s and 3s. Li He talked to Wen Ning. The player who had just gone out came back, and muttered to Li He and Wen Ning. Shopkeeper, Big brother, there are so many earthworms in this forest. All of them have turned over to the ground. Lee didn't hear clearly at first. Ah? What? Before he finished speaking, a scream came from the forest. Ah! Wen Ning stood up instantly and rushed deep into the forest. Huzi followed Wen Ning, and 012 was released instantly. Li's face changed, and he immediately followed behind Wen Ning. But his speed was not as fast as Wen Ning. Wen Ning arrived at the scene quickly, and his pupils shrank sharply when he found the screaming player. He was being tied up by a gray-black creature, and he couldn't see the creature's head. The diameter of this soft-bodied creature must be at least as thick as Wen Ning's calf, and its blind end was attacking the player's face at this time. Wen Ning threw out the crystal blade instantly. Puff! Gray liquid flew out, and the creature instantly let go of the player and bounced away. The people around hurriedly dragged the player, who fainted away. Then, the players watched the monster broken into 2 parts, rolling on the ground, and turned into 2. What is that? Chapter 424. Li and others looked at the giant earthworm rolling on the ground with horror in their eyes. This. Can this still be called an earthworm? The player who was just captured by the earthworm monster has been mechanically asphyxiated. Fortunately, Wen Ning arrived in time, and did not lose his life directly. While everyone was stunned, the thick earthworm successfully transformed into 2. Come back. Wen Ning turned around, and waved the crystal blade in his hand. Many robots emerged around him, and drove Li and others to a safe area. Shopkeeper. This should be the boss, you just need to protect yourself. The monster encyclopedia did not respond, indicating that the level of the earthworm has exceeded the warning range. And Huzi did not prompt, perhaps because these earthworms were not coming for Wen Ning. There is another possibility, that is, something went wrong with the system. This is what Wen Ning did not want to see, so Wen Ning chose to believe the former. This should be the boss's subordinate. This pattern reminded Wen Ning of the mutant king snake in the mine. Just as Wen Ning was fighting with the earthworm. In the woods, something seemed to be rolling under the soil. One after another, thick black and gray earthworms emerged from the ground. It just formed a circle, trapping Li's team and Wen Ning in the center. Brother, there are monsters here too. Li looked at the earthworm monsters that emerged from the ground all around. He immediately chose to gather the team. Prepare for battle. It is easier to be defeated one by one if we are scattered. Insects are afraid of fire. Let's try to get closer to the campfire. Okay. Wen Ning heard the movement from Li's side and analyzed it. The nest of these earthworm monsters should not be here. Perhaps they crawled here following the smell of barbecue. While thinking, 2 more earthworm monsters jumped out in front of him. Wen Ning held the knife horizontally and cut the earthworm monsters that popped out in half. De Jin and Xiao Jin, go help Li. Wen Ning waited and decided that it was enough for him to have Huzi here. De Jin and Xiao Jin's skills could punish these earthworm monsters on a large scale, and they could play a greater role on Li's side. These earthworm monsters that were attacked, especially those whose bodies were broken into 2 halves, would instantly stiffen, then roll and ricochet on the ground, and splash all the mucus on their bodies. The bushes next to him made a sizzling sound, and Wen Ning observed it. Remind Li loudly that the mucus on these earthworm monsters is poisonous. By the way, let Huzi be careful. When the earthworm monster's body is stiff, its skin will become hard, and the slippery mucus on the surface of the skin makes it difficult to hit it with cold weapons and cause damage. Then, in the next few seconds, the earthworm monster will split into 2. The doubling growth will not end until this thick earthworm becomes as thick as chopsticks. In addition, Wen Ning also found that at the blind ends of the earthworm, there are 2 mouths, one at the head and one at the tail. Inside are densely packed mutated teeth. If it bites the prey, it will definitely not be able to get rid of it without tearing off a piece of meat. Wen Ning and Fifi War robots chopped with crystal blades for a long time, but the number of earthworm monsters on the scene did not decrease, but increased. Every time the earthworm splits into 2, the volume decreases by half and becomes thinner. When they are at a disadvantage, they can still burrow into the ground to avoid damage. Then look for opportunities to break out of the ground and attack again. Although Wen Ning's side killed fewer people, it can be said that he was more than enough to defend. Li's side was more serious. The original tactic was to gather the team, and the outermost players took turns to clean up these earthworm monsters. But Li and others did not notice that earthworms are monsters that can burrow into the ground. The player in the center was suddenly bitten on the calf by the earthworm that sprang out from under his feet. He screamed in horror. When the people around wanted to help, they found that no less than 100 of the same earthworm monsters had drilled out of the ground one after another. instantly split the team into a pile of loose sand. The pet mutant wolf of this player rushed up and bit the blind end of one side of the earthworm monster. It tore fiercely, and the player in the middle was in agony, but there was no better way. Because he found that this thing can also suck blood. In less than 10 seconds, he felt that all the blood in his body was sucked out from the place where his calf was bitten. This bite seemed to bite on his aorta. The whole person instantly fainted and was about to fall to the ground. The earthworm monster bitten by the mutant wolf not only did not retreat and let go. Instead, it stabbed its tiny teeth deeper. Immediately afterwards, with this player and this mutant wolf as the center, more than a dozen identical earthworm monsters broke out of the ground. They joined forces to surround the player and the mutant wolf, formed a cage to surround the player. Afterwards, the player inside was no longer moving. The players who saw this scene outside guessed the ending of this player. Take back your pets. These monsters are everywhere. Watch your feet. Change positions at any time. How about we climb a tree? Instantly, Leahy's team was in disarray. In the end, several war robots sent by Wen Ning rescued several bitten players. The number of wounded increased, and the smell of blood instantly attracted more earthworm monsters. Leahy, take your people back to the campfire. Wen Ning held a torch and found that these torches were still useful for small earthworm monsters, but they were still not afraid of those that reached a certain size. Leahy quickly organized people and put the wounded on the back of Wen Ning's robot. Go to the exit. Because the campfire, just now, was right next to the exit. I just don't know which direction these earthworm monsters came from. The way back was not smooth either. Wen Ning led the way in front, with Leahy's team in the middle, war robots around, and big and small gold behind. Wen Ning clearly felt that the closer to the exit, the more earthworm monsters there were. And the more fierce the attack, the more she was sure that these earthworm monsters came for food. It was obvious that the smell of roasted wild boar attracted them. Then the players on the scene became their dishes. Fortunately, under the escort of Wen Ning's powerful fighting power, Leahy's team successfully arrived at the campfire. The campfire had never been extinguished, and there were still a lot of burning wood left. Quick! There are no earthworm monsters near the campfire. The wounded are on the inside, and the rest of the players are on the outside. Hurry up and bandage them. Leahy gave the order calmly, and the earthworm monsters around stood up like cobras, staring at the players in the center with their blind ends without eyes. This scene was creepy no matter how you look at it. They were afraid of the range of the fire, and they just stepped on the red line. The big gold fire would make them retreat a little, and then the flames would disappear, and new earthworm monsters would be replenished. As long as the humans inside accidentally exposed themselves, they would immediately rush over. The head penetrated the player's mouth and nose, entered the esophagus, reached the stomach, and then came out of the stomach, greedily sucking the player's internal organs and blood. Lao Qin. Wen Ning heard a heart-wrenching cry only after all the players entered the range of the campfire. Looking back, he saw a group of burly men surrounding a player and crying. Wen Ning walked forward and saw Lao Qin, who was shirtless for the convenience of grilling meat, but at this time, his chest was torn open with a bloody hole. The lungs and liver inside were gone. Blood kept gushing out of his mouth, and his pupils quickly dilated. The heart beat violently twice, and then stopped. The whole person died in front of everyone. Chapter 425. It's not that the players can't accept the separation of life and death. Looking at Lao Qin's disappearing body sadly, no one wanted to touch the supplies. Wen Ning looked at the person, who was just chatting and laughing and disappeared. He was more angry. As the earthworm monsters gathered more and more, he took out the gun that killed Billy from his backpack. He fired at all directions without hesitation. Bang! 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 After firing 3 shots in a row, the earthworm monsters that gathered together all exploded instantly. Gray blood and transparent slurry splashed everywhere. Then the earthworm monsters fell limply on the spot. The power of the ruby bullet directly blew the tips of these earthworm monsters into mud. As a result, these earthworm monsters died directly. They didn't become 2 or 3 or more. Wen Ning seemed to have found a way to fight back, and threw out the robot to surround the players of Leahy's team in the middle. Then the muzzles were all pointed outward. There are not many ruby bullets, and a gun is only equipped with 1 magazine. There are still 5 bullets in Wen Ning's magazine. He can't care about so much. He must first kill some of the earthworm monsters that are surrounding him. Only then can he deal with the rest. Wen Ning clearly felt that the earthworm monsters were surrounding him. The bonfire behind him would not be able to withstand it sooner or later. Bang! Bang! The sound of gunfires came one after another, and every time it sounded, a large number of earthworm monsters would fall down. Wen Ning's killing speed was fast and steady. After the bullets in his hand were emptied, he replaced them with ordinary dwarf bombs. He calculated the distance and threw them into the pile of earthworm monsters swarming in from the outside. Boom! The forest shook violently. The explosion had a wider range, and the heat wave also had a tearing effect, not simply tearing the earthworm monsters in half. So the effect was also very good, and a large number of earthworm monsters died again. Venting out the anger at his heart, Wen Ning said to Li He, "Li He, the time is almost up. Take your people and quickly exit the secret realm." The earthworm monsters around the campfire were almost cleared, as if they were afraid of the weapons in the hands of the robots. For a while, there were fewer earthworm monsters that continued to attack. But the store owner, Wen Ning knew what Li He was worried about, but before he could persuade him, the ground in the forest shook. Under the ground, it seemed that something was approaching quickly, and a crack appeared on the surface. This time, the crack was much larger than those small earthworm monsters. The crack quickly spread towards Wen Ning's feet. Roar! Mom, a big guy is coming. Wen Ning's eyes were sharp, and he poured bombs into the crack without hesitation. Explode! The red lips opened slightly, and the dwarf bombs in the gap exploded one after another. The gap created by the thing swimming underground was directly blown into a deep pit. It seemed that several painful roars were heard, and the movement under the ground suddenly disappeared. But Wen Ning did not relax his vigilance at all. All the results were based on the prompts given by the system. No prompts meant that this thing was not dead yet. Just when everyone was gradually relaxing their vigilance, Big and Small Jean suddenly sprayed fire towards a certain place. The next second, a giant black and gray earthworm that could only be hugged by two people suddenly jumped out from the ground. The body was covered with extremely foul-smelling mud. This stinking mud was also highly toxic. When it fell on the tree trunks nearby, the trees were corroded instantly. The earthworm monster that soared into the sky was at least 10 meters high, and at this time, there were several cracks on its body. It should be caused by the dwarf bomb. The stinking mud was oozing out from these cracks. It stood upright, showing its sharp bloody mouth to Wen Ning and others. The open mouth was still dripping with stinking mud, and the round mouth was covered with at least hundreds of fine teeth. People who saw it were terrified. At this time, its upright body looked like a poisonous snake that was about to attack. Wen Ning judged that the exposed part of the body would not exceed a quarter of its total length. With the appearance of this giant earthworm, the dying earthworm monsters on the ground made a comeback. Wen Ning left a Jean, and a few robots to cover Li He and others to retreat. He took Uzi and 012 to fight against the giant earthworm monster. Li He, stop talking nonsense. If you want fewer brothers to die, get out of here. Li He looked at the petite figure of the shopkeeper, who faced the earthworm monster without any fear, and wondered why he was so useless. He couldn't help, and staying here would only hinder him. After a little thought, Li He decided to listen to Wen Ning's words. Brothers, send the wounded out first. Here, shall Jean help Li He burn and freeze the earthworm monster that was chasing him. The robot ran out of bullets, so it used its shield to hit the earthworm monster. This method of smashing the earthworm into mud is very efficient. On the other side, the giant earthworm saw that its food was about to run away, and roared even more angrily. Seeing Wen Ning rushing up, he attacked with a wave of stinky mud bombs. Wen Ning twisted away the flying stinky mud bombs with his flexible body. He quickly approached the body of the giant earthworm. The crystal blade was unsheathed. Wen Ning held it with both hands, and flew up directly. Puff! It inserted into the body of the earthworm monster, and then opened a hole from top to bottom vertically. Hiss hiss hiss! The earthworm monster twisted its body instantly, tightening its skin all over its body. Wen Ning was also bounced back by this force. 012 landed before Wen Ning, and Hu Zi and the other two caught Wen Ning accurately. Then, 012 took out a glass shield to block the stinky mud thrown out by the twisting of the earthworm monster. Wen Ning observed through the gap. Just now, she and 012 opened two holes at the same time. Only the outer skin of the earthworm monster was broken. This layer of skin was full of stinky mud, which was now gushing out from the position of the hole. As the stinky mud leaked out, the whole body of the earthworm monster shrank by 1 degree in an instant. But inside the outer skin, there was a layer of white fascia. Wen Ning guessed that this should be its internal defense. When the crystal blade was in hand just now, he felt a huge resistance and could not break it at all. In a blink of an eye, Wen Ning had already thought of a way. 012, Hu Zi, cover me. The earthworm monster was very angry at this time. Not only did it run away from the dinner it had been looking for a long time, but now there was a fly blocking it in front of it. The skin that it had worked hard to maintain with flesh and blood had several big holes at this time, and its protective layer, the stinky mud, was rapidly leaking. Without these protective layers, how could it feed its offspring? Without its transformation ability, those offspring would not be able to grow up. Seeing Wen Ning rushing up again, the earthworm monster directly gave up the stinky mud attack. Instead, it saw the right time and opened its bloody mouth directly, trying to swallow the fly in front of it into its stomach. Since they are all my food, I will eat you first. 012, and Huzi ignored the earthworm monsters attacking from the periphery. They were only focused on chasing Wen Ning. Wen Ning kept dodging with the ironwood around him, and was almost bitten several times. Li He at the exit looked very nervous. At this time, Wen Ning ran under a tree and leaned against it to catch his breath. Li He suddenly yelled in fear. "Shopkeeper!" Then Wen Ning looked up, and a bloody mouth fell on his head, and Wen Ning disappeared on the spot. Chapter 426. The store owner was swallowed. Li He and several players around him saw this scene, their eyes full of fear, and then anger. The wounded have all left, and the remaining ones are those who can fight. Li He raised his arms and shouted, "Save people!" Several players gave up the safety of leaving the secret realm, took out their weapons, and chased deep into the woods. Huzi and 012 were already beside the giant earthworm monster. At this time, the two of them opened fire at full power, and all their attacks were output on the giant earthworm monster, as if they were free. 012's crystal blade left wounds on the mutant earthworms with every attack, and the stinky mud poured out, instantly destroying the earthworm's escape route. Huzi used his claws to tear, hoping to trigger an instant kill, but his luck was not good. After more than 10 claws, no one triggered it. But compared with Li He and the others, 012 and Huzi seemed much calmer. Because all this was Wen Ning's plan. Looking at the giant earthworm monster's head swinging up to the sky, you can tell. Wen Ning's plan worked. At this time, Wen Ning's shield was fully opened, resisting the giant earthworm monster's highly toxic mucus saliva. He had a crystal blade in each hand, inserted horizontally into the giant earthworm monster's skin and flesh. Without the stinky mud buffer layer, the inside of the giant earthworm monster was very soft, and the crystal blade broke through its defense effortlessly. Wen Ning released one hand, and took out 2 more crystal blades. He stabbed it twice more fiercely. The earthworm monster rolled and swung in pain. The skin and flesh contracted, firmly embedding the crystal blade, unable to move forward even a little bit. This was exactly what Wen Ning wanted, and Wen Ning stepped on the handles of the 2 crystal blades. Hang the whole person on the mouth of the earthworm monster. No matter how the earthworm monster rolls, and shakes its head crazily. Wen Ning's body is like a cabbage on the teeth, firmly attached. The earthworm monster can't close its mouth, and dare not relax, and its physical strength is constantly consumed. At this time, it finally feels a hint of danger, and wants to escape back to the forest, and enter the bottom of the soil to suffocate Wen Ning to death. At this time, 012 and Huzi are outside trying their best to interfere, giving Wen Ning a chance to fight back. Li He and others chased after them with guns, and actually thought that Wen Ning had died. At this time, they were so focused on revenge that they didn't react at all. If Wen Ning died, why were 012 and Huzi still there? Just when the team chased into the woods about a kilometer away, the giant earthworm monster shook its head again. At this time, Wen Ning, who had already succeeded, took this opportunity to let go. He was successfully thrown out by the giant earthworm monster. The moment the gray figure appeared, Li He's face lit up, and he ran over quickly. But a white figure was faster than him. Wen Ning landed on Huzi gently, and the shield on her body gradually became transparent, and then disappeared. Don't chase. Wen Ning was very moved to see Li He come to save her, but now was not the time to say these things. Li He paused and looked at Wen Ning in surprise. Wen Ning stopped the team, and then used his mind to detonate the crystal version of the dwarf bomb that he had just thrown into the giant earthworm monster. Boom! Boom! For a moment, the entire ironwood forest shook, and the ground under his feet shook. Li He squatted down with Wen Ning. After a long time, the explosion ended. Wen Ning heard a system prompt. Congratulations to the player for successfully killing the boss of the secret realm, the mutant poisonous earthworm. Congratulations on successfully exploring the secret realm. The secret realm has been cleared and entered a 2-hour buffer period. Are you anonymous? No. As Wen Ning finished speaking, the sound of a huge heavy object falling to the ground came from the forest. Bang! Li He and others looked at the forest in front of them in surprise. There was still an earthworm monster in it that didn't know whether to live or die. Then the system prompt rang. Congratulations to the player Wen Ning for successfully killing the boss of the secret realm, the mutant poisonous earthworm, and successfully occupying the secret realm. This secret realm has been locked. Players are requested to evacuate as soon as possible. The secret realm supplies in the player's backpack will be deducted after 2 hours. Shopkeeper, is this the boss? Li murmured. Wen Ning stood up. The crystal armor on his body had been wrapped in mucus, and the durability of the crystal armor was dropping bit by bit. Wen Ning took out a bucket of water and poured it over his head, washing away the mucus. The crystal armor also looked much cleaner. Wen Ning's hair was clean after opening the mask. Li was still confused, as this was his first experience with a boss. So he couldn't react for a while. In the secret realm, at least dozens of people received the news. After hearing the 2-hour buffer period mentioned by the system, all the players stopped fighting among themselves. They started to chop trees frantically. Just kidding, in 2 hours, if you don't get some, you lose everything. Wen Ning walked into the forest, crossed the potholes, and walked towards the light ball on the ground. Congratulations on getting the crystal blade *4. This is what Wen Ning inserted into the earthworm monster, and it's back to its original owner. Congratulations on getting the secret map *1. Congratulations on getting nutrient soil *1000 tons. Congratulations on getting ironwood *100,000 units. TSK. Stinky mud turned into nutrient soil, outrageous. The earthworm's body has disappeared, and 100,000 units of ironwood have dropped, as well as a full map of the secret realm. It saves a lot of trouble. Wen Ning picked up the things and released 012 to clean up the scattered wood on the ground. Hu Zi and Xiao Jin were responsible for cleaning up the earthworm monsters fleeing around. Once the secret map is used, all the resource points and monster points in the entire secret realm are clear. Ding! The secret realm exploration has been completed. Players can build a teleportation tower here. Once the teleportation tower is built, the player will be kicked out in advance. The secret realm is open, and the lock on the system panel is also unlocked. Wen Ning immediately contacted Mira and asked her to bring building materials over. Shopkeeper, can we not cut trees here? Li came up, and he just found that his private message had been unlocked. The people in the base were asking about his safety. Wen Ning turned around, looked at Li and said sincerely, "Thank you just now." Li realized that Wen Ning was talking about him running to save her, and suddenly felt embarrassed. Shopkeeper, what are you talking about? We didn't help much. It's good that you have this intention. You go back first. When the teleportation tower is built, your base can come in and cut trees for free. Li's eyes lit up instantly. This is great news. Then Wen Ning said something that made him even more overjoyed. Wen Ning, add a friend. When my sub-territory is built, I will take in all your bases. Li didn't expect Wen Ning to value them so much. He felt like a pie in the sky fell and hit his head. The team members behind him pushed him. He realized and added the friend. Li was carried away by his teammates in a daze. He didn't react until he returned to the base. He hugged a huge thigh. Wen Ning checked the injuries of Hu Zi, De Jin, and Xiao Jin. There were only some skin injuries caused by the mucus attack, and they recovered after drinking the antidote. 012 was in a worse situation. There were many serious corrosions on his body surface. Wen Ning had asked him to go back to the mechanical warehouse for repairs. Lord, are you okay? Chapter 427. Mira appeared in front of Wen Ning in a hurry, because Wen Ning had set this point as the location for the teleportation tower. So Mira could come in directly from this coordinate. You don't know 001 is almost worried to death, but his mechanical warehouse is in the territory, so there is no way to come. Wen Ning felt warm in his heart and turned back to comfort him. Look, I'm fine. Take this map and start cutting the wood here as soon as possible. Did you bring the materials for the teleportation tower? Mira gave the materials in the backpack to Wen Ning. Wen Ning started to build the teleportation tower. The teleportation tower is being built, and the remaining time is 30 minutes. So fast, okay, very good. At this time, the player in the secret realm suddenly received a system prompt. Player Wen Ning has built the secret realm teleportation tower, and the secret realm buffer time has been reduced to 30 minutes. Please evacuate as soon as possible. What? Too fast. Stop talking, cut the trees quickly. Stop rushing, I'm cutting them. Boss, why don't we retreat? This place is a bit far from the exit. Let's go, don't be greedy, it won't make up for the loss. Wen Ning didn't care about that. Anyway, the remaining players would be kicked out directly, and the players who exceeded the time limit would have their ironwood deducted. She followed Mira back to the territory. By the way, she sent the news that she had taken over this secret realm to the administrator group. Admin channel, Wen Ning. I have an Ironwood secret realm here, you can find me if you need it. Admin channel, Wen Ning shares the Ironwood attribute. Administrator channel, Xi and Darui. Little Wen Ning is awesome. Administrator channel, Michelle. I also entered this secret realm, if it weren't for the team members holding me back. Administrator channel, Xi and Darui. Michelle, don't argue with little Wen Ning, you can't win, it's embarrassing. Wen Ning burst out laughing when he saw this. Teacher Xi and Darui is really a funny guy. When he was on the spaceship before, he often favored himself, which caused Michelle to be hostile to him. Sure enough, the next second, Michelle complained in the group. Administrator channel, Michelle. Teacher, tell me honestly, I am actually someone else's student, right? Administrator channel, Xi and Darui. I also hope that what you said is true, ha ha ha. Wen Ning couldn't stand it anymore. These two teachers and students actually loved each other very much, but the way they got along was a bit funny. Wen Ning closed the administrator channel. He told Lin Zheng and Lu Shi about the Ironwood Forest at the same time. After both territories applied for the construction of the teleportation tower, they began to cut down trees. Wen Ning had no objection. The map of the Ironwood Forest was much larger than the map of the underwater ruins, and the Ironwood content in it was at least at the billion level. It would be a good thing to cut it down early and repair the territories of both sides. It would be even better if the Ironwood could be used in weapons. Administrator Authority, Lu Yin. Wen Ning, Zhao Wu knows the whereabouts of the Zerg territory, and he hopes to meet with you. Wen Ning was stunned when she received this message. The whereabouts of the Zerg territory? This is a bargaining chip that she cannot refuse. Wen Ning thought about it and replied, Administrator channel, Wen Ning, you can tell him. Lu Yin replied soon. Administrator channel, Lu Yin. The other party asked to talk today. Wen Ning frowned. So anxious? Administrator channel, Wen Ning, sure. Just talk. Is she still afraid that the other party will play a trick? Administrator channel, Lu Yin, you come over? Administrator channel, Wen Ning, no, go to Lu Shi and let him ask for authority himself. After replying to this message, Wen Ning stopped replying completely. The other party's intention is unclear. They want her to go to Zhao Wu's territory alone? Wen Ning doesn't care whether the other party agrees or not. Don't think that you can control yourself just because you know the whereabouts of the Zerg. She is a person who can be soft or hard, depending on her mood. Wen Ning changed into a new set of armor, and then brought 001 and Hu Zi to Lu Shi's territory. Entering Lu Shi's meeting room is like entering your own home. Today is not an internal meeting. Only Li Jingyi and Lu Shi are present. Lord, you left in a hurry. Did something happen? Li Jingyi asked immediately when he saw Wen Ning. Wen Ning was stunned, and then he remembered that he had not told them about the addition of a child to his territory. When he said this news, Li Jingyi and Lu Shi were instantly shocked. Unexpectedly, in this wasteland, Wen Ning's territory can still give birth to new life. The three fathers and sons of the Lin family, who just came and happened to hear this news. Wow, big sister, can the White Rabbit tribe give birth to a lot of babies at once? Wen Ning smiled and nodded, saying that this time, more than a dozen pregnant women gave birth to more than 100 rabbits. Lin Zheng sighed. I didn't expect that in this world of cannibalism, new life can still come. For 3 months, all we have seen and heard is death. The atmosphere at the scene was depressed. Wen Ning said with a smile. As long as our territory is well built and the aliens are stationed, we are not afraid of no new life. Several people nodded. But in their hearts, they are still worried about the future of mankind. Can the remaining people like them still support the development of human civilization? Just when the atmosphere at the scene was depressed, a player outside sent a message to Li Jingyi. Li Jingyi coughed twice. Lord, the guests have arrived. Wen Ning glanced around and nodded in response. Please come in. Zhao Wu came in with a sullen face. He originally wanted Wen Ning to go to the Zhao family's territory to discuss the cooperation in detail. But the other party insisted on setting the meeting place in Lu Shi's territory. Then he never replied to the message again. Zhao Wu's idea of letting Wen Ning see the strength of the territory failed. He has always been disgusted with being inferior to others. He thinks that Lu Shi and Lin Zheng are not strong enough and were bought by a little benefit. Even the power is handed over to foreign affairs. But Lu Shi is Lu Shi. This kid is young. Even if he borrows his venue for a meeting, he can't say anything. Zhao Wu came with the idea of giving Wen Ning, a junior, some power, so he had a stern face. He thought that even if Wen Ning was to meet in Lu Shi's territory, only the Zhao family and the treasure pavilion would participate in the meeting. As a result, when he came in, he saw not only Lu Shi, but also Li Jingyi. Even Lin Zheng's family was sitting neatly on one side. Zhao Wu's expression was almost out of control, and he was surprised and surprised. It was so wonderful. At this time, Wen Ning smiled and greeted him. "Lord Zhao is here, please take a seat." Zhao Wu's mouth twitched slightly. The other party's words seemed polite, but if you ignore her smile, that looked like a provocation. Chapter 428. Hey, the second brother is here too. Lin Zheng saw Uncle Zhao and Zhao Nana following behind Zhao Wu, waiting enthusiastically, without the sense of stability of a great lord. He skipped the process of greeting Mr. Zhao. "What a coward, today I am here to support the lord, we are all divided into territories, and we will be equal in the future." Sure enough, Lin Jing's attitude made Zhao Wu feel unhappy again, but now he is in someone else's territory. If he wants to cooperate, he can't get angry. He could only sit opposite with a glare. A pair of shrewd and wise eyes stared at the smiling girl opposite. Uncle Zhao gave Lin Zheng a helpless smile, indicating that the old man had a stubborn temper and everyone should tolerate it. Zhao Nana didn't have any expression, and sat below Zhao Wu in a tight suit. Uncle Zhao sat opposite her. When Lin Han saw Zhao Nana, a trace of guilt flashed across his face, and he turned to look at Wen Ning. Lin Yan saw all of this, and glanced at the guilty Lin Han, with a smile in his eyes. This made Lin Han even more uneasy. Would his brother not tell the Lord about his embarrassing mistake of identifying the wrong person? No way, no way, he is his biological brother. Lu Shi did not have any other expression, as if this was not his own territory. This made Zhao Wu look down on him even more. After all, it was his own territory, and he let others point fingers and make decisions. He had no blood and bones at all. This kind of thing would never happen under his nose. Zhao Wu was full of confidence in today's negotiation. Although Wen Ning's move to shift the battlefield did catch him off guard. However, even if two forces act as lobbyists, he will not give in today. A little yellow-haired girl, just a little luckier, what means can she have? Moreover, she does not know him at all. He has been in the business world for so many years. What storms have he not seen? This idea has completely changed after 2 hours of negotiations. Zhao Wu is going crazy. What kind of girl is this? She is stubborn and will not be persuaded. She will not give in to the cooperation requirements, and she does not reveal any of her cards at all, and her vest is more tightly covered than herself. She overturned all the conditions for equal cooperation he proposed, and was unwilling to give him any benefits. The old man was so angry that his beard almost flew off. In front of Lu Shi, the little fox, and Lin Zheng, the junior who did not know how to respect, Zhao Wu gave it his demands again and again, but the other party refused to give in. At this time, Wen Ning was still chatting leisurely with Lu Yan. After a round of negotiations, Wen Ning had already grasped the basic situation of Zhao Wu's territory and his cards. This is all thanks to Lu Shi, Lin Zheng, and Lin Yan's eloquence. She can reap the fruits of their labor. The more Wen Ning listened, the more she felt that Zhao Wu was indeed proud of himself. All the players in his territory had a physical fitness of more than 26, and their combat effectiveness was very strong. And there were many sources of intelligence, and the supplies and weapons were generally much better than those of Lu Shi and Lin Zheng. However, Wen Ning rarely spoke since the beginning of the negotiation. She simply denied all the requests made by Zhao Wu, and then threw the contract signed by Lin Zheng and Lu Shi in front of Zhao Wu. Then he sat in his original position calmly. The three Lins were responsible for charging and bringing down the price. Lu Shi was responsible for finishing off the opponent from time to time, stabbing at Mr. Zhao's weak spot every time. Finally, Zhao Wu looked at Wen Ning across from him breathlessly. "Shopkeeper, are you really going to piss off an old man like me to death? Yo, you can't reason with me. So you're so arrogant?" Wen Ning didn't tolerate him at all. "Grandpa, I say that I respect you. In fact, according to your current age, you are less than 55. According to the latest Blue Star retirement system, you have to work for at least 15 years. Besides, there is no such thing as dying of anger in the game." These few words made Zhao Wu speechless, and he could only ask unwillingly in the end. "You really can't give in at all?" Wen Ning certainly couldn't give in, and called Lin Zheng and Lu Shi to come, insisting on taking the route of treating everyone equally. Today, whether Mr. Zhao wants to convince others with reason or take advantage of his seniority, Wen Ning will never start this. The same applies to the territories that seek cooperation in the future. All contracts cannot be changed even a word. Moreover, Wen Ning is not wasting time here for nothing. Lu Shi and Lin were trying to persuade Mr. Zhao. Wen Ning was waiting for news. The four sides fought for 2 hours. Mr. Zhao drank 3 glasses of water before he could suppress his dry mouth. On Wen Ning's side, a private message dinged. Wen Ning opened it and saw. Lu Yin, it has been done. Wen Ning raised his eyes again and looked at Mr. Zhao Wu, who was blushing. He showed an ambiguous smile. Zhao Wu was immediately panicked, and sure enough, the next second. Mr. Zhao, if it's so difficult, then don't talk about it. Wen Ning looked like he was thinking about Zhao Wu. To be honest, is your pride really that important? This contract of mine is just to prevent you from using the technology of the treasure pavilion to stand against me. It's getting late. Since Mr. Zhao is so reluctant, I'm a little annoyed. If you don't want to sign, then don't sign. It was just past 6 o'clock, and Wen Ning's words "it's getting late" were obviously an excuse. Everyone present was stunned. Lin Zheng, 6 days, it's not getting late? No, I can still argue with this old man for another 300 rounds. Lin Yin, with my eloquence, I can win it right away. Can the Lord give me some time? Wen Ning ignored the looks from the father and son. He smiled and stood up to walk out. Shopkeeper. Zhao Wu was obviously shocked. He turned his head and asked in disbelief. You don't want the whereabouts of the Zerg? Wen Ning smiled smartly. Old man, I need this information. But it doesn't mean that what I need is the information from your mouth. Zhao Wu immediately understood what Wen Ning meant. She had already found out the whereabouts of the Zerg. How did she know? This news would not be known by any other forces except the team participating in the mission in their territory. Because Zhao Wu's team came back to report that all the players close to the castle died there in a strange way. But Zhao Wu was still in shock. 3 seconds later. He was furious. Lu Yin. Is she yours? Wen Ning turned around and looked at the old man seriously for the first time. Zhao Wu was indeed conceited and smart. He figured out all the joints in a short time. But Wen Ning couldn't be a betrayer. She didn't answer this question directly. It's just that it's not important to Zhao Wu anymore. Wen Ning has already got his most important bargaining chip. Does the Zhao family's territory really have no chance? No. Zhao Wu refused to admit defeat. Seeing Wen Ning turning around and leaving, Zhao Wu finally lowered his head. Shopkeeper. Since you already know, I lost this game. Wen Ning didn't understand why Zhao Wu was always entangled in this win or loss. Frowning, he looked at the old man and lost his temper. I will sign this contract, but I have a request. Wen Ning remained silent, neither agreeing nor objecting. Zhao Wu said to himself, if the Lord wants to explore the Zerg territory, he must bring our Zhao family team with him. Wen Ning glanced at Zhao Wu, who seemed to be 10 years older. This request was not excessive. It was Wen Ning's original plan. If a cooperation is reached, the Zhao family team must be brought with him. Hearing this, Wen Ning stepped forward and wrote down his name in 2 strokes. Then he bent down and said to Zhao Wu, Old man, this is a win-win situation. Chapter 429. Zhao Wu signed the word very heavily, but the expressions on the faces of Uncle Zhao and Zhao Nana were not heavy at all. A smile flashed across their faces, and everyone present could feel the helplessness and joy of the two. They had long wanted to cooperate with the treasure pavilion, and their old man's arrogant attribute was not 1 or 2 days. He was always arrogant, unwilling to take the initiative to negotiate with the treasure pavilion, and did not allow Zhao Nana and Zhao Heir to come forward. However, this arbitrary and authoritarian approach made the Zhao family's territory firmly united. This is why Zhao Wu was so angry when he knew that Lu Yin was Wen Ning's man. In his eyes, Lu Yin was a traitor. Lin Zheng stood up and shook hands with Uncle Zhao excitedly, and the 2 brothers finally united their front. Second brother, we can go on a mission together again. Xiao Linzi, you are still so naughty, you are so old, look at how angry my father is. Lin Zheng laughed. Grandpa, I'm so sorry. I was just afraid that you would miss this opportunity to cooperate. Besides, the people who want to cooperate with the treasure pavilion are lined up to nowhere. Zhao Wu naturally knew this truth, so he agreed to cooperate with Wen Ning. Grandpa Zhao, who signed at this moment, did not look as bitter and resentful as he seemed on the surface. In fact, he was a little relieved in his heart. He was relieved that he seized the opportunity at the last moment. It was just that he was frustrated that he did not get any benefit from a little girl, but was tricked instead. Wen Ning had already returned to the territory. After Zhao Wu signed, the rest of the people also dispersed. Lu Shi and Lin Zheng quickly sent out the logging team to move towards the new secret realm opened by Wen Ning. After Wen Ning returned, he gave the authority to the 2 territories of Lin Zheng and Lu Shi. The attack also sent out the logging team. Mira, these ironwoods are used to make arrow towers, and renovate damaged places. 100,000 units of ironwood directly filled up 3 warehouses. As Wen Ning's territory is a level 4 territory, there is not much space left in the warehouse. When the population increases, you can consider upgrading to a level 5 territory. However, what Wen Ning has to consider now is not the level 5 territory, but recruiting a group of his own players to establish a sub-territory. Do it if you want to. While it is still light, Wen Ning came to the Wasteland. The location of the bright territory is adjacent to the ocean in the south, and there is a distance of about 2 or 3 kilometers in between. The distance to the Dawn Forest in the west is no more than 1 kilometer. It is about 10 kilometers away from the mine behind. But in the east, there is an endless wasteland. This location is very suitable for establishing a new territory. Wen Ning drove the Centaur for 20 minutes. Then he got out of the car and took out a Lord's Order on the open ground. Does the player want to establish a territory here? Establish. Does the player want to change the main territory? No, establish a sub-territory. The Lord's Order was used successfully, and the sub-territory is under construction. A holographic image of a territory appeared in front of Wen Ning. After the system correction, the area of the first level territory can reach 10 acres. According to the 100 square meter shelter of a player, 66 shelters can be accommodated. All players choose to make the shelter holographic. The external area can be reduced to only 4 square meters. It takes 8 hours to build the territory, so Wen Ning decided to go back first and upgrade it tomorrow. Strive to upgrade the territory to level 4 within a week. At the same time, he told Lin Zheng and Lu Shi that the territory could start recruiting people. Then, Wen Ning used the administrator's authority to ask the system to help her screen people. Those who hate the treasure pavilion cannot be accepted. Those who hate aliens cannot be accepted even more. These players who are hypocritical and just want to take advantage can deceive Lu Shi and Lin Zheng, but they can't deceive the system. Anyway, the system will directly screen out players who do not meet Wen Ning's ultimate goal. Lu Shi and Lin Zheng did not receive the application list of these people at all. That night, Lu Shi and Lin Zheng directly issued a recruitment notice and posted it on the World Channel for an hour. Before going to bed, Lin Zheng and Lu Shi replied that the number of people who initiated applications on both sides exceeded 10,000. Wen Ning asked them to expand the number of people in their territory first by 2/3. If there are more new players than old players in a territory, it is easy to change the direction of the entire territory. Then let the two formulate a strict score system for temporary and formal residents. It can be done by territory contribution. For precious weapons, vehicles, and robots, the dual conditions of duration and contribution must be set. Lu Shi stood at attention to show that he understood. As for Zhao Wu, Wen Ning temporarily gave him some buffer time. He had already planned the development direction of Zhao Wu's territory in his mind, and was just waiting for his own sub-territory to be established and then proceed simultaneously. Moreover, Zhao Wu's territory had not been cleaned and replaced yet. If all the current players were of Zhao Wu's personality, it would be quite difficult for Wen Ning to manage them. The next day, the melting disaster officially ended, and the Wasteland continent was rejuvenated. Early in the morning, Wen Ning stood on the city wall and looked out. The accumulated water on the wasteland had all disappeared. Green buds were sprouting. There was no green yesterday. But overnight, new buds as high as the calf appeared on the wasteland. Today is March 1st. It is a brand new beginning. Lord, the Samo chief invites you to the farm. Mira sent a message. Wen Ning went to the farm with a sandwich in his mouth. As soon as he entered, he saw that the whole farm was full of yaoi flowers. And what surprised Wen Ning was that these yaoi flowers did not wither. The mutant bees flew among them, and the back of their butts was stained with blue nectar. When they flapped their wings, the pollen fell down. The Samo chief looked at all this with surprise. Seeing Wen Ning coming, tears welled up in his eyes. Lord, success. The yaoi flower finally revived successfully. Wen Ning was confused, but he was surprised when he saw the robot walking among them picking yaoi flower seeds. After picking the yaoi flower, it didn't wither? The Samo chief calmed down his excitement. Lord, this shows that this piece of land on the farm has completely restored its ecology under the repeated purification of the yaoi flower. The energy of the yaoi flower flows in the soil, condenses into fruits, and the seeds are picked. The energy of the land can also support the yaoi flower to bloom forever. What's more surprising is that the pollen of the yaoi flower is also able to reproduce after entering the soil. As long as the soil is not damaged, they can continue to grow and produce a steady stream of seeds. Wen Ning listened to the explanation of the Samo chief and gradually became excited. This means that this farm can continue to produce yaoi flower seeds in the future. Then Wen Ning can start to purify the soil in other parts of the territory. After the disaster on the Wasteland planet is over, the soil of the entire Wasteland planet can be purified. By then, it is not impossible to create a brand new blue planet. Chapter 430. Thinking of this, Wen Ning instantly felt that this matter could not be delayed any longer. Can I plant these yaoi flowers in the territory now? The Samo chief also knew that the soil in other parts of the territory was not suitable for planting. For the problem raised by Wen Ning. At this stage, there is already a solution. For this problem, the Lord needs to mix the purified soil of the farm with the soil outside in half and half to ensure that the seeds can germinate normally. After germination, nutrient soil must be added to stimulate its growth. After a few rounds, it can achieve the same effect as the farm. Nutrient soil. Wen Ning smiled, and the earthworm monster happened to drop a lot of nutrient soil for him. It should be enough for the time being. Okay, let's do as you say, and transform the expanded farm first. By the way, yaoi flowers will not squeeze out the growth space of other crops, right? The Samo chief looked confident. Don't worry about this, Lord, yaoi flowers will not. That's good, that's good. During this period of time, after the pollination of mutant bees, the entire farm is already full of yaoi flowers. There are also many seedlings. According to Samo, these seedlings can be directly transplanted to the corresponding positions. This way the survival rate is higher. Wen Ning directly handed this matter over to Samo. The nutrient soil has also been put into the warehouse next to the farm, and it can be collected at any time. Then a special robot was sent to pick the seeds of yaoi flowers one by one. By the way, wait for me. Wen Ning contacted AZ, and the little figure flew into the farm, and landed on Wen Ning's shoulder obediently. Samo chief, you just said that the yaoi flower can produce seeds continuously, and will not wither, right? Yes, Lord. Samo chief didn't know what Wen Ning was going to do, but answered honestly. Azzy, try to ripen it. Azzy flapped her purple wings, and flew around the farm. Then a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Then she activated her skills. In an instant, all the plants in the farm matured, and then the fruits disappeared automatically. Samo chief stared at this magical scene in a daze. All the mature yaoi flowers produced seeds, and then the seeds disappeared again. A system prompt sounded in Wen Ning's ears. Pet Azzy's ripening skills zodiac sign, range, farm mature crops. Ding! Congratulations on getting purple bamboo asterisk 213. Ding! Congratulations on getting purple bamboo shoots asterisk 89. Ding! Congratulations on getting crisp peach asterisk 432. Ding! Congratulations on getting eggplant asterisk 54. Ding! Congratulations on getting tomato asterisk 243. Ding! Congratulations on getting yaoi flower seeds asterisk 2463. More than 2,400 yaoi flower seeds. This wave of seeds directly doubled Wen Ning's seed bank. Congratulations. In addition, Aziz's skill has no effect on young seedlings. So it does not affect the transplanting plan of the Samo chief. Wen Ning said to Aziz, Aziz, you will come to collect a wave every day in the future. Thank you for your hard work. Master, it's not hard. It feels so comfortable here. Can Az live here? Wen Ning was stunned. How can he live here? Will he turn into a bamboo shoot again? Aziz smiled and flew to the purple bamboo forest. The next moment, these straight purple bamboos actually bent and tangled automatically. Then, a small bamboo house appeared in the bamboo forest. It just fits Aziz's body shape. That's good. Wen Ning thought this scene was magical, but he didn't force Aziz to stay. The territory is developing well now, so she doesn't need to stay in the shelter all day. There's nothing wrong with being here, and she can take care of these plants. It can be seen that Aziz really likes these plants. She landed on the fruit tree from time to time and shook happily, and landed on the tomatoes from time to rest. Wen Ning told the robot to identify Aziz and not to treat her as a pest. Then he followed Aziz. The work on the farm was arranged. Wen Ning was ready to go and see his sub-territory. Passing by the territory mission hall, he saw many orcs receiving mission bracelets. It seems that many orcs passed the 3rd grade exam yesterday. Now that the disaster is over, although the outside world has not yet restored order, there are still many job opportunities in the underwater ruins and the Ironwood secret realm. The survival points of these orcs were almost consumed during the disaster season. So basically every family would send a member to start working. There were more and more children in the territory. Especially the little white rabbits. There were white figures everywhere, but the white rabbits could still be distinguished. Wen Ning looked at the white balls all over the ground and felt that they were exactly the same. Bai Shui said that these little white rabbits would become rabbit people when they were 3 days old. Maybe they would be able to tell them apart by then. Probably. Wen Ning shook his head and took out candy and distributed it to the children as usual. Only then was he able to get out. Hu Zi and Xiao Jin were sent to the secret realm to clean up monsters. Wen Ning acted alone and drove the centaur to the gate of the sub-territory. The territory has been built and automatically recognized Wen Ning's identity. After entering unimpeded, Wen Ning opened the territory control panel and started to operate. Please complete the territory information for subsequent operations. Please select the territory type. Type 1, Agricultural type. Half of the initial area of this type of territory will be extracted as a farming area. No other functional buildings can be built. The growth rate of crops of this type increases by 20%, and the yield increases by 20%. Type 2, Commercial type. This type of territory comes with a territory shop. A territory merchant will descend every 3 days, and the corresponding items can be exchanged for survival points. Type 3, Combat type. This type of territory will be able to unlock more system-provided armor and weapon types, as well as a series of combat buildings. Wen Ning looked at these instructions thoughtfully, which were not exactly the same as those in the original trial mission. Changed some settings and details. But it doesn't affect. Wen Ning has already made plans. Choose a combat type territory of the human camp. Selected successfully. I wish you a happy game. Wen Ning can then click on more buildings to build. Well, let me see. The mission hall definitely needs it. Ding! Successfully built a territory hut. The territory hut can be upgraded to a mission hall when the territory reaches level 3, and you can work here at that time. Warehouses, teleportation towers, shops, all needed. A combat type territory comes with a weapon shop? That's definitely needed. Build all the buildings that can be built, and then Wen Ning will upgrade the territory. The time for building construction and the time for territory upgrade are just right together. Saves a lot of time.